WWE for about 13 years now, and I'm currently 16, so that's 3 years that I spent growing up without WWE. Um, I wanna talk about two of the points that we were allowed to talk about, or that he sent out for us to talk about. I want to make my prediction on the Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns match because I've seen so many people talking about this match. I'm going to go with Cody Rhodes. The reason why is because I believe that Cody is the best storyteller right now. It's tied between him and one of my favorite wrestlers, Bray Wyatt. But the way that it's different when it comes to Cody Rhodes, because his family is a very storied family in the wrestling world. I mean, the Rhodes, Dustin, Dusty, Cody, Brandy, and kind of Pharaoh, I guess. But if you wanna talk about a storied family, definitely that whole family is, as it says in Cody Rhodes' song, it is a kingdom. That is, wrestling does have more than one royal family. But one of those royal families is the Rhodes. And I think that, in this case, all roads, pun intended, do lead to WrestleMania. And this is where Cody finally gets his breakout moment, where everybody's going to know who he is and that he was the one to dethrone Roman Reigns. I do love some Roman Reigns, though. I mean, he is a very great storyteller. He has a very good appeal to the audience. But I think that since we are approaching his 1,000th day, I don't think we need to break that record right now. I think that he shouldn't get there, because I think if he gets there, he won't have enough matches anymore. He'll be super irrelevant. Like, he'll do like what Logan Paul is doing right now. He'll be seen at the Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, and SummerSlam, and that'll be it. You won't ever like see him around if he's that storied. And that's why I think Cody Rhodes is going to win. On another topic, my favorite WrestleMania match is Bray Wyatt versus John Cena at WrestleMania 36 in the Firefly Funhouse match. I love this match. I'm a big fan of storytelling in wrestling, and I think that one tells an absolute amazing story of John Cena's career being warped almost in this Firefly Funhouse, and how his whole perspective changes as it goes on. I mean, at the beginning, he's confused, and in the middle, he's angry, and then at the end, he's like hurt, confused, and angry all at the same time. And it's just an amazing show of just how much WWE cares about their superstars. And I really think they do, because they don't just care about certain people. I think they really do care about a lot of others. And I'm hoping to be a part of the WWE business one day. I want to go into sports broadcasting, and I would love to be a WWE announcer one day. But I attend WrestleMania 32 and Stand and Deliver 2022, so last year, in the NXT brand. My favorite wrestlers, it's a 4-way tie between Bray Wyatt, Cody Rhodes, Cora Jade, and Grayson Waller. I love these four mostly because of the storytelling aspect, but also their wrestling is top-notch. It's on point, and it's very interesting and very fun to watch. I think that all superstars come together, and they bring us an entertainment that we can get nowhere else. And that's why when I talk to my friends and they're like, "Oh, you watch wrestling? That's so boring." No, it's not, because if you were to sit down and you were to watch it, you would understand the entertainment factor is like none that you could get anywhere else. And I just want to encourage you, if you have those friends, just to stay strong in what you think, because it's not wrong, and everybody else here thinks the exact same thing. So if you ever need support, me and other members and other people on here, and Days are always here to support you, and I'm sure they would agree with me on this point. But thank you so much for letting me share my opinions on this. I think wrestling could be a lot bigger if people would stop making it political and people would start making it about the fun and the entertainment it brings us while watching. I went to the Royal Rumble this year, and that was just absolutely amazing to be there in that big arena and to see all of the lights flashing everywhere. And I mean, I've been to WrestleMania, but honestly, Royal Rumble was my favorite just because there were so many surprises and it was just very, very well put together. And yeah, I wanted to voice my opinion on who I thought would win and what my favorite WrestleMania match was. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And yeah, I'll talk to y'all soon. Thank you.
All right, Days. Let me take you on a little journey of my predictions. I think Cody is going to win. And if anybody has anything to say about that, well, screw you, because I'm awesome, and I'm also right. Oh, look at me. Oh, I'm the guys that I think Roman's gonna win. Oh, no. Well, guess what? I'm stupid because I think Roman will win. Oh, look at this. I'm Cody and I just won at Mania. Yay! But what happens? Randy Orton comes out to congratulate Cody for his win. I'm Orton. I'm here to congratulate you. And Cody is so glad that his buddy is here to help him and to congratulate him. But guess what? The next night, screw you, Cody. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Randy RKO's. Cody sets up their feud. Randy turns heel, and that's what happens. Boom, baby. This goes into SummerSlam. So much history. Great first feud for Cody. That's what I'm talking about. Deuces!
Hello, everybody. I am here to tell you my favorite WrestleMania match. By the way, I just want to tell y'all that I am It's Stacks. This is my channel. I don't want you to subscribe to me. I just want you to know who I am. And it's kind of a 2-for-1 because my moment is also included in this. I'm going to get straight to the point, but I want to get to a backstory first. So as you can tell, I'm very young. You can just look at me and tell I'm young. And, you know, so for a lot of old shows and pay-per-views and matches, I have to, you know, look at Peacock, the network, get DVDs. You know, I've done all of it. But this show that this match is in, this WrestleMania, it sticks out to me. WrestleMania 30, I was like 5 or 6 years old. I can't really remember, but I know that was the first ever pay-per-view that I saw live, or the first Mania, the first like show that I saw live. You know, I've seen Raws and SmackDowns, but the first like actual pay-per-view I saw live was WrestleMania 30. And I remember being a kid, I was so excited for it, and I cannot remember a single thing from that day. I've gone back and watched the show a bunch of times, and I love it. It's my favorite WrestleMania, or probably my second favorite WrestleMania ever, behind WrestleMania 22. WrestleMania 22, I don't know why I like it so much. Every match is good to me, but that's besides the point. WrestleMania 30, I absolutely loved it, and my favorite match of all time was the main event between Daniel Bryan, Randy Orton, and Batista. I love this match so much because Daniel Bryan was the underdog. In my opinion, my favorite stories in wrestling is when the underdog prevails. You know, I mean, I expect Cody Rhodes to prevail over Roman Reigns, and you can consider him to be an underdog his entire career. And now, you know, he's going to achieve that. Same thing with Daniel Bryan. He was an underdog, and I just love those stories. And this match was so good because the crowd was involved. There was big spots. There was big moments. It was just entertaining. And, you know, I said it was a 2-for-1. My favorite moment is also included in this. Daniel Bryan pick up the win, just the celebration. It was just like, as I've gone back and watched it back, I've seen it a million times, you know, it's like, wow, that was amazing. Like, I thought, like, this is more than wrestling. Like, it's crazy that just a bunch of people can just celebrate with him because he won a wrestling match. To me, it just makes me happy just to see something like that. But yeah, that's my favorite match. It's why, favorite moment, why. And if you're watching this, subscribe. Come on. But thank you, Wrestling Days, for this opportunity to let viewers get involved. I literally got gifted a membership yesterday, and today's the last day to do it. And yesterday you streamed WrestleMania 21. I was just watching, got gifted, and I was like, I saw this, I'm doing it. I hope I'm able to get in there. But yeah, if you're watching, subscribe and enjoy WrestleMania, baby.
Hey days, I hope you're doing well, my friend. Today I'm going to be giving you some night 2 predictions and other little bits with it. So, straight into it. What is my favourite WrestleMania match and why? I would say it's Ric Flair versus Shawn Michaels in WrestleMania 24. I don't think I was alive when this happened. I don't know, I'm 17. But let me just say, I've rewatched it so many times. It was so great, you know. It just really made me emotional, made me get goosebumps. It was just so great. And I'm hoping this year they can pull something similar off, you know. Maybe not emotional, but definitely as shocking. So, my favourite wrestler, Cody Rhodes. May come as a surprise, I know. Recently I've been saying Roman. But something about him isn't right at the minute. Cody, don't get me wrong, has had a bit of a flaw in little bits, but I think he's recently really made me feel like he is one of the best right now. Okay? He has been winning. He has been giving really great promos and segments. And that match against Solo Sikoa recently, that was kind of crazy. That made me think, right, if he can do that so easily, what's in for Roman? You know? I mean, Solo was also undefeated until Cody. That's crazy. So, there's that. And if we're talking about Cody, I want to get in to Cody versus Roman. I really think this is time for a new champion. I do think Cody's going to get it. Oh, it's hard because for so long I've been wanting Roman. I've been rooting him. But Cody's really recently had an impact on me. And it's made me believe this is his time. Roman has his streak ended this year. However, I don't think it's going to be the most normal win, of course. I think the Usos will interfere, we'll get a bit of that. Sami and Kevin will come out to help him. But, plot twist, Solo will come out. Everyone's going to be like, Cody's going to lose now. No. Can you smell what The Rock is cooking? He comes out, gets Solo out of it, gets the Usos out of it. I don't know, he could do something to Roman. I don't know. But if he does, even better. And then Cody. Crossroads. Boom. Winner. New champ. The Rock is going to settle this bloodline business. We are finally gonna see something new and tasty going on with this storyline. Something that really just makes us go, you know what I mean? I'm so excited. I would love to know everyone else's predictions. I'm really excited, as I literally just said. Yeah, that's all for now. Bye for now.
Wrestling Days, thanks for letting me do a predictions for WrestleMania. So start with the Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes. I have Cody Rhodes to win. Then Austin Theory versus John Cena. I have John Cena to win. Then Logan Paul versus Seth Rollins. I have Seth Rollins to win. Then Charlotte Flair versus Rhea Ripley to win. Then Usos versus Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn for the win. Then Bianca Belair versus Asuka. I have Asuka to win. Then Damage Control versus Trish, Lita and Becky. I have Trish, Lita and Becky to win. Then Brock Lesnar versus Omos. I think Brock Lesnar will win. Then Edge versus Finn Balor. I have Edge to win. And Drew McIntyre versus Gunther versus Sheamus. I have Drew McIntyre to win. Thank you, Wrestling Days, for letting me join in, and hope you like WrestleMania.
What's up, everyone? So I will be giving my thoughts on the Night 2 main event of Cody Rhodes versus Roman Reigns. So I'm going to make this kind of short because I need it to be short enough to send through in an email. So quickly, I have Cody Rhodes winning. I think he'll vacate the Universal title post-WrestleMania. And then I have Jey Uso interfering to set up a third match with Roman Reigns down the line. I mean, it's poetic. It's only right that Jey Uso opposes Roman Reigns one last time to end this Bloodline story once and for all after they had two great matches in 2020 at Hell in a Cell and Clash of Champions. So do Jey Uso versus Roman Reigns 3, no titles involved. I think that would be a great match. But my main point is that I think every member of the Bloodline is going to come out of this story looking better. I mean, Solo Sikoa, probably a future world champion and definitely going to win the mid-card titles, one of the mid-card titles within the next year or so. Sami Zayn, we'd be lying if we said that he wasn't going to win a world title by the end of his career. I definitely see that for him. And for the Usos, I could see them going solo. I could see one of them or both of them becoming single stars. So I can't wait for the main event. It should be a lot of fun. And yeah, I had to make it short, but here's my submission.
Is live. Hello. There we go. I was just in the middle of taking a picture. You can hear that my voice isn't quite brilliant today. I was just in the middle of taking a picture of today's lineup so that I had it as reference in front of me. I hope everyone is well. Big thank you to everybody that just sent through their videos. I'm sure this will get better, by the way. But a big thank you to everyone that sent through their videos. I thought they were absolutely awesome. I thought there were some great thoughts in there. I like how people made them very entertaining as well. So as I was watching them, I was having quite a laugh as people were like healing it up and doing different bits and bobs. But yeah, really good. That's something that I would like to do going forward, where when we've got a big stream, we can actually allow the members of the channel, and maybe we even open it out even further than that. But we allow people to get their thoughts across on stream, allowing us to kind of do that. So yeah, brilliant. Thank you so much to everyone that did that. Really do appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed seeing yourselves on the channel, and we're good to go. So hello. I hope everyone is well. As I said, don't worry about my voice. I'm sure that once it warms up, it'll be all right. But yeah, unsurprisingly, after yesterday's, I think it was like 14-hour streams. We did 5 hours for NXT and we did 9 hours for WrestleMania. So after that amount of talking, it's understandable that it's a bit gruff. But anyway, our attention turns tonight to Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes. And this is it. This is what everything has been building towards. Yesterday was just a mere taster. It was just a mere sample of what WrestleMania was going to be like. If we were going to do a WrestleMania this year on one day, the vast majority of the matches that we're going to see today would be on that show. This is the day. This is the bigger day. We said it yesterday. We're not just saying it because we're here now. We did say it yesterday. This is it. This is huge. We've got the Intercontinental Championship on the line today. We've got the Raw Women's Championship on the line today. We've got the WWE Undisputed Universal Championships on the line today. Not only that as well, we only have 6 matches compared to yesterday when we had 7, 8, if you include that Miz one that came out of nowhere. So we've got 6 today. So what's extra exciting is not only have we got big matches today, but we also have room to breathe. I'm talking Bray Wyatt. I'm talking Alexa Bliss. I'm talking Randy Orton. I'm talking all of those shocks, all of those surprises, all of the things we're waiting for, some of the things that we're waiting for. this is it. This is their last chance. Anything you're going to do at WrestleMania, you do it today. So it's going to be hopefully quite the extravaganza. The reaction to yesterday was absolutely unbelievable. Everywhere I've looked and gone, it has been just nothing but people absolutely loving that day. For me, it probably came in at around about an 8, which is still, I mean, that might seem, compared to a lot of other people's scores, a little bit on the lower side. I am always that little bit extra critical because, I mean, we've seen a lot of wrestling, we've seen a lot of things, and so for it to blow me away, it's going to have to work quite hard, to be honest. So on my scale, compared to all the other WrestleManias that I've seen, yesterday easily beat both nights of last year. And I would even go as far as to say I think it beat both nights of WrestleMania 37. It clearly beats both nights of WrestleMania 36. I think it beats WrestleMania 35. What I haven't done is kind of sat down and gone through my scores. I don't actually have them written down. I'd have to go back to the old watch-alongs and old streams. But we do score the shows once we've watched them. And so, all the old watch-alongs, all the old streams, I need to get my scores from those, kind of see how it shakes out. But for me, I mean, an 8 is very, very good. If a pay-per-view can get an 8 from me, that is very, very, very impressive. I might even be tempted to go 8.25. I would be going up rather than down. And I just thought it was a really, really great show. Really, really great show. There's little bits here and there that you can be like, could have done without that. Could have done with that being a bit tighter. Could have done with that match being a little bit more engaging. Blah, 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 blah. But if you look at the bigger picture, they killed it, man. And people were just buzzing. People were buzzing about it. Really, really enjoyed it. If we get a show just even as good as yesterday, I mean, I think it'll be better. But if we get a show that's just even as good, people will be over the moon, man. People will be absolutely over the moon. So, yeah, really great reaction to yesterday's WrestleMania. Now, I want to, we've got time, so don't worry, my friends. We've got plenty of time. We actually started our stream at 9 o'clock UK time yesterday. The time of sitting here, it's about 23 minutes past 8, so we've got time. We've got another 30-odd minutes till we even started yesterday's stream, so we're nice and early, so don't worry, right? So we'll try and get to everyone. But I want to get to Alfie first. He's fired in a super chat, which... massively appreciate, but again, you don't have to be doing this all the time. But let's see what Alfie's got to say. He said, I never knew I had the longest one. What I would say, Alfie, is don't worry about it. I mean, what I said to people was take as long as you want, really. I knew that people wouldn't go hours and hours and hours. I knew people would keep it around the kind of 3-5 minute mark. I mean, if someone sent something in for 6-7 minutes, I wasn't bothered. So no, it's fine. It was good. How are you? I'm good. My only concern is my voice, which I'm thinking once I start talking, it'll warm up and we'll be good and we'll be rocking and rolling. But that's my only concern. To be honest, I had a really good night's sleep. I was going to do some videos after yesterday's stream because there's just so much to talk about. But to be honest, I was like, I need to get a good night's sleep, man. If we're going to give this stream the respect it deserves, if I'm going to give you the best version of me, the most energetic version of me, I need to get a good night's sleep. So I did. I managed to get about 8 hours. I feel brilliant. I feel really good. So yeah, I'm good. I'm really excited and I hope you are as well. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I was born excited. I was born ready for WrestleMania 39. Dagmawi said Graham Potter has been sacked. I did just see this. So it's trending right now, unsurprisingly, but the Chelsea manager has been sacked. That news coming through. I believe I didn't see the scores, but I believe I'm guessing they lost today. I can't imagine they won and they fired him anyway. So yes, that news coming through. Dagmari, shout out to you. Dylan said, do you think the Bloodline will turn on Roman tonight? I don't. I don't think the Bloodline will turn on each other tonight. There is a chance that could happen, absolutely. I suppose it's just where do we want the story to go from here? And we need a reason really as to why it would go that way. Why would the bloodline turn on each other? Why would Jimmy and Jay? I feel like something would have to happen for Jimmy and Jay to turn on Roman. So maybe they come down, they try to help him, he starts shouting at them, and maybe that could spark it, and then maybe they do turn. But I don't know. I mean, for me, that's not what I'm expecting. I'm expecting there to be cracks, and I'm expecting it to be, oh my God, what's happening with the bloodline? I think that could be a conversation that we have after this. I am expecting Cody to win, and I do think there's a chance that we see cracks in the bloodline. But I think for them to just outright split tonight and Cody win that's a lot. I know this is WrestleMania, and I know you go big or you go home. But to do all of that, like in the one go, I don't know. I think if you look at, say, the Royal Rumble, like we had Sammy get attacked, and then we had Jay walk off, and it was like, oh my God, what's happening with Jay? Oh my God, what have they just done with Sammy? I think it could be something similar. It could be, oh my God, Cody's the new champion, and oh my God, what's happening? The Usos just walked off. It could be something along those lines, rather than they're going to turn and attack Roman. I can't see that. I can't see Roman being attacked by the bloodline tonight. So, I don't know. It's just a gut feeling I've got. As I say, if we just use Royal Rumble or even Elimination Chamber as examples, you know, we've got just little things. It's all very subtle, isn't it, with the bloodline? Like, you know, you've got that moment at Elimination Chamber where Jay has got the chair and Roman is treating him like he treated Sammy, and Jay is being pushed around. He's got the chair and everything, and in the end he just can't do it and walks off. So, you know, it's not a split in the bloodline, but it is a split in the bloodline, and it's subtle. I think we could get something similar to that tonight, but I feel pretty good about Cody winning. JB said tonight we're going to get Gunther triple threat, Bianca Asuka, Edge Finn, Roman Cody, all back to back. It's going to be an epic block of wrestling. Kian said, have you seen from PW Insider reporting that The Rock was spotted at SoFi Stadium? Thoughts? I haven't seen any reports of The Rock being spotted. The only thing I saw was someone sent a video of Roman arriving, but this was yesterday. This wasn't today. Roman arriving and a big guy kind of greeting him. Now, a lot of people speculated that was The Rock. It didn't look like The Rock to me. The person that greeted him was big, was jacked, was bald, but I can't say he looked to me like The Rock. I didn't think it was The Rock at all. He looked a bit too big. I mean, like, The Rock is big, but this guy seemed really wide, seemed to have, I don't know, I just looked at it and it just didn't strike me as being The Rock. Plus also, I think if The Rock was there, there's clearly fans that are shouting in the background. So there's clearly fans that can see the cars arriving. And you can hear the fans going, Roman, Roman, tribal chief, tribal chief. Like, obviously, Roman doesn't acknowledge them, right? They're meant to acknowledge him. He doesn't acknowledge them. So WWE know, The Rock knows, everyone would know that whatever happens there is going to be seen, right? They're not stupid. Whatever happens there is going to be seen by the fans. So if that was The Rock, and I don't think it was, then he would also be stupid to be seen by those fans. So I don't know if there's any other incidents that are being reported. That's the one that I saw doing the rounds earlier today. And to be honest, I was reading the comments and there was a load of people going, that ain't The Rock. So I don't know. I don't know if there's other reports or anything doing the rounds. Plus also, you always have to be aware of fake news. You know, sometimes you get these kind of reports doing the rounds and they're from like fake channels, or they claim, I've seen this tons of times. This is actually happening more, by the way, where a channel you've never heard of will say summer is happening and it's been reported by such and such. If you actually go to such and such, they don't mention it. It's happened to me a few times where I've seen someone going, oh my God, Dave Meltzer's just said this. Like, it's being reported by Wrestling Observer. And thankfully, I don't just take that at word value. I go to Wrestling Observer and there is no sign of that anywhere, what they're claiming. And that seems to be on the rise as well. So you've got to be really careful with where you get your, and me, not just you but me as well, with where you get your kind of news from. Certainly in the Instagram, TikTok world, social media, it's just a wash of fake news. I'm not saying that that's the case here. It could be that there is a legitimate report that The Rock is there. I haven't seen it. And the one that I did see, I wasn't buying. So that's all I know so far. So if anyone has heard anything, feel free to drop it into the chat. Tyler said it could have been Batista that greeted Roman. He was a little wider than The Rock. Yeah, I agree. I think we've seen the same video. It definitely felt like it was someone that was just bigger on the shoulders, wider, and I mean, it was, I think you're going to have a lot of people of various ages, a lot of people of kind of various wrestling knowledge that are going to be looking at these same images. And, listen, there's some people that jump to conclusions as well, There's some people that just so want it to be The Rock that they'll quite happily jump to the fact that it was The Rock. So again, you just have to look at these things, make your own minds up. But for me, I didn't feel it was. JL said Bron Breakker will be the new US champion tomorrow, says JL. Jay, is that a prediction or a spoiler? Don't know. One thing I haven't done yet is actually jump onto Fightful Select. I do like going on there with Sean Ross Sapp. I put him as the highest tier of journalists, to be honest. I think if you are going to trust anyone, he seems to be the most reliable. So Fightful Select, I do like to have a little look at, but I haven't done that yet. So we can do that in a minute and see what the latest news is over there. I don't know. There was a lot of people that were thinking it could be John that was going to win, and then John was going to do the open challenge on Monday. We was saying that didn't really strike me as making much sense, because why would you bury Austin Theory at WrestleMania to then just do something on Monday that you could do with Theory anyway? So, yeah, look, I'm not down on Theory, open challenge, Bron Breakker answering. I think there's a chance that we could get that. I think there is a chance we could get that. I would just argue, though, do we need Bron to be United States champion so quickly? Or would it make sense to just bring him up and do a few feuds and kind of build him to a mid-card belt? I don't know. I suppose you can go various different ways with it. I certainly wouldn't be down on it if that is the direction they went. But one thing I will say is I don't think Austin Theory won over a load of people yesterday. To be honest, I think my score of WrestleMania 39 being an 8, part of that is because I didn't think, and judging from your reactions as well, I don't think people were massively impressed with the Austin Theory John Cena match. Like as an open, it seemed to be one of the low points of the night, to be honest. And things like that is what brings the score down. That was not the banging open match that we were hoping for. Thankfully, the next one with the men's showcase was awesome. And actually, that probably should have opened the show. But I don't know. If you take the belt off Austin Theory, I don't know that he's ready to go up to the main event status, because that performance we saw against John Cena just seemed flat. And I don't know if flat's insulting. I don't mean to insult him or John. I just think John just didn't seem to have it. He just didn't seem to be able to do as much as what he used to. He just seemed to be gassing out quite quick. It just seemed to be that Austin Theory really had to carry John Cena through that match. He really had to do a lot of the heavy lifting. And obviously we don't know if John's film schedule allowed him to do much preparation work. We don't know how much prep he could actually put into that match, but it didn't seem like the standard that I think was expected. So I don't know, if you do Bron Breakker and Austin Theory, like, what are you going to do with Theory after? Because I feel like I'd be really interested in Theory versus someone that can go, someone on the current roster, singles match, good story, good builds, and see what we can do. Because don't forget, he's been feuding with the likes of Bobby Lashley. And I don't think you can get much out of Bobby Lashley. Now he's had to face John Cena. And, John Cena's past it. And, he's out the game, basically. It's hard to be good at the game when you've been out of it as long as what John Cena has. There's a lot there. I mean, I would like to see, let's go AJ Styles, Austin Theory, one-on-one, United States Championship, singles match, Backlash, do it, book it. Let's see how good Theory is, because AJ can go. One of the best in-ring performers we've got. Well, let's give Theory a chance. Let's have a look and see what he can do. I think I'd be more inclined to go that way than to take the belt off him and put it onto Bron Breakker. But as I said, WWE could absolutely do that because they want to make sure that this guy is a big, big deal. So, I mean, yeah, you could be right. You absolutely could be right. JB said, you might remember my super chat yesterday about the 7-match bet. I got 6 of the 7 right. Oh, mate. Damage Control lost and it killed the dream. I didn't predict that. I really thought they would go with Damage Control. So that's crazy that you're 6 of 7 or that you got so close. But that's gambling, isn't it? I mean, there's so many times where I've done that and it always seems to be one that just doesn't come through. So, I mean, that's gambling, bud. So I'm sorry to hear that. J Media Wrestling said it's insane how consistent you've been. I've been a fan for 5 to 6 years. Hope we get a good show tonight. J Media Wrestling, I really appreciate that. Yeah, I think I don't know. I think what we do here is not very complicated, and so that's kind of helps with consistency. I mean, it is literally turn up, share your thoughts, have discussions, and I suppose in a way it's just what I would be doing down a pub. This is what I would be doing with my friends in real life if we were down the pub and we were chucking ideas around, and we were chucking theories around, talking about, what you think about this guy, what you think about this. I think just taking that and putting it, into this space kind of has translated quite well. And yeah, it was mentioned yesterday. This is our 5th WrestleMania of doing these streams. So I think with experience and just getting, comfortable and all of that over the years and just knowing what to look out for, what people enjoy. And we don't get everything right, of course we don't. And there's lots that we could improve, I'm sure. But I'm really grateful for how many people joined us and continue to join us. I mean, yesterday, I believe there was more people that joined us for the stream than was actually in the stadium at WrestleMania. And we are quite good when it comes to the big shows of seeing numbers like that. But I do not take that for granted because every year it gets harder and harder. Because obviously there's more and more people that start doing watch-alongs and it gets much more competitive. So it's funny, actually, because Roman did an interview. I don't know if you saw the interview with Roman that was with Ariel Helwani. And he was saying that their mantra is, what have you done for me lately? He says, you're only as good as the last thing that you put out for people. And he says that's desire to constantly be creating, that need to constantly be moving forward and evolving. He finds that very exciting. And he was asked, how long do you think you've got left in the game? And he said, well, I'm 38 and I could go till I'm 45. He said, I don't know if I need to. I'm not saying I'm going to, but I'm just saying I think that if I'm still interested and engaged, I could go to that age if I wanted to. And the other interesting thing that he said was that he has many offers to work in movies. He's got many cameo offers that come through. And he says that he turns them down because he loves what he's doing in wrestling right now. He loves this bloodline story, loves elevating his family and all this kind of stuff. And, he wouldn't want to be doing anything else at the moment. So he could be doing films. He could be doing cameos. He doesn't take any of those opportunities because what he's doing in wrestling now is what he wants to be doing. So the conversation came up about, are you taking a break anytime soon? He said no. Now, a lot of the interview felt like it was in character. So you have to take that with a pinch of salt. You never quite know if you're getting honest answers or not when it comes to wrestlers and active wrestlers. So yeah, you have to take it with a pinch of salt. He said he's not going on a break, but reports are that he will be. I don't know. We'll have to see. It was all the Ariel Hawani interviews on YouTube are well worth checking out. I would definitely urge that you do go and do that. And as I said, I think the Roman one dropped today, and it was very good. So J Media, I really appreciate those kind words, buds. Right, let's make sure that I'm getting to these. JB said tonight's crazy bets: Cody Rhodes, Edge, Bianca Belair, Sheamus, Morgan and Liv Morgan. I was like, who's Morgan? Morgan and Rodriguez, and a Moss to win is 250 to 1. So a £20 stake will make me £5,000. You never know. So who do you need to win? You need Cody, yeah. Edge, yeah. Tricky for him to beat the Demon, but yeah. Bianca, yeah. Sheamus, well, he's never held the Intercontinental, I don't believe. And it's one that he desperately wants to get his hands on. He did lose to Gunther at Clash at the Castle. This could be a thank you for your service. Here's the IC title, but we get it off Gunther without Gunther being pinned because Sheamus can pin Drew. There is probably a chance. I mean, I think it's Gunther that retains, but if it's not Gunther, I think it's Sheamus. So there's probably a chance. I would say that's the second tricky one compared to the Edge one. Liv and Raquel. People are really into Liv. There was thoughts that it was going to be Ronda that was going to win that. Ronda and Shayna. But apparently she made some comments being very upset. I haven't seen these comments. But apparently on social media, she made comments about being upset with her position on the card. And so I saw reports saying, oh, she might be in trouble now. So I don't know if she is or if she isn't, but they're saying, oh, she might not be winning the match anymore. Dave Meltzer speculating. So if they don't win, then Liv Raquel, I'm sure, will. And a Moss to win. I mean, listen, it's a gamble, innit? That's exactly what it is. It's a gamble. There's some there that I can see, yeah, I think they'll go that way. And then there's some I'm like, oh, I think all the stars got to align for you, but if they do align, your £20 becomes £5,000. That ain't bad, is it? That ain't bad at all. That ain't bad at all. So, yeah, I wish you all the very best of luck, buds. I wish you all the very best of luck. Right, Svarta Branda said, did I miss one? I hope I didn't miss one. I might have a look back and make sure I didn't miss a super chat, because in my head I might have missed one. And that's not me, guys. You know me. I don't normally miss super chats. I'm normally straight on them. I'm normally brilliant when it comes to getting to super chats. I'm just going to quickly scan back through the stream just to see if I did miss anything. Did I get that one? I think I might have missed Delwyn's, did I? Did I miss Delwyn's? Am I even on the right day? I tell you what, I'll read Svarta Branda and then I'll have a look at Delwyn's, and I think for my New Year's resolution, I'm gonna try and find a way of getting better at getting to super chats quick. I talk way too much, man. Svarta Branda said, instead of AJ, book it with Seth, as Seth has got an argument with the events with Elimination Chamber. Also, what's your match from yesterday? Svarta Branda, good shout. The only reason I didn't say Seth was because I was thinking like he might be like going up to face Cody. I think Cody wins the titles. And so I think as soon as that happens, I think Seth's got to be in the mix for being right up there in the main event picture. Seth's been very vocal about being upset, not being pushed more, not being higher up the card, not being given more opportunities. And in fact, Roman made a great, very interesting comment in his interview earlier. He was like, everyone in that locker room wants the same contract that I'm on. Seth wants the contract I'm on. He wants the money. He would love the money that I'm on. He's not going to get it. He could ask for it. He'll get a big fat no. It's not for him. It's not for him. Like, it was like, whoa. Again, I don't know how much is kayfabe, how much is real. It's hard to know, like, are we blurring the line? I mean, Seth's made comments saying, like, he's got professional jealousy and all this sort of stuff. And then you've got Roman taking a few shots back and everything. It's interesting, you know. It's interesting. So I was thinking Seth might go up there, hence why I was thinking AJ, but he might not. And if he doesn't, yeah, maybe we do Seth and Austin Theory. I would just, as I said, I would love to see Austin Theory just get an opportunity in the ring with someone that we know is good. I don't think, and I think we've seen this now, Austin Theory does not have the ability to be a ring general. He doesn't have the ability to elevate other people's performances. He couldn't go in the ring with a tired John Cena and get a classic. Couldn't find a classic. You know, if you'd put Shawn Michaels in that match with John Cena, prime Shawn Michaels, which I know is a high bar. We're talking about maybe the best ever. But the point remains, if you'd have put Shawn Michaels in that opening match yesterday, you would have had a better match, right? Duh comment of the year, right? You would have had a better match. And Austin Theory, you know, he's a great prospect. He is a great prospect. He looks great. He can wrestle. He can go. He can talk. He's got lots about him. He's young. He is going to be great in the future. I have no doubt about it. And honestly, the talk of like Shawn Michaels, Daniel Bryan, you know, all of that kind of stuff, Austin Theory may eventually find himself, he's certainly not there now, but he may eventually find himself in that conversation because he is so young. He is so young. And honestly, if we went back and looked at Shawn Michaels at Austin Theory's age, it would be a very, very interesting comparison. If we went back and looked at a Daniel Bryan at Austin Theory's current age, it would be a very, very interesting comparison. That'd be a good video, actually, for someone to do. Find old footage of these wrestlers at these ages, compare them to the current stars, see what their selling was like, what their moveset was like, what their pacing was like, what their storytelling was like, all of that stuff in ring. Their movesets as well, and see how they compare. But anyway, I love Theory, big fan, and I think he's got a bright future, but he's shown that you can't just put him in there with, you know, people that can't carry their end of the bargain. He's not good enough to carry the match. So I want to see him in there with an AJ Styles. I want to see him in there with a Seth Rollins. I want to see him in there with a Mustafa Ali, who's very, very good, very underrated. Mustafa Ali's very good in the ring. I want to see him in there with people that can carry their end so that he only has to worry about his. And then we'll get a real good idea as to, you know, where are we with him at the moment. Put him in a bit of a feud. And see where we are. Because it just feels like we're very stop-start. We try a few things, then we drop him. He was Mr. Money in the Bank. He failed the cash-in. He was the United States champ, dropped the title, ended up getting it back. He's in a feud with Seth for a little bit. He's in a feud with Bobby. Now we get to WrestleMania season. He's doing a one-off thing with John Cena. Last year at WrestleMania, wasn't he doing something with Pat? I mean, it's like, give him something good to get his teeth into. Something that, like, a good feud for him to get his teeth into. I'd love to see that for him. I would love to see that for him. And the other question was, what was your match of the night from yesterday? I think it would be... I think it would be... tricky, man. I might go Charlotte Rhea. I really enjoyed the main event, but as I said yesterday, I think the moment Sammy lost in Montreal, I knew he was winning at WrestleMania with the tag belts because that rumor had been around, and you know, we were watching Montreal going, "Come on, call an audible, change. You can change this story," and I was desperate for him to do it in Montreal. And it's fine that they didn't. It's their decision to not do it. But I was desperate for them to do it. I really wanted that for Sammy because, you know, what I said then is going to be as true as it is now. when will Sammy ever get back into that title picture? And even if he does, when will it ever be in front of a crowd as hot? When will we ever make a moment as magical as what Montreal was? I mean, it is something so special. So special. But they obviously had their plan that they wanted to do Roman Cody. They wanted to have Roman undefeated. They wanted Cody and they wanted like this WrestleMania main event, which is, is fine. And so I think as soon as that happened, that match just lacked a bit of drama for me yesterday. I know people loved it. I'm really pleased people enjoyed it. I enjoyed it as well, but I do think the fact that it was just, I didn't have a seed of doubt. I would quite happily have put £1,000 on that. In fact, I should have looked. I didn't even look at what the odds were. I definitely should have looked at what the odds were. I didn't have any doubt that was going to go that way. So the Rhea Charlotte one, I wasn't as confident because last year, and I made this point before, I thought Ronda was going to win at WrestleMania 38, and then she didn't, right? She didn't, and Charlotte won. And then what we ended up doing was the rematch at Backlash, and that's where Ronda won. So I did wonder, are we going to do that again with Rhea? Are we going to have Charlotte win, even though we all think it's Rhea? And then we're going to go to Backlash, and then that's where Rhea wins. So I wasn't too sure about the finish on that one. And then they ended up going with Rhea, and I was like, okay. And the match was slow, and there was people that weren't feeling it. But by the end, everyone seemed to be loving it. People in the crowd were on their feet. Really, really good. Really, really good. I would say the Seth Logan one was a very enjoyable match as well. I think a very interesting conversation as to what's better out of Seth Logan or Dominic Ray. Like Seth versus Logan or Dominic versus Ray, which one of those two was better? I feel they're very close, but I think people might go Seth Logan because I think having KSI in the blue prime bottle and the moment where he gets splashed through the table by Logan, like I think that is that those kind of antics are more entertaining than when Dominic threw the drink in his sister's face, or when Dominic got slapped by his mom, or when LWO came down, or Judgment Day were at ringside. I think if you compare, I think the in-ring of both is very similar. I think Dominic, I think if you would have put a prime bottle and Dominic splash it, say if you'd put Finn Balor in a prime bottle and you did the exact same thing with Dominic, Finn, prime bottle in that match, I think people would have probably preferred the Dominic Ray match. I just think it's always the garnish with the Logan Paul matches. Like, he is obviously limited in ring because he's only had 5 matches. So surprise, surprise. And so we always have to put a bit of garnish around. I mean, don't forget last time we saw him at Crown Jewel. Well, last time we saw him in the Rumble, they did that Ricochet moment, right? And that's what they wanted you to remember. And then at Crown Jewel last year, we obviously had Jake Paul come down, and we had his people that do the podcast giving him the phone, and he did the splash with the phone. There's always garnish involved in a Logan Paul match. And I'm not down on it. I'm not moaning about it. I'm just saying that it's true. That is what happens. And I think the garnish is normally really entertaining. It's normally really, really good. And I think it was this time with KSI and the prime bottle. I thought it was really fun. I don't know that the garnish, the little bit extra in the Dominic Ray match was quite as entertaining. And I think that might just be what gives Seth Logan just that little bit of an edge. So I think it's very close between those two, though. I think it's very, very close. And then I think you've got the main event, which was awesome. It was such a fun match, really enjoyable. I saw someone online, I don't know who they were, they gave it 5 stars for the main event. They really enjoyed it. So, yeah, I know it was people really loved it. As I said, for me, just that predictability factor. I love the end, though. I love the 3 haluvas. I love the fact that Jay slumped and he just keeps putting him back, really hammering it home, Really nice, good storytelling, nice emotion in it. Really, really good. But if I had to choose between that and Charlotte Rhea, I think for me, like if someone was like, you can watch one more match, you can watch a match again, which one do you want to watch? I think I'd go Charlotte Rhea. Just because now I know how good the match is. I'd really want to watch the early stages of that one again and just see the work they're doing. I'm so fascinated by the work that wrestlers do in the early stages of a long match, because they always do that kind of slow pace, and you look in the chat and people are a bit, I'm not feeling this. Crowd aren't into it. People are a bit flat, blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as it goes through the gears, and as soon as you start picking up, and as soon as you start getting somewhere, and there's reversals, crazy spots, Charlotte getting dumped on her nose. I mean, what was she doing, man? She was like over-rotating. Some of them spots were mental, man. They were mental. Some of that match was insane. Mainly because Charlotte just for some reason turned into Tigger and just decided she was going to bounce all over the place. So I'd want to go back and watch that one. I'd want to watch it again, and I'd want to really enjoy and study the first part and see how it built, and knowing that the overall finished product is awesome. So I would probably pick that. But as I said, main event right up there. Seth Logan right up there. Even the men's showcase was fun for what it was, I mean, it was a great day, wasn't it? It really was a great day. It was so much fun. And as we said, we're lucky because I think today could be even better. Right, I need to get to these, don't I? If I don't get to these, then these will jump off screen. Oh my God. Coach Co said, I'm contemplating going to NXT Battleground because it's only 46 minutes away from my house. Do it. I went to an NXT house show. It's one of my favorite. In fact, I've been to a few. I've been to some in America and in the UK, and I loved them all. When they came to the UK, I was drunk. Honestly, I was really drunk. And so I didn't have the experience I think I should have had. I'd been drinking all day with friends, and then I went to an NXT show. I was gone, man. I was gone. I was in the stands. I was like, is that Asuka? And I was trying to focus on the match, and I was like, I don't even know what's going on. And I was enjoying myself. I was watching it, getting, this is great, but I can't tell you the matches. I can't tell you how great the action was. I can't tell you much from that show. I just know that I was there in Brighton watching this show. I think I was with the guy from Wrestling Shop, actually. Yeah, I was. It was class. And then I ended up getting the wrong train home, which meant I was stranded and I had to pay for £120 hotel. It's a whole thing. In America, I went to a house show, and it was just a regular house show. It had stars, but it was, 200 people in a gymnasium. I mean, literally in a gymnasium in Tampa. And it was amazing. And they had a table of people you could meet. And I remember Deanna Purrazzo. I think it was Deanna Purrazzo, Xia Li. I can't remember the other one. There was 3 that you could meet, and they were all women. And it was that level of Xia Li, Deanna Purrazzo, and I don't know who the other would be. Maybe, I don't know. I was going to say Sonya Deville, something like that back in the day. It was along those lines. And you could meet them. I don't know that they would do that for Battleground, to be honest, but I've always found NXT to just be a little bit more open, a little bit more. There's a good chance you'll bump into a wrestler wandering around. It just seems a bit more chilled, a bit more. I don't know about the big pay-per-views though. Never been to one of their big pay-per-views, but that house show in America was amazing. You got to go. If you get a chance to go to an NXT house show in America, do it. And I think the ones in England are good as well, but I don't know. Moldy, shout out to you, said Days, Roman was jokes in that interview when Roman said to Ariel, there's always opponents, take that suit off and I'll bounce you around for 15 minutes. Yeah, that was good, wasn't it? And I think he was upset with him as well at the start, because he was like, I saw your interview with Cody. And Cody, because in that interview, Ariel had said, do you feel like you're doing all the work? You're out here promoting this and Roman's nowhere to be seen. And apparently Roman saw these comments, wasn't going to let them go, and had words with Ariel about it. So, yeah, that was interesting. Ariel saying, no, I'm calling it down the middle is like, listen, you've come straight out of the Nightmare Factory. I know what your true colors are. It was good. It was really good. Yeah, it was really, really good. It was funny. Yeah, you're right. It was funny. And at one point, he shouts over off camera, and Paul Heyman's standing there. He goes, "Wise man." And as I said, Heyman's just stood over in the corner, like he is actually there. I thought that Roman would probably be just on his own, but he wasn't. He was. He did have Heyman with him at that time as well. So I don't know if they're like always together backstage, genuinely as well, but certainly seems that way. Right, Darwin Jones, my friend, I am so sorry that I missed this. I'm a disgrace. You know it. I know it. I think anyone that joins this channel, even once, doesn't need only but a few minutes to know that I'm a disgrace. And so this did pass me by earlier, but I had a feeling one had passed me by, and I've probably missed more as well. But Darwin said, tonight is the night. Big question to you, Days. Will Cody, Iron Man, beat Roman, Thanos, Avengers, Endgame, WrestleMania 39? If night 2 is anything like night 1, this will go down as the greatest WrestleMania of all time. Dead serious. Literally can't bloomin' wait. Wow. I mean, that's a big statement, isn't it? The greatest WrestleMania. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I thought night 1 was very, 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 very good. Very, very, very good. And I know people really enjoyed it. So, yeah, what I'm going to say is I don't think you're alone in that. I genuinely don't. Having seen the reaction on Twitter, I don't think you're alone. I think there's a lot of people that really enjoyed it and have it right up there as being in the run-in for their favorite ever WrestleMania, which is, I mean, just amazing for Triple H, isn't it? For everything that he's had to do and pick up and build towards for us to actually get here. And think about the amount of things that could go wrong. I mean, it's staggering the amount of stuff that could go wrong. And for him to go through that show and execute it as well as what it did, incredible. To answer your question, do I think Cody is going to beat Roman tonight? I do. I feel pretty good about it as well. I am probably 90-10. So 90% of me says it's going to be Cody. 10% thinks Roman. The reason why I've got 10% is because Roman's very close to 1,000 days. And I think that there is an argument that Roman getting to the 1,000 days could be of value. More than the 1,000 days, though. I think the Pedro Morales records. So Pedro Morales held the title for 1,027 days, I think it was. So Roman not only has to get to 1,000 days, but just go 28 days past that. He actually moves, I think it's from 7th in the longest title reigns in WWE history, right? List. He's currently 7th. He goes to 6th. He actually moves up a spot. The other ones are like really far ahead. But there's maybe an argument that you could do that and do the 1,000 days, obviously, and have a massive SummerSlam. I mean, could you imagine the rematch at SummerSlam? So, and Cody, of course, can still get the belt. He hasn't got to get it now. He doesn't have to have it now. He could have it at SummerSlam. So there's definitely that argument. There's also the argument as well that, like, when we got to Clash at the Castle, I really thought that Drew was winning. I really did. I thought that, Cody's out the picture, and we've got Drew, who never won the title in front of fans at WrestleMania 36, and the company view him as a big star. Obviously, you might say that his star has dwindled a bit now, but around that time, they really were backing him, warmed him up really quick, got him to that main event, really got behind him. First show in the UK, stadium show in 30 years Like, it was big, it was massive, it was stadium, it was UK, it was Drew, it was all the stars felt like they aligned. And now obviously it didn't come off. So, you know, you look at that, you look at Montreal, and so you look at this and you go, is this just going to be another example of that? Is this going to be another Drew? Is this going to be another Sammy? Is it going to be that it really feels like this is the time, and then it turns out it's not the time? Like, is that what this Roman title reign is all about? Making you just constantly think this is the time, and it's not the time. So I do have a seed of doubt for that reason as well. So for that, and for all the other bits that we said about the 1,000 days, the Pedro Morales records, I would say that translates to about a 10% doubt. But the 90% is because I think Cody getting the belt has been the plan since Cody came in last year at WrestleMania. I think that was the plan. We get Cody to the title. And I think that Roman has held the belt this long, all the way to WrestleMania, just to drop it now to Cody. I think that's why he got past Sammy. I think that's why he got past Drew. I think he got past those to get here for Cody. I mean, if you think of the emotional connection that Triple H would have had with Dusty Rhodes, right? Who they were like down in NXT together. I mean, Triple H has grown up with Dusty in every regard. Like grew up watching him on TV, had him like as a booker, had him as a producer, had him by his side with NXT. So like they were so close. Like now he's got the opportunity to put the W, because Vince is obviously out of the picture, kind of. So, the buck stops with Triple H. Triple H has got the ability to put the WWE title onto a Rhodes for the first time, and to put it onto Dusty's son and give it to Dusty's son. And I can't see Triple H not doing it. I can't see him not doing it. There is the argument he could do it at SummerSlam. There is that argument. But I really think it's ended. I really think 80-odd thousand, WrestleMania, Hollywood, SoFi Stadium. I mean, like, how does it get bigger? I mean, maybe there is 100,000 stadiums out there, but how does it get bigger? Everything about this is massive. SummerSlam is just not this big. It's not as big. So I think if you want to say this is the guy, this is the person that beat Roman, this is our next face of the company, this is the person we're getting behind, you do it here, you do it tonight. So that's why I'm like 90-10. But I don't know, I mean, like, I'll be interested to get people's thoughts as to what they think about it. Joy Maurice says, Miss Clown said tonight's going to be sexy. Joy Marie said, I wasn't able to watch day one live stream. Oh, that's all right. We didn't do a day one this year. Day one was the first premium live event of 2022, but they didn't do one in 2023. Except for the main event using my phone data. I am now able to watch day two. I've never heard of day two. Was that January the 2nd of 2022? Did they do an... It's wrestling jokes. My snacks are ready. Pizza, potato wedges, and lemonade. Oh yeah, baby. I've got bananas, which might be ghost bananas, little bit ghost bananas, little bit see-through. I've got bananas and Red Bull. And that's what I'm living on. And caffeine pills, which are probably not good for you. I have no idea. But I eat them like candy. Joy Maurice, shout out to you, my friends. James Chadwick, the prison break. Got out, have you, buds? I broke out of prison. How are you doing, my dog? Oh, wow. I wouldn't publicly state that on the internet, but listen, God bless you. I hope, in my mind, it's like full-on Shawshank Redemption right now. You're out in the rain, looking up at the heavens and everything. Very powerful. James, shout out to you. Hazza said, Days, I hope you're doing well, mate. I'm good, thank you. I hope you're well. I'm intrigued in what you thought about Edge Balor match. Do you think we see shades of Edge Foley from Mania 22? What, with like flaming tables and like going quite extreme? I know, I must admit, I haven't really thought that we would go that extreme. I think they will. No, I don't think we will go that extreme. I'm trying to think. WrestleMania 22. I'm trying to think what year that was. I think was it 2006. The reason why is because, listen, we've just had a cinnamon toast cereal character run around yesterday, right? We've just had someone dressed in a Prime bottle, right, doing stuff, right? I just don't know if this family-friendly, more importantly, advertiser-friendly environment, WrestleMania, I don't know if that's going to translate to flaming tables and extreme action and all this kind of stuff. I really don't know. I mean, there will be companies that won't want to be associated with, like, that kind of stuff. This is where, you just don't see blood all that often in WWE. And honestly, if you do, most of the time it was not meant to happen. Like Charlotte yesterday, just a little nick on her nose, just a little mark on her nose when she face planted. Right, that was clearly not planned. So I sort of feel like I think they'll push it as far as they can push it. What that actually looks like and what they're going to be able to get away with, I don't know. They're on the network, so then and Peacock, so they're not on like Fox. They don't have to worry about stuff like that. So there might be a little bit more wiggle room. But again, you've just got to be very sensitive about your advertisers. You've just got to be really careful about your sponsors because, there's a lot of... This is a kid's product, it's a PG product. So you're going to have to go as far as that allows you to go. And I don't know. I honestly don't know off the top of my head if WrestleMania 22 was PG. I don't know kind of how the rating of that compares to the rating of where we are. But... I think go into it with the expectation that you probably we won't go that far, but they will probably try and push it as far as they can and just try and enjoy it for what it is. I think they're more leaning into Brood, Edge, Demon, Finn. I think they're more leaning into character maybe than the brutality of it. So we'll have to wait and see, won't we? We'll have to wait and see, but I wouldn't get your hopes too high. That's all I'll say. And then, obviously, if anything good does come out of it, if there is anything, then it'll be a nice little bonus ball. Godfather So said, what do you think of Vince's new moustache? Sexy. I like it. I didn't like night one, apart from Trish. Also, Ripley has a badunka-dunka-dunk, a trunka-trunka-trunk. Ah, Godfather's Ho. Just PGing it up a little bit. I like that. Godfather So, shout out to you. Creed said, Days, someone saw Bray at LA and they asked, why are you not at Mania? And he replied saying, my Mania is tomorrow. Is this true? Would he say this? Oh, there's a video. Oh, okay. So there is a couple of dudes in a car. Okay, that is, I appreciate that. That's interesting. Bray Wyatt heavily teasing. So basically, we got Bray in a car. We got a couple of people pulling up next to him saying, dude, why aren't you at Mania? Why aren't you at Mania? And he actually responds, my Mania is tomorrow, bro. And you can hear him say it and see him say it. That's interesting. I love that. So, yeah, appreciate that. Thank you for sending that over. That's it's great as well when you can actually hear it from him, because my first reaction was, would he say that? Would he say that? I mean, it's one thing if someone puts it into a text, you know, if someone puts it into a tweet, oh, I just bumped into Bray, he said my mania's tomorrow, you go, yeah, would he say that? Would he? I don't know. And then to actually see the video, you go, it's probably lying, but I do expect him. Miss Clown said he's watching from home. Bray's Mania is tomorrow because it's actually the end of The Masked Singer and everyone is so excited about it. So he's really excited. That's his Mania and it's tomorrow, which is actually today. And he's going to be at home with JoJo and the kids. They've all got their favorites. They think they know who the Cinnamon Toast is, right? But we're going to have to wait and see if he's correct. That's his Mania. Jalen said, James said it wasn't Bray. It was a lookalike of Bray. Oh my God, don't go down that road. It sounded like Bray. Days, how would you react if Roman retains? How would I react if Roman retains? I wouldn't mind. As I said, I can see value in Roman retaining because it sets up a big SummerSlam. I think Roman having belts and Usos not having belts would be interesting. I also think Cody, listen, everyone wants Cody to get the titles, or a lot of people want Cody to get the belts, right? He's going to. I've no doubt he's going to, right? But it doesn't have to be this time. It doesn't have to be this time. Because, as we said, you know, listen, I always remember Daniel Bryan doing an interview after WrestleMania 30, and they spoke to him about the build. And apparently, they wanted to put the belts on him and do some stuff before WrestleMania 30. And in fact, if you remember, they did. They actually had him win against John Cena at SummerSlam. And so he wins at SummerSlam in 2013, SummerSlam 2013. He beats John Cena. I think it was Cena off the top of my head. Yeah, it was. And he's the champ for all of about 7 minutes because then he gets cashed in on. And apparently, like, they were willing to give him a bit more of a run and they were willing to do, like, you know, but he kept saying, no, put another obstacle in my way. Put another obstacle in my way. Let's keep going. Let's make this harder. Put another obstacle in my way. He wanted it to be tougher and harder, and he didn't want it to be plain sailing at all. He wanted it to be a real battle, a real fight. Keep calling me a B+ player. Keep putting, like, you know, keep beating me down. And it just built to this beautiful, beautiful Yes-or-Mania moment, which is just, you had to be there. I mean, I don't think going back and watching it really does it quite the same service as watching it week by week by week. Just like in the future, if people come back and watch like the Bloodline story, I think unless they're watching all of the shows in between, like the SmackDowns and the Raws, you can see it on the highlight packages. It ain't really the same, is it, as the conversations that we've been having and the shows we've been enjoying week by week by week. It's not really the same experience. And I sort of feel that way with Daniel Bryan. I think if you really want to enjoy that story, I would urge you just go back and watch it. I mean, it's all on the network. You can watch the Raws and the segments. You haven't even got to watch the whole shows. Just pick out the Daniel Bryan bits and follow the story through. And so entertaining, so good. And he said, keep screwing me over, keep cheating me. And so there's a real argument for that for Cody as well. You know, should Cody just come back at the Rumble, win the Rumble, go to Mania, win the belts? Is that the right thing to do? It is at WrestleMania. It is the grandest stage of them all. But then, you know, the Daniel Bryan mentality would be cheat me out of it, screw me out of it, or put the belts on me and then take them away immediately. I said, and I still stand by this, and I know this might upset many people, and I don't care. Austin Theory should still have the Money in the Bank. Cody Rhodes should beat Roman, and immediately Theory successfully cashes in. That's what I would have done. If I was booking, I would have really gone that way. Austin Theory cashes in. I know we can make the argument that he's not ready and all of this kind of stuff, right? And I totally hear you. And I'd have to work very hard But the thing is, him as champion, he wouldn't be champion for very long. I would see how it went and play it by ear type situation. I certainly wouldn't have plans to be like, oh, he's going to be champ for 2 years. I'd play it by ear, but I would be constantly trying to dangle that carrot. Oh, you want Cody, do you? You want Cody to be champ? Oh, no. It's a bit like, because he'll get there, but it's just the argument is, should he get there immediately? Should he get there at the first time of asking? And, I mean, I think he will, but there is an argument that he shouldn't. And there's a fair few people out there that want Roman to win and don't think Cody should win. There's a fair few people out there that think Cody's had it too easy. And again, we keep having this conversation. I think if you only watch WWE since Cody has come back and you didn't watch him when he was Stardust and you didn't watch him when he was dashing Cody Rhodes and you didn't watch him when he was in Legacy and you've not seen him in AEW or New Japan, I don't know that you've really seen his story, because the story over the past 12 months has been next to nothing compared to the story that he's had before that. So I feel like there has been many obstacles in his way. I feel like there has been lots of challenges. I mean, he's 38, is he? Something around that kind of age. And he has never been WWE champion. He's never main evented WrestleMania. So the idea that he's not had obstacles in his way at the age of 38, having been a wrestler for I have no idea how long when he debuted. But, like, you know, he's been a wrestler all this time. He's been through all of these trials and tribulations. The poor guy was stuck as Stardust. The idea that he's not had things put in his way is obviously laughable. The only downside is that if you only watch WWE and you rarely knew, like, say you got into it during the lockdown, you might think it's all come quite easy to him. You might think that it's all been pretty same, but this guy just rocks up at WrestleMania last year, beats Seth 3 times, even when he's got a broken boob, and then goes away, comes back, wins the Rumble, wins at WrestleMania. For some people, that's the story, which I can understand is not a great story. But again, for us that have been watching longer term, so there's a lot more to it than that. So the answer would be, how would I react if Roman won? I wouldn't flip out or anything at all. I would just enjoy the story, because I really think we get there with Cody eventually. And the argument is, does it need to be straight away? For me, I think he wins tonight. I think the interesting question is not does he win, but what would you do? That's an interesting question. If you was Triple H, what would you do? Like, would you have Cody win tonight? Or would you put obstacles in his way? Because as I said, there are some people that have been watching, say, since lockdown, maybe 2019, 2018. I mean, don't forget, Cody has been out for like 7 years or so. He's been out a long time. There's a lot of people that only know him as being the guy that came back last year. There is a lot of people that only know him for that. Of course, they have the ability to watch clips, go on the network, fill in their gaps, you know, the gaps in knowledge and whatever. But I don't know. I don't know. It's an interesting one. What would you do? Not what you like, not what you think's going to happen, but what would you do? And I don't know. I don't know. I think I would put it on Cody. Tonight and have the nice feel-good moment at WrestleMania. But I can see there being an argument for just kicking the can down the road. To be honest, I could see the argument of kicking it till SummerSlam. If he wins it at SummerSlam, I mean, that's fine, great, lovely. Still going to be an amazing moment. And that show, I think, is in a 65,000 seat stadium. That is not a small show. That is not in an arena. It's not going to feel like Raw or SmackDown. It's going to feel like WrestleMania. As close to WrestleMania as what you can get anyway, because obviously nothing quite feels like WrestleMania apart from WrestleMania. Thomas Morehouse says, if Cody wins, I think he will, can you see the bloodline split him? Yeah, no. We sort of answered that earlier. So, in regards to the bloodline splitting, if we look at Royal Rumble and we look at Elimination Chamber, so at Royal Rumble we had Roman turn on Sammy, yeah, big moment, and then we got a little summit as well, and that was Jay walking away. If we look at Elimination Chamber, we had Roman beating Sammy in front of that amazing crowd. And we had that little moment where Jay had the chair and he was having to decide what to do. And he ended up walking away, right? We also had Kevin come out like pretty late, but he did come out eventually. He's probably at backstage eating Snickers, in all fairness. I mean, he was munching them down at the press conference. So, he's probably backstage with like a whole crate of Snickers. You can't blame him. And so, he was a little bit late getting out there. But, we got that, and then we got a little something. I think just looking at that and seeing like WrestleMania, I think that we could have, say, Cody win, and then a little something, a little tease, a little thing that just moves. I can't see Cody winning and Jay beating up Roman, right? Or however. I mean, if we're talking about could the Usos walk away from Roman? Yeah, I could definitely see that. Or Solo gives Roman like a shake of the head and walks off. Yeah, I could definitely see that. But could I see like Usos, Solo beating up Roman? I think that's too much. Just again, just looking at how the previous shows have gone. I think the story here is Cody winning the title, and then I think they could give you a little summit that just makes you go, what's the future hold for the bloodline? What are they going to do with the bloodline? Did you see Solo walked off, shook his head and walked away because Roman shouted at him. Cody's the champ. Oh my God, Cody's the champ. Solo's walked off. What's going to happen? What's this mean? Well, you're going to have to tune in tomorrow to find out, to Raw. Or you're going to have to tune in on Friday to SmackDown to find out. Like, I think there will be that type of cliffhanger. So they could absolutely do that. Equally, it could be a case that, the Usos are down. They've been dealt with by Sammy and Kevin. Maybe Randy Orton comes out and deals with Solo Sikoa. And so it just leaves Roman and Cody. Cody wins. Cody celebrates. Roman and the Usos like on the entrance ramp just looking back at Cody. Roman just looking at the rest of his family, just shaking his head, turning his back, walking off. And maybe it's just something like that, because it could also be that they want all of your attention onto the new champ. They don't want you to necessarily talk about a bloodline split. They want you to talk about Cody Rhodes. So it's tricky. It's tricky. I think what I'm willing to go and say is I don't think they do a big split for the reasons that I just said. But I think what we could see is a little tease that gets you to tune into Monday, gets you to tune into Friday, and you should tune in on Monday because Monday's show could be sick. Raw could be fire. I got asked actually before we streamed the weekend. I was like, can you do your early predictions for the shows? I was like, yeah, okay. I think SmackDown will be a 7.5. I think Night 1 will be an 8. I think Night 2 will be an 8.25. I think Raw will be a 9. That was my predictions. And I sort of think Night 1 probably went the way I was expecting. I do think Night 2 is going to be better, and I just think the card looks stronger. I think it just looks. I mean, that main event is the fight, isn't it? That's the one. That is the one everyone's waiting for. Roman Cody, I think, is the fight. But then, as I said, the Intercontinental title match has got potential to be. I mean, Gunther Sheamus was the match of Clash at the Castle for many people. So, that triple threat could be amazing. Bianca against Asuka. Bianca shines at WrestleMania. We've never seen Bianca fail at WrestleMania. She shines at WrestleMania. This is her stage. And Asuka, I mean, if you need a dance partner, could you find a better one than Asuka? I mean, she's one of the best in-ring talents we have ever seen in the women's division in WWE history. The build for that has been awful. The match could be amazing. So we've got that to look forward to. Obviously, a lot of excitement in the chat about Edge and Balor. I think Balor's going to be Demon Balor. And so his entrance alone is going to be OMG as we see the Demon at WrestleMania. That's going to be amazing. And then, because there's only 6 matches, there's all that potential for Bray, Alexa, Bobby, LA Knight, who is so over, Randy Orton coming back. Like, this is the day that I think that they're going to spring all that on us as well. So, oh, yeah, my prediction is today's going to be an even better day. I think today is going to be a better day than yesterday. I hope so anyway, but I'm very, very excited for it. And in regards to Raw, as I said, yeah, definitely want to watch Raw because I think with Triple H booking, I'm hoping that he is going to treat that like an old school Raw after WrestleMania. Those shows used to hit hard, man. They used to be so good. When Brock Lesnar came back, he came back on the Raw after WrestleMania. We see NXT call-ups, we see title changes, we see Money in the Bank cash-ins, we see just carnage. I mean, we see new factions, we see new, as I said, faces, we see people switching brands. I mean, we can see new gimmicks, we can see people returning, we can see legends. I mean, anything can happen on that show. But it's just in recent years, it just hasn't really been booked that way because obviously in the lockdown, I think the show after WrestleMania 36 was a Thunderdome show or a Performance Center show. I think the one after 36 was a Performance Center with no crowd. After 37 was a Thunderdome with no crowd. 38 last year was the first one in a few years where we had a crowd. And they did a few things, but it just wasn't as big as what it was before the pandemic. And I don't really know why, to be honest. I think they should have gone bigger with it. But the hope is that, I mean, we've been up and running now for a while. Pandemic is well into the rearview mirror. There's plenty of moving parts and things that we can do. Rumors are there's a draft on the way, which might get announced on Monday. We also know that Triple H has been saving a lot of his ideas for after WrestleMania, which you can understand. I mean, if you think the planning that goes into WrestleMania, they've got to plan entrances, they've got to plan the matches, they've got to build the matches. I mean, the build and the thought and all of this would have been in place last year for a lot of this. Plans will change, but, you know, by the time we get to the Rumble in particular, he will know WrestleMania. So he's not really been able to deviate from that for months and months and months. He's not been able, I mean, it's been Operation WrestleMania. It's been all about let's get to WrestleMania. Well, WrestleMania's done on Monday, and now it's Operation Go Flipping Mental and do whatever you want. So I am so excited for Raw. I think Raw is going to be something really, really special. At least I'm hoping anyway. I'm hoping. For me, this thing should just be getting better and better and better. And to be honest, I didn't think we used that many surprises yesterday. I really didn't. I mean, I think a lot of people were thinking we might have had Bobby yesterday. We might have had LA Knight. We might have had Bray. We might have had Alexa. We might have had Uncle Howdy. We might have had Randy Orton. We might have had Big E. We might have had Riddle. We didn't get any of them. We didn't get any. I think there's so many surprises that they've still got up their sleeves. So many things. Jay White. Switchblade Jay White. I mean, Switchblade Jay White's one of the biggest names in New Japan, who's now a free agent that people are waiting to see. And there was always a chance it could have been yesterday. I don't think it's WrestleMania that he debuts, but I do think it could be Raw. I do think that he could come walking out on Raw. So, and as we said, NXT call-ups and all this stuff, so there's a lot to get excited about, man. Right, let's go down. I've got to get to these. I'm going to try and... Do you know what? For the next 20 minutes, I'm going to blast through these. Let's go. Jocelyn said, tonight, Randy will RKO Roman and Cody wins the undisputed WWE Championship and Legacy is reunited. Shadow Ninja said, Days, I think Cody wins tonight, but in the middle of the match, Jimmy distracts the ref and Jay super kicks Roman. Instead of Cody and walks away, which leads to a feud at Backlash. Thoughts? So you think Jay super kicks Jimmy, distracts the ref. Jay super kicks Roman instead of Cody. Bit soon, I think. The only reason I don't hate that, but the only thing I would say is that Backlash, it is a big show. We're in Puerto Rico, but it is, I think, like 20,000. Plus, that's the sort of show that I don't know that Roman attends. Roman does sit out B-show pay-per-views. Backlash is a tricky one because it is a B-show pay-per-view, but it's in a different country, and it's got Bad Bunny as host, and they're really trying to make it feel like a big deal. So I just can't quite decide if Roman's going to be there or not. Plus, I just don't know if you would play it off there. I mean, it's always quite slow, the Bloodline story. So for us to go, when is Backlash actually? Let's have a look and see when it is and see how long we've got to actually work with. But to go from here to Backlash, so Backlash is May 6th. So we'd have about 4 weeks. Suppose, that would be enough time. But I think the story would have to be like Roman wants answers, isn't getting answers. I don't know at what point the match gets made. You've got until like next week to answer me. If you don't, I'll see you at Backlash or something like that. Feels a bit quick. I don't know. I'm going to say I'm not predicting that, but it's a really good thought. It's a good thought. I'd be interested in seeing that story unfold. I don't think it goes that way, but I like the thought. Off Tom said, what do you think about the result of Usos KO Sammy match? I thought it was predictable. That's not me being down on it. I just think that, I keep saying it, as soon as Sammy lost in Montreal, the rumor had been for a long time that it was going to be Sammy and Kevin against the Usos at WrestleMania. And I just felt all along if we were getting that match, we were getting new champs. And so I just wasn't surprised by it. I wasn't surprised by it. So I thought the result was fine. I wasn't angry about it. I wasn't upset about it. I don't know that anyone was angry or upset about it. I'd be interested if there's someone was. Maybe there's some hardcore Usos fans out there that were. Maybe there's some like Usos fans that are really down on that result. I don't know. That's really interesting. I never thought about that. Let me know. Let me know if you're an angry Uso fan. Ben said, do you think Moxley will return to do one day WWE? Yes, to go in the Hall of Fame. I don't know that we see anything else unless he struggles for money and needs money. Because to be honest, I don't think he enjoys being Dean Ambrose. If you watch AEW, he loves bleeding, right? And I'm not saying that as a negative thing. I'm just saying that's what he enjoys. He enjoys extreme matches, hardcore matches, bleeding, and, barbed wire. And that's what he enjoys. That's makes him feel alive, right? You don't have that in WWE. That WWE is, here's some dancing cinnamon toast crunchy, right? Here's someone in a prime bottle, blah, 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 yeah? It couldn't be further away from, I think, what John Moxley wants to be. So for him to abandon that and go back to the Dean Ambrose character, I think he would do that. What would motivate him to do that? Because I really don't think he cares about social media followers. So I don't think he cares about his brand per se in that regard. So what would inspire him to do that? It would have to be money. It would have to be money. I'd have to think that it would be the money that he would want to go back to WWE. I mean, I can't speak for him, of course, but this is just the impression I get from the interviews and the promos and just the things you read about him. I just don't think he would be interested in going back. I don't think he enjoyed that character and the limitations that WWE have. So I think he would definitely go back to going in the Hall of Fame, though, and go in with the Shield. And as we said, I think yesterday or the day before, he could even go in twice. Because if you're going to be putting in the likes of Stacy Keibler and putting in the likes of Queen Shamel, I don't think there's any doubt that you put in John Moxley, Dean Ambrose, for what he did as a solo star. I mean, I don't know how many times he won the world title, but he definitely won the world title. And so even as a solo star, he reached the heights of WWE thanks to the Shield and the launch pad that was the Shield. But, he was a big player whilst he was a solo star, whilst he was there. I think if you're putting in Stacy Keibler and Queen Shamel, then I think you've got to look at what Dean Ambrose did as a solo star, potentially as being Hall of Fame worthy in itself. So he might potentially go in twice. Same with Roman, of course. And actually, there's an argument people had about putting the Bloodline in. So maybe Roman goes in 3 times. Bloodline, Shield, solo star, right? And Seth goes in twice, I think. I can't think of any other way you'd put him in as Shield and Seth Rollins. So, and as I said, maybe an argument you do the same with Dean Ambrose and Shield. So I think he would go back for that reason. Raphael said, Rhea is the best. Jonah said, there's a major WWE sales news. I've just sent it to you. Okay. We'll have a little look at that. Let me do the Murphy family WWE. Shout out to you. Murphy family said, cheers days to an amazing night 2. Come on. Yes. I was there last night. I was in the 5th row. Here we go. I was there last night. It was amazing. You should have been there. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I know. I'm onto you. I'm onto your game. Did you enjoy watching it on TV? Well, I was there. Have an amazing stream. I heard that we are in for a lot of swerves and surprises. Oh, is that the talk on the 5th row? Is it? Is that what the people on the 5th row are saying? There's a lot of swerves and surprises tonight. I've met your kind before, mate. I've met your kind before. No, I hope you had a great time, dude. I hope you had a great time. And I'm sure you did. I can't see how you didn't. It was a fantastic show. Did I get to Andres Berger? Of course I didn't. I never get to him. Honestly, if there was some sort of service that I could buy that allowed me to just go back to any old super chat as it had come through, I'd happily subscribe to that. YouTube just give you all of like the past 5 minutes conversation. If you haven't got to it by that point, it's gone. That's it forever. Forget about it. It's nothing but a distant memory. I want to see if I can get to Andrus Burgess's super chat. And then we will get to that sale news. Then I'll try and get back to the chat. Busy. It's not showing, buds. It's like a phantom suit. It's like it never existed. I'm literally going back through the stream and it's just not even there. Hang on. Stay calm. We can do this. No, flipping doesn't exist, you know. I mean, seriously, it's not there. How long ago did that come through? No. Hang on. Summer, let me have a look. Yes, found it. Oh my God, that's so old. Honestly, how long ago? It's over half an hour ago. That is honestly, I am such a good YouTuber. Cody wins and I jumped off screen. It said something like Cody wins. Okay. Whilst I'm waiting for that to work, I'm going to go and see if I can find that sale news. Big scoop, Endeavor is finalizing a deal to buy WWE. Should be announced tomorrow. WWE near deal to be sold to UFC parent Endeavor. Okay, hang on. What's this? CNBC. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to read this together. We're going to read this together. I don't know how. I think I'll find a way. Let's go window capture. Bang. Let's go accept. Let's go full screen. I know this isn't the most exciting thing in the world. Bear with me, though. So I wonder what sources these are, but this is CNBC, right? So big breaking news coming through. This is coming from CNBC, and this was uploaded not that long ago, actually updated 5 minutes ago. Says here that WWE is near a deal to be sold to the UFC parent company, Endeavor, according to sources. So it says that WWE has spent the last several months trying to find a buyer. The deal would combine UFC and WWE into one publicly traded company. That is mental. That is mental. It says the Endeavor deal gives WWE an enterprise value of $9.3 billion. This is insane news. A media executive acting in charge of both says that McMahon is expected to be executive chairman, and Endeavor president Mark Shapiro will also work in the same role in the new company. It says Dana White will remain as president of UFC, whilst CEO Nick Khan will serve as president of the wrestling business. This development comes the same weekend that WWE hosts WrestleMania. It says that shares of WWE have gone up by 33% this year, giving them a market value of $6.79 billion. But apparently the Endeavor deal will give them a value of $9.3 billion. And then obviously it just goes into information about the history of the company. And yeah, I mean, look, there's obviously a lot of information here. There's a lot of news that is coming through. This seems to be an emerging story. And yeah, this has kind of took us by surprise, to be honest, because obviously the big news right now is WrestleMania. But right now we've got live reports coming through that WWE is nearing a deal, and that is expected to be announced within the next 24 hours. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? That's nuts, says Danny. It's not UFC. No, it's not UFC. It's the company that owns UFC that would be purchasing WWE. That is mental. That is mental. That is insane. I was trying to get to Andrus Bergs's thing. Cody wins and he'll unveil a new title on Monday. Andrus, you could be right, dude. Sean Ross Sapp has commented. What's Sappy saying? What's the Sapster said? Oh my God. It's all kicking off, guys. It's kicking off, and we didn't even know it was going to kick off for this reason. Sean Ross Sapp, what's he got to say about it? Let's have a look. The weekend, there was buzz that a non-Saudi entity was leading the pack to finalize a deal. If correct, Endeavor would own WWE and UFC. So Sean Ross Sapp has confirmed that there were rumors that another entity that was not Saudi had entered the market. And as a result of that, we now find ourselves in a situation where we could be seeing WWE sold. That is huge. That is huge. Let's chuck this up. Massive news. WWE potentially, we'll put potentially. WWE potentially on the verge of being sold to how do you pronounce it? Endeavor, is it? Endeavor? Endeavor. Deavr. Deavor. I need to know who our new leaders are. Endeavor. OR. Boom. Do you think Bray will be involved tonight? I do think Bray will be involved tonight. I think that he's in LA. He's been spotted in LA. We saw pictures of him at an airport, and that was on Tuesday when the wrestlers were going to WrestleMania. And we now find ourselves... There was a video earlier where he said that his WrestleMania would be today. He spoke to someone in a car. We looked at that clip earlier. That was quite exciting. Not as exciting as this news that just dropped, though. And yeah, I do think we see him. There's rumors that Uncle Howdy's been there as well, and we already know Alexa was going anyway. So yes, Vince, good luck with your future endeavors. Yeah, nice. Want KSI to face Bobby, said Dagmawi. I'm really not expecting that, buds. The way that came across, it struck me as if he had been told to say it, because it was such a weird, random name for him to mention. Like, why would he mention Bobby Lashley? Why would he mention Bobby Lashley? What's the reason for him to mention Bobby Lashley? So it sort of felt like before they went live, Kathy Kelly said, look, I'm going to ask you if you fancy facing anyone. Just say Bobby Lashley for us. Because out of nowhere, it was like, if I had to face him, I'd probably go Bobby Lashley. And it was like, I reckon he's been told to say that. Vince McMahon has come to terms with the release of World Wrestling Entertainment. Dort Knight said, what would stop Vince setting up a rival company, or would that not be allowed? Probably wouldn't be allowed. Plus also, from that report, it sounds like he's going to be staying... actually in the company. So it sounds like he's going to have like a very powerful position. Same with Nick Khan, just from that thing that I just read. It's difficult, isn't it, to like go through it live on a stream, because obviously this is going to be a fast-moving situation. This is going to be a massive story that's clearly not going to go away tonight, and there's going to be a lot of talk about it. In fact, it's horrible timing, because if Cody wins the title tonight, I really don't think WWE are going to want people focusing on their sale. I've got to think they're going to want people focusing on Cody winning the title. So timing-wise, this doesn't strike me as a great time for this news. I would have thought they would have wanted this well away from WrestleMania. I suppose the only positive is that it does kind of tell people that WrestleMania is happening, for those that maybe didn't know that WrestleMania was on tonight. But yeah, weird. It's weird that they're dropping that information now. Days, could we get a legacy reunion tonight, Orton and DiBiase? We spoke about that yesterday, and someone said to me that DiBiase's in a little bit of trouble or something. So I actually don't know if DiBiase is going to be available to make an appearance tonight. It might be a case that that's just not possible. But I do very much expect to see Randy Orton. Yes, I do very much expect to see Orton. There was a thought that he might actually get involved yesterday during the tag match, and obviously he didn't appear. So I think that just strengthens the belief that he is going to be active today, because apparently he is there and he is expected to get involved. So yeah, I do expect to see him. What are your predictions for today's WrestleMania? Predictions for today's Mania. I need the card. Oh, I did take that picture, didn't I? Oh, too much news, man. Too much going on. We have got Gunther, Sheamus, Drew. I'm going Gunther. Women's Showcase. I'm going Ronda and Shayna. Edge, Demon Balor. I'm going Demon Balor, because why would you have the Demon lose at WrestleMania? If you want to give him a big push, makes sense. So I'd go Demon Balor. Brock and Moss. I'll go Brock. I think this is probably just to get him over. He's over, but like give him a win. Him actually pick up a big victory, look good as well. I mean, he has took a lot of losses, so him beating a Moss, he's going to look pretty good, isn't it? To the casuals, because a Moss is big. To us, like wrestling fans, we're not really going to care. But to the casuals, it's going to look good. So I'm going to go with Brock. Belair, Asuka, I'm thinking Belair, but they could be swerving us. They really could be swerving us. So I don't know on that one. That one's a bit tricky. I felt really, really good it was going to be Bianca. But the more we've spoke about it and said they could be swerving us, the more I've sort of convinced myself that they are definitely swerving us and that the build has been horrible just so that when Asuka wins, it'll be a big shock. But I'm still going to go with Bianca. And then for the main event, I really do think that it is going to be Cody. I feel really, really good that it'll be Cody. As I said, probably 90-10, and that hasn't moved. That hasn't changed for me. So yeah, I'm about 90-10. Can I get a WrestleMania shout out? Cameron, shout out to you, buds. Did I get to Murphy's thing? I don't know if I got to Murphy's or not. I need to do that. I'm just trying to get a quick video up for this big news. I would like to try and explore that a little bit more live on stream because I'm sure you've got questions just like I've got questions. We need to know what... Can I just say, though, UFC is run really well. I think UFC's done a great job. And so, I mean, part of that, though, is Dana. Dana, I think, has done a really good job, certainly during, like, the pandemic and everything. He really wasn't letting stuff get in his way. I believe things were all safe and above board. People were being tested and whatnot. But, I mean, he was out there. He was grinding. UFC have obviously grown so much over the last, like, 30-odd years. It is a really good company, and we watch it a lot. We watch it most weeks, so we've got a good knowledge of how they run and what they're like and how they operate. So, yeah, this is going to be really interesting. Right, I want to get to these super chats and get to other people's comments. I did just see as well, it looked like the thumbnail for this stream was not quite right, and that's also causing me anxiety. I've got anxiety right now. Let me download this, and then we'll get to the chats. I feel like I need two of me sometimes, most times. Go down here, and bang, lovely. So, yeah, this is coming through. That tweet from Sean was about 11 minutes ago. I've also, in the video, written the word booze rather than news because I'm Russian. Cordelius Reed, shout out to you, said, I would like to see Dana replace Triple H. Would you? God, no. Definitely no. Dana doesn't know anything about pro wrestling. Triple H has grown up watching it, loving it. I can't see any reason as to why we would want to do that. Dana's good at being a manager, but he's good at being a manager in a world that he understands. I just don't think he understands professional wrestling. And I don't think he would want to be honest. I don't think that's a world that he's got much interest in. Of being souls, right? Days, can we get Jay White debuting at Hell in a Cell? I don't think we will. Maybe Judgment Day post-match switches out Dom. Rhea said she had to do more at Mania. I don't think so, but I don't think we see Switchblade at WrestleMania because I've got big reservations about I just don't know how big Switchblade Jay White is. I know there's a lot of people that watch AEW and New Japan and are really into wrestling that have like this big impression of Switchblades. But I just think in front of this 80-odd thousand, a lot of it is going to be kids. A lot of them are going to be families. I just don't think Jay White resonates. I think a lot of people won't know who that is. So I think the better landing place for him would be Raw, where you've got 20,000. And I think that 20,000 tends to be fans that have come from abroad. That's more your kind of hardcore wrestling fan base Like, they tend to book flights from England and they'll go to SmackDown, both WrestleMania nights, Raw, go back home. That tends to be what like they'll do. So there's a large, passionate international crowds, which I think that's a better place for him to debut. And also in the post Mania press conference, Rhea actually said that they asked the question, what next for the boys and Judgment Day? And she was still talking very much as a collective. She was still talking about Judgment Day being united, like, well, you know, whatever the boys want to do, you know, we'll do it. And she was still very much, she wasn't making noises about it being, she's off, you know, doing her own thing. She wasn't making that kind of a noise at all. So I think that I think that Judgment Day are still united. I expect them to get drafted to SmackDown. I expect it to be a case that she's gonna come and go. I mean, she'll be part of when she needs to be. She'll be off doing her own thing when she needs to be. Jay White could absolutely come in and you know, be a part of that group, but I don't know. I don't know that we see it at the Hell in a Cell. I would say that I'm 99.9% certain that won't go that way. But the thing with professional wrestling is there's always that 0.1%, isn't there? There's always that 0.1%. So that's why I say that. But listen, with wrestling, never say never. Stay calm, don't get worked up. I know. There's so much going on. And I really want to dig into that article as well, but I know that like for me to sit here and read it is going to make just the worst stream. So I clearly cannot do that. So it's kind of like, it's a bit strange where there's like all this emerging news, which has got nothing to do with WrestleMania. And we find ourselves in a situation where we're just kind of, I don't know, we're just going to have to do the best we can with it. But I mean, at least we've kind of got the surface story, and it certainly seemed like all the stuff at the bottom was just telling you more about the company. So I think we've certainly picked up on the bigger points. But wow, I mean, what a story that is. That's mental. That's mental. I mean, I can't even begin to fathom like how big that story is. James said tonight's Mania could be history in the making with that news. Yes, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know when the sale would go through. I mean, that's a good source as well. Again, you know, this isn't John's rumors that we've got this from. It's CNBC. So, you know, and Sean Ross Sapp's picked up on it and he's reporting it. And yeah, it's exciting. I mean, feel free to read the article, share your thoughts, and put in the chat like whatever it is that you're hearing. And, you know, like most things with these streams, we'll get a full picture that way as well. So we'll do the best we can. That's all we can do. We'll do the best we can. But yeah, massive news. WWE. News and rumors. Boom. Done. I'm going to leave that now. What time does WrestleMania start? WrestleMania kickoff will start in 57 minutes and the show should start. I think it's 2 hours after that. I think there's another 2 hour kickoff again. I think. I didn't actually look. I just presumed both nights were the same. So I believe it's a kickoff show in 57 minutes time. Right. I want to go back to that live because I feel like, guess what? There was probably some super chats I missed. There's probably some super chats I missed. Because that's what I do. What I'll say is if I did miss super chat, just put super chat. I can see, I think it might have been the Murphy family. Feel free to just put it again. I'll keep an eye out for your comment. Put it again. I will read it. Kojiko, I'm reading this one. It's official. I've brought my NXT Battleground tickets. Come on. Shout out to you, dudes. Shout out to you. Have a great time, man. Have a great time. That's a great fact. Coach Co always drops facts in. Mother Mogul said, Days, do the Bloodline walk out with Roman? Does KO and Sammy watch Cody's back? Side note, Little Uzi performed I Just Want to Rock for the Usos entrance. Is that the name of the track? I mean, honestly, I did actually check out Little Uzi after. And when I watched a whole performance of his on, I think it was Jimmy Fallon, I actually enjoyed it. I thought, like, this is all right, you know. I'm not. I like to think that I'm pretty open when it comes to like new music and stuff like that. You sort of had to be if you worked in like a music store. The problem with the performance yesterday was he came out and he was like, he made a couple of noises, and then he was like, "Are you ready? Are you ready?" I was like, "Okay, yeah, he's good. Here we go." I was waiting, like, you know, here we go. And then the Usos music hit. Like I might have missed it, but I did not pick up on any song. I couldn't find, like, you know, there was like a bit of music in the background, and there was, you know, a few little bits he put over the top, like, or something or whatever. And here we go. You ready? And then the Usos music hit. So I was like, what? So yesterday during the stream, I was so confused. And then people in the chat were like, he is quite different sometimes. He is a little bit strange. I was like, oh, well, yeah, I've definitely picked up on that. So I checked him out after, and he is, from the performance I saw, it was quite weird. But I don't mind weirds. I think I just have to know that it's going to be weirds. And it was so unexpected. When someone comes out like him and you're like, right, here's the hot rapper of the month, right? And he comes out and you're expecting him to do his thing, and then he just doesn't do what you expect. Totally caught me off guard, man. Totally caught me off guard. I must admit, I mean, I really don't think his performance is going to have switched people onto him. I don't think that opportunity that he had to perform in front of, like, you know, such a big global audience, just speaking for myself, it didn't land with me at all. And as I said, I'm open to new music, and I like new stuff. It was only because people in the chat were saying, nah, he's really good. He's really good. He is different. That it made me go, all right, I'll check it out. And I did. And as I said, I think it was Jimmy Fallon that I watched a clip of him on. And I was like, do you know what? Fair play. Yeah, I get it. He is good. Different. I like different sometimes. So, yeah, interesting. I'll have to check out that. What did you say the track was? What did you say the track was? I Just Wanna Rock. I'll have to check that out for real, like on its own. See what it's like. So, yeah, Coach Coat, shout out to you. Right, let's go down. Days, can you check my 2-part question I sent earlier? No. Dude, I can't find anything in this chat. The chat's moving so fast that unless I get to it there and then, it's like gone forever. So feel free to like fire it in again and I'll try and get to it. Undercover Manager said, I was expecting a bit more surprise spread over the weekend, but wasn't much surprise at Stand and Deliver. Wasn't much last night. Struggle to see where anything fits tonight. Do we wait for Raw? I think I think there's loads of opportunity tonight. I don't. If you think about matches in WrestleMania history, we don't tend to get loads of surprises during the matches. I mean, there might be the odd one thing here or there. Like I'm thinking Damian Priest popping up and helping like Edge last year, or like, as we said, Solo helping Roman. So there might be like the odd person pop up during a match. But to be honest, I think a lot of the little surprises and little things are probably going to be standalone moments. So, for example, I think WrestleMania 31, where we had The Rock, we actually had Triple H and Steph in the ring. They were doing the announcement of the attendance, and then The Rock's music hit, and he came down to the ring, which was awesome. And so he's in the ring, and like Steph's saying to him, get out of my ring. What are you doing in my ring? Get out. And I can't remember if she slaps him or what she does, but she screams at him, does something, belittles him, and tells him to get out. And he does get out the ring. And I told this story yesterday, jumps out the ring, goes to walk away. Steph's going, nah, 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 nah. Hey, 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 goodbye. Like, goading him as he's walking off. He walks round the ring, goes to the crowds, cameras on him, and then it just pans across, and staring at him in the crowd, front row, Ronda Rousey. And The Rock looks at her and looks up at the ring, helps her over, and all of a sudden you've got Ronda and Rock head into the ring. And it is just such a fantastic moment. That moment where the camera goes from Rock and it's Ronda that's like really like proper fired up in her face. Like, do you want me to sort her out? I love that moment. It's honestly one of my favorite WrestleMania moments. I love it. I love everything about it. It's a little story. It's a little segment. Didn't know we were getting it. Talking about like some of the biggest stars in the world. There's loads of history there. That's brilliant. It's brilliant. And like, I think as well, what with it being Steph and like this being like Ronda, and Ronda's clearly coming for Steph, and like, I think that's great. You see, it's not often that you see like female appearances that have that sort of impact. You know, I mean, like, for example, we're talking about Bobby, LA Knight, Bray, Howdy, yeah, Alexa, but I don't know if Alexa appears. I mean, it ain't going to be the same as what I'm just talking about with Ronda at WrestleMania 31. And like, you know, it's a lot of guys. That was something really different, and I love that moment. I think it's a brilliant moment. And so that to me is where you can fit in those kinds of moments. Again, you know, WrestleMania 32, the very next year, you got The Rock. I think he was doing the attendance thing again. It tends to be around the attendance announcements. He was doing the attendance thing, and Bray came out with Rowan and Harper, and they came down to the ring, and we end up getting a match. Rock versus Rowan. It was only 7 seconds. It was absolutely nothing. But I mean, the whole thing, just watching it unfolds, you know, again, that's a moment. And so I think there's absolute opportunity. I think that Randy Orton could get involved, could come down and deal with Solo. I think that maybe during, I think you'll get Bobby maybe do an open challenge and LA Knight answers it. Maybe at that point, Bray can interrupt. Or appear at the end, and like, you know, Bobby wins and then Bray appears. At some point, there's going to be an attendance announcement. And whenever there's an attendance announcement, that's a great opportunity to do a moment. So you're going to have that as well tonight. They'll announce the attendance today. That's a great opportunity. Don't forget the match with Pat, between Miz and Pat. That was from an attendance announcement. And so again, you know, we've got another one of those today. So I think there is opportunity. You might not look at the matches and say, oh, I don't know where we can fit someone in here, but that's not really how it works. As I said, you might get the odd person that gets involved or whatever, but I think it's probably more just moments in between matches or little backstage things, or certainly the attendance things. So we're fine. Don't worry. There'll be surprises. I've got no doubt about that. There were surprises yesterday. Maybe not all of them landed and massively excited people. I mean, I don't know who that Kettle guy is, for example. I'm sure it was great for some people. It didn't do anything for me. And the Pat thing didn't do anything for me. I didn't mind the cinnamon toast guy, in all fairness. He was all right. The KSI reveal was all right. I didn't mind that either. Snoop Dogg, like being around, kind of thought he would be at some point, so it wasn't maybe the biggest surprise. The Dominic entrance was a bit of a surprise. Didn't expect him to come out in a police van. So, yeah, I mean, surprises come in all shapes and sizes. And we will undoubtedly get more tonight. Cal W said, I wonder how this affects the WWE Network and pay-per-views. Surely they won't be $9.99 anymore. If Endeavor are going to buy, so that's good, shout. Endeavor pay-per-view model is expensive in America. Yep. They charge for the UFC, and they do sort of have a network. I mean, they have Fight Pass. What they tend to do is they put their kickoff show onto Fight Pass. Fight Pass is $9.99 a month. All the old shows are on there, very much like the network, but the pay-per-views, they charge for those. They do not sit on Fight Pass. It's not, you cannot buy Fight Pass and you can watch any shows, actually. You can watch old shows, but you can't watch like the weekly shows. And you can't now, in all fairness. You can't go onto the network and watch Raw live. So, same with like UFC and Fight Pass. With Fight Pass, it's got all the old shows and it's got documentaries. That's it. In regards to the weekly show on a Saturday, that is on ESPN. And then in regards to their pay-per-views, they are also on Saturdays once a month. and they are pay-per-views. You have to pay for them. They are not just on the network. So yeah, I'm sad to say, sorry to say that unsurprisingly, in this world where like money talks, it probably is going to be a case that we are the ones that are going to end up paying more for this as a result. Yes. It's going to suck, innit? It's going to suck. I mean, it's weird because we used to have to pay for them. So we've been spoiled, is the truth. I think we've been spoiled. I think that we had to pay for all the pay-per-views in the past. And obviously, you know, people didn't buy them all because people couldn't afford to buy them all. And so the model that they moved to, they felt would make them more money. I don't know if it worked that way. It probably did. I mean, I have had the network. I don't know how much money I've given WWE, but since I've had the network since the day it launched in the UK, and haven't got a month without it. So they've had all that money out of me. I don't know if that's more than all the pay-per-views that I would have bought. It's probably less from me, actually. I mean, I was pretty good at getting all the shows. I wasn't just like checking out the highlights or anything. I was pretty good at buying all the shows. But to go from that to the network was a blessing, man. It was beautiful. I mean, I think we knew that we were being spoiled. So yeah, there probably is a real big concern, a serious concern, and a rightful concern that we are now going to have to go back to pay-per-view prices. I don't know. Let's not worry about it until we get to it. JB said, I remember back in the day, all WWE pay-per-views in the UK were on Sky for no extra charge. Definitely did go through that, but there was times where you had to pay for them as well, because I was doing that. Yeah, I mean, listen, we're going back quite a way there, because the network's been... When did the network launch? 2015, wasn't it? So, I mean, since 2015, for the past, 8 years now, we haven't had to worry about that. But, yeah, in America, especially, that it's going to be felt. In all fairness, your pay-per-view prices in America are atrocious, because even for the UFC shows, we get them on BT Sports. And actually, if WWE... No, I was going to say because you can watch WrestleMania through BT, but I think it's like £20. So I was going to say if we probably saying that'll still be cheaper than America. I don't know what the cost will be in America, but I bet it ain't $20 for WrestleMania. So again, we'll worry about it when we get to it. I highly doubt WWE will not agree to terms if they take away the network, says Sam. I honestly don't know, is my honest answer. I think that Vince is going to want... I think Vince's demands are going to be, I want $9 billion for the company, or around that ballpark, right? This is my asking price. This is the money I want. And I want a place on the board. I want a place for Nick Khan. I want a place for myself. I want to have a say in things. And so I think those will be his demands. Him saying, I want the pay-per-views to remain free, and to tell people you can buy the company, but you can't make money from selling. I don't know that Vince would say that. I really don't, because Vince is a businessman first and foremost. And he'll know that anyone that wants to buy it will have ideas when it comes to distribution. You know, they might not even want... I mean, they might not even want it to be on certain channels. They might not want it to be on Fox. I mean, Endeavor has got relationships with ESPN. So could it be that we start seeing them negotiate something with ESPN and it move over to there? It might be that Fox want it to stay and they open up negotiations with Endeavor, of course. Same with USA Network, and they speak with Endeavor. But it's hard because, like, the story has emerged, but we don't know how far down the road we are, do we? We don't know quite where we are with, like, how close it is. I mean, reports are that it could be as of tomorrow. That's what we've heard, or what I've heard, and you've seen the same things I've seen. But again, like, how reliable is all of this? God, it's mental, isn't it? Mental. I wanted to talk about Cody and Roman. Marco said, I watch it on Peacock here in the US and pay $4.99. For WrestleMania. Yeah. The point is, though, that if Endeavor buy it and they then have they are the ones that oversee the network, a quick way of making money would be all pay-per-views now are going to be on the network, but to unlock them, you've got to pay an extra $9.99. I mean, easy, innit? Easy. It's right there. You ain't got to go anywhere. You can still go to the network, but to actually view it, a little thing pops up saying to view this, you need to pay an additional $9.99, yes or no. And again, it could be as simple as that for all the pay-per-views. And again, let's not worry about it until we get there. But I think it is it is a real possibility, because Outlaw Angel is saying that the UFC pay-per-views in America are $75. $75 for the UFC pay-per-views. So that does definitely make you question as to what they're going to do with WWE pay-per-views if they then get a hold of those. What about this? Roman versus Cody, back-to-back matches with separate title defenses where Cody wins the WWE title and Roman the Universal. That could be announced by Paul. Cody finishes his story, Roman gets to 1,000 days. No. They would have announced it already. I don't see them making that call on the night of the show. So I don't think we're going to get to the show and it's going to be like breaking news. Cody and Roman are now having 2 matches. It's going to be for 1 belt each. Like, I think that would have been a part of the actual build rather than just, springing it on us now that we get to the show. That's a thought that it played a big part as we went into 2023. Like, how can we get Roman to 1,000 days, and how can we how can we separate the belts? Separating the belts hasn't just been a conversation about since we got in 2023. It's been a conversation since pretty much immediately after WrestleMania 38. And actually, there was a lot of people saying, what if the Money in the Bank only means you can cash in on one? Or what if Royal Rumble is like for a belt and Roman's in it and he's got to defend the 1 belt in the Royal Rumble? Or Elimination Chamber, he defends the 1 belt in Elimination Chamber. And the thing is that as time has just kept going by, WWE have just not done anything with that. And now we find ourselves with all the adverts, all the posters, absolutely everything saying this is for the WWE Universal Undisputed Championship. And it's the day of the show as well. So I think for them to now turn around and go, oh, actually, the way we're going to do it is it's going to be 2 separate matches and all this. I think that definitely would have featured as part of the builds rather than them just kind of dropping it onto us like here and now. So I keep saying it, never say never, but certainly not something that I would be expecting from them to do. But expect the unexpected. Off Tom said, I saw this on a news website. Jon Moxley could return to WWE because he doesn't get on with AEW management, says Off Tom. Days, we spent just under $1,000 for the WWE network in 8 years. Well, do you know what, James? I don't begrudge it. I would quite happily give them, probably not happily, but I've loved it. I love the network. It's to go back and watch all the old shows and everything. It's that is an expense that I am more than happy to pay, to be honest. What I hope, and this would bother me more than the pay-per-view prices, is that they don't take the network away. They might think that the network just does not generate money and is not worth it, and because if you think, for the longest time that content was not visible to us. We come from a time where all those old Raws, all those old SmackDowns, all those old prime time wrestlings, all those old pay-per-views, unless you had them on DVD, unless you'd recorded them yourselves, unless you found like a dodgy recording on YouTube or Daily Motion, they were not accessible. they were nowhere to be found. So to have them all now at your fingertips, I take for granted. I mean, I do go on the network quite a bit, but I take it for granted still. And I just hope that whoever buys it just doesn't take it away. Just don't take it away. That would upset me personally a lot more than bringing back pay-per-view prices. Pay-per-view prices would very much upset me, but I think I've been through that world, and I just don't want to lose the network, man. That would really upset me. But let's not worry about it. Let's see what happens with the sale. And as we said, even if a sale is announced, it won't actually go through for a while. And then even then, I don't know if they would know exactly what they were doing at the time of launch and everything. So don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Sean said, until WWE announce it, I'm not going to believe it. Let me go down. I don't think there's a network over here anymore, said Johnny. Well, you've got it different, actually, and maybe that would be something that they would continue to do. So we do have the network here, but in America, you've got all that content that's on Peacock, haven't you now? So it's all on Peacock. We don't have it on Peacock or anything. We have it on the network. And so maybe we would look to do that. Maybe they would continue doing that. Perhaps there is value. There must be value in that, because otherwise that stuff is just going to sit around in tapes on a shelf. You might as well get it working for you, get it out there and get money for it. So, Peacock gave them, was it $1 billion? But a big part of that $1 billion is that they get all of the pay-per-view shows as well. So they get all the pay-per-view shows for 10 years, and that's got to be a big part of the $1 billion. And then additionally, they get the back catalogue as well. So hopefully it is a can of worms that they can't put back again. Hopefully it's out there now, and they're not going to be able to take it away from us, because I would be very upset if we lost the network. So John said, my toe stinks. Hit the like button. Joe, shout out to you. Peacock is on Sky Q, says Evan. Undercover Manager said, I don't think anyone would stop the network. Let's be honest, what really gets added? Not a lot of new programming. It's all stock they have in vaults, so it doesn't cost much to put it up, does it? It doesn't cost much to put it up. The only thing is if they think it is viable. The point I was making was, here in the UK, we have the network, and I don't know how, there must be server charges and there must be a cost connected to keeping it going. And so, does the money they make from the people that subscribe to it, does that warrant keeping it? And honestly, I don't know the answer to that. In America, they sold it to Peacock, and so that's probably a better way forward. But I think all of this will be under review, not just pay-per-view prices, but also, literally everything will be under review. They will look at how much the wage bill is. They will look at how much they spend on production. They will look at how much the network costs. They will look at how much money they get from TV deals. They will look at how much Peacock gave them for the back catalogue. They will look at how much comes from DVD sales. They will look at how much comes from merch sales. They will look at how much WWE Shop generates. They will look at the social media reach. They will look at growth. They will look at future tech. They will look at AI. WWE looked at virtual reality. We know that we've got the metaverse on the way. There's lots of emerging tech and opportunities and things that WWE can look to capitalize on. And actually, WrestleMania is a great example of that, because obviously we've started to see them doing advertising during matches with the Intuit and the Cinnamon Toast and Prime and blah blah blah. We've seen them turn up the sponsorship. And again, that's something new owners could look to do as well, is turn up the sponsorship. We were horrified when Austin Theory came out and he had a Beyblades advert on his Titantron rather than his graphics. But it's again, this is what Endeavor would look at, is everything like that. Staging and costs of that, and costs of like how much it is to transport this stuff around. Like every metric, everything would be reviewed by a new company, and I don't know what the end result of it would look like at the end. I don't know what the final product is once everything's been gone through, what that would look like. I'm not saying that it would be drastically different. They might look at it and go, brilliant, yep, it's been running really well, we'll keep it as it is. But equally, there could be tweaks and changes everywhere. If someone moves into a new house, they don't tend to keep the decorations the same as the old owner. Normally there will be tweaks and changes. Things will be streamlined and whatever, modernized, revamped, whatever buzzwords you want. So I don't know. I mean, I feel like we could do a very long stream talking about a sale and what a potential sale would mean. But I suppose in a way we have to try and dial that back and refocus, because we're half an hour away from the WrestleMania 39 Night 2 kickoff. And we need to be talking about the matches. We need to be talking about WrestleMania and not getting too bogged down into sales and all that kind of stuff. But it's potentially massive. It's potentially one of the biggest stories of the year that has just so happened to drop a few hours before WrestleMania Night 2, which I mean, timing-wise, it strikes me as a really bad time. But I also think, have they done that because they want people talking about WWE and did you know it's WrestleMania this weekend? Are they doing it to just get those final viewers? Why would the story drop now? Why would it come out now? It's weird timing. Why does it come out? Why didn't it come out on Wednesday or Tuesday? I mean, if they're at the verge of apparently if it's getting announced tomorrow, how has it only just been dropping now? Where's the story been? So I don't know. Timing wise is very strange as to why this has emerged now as well. Don't know. Right. I want to get to the latest ones. Roman's words were, as long as they keep cutting these insane checks, I'll keep showing up. Cody is taking an L, sadly, said Jake. Dominic said, Days, imagine Bobby issues an open challenge and Chris Masters answers. Oh my God. The Master Lock against the Hurt Lock. Master Lock versus Hurt Lock. Great minds think alike. Great minds think alike. Hi, says Trini. Hello. Hope you are well. Days, do you think we could see any former AEW stars appear at WrestleMania tonight? Any former AEW stars? Yeah, Cody Rhodes. Brandy Rhodes, Cody Rhodes, Brandy Rhodes, and I don't know. Is there anyone else that works in WWE that used to be in AEW? I mean, I don't know that there are any other former ones, are there? Or what? I'll go on record now. And if you take just one thing away from the stream, let it be this next thing I'm about to say. I am not expecting Marco Stunt to be at WrestleMania. I'm throwing it out there. I'm throwing it out there. There's a lot of people on the internet and on YouTube that will not be brave enough to say that, but I will say it. I am not expecting Marco Stunt at WrestleMania, right? So, boom, it's out there now. John said, my girlfriend is trying to duct tape my hands together, says John. Listen, John, sounds like you are having just the best night. So shout out to you. Shout out to your girlfriend. Shout out to duct tape. Fightful reported yesterday that Lashley's Andre the Giant trophy for winning the Battle Royal was actually transferred from SoFi Stadium, and it was set to be used in an entrance. Probably Bobby's. I do expect him to be there. He's been very vocal on social media, saying I'm free on Saturday, Sunday. There was also KSI, who backstage was saying that he got asked by Kathy Kelly, if you could face one person at WrestleMania, who would it be? And he was like, Bobby Lashley. Out of nowhere, Bobby Lashley. Of all the names, not Undertaker, not Stone Cold, not The Rock, not Brock Lesnar, not Roman Reigns, Bobby Lashley. So, weird that he would say that. And sort of felt like they were just trying to get a bit of buzz, because obviously Bobby has said that he's free. And Bobby responded. He said, not the person I was expecting to face at WrestleMania, but, and this was important, if no one else steps up, so be it. And I think someone else does step up. So I think Bobby gets in the ring. I think there'll be a challenge. And I think someone else steps up. Now, who that person is, I don't know. But it's definitely going to be LA Knight. But did you show the Andre the Giant Memorial? Did they show it last night? No. I swear they skipped it. They did the Battle Royal on SmackDown. So I don't know if they actually showed footage from SmackDown, but the match itself was done on SmackDown. Hulk Hogan wins the Raw Women's Championship. Hulkamania is going to run wild, brother. Money Gang said KSI wasn't even the best moment of Mania 1. I'm curious as to how much stunt made in AEW. I have no idea. I can't imagine it was a big contract. I have no idea. I don't know what their contracts are like. I know the main roster of WWE used to be around $250,000. I think there are some that are about half that as well, like for like people that have really been called up early. But a lot of people might be on that kind of $250,000 kind of contract. I actually don't know what the sort of base salary is for AEW. And then, of course, your big stars. I mean, your Brock Lesnar's on about 8 million. It might even be more than that, actually. I think Brock was on about 8 or 12. I think Roman was on about... Roman was below Brock, but Roman was on good number. He wasn't that far, but, well, I think he was a few million behind, but there was a whole, like, leak of a breakdown of all the top end of the stars. It was all the names you would imagine that were up in the millions. There wasn't loads, actually, that was up in the millions and millions. A lot of people are in, like, the 500,000, 700,000, that kind of ballpark, you know. Marco Stunt and AEW, I really don't know. I mean, I wonder if it'd be around 50 to 80, something like that, maybe. Don't know. That's a tricky one because he's not a big star for them, and I'm not even talking about the height. But he hit the contract for him. It's be one of those for Tony Khan. Like he doesn't really need him. Doesn't really need him, but you know he thinks he can do something with him. So you know is a good wage, better. You know is a good number, better than probably what you would get by all the indie dates. Interesting. Brock's 13, is it? Says Outlaw. Brock's 13. Brandon said, you missed my shout outs. I'm sorry, Brandon. I'm rubbish, Brandon. You know this. You know this, Brandon. I will go through. Brandon said, I can't picture Roman without titles. You won't need to, but there'll be pictures tomorrow. So you don't need to picture it. Wrestle with Andy said, Uncle Dana is going to bring back the brawl for all. Amazing. Gaming in Real Time said, I really hope they don't get rid of Triple H. I don't think they will. I think Endeavor are very, very good, actually, at looking at a product and knowing that they need the right people in place. Dana got a lot of money for the UFC sale, and they didn't boot him out. They specifically wanted him to stay. And so Dana got given a cushy job and a cushy wage. I don't know if you heard, but Dana actually slapped his wife New Year's Eve. She slapped him and he slapped her back, right? Bad luck. Really bad luck. All over social media. And he obviously apologized for it, as he should. And they said to him, like, do you think you should have some repercussions at work? Because it doesn't seem like UFC are doing anything about the situation. And he was like, what is more damaging to me than what I'm going through in my personal life? What do you expect them to do? I don't need this job. Like, I've made my money. They need me. I don't need to be here. I love it, and I love doing it. But if they want to suspend me or fire me, I'll happily go. Like, I do not need to be here. And the reason I'm telling you that story is because that is true. Like, He got a load of money when UFC was sold, but Endeavor know that no one knows MMA and how to run an MMA business as well as Dana. So they made sure they gave him a good wage, whatever he wanted, and he runs UFC. So, like, I think Triple H will be fine because I think they'll want Vince. I think that Vince, I don't know that he'll necessarily want Triple H, but I think Vince likes to have people around him that he can trust. And I can't see him getting rid of his son-in-law. Certainly not a son-in-law that's just helped see WWE continue to, grow. And actually, some great ratings recently. The Bloodline story going to a whole different level. I mean, unless Vince is going to be a bit jealous of the success that Triple H was able to achieve whilst he wasn't around. I mean, I've got to think that Vince is always going to want the best for WWE because he's so closely associated to WWE. And Triple H has shown that all that knowledge that he's absorbed by being under the learning tree of Vince McMahon, that has come to fruition, that has come good. So I think that Vince would want him to be around. I actually don't think it's Endeavor. I really don't think Endeavor would be the problem. I don't think Endeavor would come in and push everyone aside and go, here's our guys. Brian's watched Raw twice. He thinks he knows how to do this. You're out, Triple H. Brian is running the show now. I don't think we're getting that. I think it'd be a case that they've sat down with Vince. I think they really would want Vince. Just judging by how they wanted Dana, I think they would want Vince. And then for me, the question would be, would Vince want Triple H? I think he would. But I think that Endeavor would definitely want Vince. And by the sounds of it, he's staying as well. So, Brandon said, I can't picture Roman without the titles. His entrance would be weird without them. Well, Brandon, don't worry about it, bud, because on Friday, when he's on SmackDown, you won't have to picture it. He'll be coming out without the titles, and there'll be actual images of Roman without the titles. So you don't need to picture it, bud. So, Brandon, shout out to you. Alfie, shout out to you as well, my friends. Edward said, the best moment of Mania Night 1 was easily KSI. I loved it. LA Dark Knight said, please read Edward's comment. It's killing me reading it on repeat. Scene. Well, I mean, listen, to the surprise of literally no one that knows Edward in this community, Edward is a massive KSI fan. No one is surprised that you love that moment, but I'm pleased. I would go as far as to say that moment was absolutely aimed at you and people like you that they knew would absolutely love that. I didn't hate it. I thought it was fun, but I can't say that it would break into my top 50 WrestleMania moments. But that might be harsh. Top 50? Would it break into my... Can I think of 50 moments that I would take over that? That might be harsh. I'll go it wouldn't break into my top 20. I know that much. Top 30? Nah, probably wouldn't break into my top 30 either, to be honest. Would it break into my top 50? I don't know. I'd have to sit here and go through them all. You know when you say something and you instantly regret saying it? Just happened. Literally just happened. Because now people are going to be like firing in stuff about other great moments, which is awesome. Feel free to share your favourite moments. But yeah, I'll say definitely not my top 30. Probably not my top 50. But it was a fun moment. It was a fun moment. Days, how are you getting ready to acknowledge the tribal chief when we get to 1,000 days when he beats Cody Rhodes? Listen, if he does it, it really won't bother me. I think there's a bit of a misconception that I'm really bothered about him getting to 1,000 days. That's not true. I don't mind. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think Cody wins. So I think Cody wins, but I just don't think that it's going to be... I don't think it's going to be Roman. But if it is, Yeah, I really don't mind. I mean, well done. Round of applause. I think Cody gets there eventually. I mean, immediately I'll be like, well, Cody wins at SummerSlam. That'll be my immediate thought. Cody gets it at SummerSlam. But yeah, I think that if he does it, then wow, amazing. I mean, you could not have gone all in on Roman, could you? You could not have gone more in. I mean, what was it? How many years ago was it now? 2 years ago that he was stacking Edge and Daniel Bryan on top of each other and pinning them in the main event to retain the title. And then last year he beats Brock Lesnar in a winner-takes-all match. And now this year he'd be beating Cody Rhodes after beating Sammy in Montreal, Drew in Wales, Riddle, and the list goes on. Kevin at Royal Rumble, blah 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 blah. I mean, you just couldn't do any more apart from bringing The Rock back and beating him, which I think he would anyway. If this was Roman Rock, I'd be sitting here going Roman wins. There ain't no way Rock's winning the title because he's too busy. And not only that, but why would you put The Rock over when The Rock is as over as he's ever going to? The Rock is not getting any bigger. He's not getting any bigger than he is. But for Roman to beat Rock, you know, that would that make Roman bigger? I mean, that's debatable, but I think it would. I think what Roman might lack, and maybe people will disagree, but what Roman might be lacking is a big, iconic WrestleMania moment. You know, like how The Rock and Hogan had their face-to-face, and you know, like how Hogan was like face-to-face with Andre, and he body slammed Andre, and he did that, and you know, like how John Cena won the title from. I don't know if like him winning the title is that iconic actually, John Cena, but him winning the title against JBL and like celebrating in the crowd, they like to show that on his like video packages and whatever. Well, actually, scrap that because you've got Rock Cena anyway, haven't you? At WrestleMania 28, that's way more iconic. So you've got Rock Cena at 28, you've got Rock and Hogan at 18, you've got Andre and Hogan at 3. I mean, all of these guys have had, and if you think of Stone Cold, I mean, Stone Cold Brett, easy, done, simple. The blood pouring down his face is so iconic. I don't know that I could say that Roman has had that like real iconic moment. I mean, he was in the ring with Undertaker at 33, which was pretty cool for him, but this was pre-Bloodline. I mean, since he's been in the Bloodline, he has beaten Edge and Daniel Bryan, but I don't think the match was that well received. Last year against Brock, I mean, it's not the first time they'd faced, and I don't think it's people's favorite match either. I think the SummerSlam match is way better, way more exciting, way more fun. And so I can't really look at that as being iconic. Is that iconic? Him against Brock last year, is that iconic? Certainly I wasn't seeing people saying that at the time. And so unless it's like changed 12 months later and the perception of it is it's now iconic, which I don't think it is. I don't think that counts. And then like, obviously he wasn't at 36, 35. Wasn't he like doing something stupid? Like losing to Baron Corbin or something? He was a bit further down the card at 35, wasn't he? I don't know what he was doing, but it was the women that main evented. And I think he was against Baron Corbin or he was facing someone lame. And then at 34, he was in a main event that people, again, don't look back on that fondly. 33 was good against Undertaker. I mean, but that's more Undertaker's moment when he leaves the coat in the ring and the hat. That's not really Roman's moment. That's Undertaker's moment. 32 is against Triple H. That's pretty good. I don't know if it's iconic, but it's pretty good. And then 31, him against Brock. But everyone talks about Seth cashing in. Heist of the century is what that's all about. He does have a Shield match at 30, but I mean, it's the Shield. It's not iconic. Well, Shield are, but I don't think them WrestleMania matches are iconic. So I think you could make the argument And I think it would be a compelling argument. People could argue it. Obviously, that's an argument. But I think you could make a compelling argument that he hasn't had this massive, iconic, stone cold blood pouring down the face, Hogan slamming Andre, Rock face to face with Hogan and the place going banana. I don't know that he's had that. I don't know that he's had that. And so you could definitely make the argument that before he hangs it up, he needs that moment. So if we had got Roman Rock this year, I do think Roman beating Rock, and maybe even more important than that, the face-to-face between them and the place going crazy, which actually we might get tonight, that iconic moment, Cody, Roman. This could go down as it eventually. I really don't know. Obviously, I can't see in the future. So I don't know like how this will be viewed in 5-10 years' time. But it could be tonight. I'd feel a lot more confident that people would view the Roman Rock main event as being epic, as being iconic. I feel like Roman could do with that. It's one of the only things he's probably missing, to be honest, in my opinion. I think he's had the legendary title reign. He's had a great babyface. Well, he's had a babyface run. He's had a great heel run. He's had great matches. He's had great promos. He's been ever present. He's had the durability. He's had the long service. He's ticked all of those boxes. I just don't know that he's had that iconic WrestleMania moment. CJH Gamer said, have you seen what Lashley put on Twitter? I really don't think he has anything tonight. Okay, let's have a little look, buds. Let's have a little look. We've been looking at a few different bits and bobs. The Twitter world is ablaze with talks of sales and whatever. Bray Wyatt is in, blah, 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 blah. More from Sean Ross Sapp. La, 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 la. I want to have a look. I'm just having a look, see what Sean Ross Sapp's just tweeted out. I'm just going to see what he's got to say. We've got a rundown of producers and other news, in addition to a big story regarding a WWE sale, imminent talent reactions, and what sources with Endeavor are saying. WWE in advance talks to be sold to Endeavor. So, okay. So, I mean, there is a lot of buzz around this. A lot of buzz around that. What was I looking for? I was looking for the Bobby thing. Has someone tagged me in the Bobby thing? I'll have to search for it. Give me 1 second. Bobby Lashley. Let's have a little look. Bobby Lashley. Bibbidi Bob. Let's see what he's got to say. Bibbidi Bob said, reflecting. Loud. That's loud. He's there. I got a text from my son last night asking if I was going to be there. And it kind of sucks. Things happen. You got to move on. It's horrible sounds. Deep breath. I just got to work harder. This is the biggest stage of them all. You just have to do enough. Said a huge bump in the road. I think he's swerving. So it's horrible sound, man. He's sat in the stadium. You can see the stage behind him. This horrible, like, white noise. Horrible sound. I don't think that's anything to do with Bray, by the way. I don't think if anyone's thinking, is that Bray related? I don't think it's that. I think it's just awful audio. And he's talking. You can't quite hear him. I think what it is it's being recorded on a phone, and the phone is picking up everything. And so Bobby's sat there talking. He's just a little voice with like everything that's going on. But he's saying like, he's pretty down. He's pretty reflective. And he's like, you just got to, it's a bump in the road. My son texts me, said that am I going to be at WrestleMania? And I mean, it's, he's watched every WrestleMania that I've been, and he's just saying stuff like that. And he's down, he's somber, he's reflective. It's good. I can't really do it justice as to how realistic it is. It does definitely feel like he's being genuine, and it could be genuine. I do always just wonder, though, if they put these things out before the show, like, is it to just throw people off the case? It's a little bit like, before the Rumble starts, Becky tweets out a picture of the backstage curtain when she was away, and everyone was like, oh my God, Becky's backstage. Do you think she'll be in the Rumble? And everyone was talking, and then she wasn't. I do always wonder, like, he could have put this out after the show. He didn't need to put it out now. He could have put it out like afterwards. So is it just a case that he's reflecting and he's sad, and then when something does happen, anyone that's in this will be kind of caught off guard a little bit? So I don't know. I wouldn't get sucked into that too much. I think there's still a great chance that we do see Bobby tonight. But basically, anything you see on social media, don't believe it. Like, I'm not even here. I'm actually generated by AI. It's just future technology that's really advanced. It's got to the point now where it can generate people that look like they're pretty much homeless. And I'm actually asleep. So this AI bot is talking instead. So anything you see on YouTube, on Twitter, on any of the social medias is probably a lie. It's probably not true. So, in fact, there isn't even a WWE. It's all just one big lie. It's all one big scam. So, we'll see if he's actually there or not. You missed my super chat. Come on. Do you know what? I'm going to start celebrating it instead now. I'm going to start celebrating it. Here we go. Yeah! I don't even want to read super chats anymore. Right, let's see what it says. I mean, I do apologize, Bloodwire Radio. Was it recent? Or was it like forever ago? Because you might need to put it in it. Yeah, I mean, it's just not even there. It's not even there. There's no way I'm finding it. I can't even begin to say. I can scroll up, like, on my mouse. I can, like, go up about 5 or 6 times, and that is it. That is as far back as YouTube lets you go. I can probably go, and that is it. Then it stops, and it won't go any further. I mean, why does it not just let me go all the way back? Or why does it not just keep tabs at the top? I feel like there's a real gap in the market there. And if there was just a little bit of software, if I had any sort of technical ability and I could make that fix that, I feel like I could make millions. Because I can't be the only one that has this problem. I can't be. There must be other people that have this issue. Why don't they keep the little button? Why don't they keep the buttons at the top where you click them and then, like, they go away once they've been clicked? Why do we have to fix everything? Why do we have to fix everything? CJH Gamer said, have you seen what last... Oh, I just read that one. Shout out to you, bud, because I wouldn't have seen that unless you fired that through. So I appreciate the support. Candy Bear is here. Here we go. Candy Bear said, Days, you need to get some snacks and drinks. Over 9 hours without a break last night. Candy Bear, shout out to you, my friends. Bloodwire Radio said, I asked, when do you even eat? Oh, this is a weird topic to get onto. Someone asked me earlier when I go to the bathroom as well and all that kind of stuff. To be honest, I think, I don't know if you've seen, like, if you've been watching, say, for the past hour, I think you've had a real good glimpse into what streaming can be like sometimes. It's literally like, have you seen this? No, what's happening there? Oh, have you seen this super chat? No, what's that? You missed my super chat? Oh, I'm sorry. What's going... And then, like, I've got a question. Yeah, what's your question? Have you seen this on Twitter? No, I haven't. Did you tag me in it? And you go over there. Like, there is no time to think about going to the bathroom or eating or anything. It's not even like you sit here hungry and you're like, oh, I could really do this. There's not even the time to think, I could really do this. There's not even the time to do that. So it's really not a problem. It's just you just go, think, move, do whatever you need to do. So it's pretty non-stop. And that's the same with going in the bathroom. I mean, obviously, just make sure you go before you start streaming. And then it's just a case of literally 9 hours of mass panic, really. It's just a bit of a whirlwind. So it's just not really any time, or it's not a problem. It's just not a problem. It's not a consideration. And I got some bananas. If I do find myself like sitting here watching a match thinking, I could just have a little nibble on something. I got 3 bananas there. That'll get us through. I can have one every 3 hours. Dream, living the dream, the American dream. AWC Legend said, is Endeavor buying WWE a good thing or a bad thing? If I was to vote, I would say bad thing, but also little bit good thing. Mainly bad thing. Only because we've been so used to Vince and we've been so used to the McMahons that I think if anyone buys it, you are running the risk of change. And I think a lot of us enjoyed the wrestling we enjoy and enjoy WWE for the product it is. And Endeavor, or really hopefully anyone, wouldn't want to drastically change that product. But as we said earlier, everything gets reviewed. So all of a sudden, it could be the same product. Brilliant. Only now you got to buy the pay-per-views. Not brilliant. So it's hard to see how another company coming in is going to make it even better. It's hard to see how a company's going to come in and keep the pay-per-views as they are, keep everything as it is, but make it even better. Because actually, I sort of feel like Triple H, since he took over, has actually done well with the shows. He hasn't revolutionized anything. It's been evolution, not revolution. And I actually think that's been quite nice. It hasn't just been a case of, oh my God, look at this, crazy, crazy, crazy. It's just been a case of things have had little changes, little tweaks. We've had, a bit more character depth here and there. We've had a little bit less of the Vince comedy silliness. The mid-card belts have felt a bit more important. We can all go through a long list of what's changed since Vince stepped away and Triple H took over. And I think that's been nice. I suppose in a way it's hard to see how a new company can come in. And I suppose, what is it that we want? That's what it comes down to. Like, what is it that would make wrestling better for you? Can this new company come in and deliver that without taking stuff away that you already like? Like, I love not having to pay for pay-per-views. All right, so don't take that away. And I love, a lot of the people that we are pushing. I love Gunther, for example. I'm not a fan of celebrities having matches. And so, I suppose for me, if we could dial that down a bit, that would be great. I mean, I like KSI getting involved with being in a bottle. I ain't got no issue with that. I haven't got any issue with Bad Bunny getting involved, taking the chain away from Dominic. But I don't like Pat coming down and having a match and The Miz losing like that. I don't like that. And Logan, I really like his athleticism, and I think he's got all the ingredients to be a wrestler, but I think it would be great if he could commit to WWE and do more rather than just turn up to WrestleMania and SummerSlam. I mean, this isn't even me saying this. This is Becky saying this. I mean, Becky did an interview the other day saying the exact same thing. She's like, why should I applaud someone that comes in and does 2 or 3 shows a year when I'm doing shows 52 weeks a year, having to take my baby on the road just so that I can spend time with her? And it's like, yeah, I don't disagree. This is exactly the stuff we've been saying. And there's Becky saying the same thing. So for me, could Endeavor give me everything I'm getting, but maybe just change how we use? I don't want to get rid of celebrities, but could we just maybe change how we use celebrities a little bit? And could we continue to bring in maybe a bit more character development? Could we not just have one bloodline story? Could we have a few more bloodline stories? I don't think that, that the company's going to do that. Obviously, they're not going to cater it to me, just like they're probably not going to give you the things you want either, just to cater it to you. So I sort of think that where we are with Triple H is probably it probably works for most of us. Like, I enjoy the current product. If you watch our Raw SmackDown reviews, I'm normally like 7.25, 7.5 for most Raws and SmackDowns. Were normally pretty good scores. And yesterday, as I said, I'd be about an 8, maybe an 8.25. I thought it was great. I really enjoyed it. And I know many of you was even higher than that. I mean, there's been people saying that for them, it's their best ever, favorite ever WrestleMania, which is brilliant. So can a company come in and make it better? That's what it's going to come down to, isn't it? Can Endeavor come in and make it better? Well, without knowing what better would be, without knowing what better is, like, it's kind of hard to say, but I can't see it. I can't see how they could come in and make it better for us. The only thing I can see is them coming in and making it a little worse, or like changing it, and then we've got to decide whether we like that change or not. So I wouldn't be down on it, because we know that they've been looking at making this sale. So I wouldn't be down on it being sold, and I would be open to seeing what Endeavor are going to be doing, right? I'd be open to seeing, like, obviously where it all goes and everything. It's going to be a very exciting time. But I think it's very difficult to sit here and say, yeah, it's all going to be better, it's all going to be great. Because I sort of feel like it's in a great place anyway under Triple H. I think Triple H has done a really good job. I think there's always things that you're going to want to change and tweak, and things that aren't going to suit your taste. But I am very guilty of this. I will hold my hands up to this. I am very guilty of this. I forget, not everything is aimed at you. It's as simple as that, isn't it? We can live in our own bubbles. And I'm very guilty of, like, not everything is aimed at you. Not everything in a 3-hour Raw is meant to land with you and entertain you and be for you, because they have to cater for kids. They have to cater for women. They have to cater for guys. They have to cater for young men. They have to cater for older generations. There's a bit of entertainment. There's a bit of wrestling. There's a bit of drama. There's a bit of storyline. There's a bit of, comedy. There's a bit, like, it's a smorgasbord of different things in WWE. And that's why it attracts such a wide and varied community, because we all find the things in there that we enjoy, and it brings us all, like, together. So, I am very guilty of, like, forgetting that, or not quite acknowledging that, or whatever. And, it is what it is. I just don't know how Endeavor can come along and make it better. That's my honest answer. I think, if anything, they come along, keep it largely the same, but just find ways of making more money out of it, and charging for pay-per-views, increasing sponsorships, more advertising, things along those lines. I don't think it gets drastically worse, though. I don't think it gets drastically worse. And the reason why I said it could be a little bit good as well, because I got asked, is it bad or good? The reason why it could be a little bit good, it's not the Saudis. It's not the Saudis. So, if you're going to sell it to someone, I'd rather sell it to a company that are proven, that are professional. I mean, if you look at UFC, it's a very slick, professional organization. It's definitely, top tier in its presentation. They've got, they've got their stuff together in the UFC. And it's not the Saudis. You don't have all the baggage that would come with it being sold to the Saudis. So I'm open to it, but I think people are right to have those concerns, So AWC legend, shout out to you. Right, did you think it makes sense to get the IC title on Drew or Sheamus, so that at Money in the Bank they can have an IC title match to try and outdo Brett Davey, free Gunther up for the main event? Hang on, what? Do you think it makes sense to get the IC title on Drew or Sheamus? You could do it. So that at Money at the Bank they could have an IC title match to try and outdo Brett and Davey? No, I don't think that's a motivation. I don't think there's a motivate. I don't think it's like Money in the Bank's coming up. Let's try and outdo that match. If that was going to be the case of let's try and outdo that match, I think that would have been the case. You can definitely make the argument that they were right up there with Brett and Davey. I mean, Sheamus and Gunther, I think, is one of the all-time great intercontinental matches. But I don't believe that that's a motivation. I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any consideration for that. I don't think we're sat there thinking we need the IC title match to be a banger. They are talking about the IC title match. I'm loving that dog being held up in the back. Not Kayla. I wasn't talking about Kayla. I was talking about the sign in the background. So, triple threat match coming up tonight. Right. I'm watching Mania on Peacock. I think people are unsure of what to make of the Endeavor. Yeah. I can understand that. Because it's big, isn't it? It's big news. It's scary news as well. Oh, hello. We've got a little bit of lag. Little bit of lag. Just we don't want lag, do we? Not during WrestleMania. Let's have a look and see what we're streaming on. Are we streaming on? No, we're good. We're good. Oh, it's lag. It is lagging. It's a little bit wobbly. It's a little bit. What? Do you know what? It's ever since I turned on my. Network. That's interesting. Right. I don't mind celebrities having part-time schedules, says Aaron. Okay, that might hold a little bit better. I could see that it was just a little bit wobbly on the router that we were on there, so I've just switched over to a different router. Right, we have got 1 hour, 49 minutes left to go. If you are watching as well, by the way, and you haven't left a like, leave a like. It's greatly, greatly appreciated as we continue to work our way towards the show. I can see as well that we don't have the thumbnail showing up, which is so annoying. Of all the streams for that to affect, it looks like it's not showing up on YouTube. Just see if we can reload it, and hopefully that'll fix it. Give me one moment. Of course, we would have a few wobbles, few technical problems. Cody wins, says he's been secretly working for AEW for a few days, says Ando's Life, which leads to WWE versus AEW. Days, what if Bobby does an open challenge, KSI comes out, but then LA Knight attacks KSI and then beats Bobby, and then Bray comes out? I mean, I suppose you could. It seems a little bit cluttered. Seems like there's maybe a little bit too much going on there, but never say never. You never know with WrestleMania. We have got Liv Morgan here. Liv Morgan's backstage. So we've got Pete Rosenberg just wandering around backstage. He's bumped into Liv Morgan. She says that she's feeling more confident than ever. She says she's really excited because she's got total confidence in her tag team partner. So we have got Pete Rosenberg just chatting with Liv Morgan at the moment. There you go, she speeds off. She's on the back of a cart, actually. He's going into some sort of dressing room, some sort of corridor. Oh, we're going to Gorilla. Got to go up in an elevator. People coming out of that. This is cool, man. So we're actually backstage, and we're actually wandering around SoFi Stadium with Pete Rosenberg. Apparently, Gorilla position is on the second floor. He says, last night was sold out. We're expecting the exact same thing tonight. Okay. So Walking round, and he's taking us to Gorilla. There's Bronson Reed. Bronson Reed telling Pete Rosenberg to watch himself backstage. Then says he's got a nice suit. This is really cool, man. I love this. This is the kind of thing that, like, could you imagine if we had this for WrestleMania 9? WrestleMania 10, like where you walk around and you get to go to Gorilla and you see the walk the wrestlers make. Pete, this is brilliant. This is brilliant. So running down, there's the Street Profits. Street Profits just walking around by the Gorilla position. Montez says, we're only here tonight for one reason, and that is the EST. So they're here to support Bianca. Pete looks in there's a mirror just before you go through the curtain, and he said, this is your last opportunity to get ready. There's a mirror there. Look, Pete's doing some push-ups. I tweeted you Roman's reply to Connor. Okay, bud, thank you. Oh, there's Gorilla. So we're in Gorilla. Gorilla Monsoon. And that's the curtain out. So you walk through there, and then there is the stage. Wow. That's cool, isn't it? That's cool. To go through Gorilla and walk out, that is so cool. And there's people cheering Pete Rosenberg. Wow, said Johnny. That is really good. This is so cool. Kickoff show doing a live tour through the stadium. I tell you what, that is exactly what this should be for. That is, I feel like this is exactly what I want from a kickoff show. If you're not going to give me a match, which is fine, I don't need one on a kickoff show. Don't just sit there talk about the matches. I mean, if you've been watching the show, you know what the matches are. Show me some stuff. Show me some stuff that I haven't seen. And, being able to, like, go through the stadium, bumping into a few of the superstars. We bump into Bronson Reed, bump into the Street Profits, go up to the Gorilla position, go through Gorilla, go out onto the stage. He starts going down the route. It's brilliant. Brilliant. Really good. Really, really good. Right. Okay. So what is it that we are doing now? James said that there's a reply to Connor. I actually don't know what the Connor situation is. I don't know what the Connor situation is. I don't mean no disrespect to the WWE fans. What I meant to say was that I would slap the head off your entire roster. Oh, yeah, that's old, isn't it? That's from quite a while ago now, I believe. I've seen that one before. Sean said, let's go. Hasbulla and Amos. Let's go. Right, what was there was something else I was going to do, wasn't there? And I can't remember what it is now. Oh, I was going to look at Fightful. I was going to have a look at Fightful. Fightful Select, see what they're saying. See if there's any news, because they did say they were going to have updates 13 minutes ago. Here we go. Okay, so main event tonight, the match that's going to close the show. We've got breaking news. Roman Reigns versus Cody Rhodes. That is going to close the show tonight. We actually do have the run order, and so I don't know if you want to know what the first match is, but according to Fightful and Sean Ross Sapp, the first match is Brock Lesnar and Amos. So Brock Lesnar and Amos are going to open the show. Apparently after that, it's the women's showcase match. Very much like last night where we had Cena, Theory, and then we go into the men's showcase. Now we've got Brock, Amos, and we go into the women's showcase. What's interesting is that Brock Amos has got two producers. There's two producers for that match. So that's interesting. So yeah, we've got that. There's backstage information. Apparently, the WrestleMania match rundown was finalized Saturday night. So apparently, this was only finalized last night. Shotzi's got her tank, which I don't think will be a surprise. Vince is backstage. The WWE sale is a huge topic of conversation backstage. Was expecting a swerve. Edge is listed as Brood Edge, which I think we knew. Not surprisingly, Cody and Roman is slated for the most time out of anything this weekend. Interesting. Bianca Asuka and the IC match are likely to get good amount of time. Okay, there's not anything there too spoilery, and there's nothing there in regards to the sale, like any details in regards to the sale, but interesting all the same. Brock was main event with Roman last year. I mean, to be honest, opening the show is not bad. I mean, John Cena was in that spot, and Cena's main evented WrestleMania many times. So to open the show with a big star, kick it off with a bang, they do say that, like, if you're not in that main event spot, like, opening the show is, like, a really nice position to be in. And it is true as well. I mean, if you think about it, everyone's so excited, like, tuning in at the start of the show. Everyone's got their enthusiasm. Everyone's got their energy. Everyone's, like, super into it, super excited, super alert. I'm not saying that by the main event, people are, like, you know, clocked out, and by no means. But maybe some of the energy levels are just starting to wane a little bit by the time you get to the main event. Normally, the excitement of the main event picks you back up again. But the opening spot is a great spot to be in. So they put Cena in that spot yesterday, and they've put Brock in that spot today. Makes sense. Yeah, I ain't against it. It's going to be hard for them, though, for that match in particular, because normally you want to open the match with a quick pace, something that really gets the crowd fired up, exciting. You're not going to get that out of Brock and Amos. So it's going to be very interesting to see kind of what match they've put together there. So, yeah, well, not long to find out, is it? We've got, what, an hour and 38 minutes to go. Hour and 38 minutes to go. Miss Clown said there's a load more figures that have been shown on ringside, including Captain Lou Albano. Oh, man. I might have to have just a quick scan of those then. I do like figures. Ringside collectibles. See what's being said there. I'm not sure if you saw the super chat, but don't know if not. I don't think I did, but I'll try and have a look. Let me scroll up. Alfie said, enjoy the show, everyone. Speak soon, Alfie. Shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the support, and have a great time. Have a great time. Space Maniac Zach said, do you think they have planned for Bobby to win the Andre match, or changed it with the loss of Bobby Bray? If they changed it, who would their original pick have been? I think they changed it. I don't know that they would have had a name in mind. Obviously, that won't have been reported. So, I mean, you could sit here and say it might have been Johnny Gargano. It might have been Bronson Reed. I think Bronson finishing second probably means that he stood a good chance. Because I think it was Bronson, wasn't it? So, like, the fact that they showcased him and took him to that length of, you know, that's how far they went with him. Because, for example, if they were going to have Johnny win it, then I don't know why they would have eliminated him so quickly now. So my guess would be that it would have been Bronson that would have won it, what with him finishing second and being showcased so much. I don't think Bobby would have been in it, no. I don't see why you would have put Bobby in it if he was going to have his match against Bray. So, I mean, it just seems weird. Because they would have been involved in a build, which obviously we never got. So, yeah, I would say no, that wasn't meant to happen or planned to happen. And just as a guess, I would have said Bronson. Darwin, shout out to you, said, in my opinion, about the potential sale WWE that is the best option for them. As long as Triple H continues as head of creative, that's great. WWE have still got contracts left with Peacock, so I doubt there will be much change. Well, they certainly can't change the Peacock thing. I don't know what it means for Fox and USA Network, and I don't know what it means for the WWE networks. Again, it's on WWE Network over here. We don't have it on Peacock in this country. So I don't know what it means for us here. I don't know what it means for Canada, because I think Canada's different as well. Again, all of this has got to be gone through and looked through. It is true. I wouldn't expect there to be much change in regards to Peacock, because they've already got the $1 billion from Peacock. I don't know when that deal runs till, though. I mean, there could be a bit of time that's left on that deal. And it would also be interesting to know it'd be interesting to know what the agreement would be. I mean, if Peacock wanted to charge a little something, would the new company stop them from doing that? I mean, I don't know what there is in writing with WWE. Like, is it a case that they paid $1 billion and Peacock can now do whatever they want, but they choose to not charge? But if they wanted to charge, could they charge? I have no idea. No idea. Without looking through the Peacock contract, I have absolutely no idea. I think you're right, though, in regards to I can't see there being a major change. Certainly not moving away from Peacock. What would there still be in time left there? So I do agree with you. But as I said, I mean, literally everything's going to get reviewed. Everything's going to get looked at. So, yeah, I mean, I can understand people being a bit spooked and a bit nervous. Yeah, definitely. But again, we'll just see how it plays out. What if a few people come out tonight and they accept Bobby's challenge, and then we get a 4-way or a 6-way, and that could replace the Battle Royal match every year? I don't know if it would replace it every year, but you could do that. That could be a way of getting people onto the card tonight, yes. So, yeah, you could go that way. If Hurt Business reunite, or we get a new Hurt Business, that could pose some problems for Brock if they get involved tonight, said Knight Rider. Days, did you see the WrestleMania WrestleMania interviews with Roman and Cody? The length of the interviews clearly shed light on who is going to win. Roman was less than 20 minutes. Cody was over 40 minutes, says Theo. William said, I'm trying to figure out streaming. Finger pointing up my setup. I'm thinking of setting a live stream up, William. Go for it. Runners said, if Bray answers Bobby's challenge, I would imagine it would be towards the end when it's dark outside. I agree. I mean, I think the attendance was announced just before the main event, wasn't it, last night? I think we could be looking at a similar setup. So I think it could be just before the main event tonight as well. So same time. We need a new streak to be broken, said Zoe Killer. Johnny said the John Cena entrance from last night was awesome. Knight Rider said Rey Mysterio's entrance was awesome. Saw the Hawani one. It would look bad if Bobby won the Andre match, then possibly lose to Bray. Jeremiah said, Days, do you know when you buy tickets for WrestleMania, do you get both nights or do you buy the tickets separately? Well, I heard, and again, I don't know how true this is because I didn't look into tickets. My understanding is that they were separate. But I think you could buy combos. So I think you could buy either day or you could buy both days. But I heard, and I don't know, I can't remember if it was this year or last year, but I can't remember. But they were doing like buy one, get one free at one point. That was the word on social media, that there was an offer where if you bought the one day, you got the second day free. Sales, I think, had been a little bit slow. And so, listen, they do not want empty arena, right? They will do whatever they need to do to make sure that arena is full. And So if they have to do that, I mean, it is hard, isn't it? Because, you know, to try and sell out an arena 2 nights in a row and sell, basically, you got to try and sell 160,000 tickets. That's a lot of tickets. That is a lot of tickets. 160,000 tickets. So you know, I mean, in order to try and sell that, I mean, they did a WrestleMania launch party last year. I don't know if you saw it on YouTube. It was great. Had Bianca and Becky and Street Profits and Snoop Dogg and JoJo Siwa and Miz, and there was loads of people on it. And again, you know, they were doing that just to let you know that tickets are now on sale. So they go big when it comes to launching WrestleMania tickets because, of course, they've got to sell so many of them. And I don't think it was this WrestleMania. I think it was a previous WrestleMania that there was word going around. And I didn't look into it. I must admit, I didn't look into it. But word was going around that there was a, like, buy one, you get the second day free situation. And that was probably because sales had slowed down and there was still a sizable amount left. I would imagine the first people that bought their tickets probably got charged for both days. So, yeah, I think you can buy either day or you can get a combo. I mean, they say that this one is sold out. It'd be interesting to know if you could get tickets. I mean, I would guess there probably are on, like, the secondhand market. But, yeah, I mean, listen, if WWE say there's 80,000 there's probably 65. You know, so there probably are some seats available, would be my guess. You can buy separate tickets or combos, says Coaster Outlaws. Can't Stop, Won't Stop said last year's tickets were a little slow. It was buy one, get one free. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, I do remember seeing that doing the rounds on social media. So, but these years just blur into one. Plus, also, I think that WrestleMania 39 ticket launch party was actually last August. So, I mean, even just the tickets for this year was like middle of last year. So, yeah, it's I couldn't remember which WrestleMania it was. But I don't think anyone can say that the crowds were certainly not impressive yesterday. I don't know if I've got a picture, but I should have the picture. I do. I've got an image of this is what Seth put out. Look at that. That is an image that Seth put out on his social media. This went out on his Twitter and everything. I mean, if that was you, if you was Seth, you would surely get that made, wouldn't you, into like some sort of a framed image. I mean, that is just so incredible. That is so incredible. I mean, that is just what a sight. Imagine being a professional wrestler walking down that ramp with that image in front of you, with just this absolute sea of humanity. And it's sort of strange, isn't it? Because you can see individual people. I mean, you collectively, you look at it as a whole. But, I mean, you can, as you're walking down, see like a dude in a red shirt and a woman and see, like, you know, their enthusiasm, see their flags, see a few signs. Yeah, it's kind of cool, isn't it? It's really cool. Really, really cool. So that was on Seth's social media. I thought it was a great image. Really cool. Coaster said it's not sold out. Do you travel all states or any certain ones, William? William, shout out to you. William, I don't think was able to join us much yesterday. I don't think. I hope he's well. Why do you use your backgrounds? Well, why don't I put that as the backgrounds? I was just looking at that actually, but I was wondering if it was going to be a little cluttered. Now, I think this is kind of nice and clean. It looks a little bit classy. I must admit that is the kind of picture that I normally would go for. I do like this background. I must admit this background was proper thrown together lastminute.com. But I do like that image. I'll tell you, let's give it a go. Let's give it a go and we'll see what it's like. That's not good, is it? Let me go there. It's okay. I don't know which one I prefer. I might run with this for a little bit. It's nice to have a change in it. But when we start, I might flip off it. I wasn't thrilled about Brock and Moss at first, but I am now surprisingly excited. Good. Boyaka. I've been watching you since I was 9, and I'm now 14. You have had an impact on my childhood, did that say? Where was that? Musa, shout out to you, buddy. You've had a huge impact on my childhood. Oh, shout out to you, mate. I really appreciate the support. You know that. And yeah, I'm just so grateful that you and other people continue to join us. There's people that find us for the first time, or people that have been with us for, what was that, 5 years? It's mental, innit? It's mental we've been streaming that long. But Musa, nothing but love to you, my friend. And I hope you have a great, very enjoyable night 2 of WrestleMania. Days, your background should be a close-up of a random animal's butt. You're a random animal's butt. Brock versus Amos is a throwback to the golden era, says Knight Rider. Out lit RPs, says Days, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Yeah, I'm good. We're in a bit of a weird sort of stage now because we started early. We have just gone through an absolute storm of, well, the sale news. I mean, that just derailed everything. But listen, we are here. Night 2, Cody versus Roman. And obviously, this is the one that everyone's been waiting for. This is the big one. This is the dance. So we're getting ever closer all the time. If you are watching as well and you haven't left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We actually got to 1,000 before the show began last time. We're at 694 this time. 694. So if you haven't left a like, leave a like. Be great to just smash that 1,000 again. We smashed it last night. Be great if we could do it again here and see if we can like pick that up a little bit and see if we can get a similar result to yesterday, which was brilliant. Kappa Owens said, Days, why aren't the Usos presented at Roman's level? Great question. We are hearing from Paul Heyman at the moment. Just listening to Heyman. He's talking about Starrcade. It was not as big as WrestleMania, but it was as big as I could get at that moment. He's talking about walking through the curtain and seeing Dusty Rhodes. This is great from Heyman. Heyman says he cut a promo, but when he went back through the curtain, Dusty Rhodes was right there. The American Dream was right there. And he said, great promo, but where's the money? And Heyman says, ever since then, I've kind of took that on board with everything I've ever said. Where's the money? The money is Roman Reigns. This is the largest grossing WrestleMania of all time, and it's Roman Reigns that's on top. Who's on top? Roman Reigns. It's not Cody Rhodes. This kickoff show, I mean, honestly, the tour around the stadium was brilliant. And this Heyman promo, this is what you want from a kickoff show. Good. The question about the Usos, why aren't they presented at Roman's level? I actually think that's the story, isn't it? You know, all the talk is about how Sammy has said to the Usos, you are basically being mistreated by Roman. And I think it's very difficult to sometimes see how that is the case. How do they get mistreated by Roman? How does Roman mistreat the bloodline? Because he doesn't hit them. He doesn't slap them around. But he does expect them to stand behind him. He does expect them to acknowledge him. He doesn't acknowledge them, right? He expects them to acknowledge him. And he tells them what to do. And he's in charge of them. He is the head of the table. And, clearly there would be a more compassionate way for that relationship. There's a way where he could stand alongside them, right? Rather than in front of them. And a way for allowing them to, talk and without them having to acknowledge him. And for them to be more united and everything. But that's the story. The story is that he is the head of the table. He is expecting people. I mean, I think Heyman actually said it really well in an interview. Everyone on the island of relevancy is only there for one reason, and that is to serve Roman Reigns. And if you can't do that, you need to leave the island of relevancy. And I thought that was a really articulate way of wording it. And that's true. And that's true of the Usos as well. So I think the reason why they're not presented as being even is because that's not the story. And actually, it's that dynamic. It's the fact that they're not presented as even. That's where we can get the friction. And that's where we can just, get some of the tension. And that's where, the teases of the splits in the bloodline and everything. That's where the story really comes from. So if they'd been presented as even, then we would have to find a different way of presenting the friction and the tension and everything. So that's the reason for that. So Kappa, shout out to you. DS Dave said, does anyone know the words to Cody's music? Something, something, Cody Rhodes. I think that you can go onto Google and find the words to Kingdom. I don't know them. I don't know them. It is something, something Cody Rhodes, but it is something that I don't know that it's quite got over with the fans like they were necessarily hoping. I think the fact that the words aren't really that well known probably is a little bit of a problem, to be honest, because I think Cody would really benefit from something like Seth's music, where the crowd, it's not about words. It's like the song basically singing along. I don't know that. I suppose you've got the whoa, whoa, whoa bit. People probably join in with that bit. But I mean, I don't think they're singing along like they are with Judas for Jericho. And, when the music stops for Cody, the crowd aren't still singing his song like they are for Seth. He loves Kingdom. I think it's all right. I think it's all right, but I'd be interested if they had, if they had the opportunity to provide him something new, something different, and see what they could come up with. Because I agree, I think there's a lot of people that don't know those lyrics, myself included. Adrenaline in my soul, blah 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 blah. Cody Rhodes, says Danny. Days I just subbed and I liked, so new. Liam, shout out to you, buds. Welcome. Appreciate the kind words. Feel free to share your thoughts in the chat, of course. So, welcome, my friends. We are at 740 likes, talking of likes. So we are 260 away, which isn't bad. It's probably around about where we were yesterday, to be honest. So that's not bad at all. So, again, if you've not liked, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. And Liam, shout out to you. Philip said, if Roman wins, what do you think is next for him? Or do you think it stays Roman-Cody feud? I think if Roman wins, then I could see it being a case that we do say maybe Roman and Usos working together at Backlash against Cody, Kevin, Sammy. Maybe it'll be Solo and Usos against Cody, Kevin, Sammy. I could see like a 6-man tag or something at Backlash. probably without Roman, to be honest. I think that Roman will probably, I think there's a good chance he misses Backlash. And then I think we could be looking at him coming back. I could see him having a break. I really could. I mean, I think there's a chance he misses Backlash, and I really don't expect him at Money in the Bank. I mean, Money in the Bank, I just don't think it needs him. I mean, that is 2 Money in the Bank matches. I don't think he was there last year. I'm trying to think if he was there last year, and I really don't think he was. So we had 2 Money in the Bank matches. We had Liv cashing in on Ronda. Austin Theory losing the title earlier in the evening, then winning the Money in the Bank, which I believe was the main event. I don't think Roman was there. So yeah, I think there's a chance that there's rumors that he's having a break. I think there's a chance that he does have a break, and I could see him missing Backlash and Money in the Bank. I think he loses. If he wins, I can only imagine that he skips those shows and maybe defends the titles on a SmackDown, because you probably do need to get a title defense in, obviously. So it'll probably be that they find a challenger, build up to the match, and then they might do something on SmackDown just to kind of get us through. We did see a SmackDown title match last year with Roman and Riddle. That was done on SmackDown. So they could do that again. I think that I do expect him to go away after WrestleMania, which is really what makes me lean more towards him losing tonight rather than winning, because I just don't see him competing at Money in the Bank. It's in the UK in a 20,000 arena at the O2. I just sort of think like the Money in the Bank is the big draw there. The briefcases are the big draw there. I don't think Roman will be on that show. Maybe if it was a stadium, maybe if it was Money in the Bank at Cardiff again at the Principality, or if we were going to be in Wembley, but O2 Arena, I don't think he'll be there. So I think he's going away. I think he's going away. So if he wins, I'm going to say that he appears on SmackDown at some point and defends the title. But I think he loses, and I think he goes away for a little bit. Right, let's go down. Days, do you see Finn and Edge match going outside of the cell? By the way, just one women's basketball NCAA Louisiana LSU just won the women's basketball NCAA tournament. We the ones, said Isan. Well done. Do I see Finn and Edge going outside of the cell? Sure, why not? I mean, I can see Judgment Day coming down and trying to get in. There's maybe a chance that there's like some action on the outside. Judgment Day come down. I don't know. I'm 50-50 on it, to be honest. I think they could start brawling outside the cell. I think that they could at some point leave and we could see Judgment Day getting involved. Equally, the whole thing could just play out inside the cell. So, in fact, thinking about it, because of how it's set up, there's probably not loads of room. There's probably not loads of room to go around. So if they are going to be outside the cell, it's going to have to either be by the door and up the ramp, or it's going to have to be on the roof. So that'll be interesting. That'll be interesting. I'm 50-50 on it. 50-50 on it. Because there's not going to be loads of room. So it's going to have to be by the door and the ramp and the stage or the roof. So I'm 50-50 on it. Didn't Mick Foley say he wanted to join Judgment Day? Not to mention Mick is famous for his Hell in a Cell matches. Did you see Mick Foley at the Hall of Fame? I mean, he really couldn't walk very well. So I don't think he's joining Judgment Day. Wrestle with Andy said, do you prefer 2-day manias? Hello, Wrestle with Andy. Hope you're well, bud. Do I prefer 2-day manias? Do I prefer 2-day manias? Yeah. I'm going to go, yeah. I've always said my preference is 1 3-hour mania, because I think you can definitely take away some matches here. I mean, you could take away the showcase matches. You could take away like what we did with the Miz. We didn't need that. You can take away like maybe Trish, Lita, Becky, Damage Control. I didn't see much love for that online. I think if anything, that match brought my score down yesterday as well. So I think like you can take the 2 days, trim them down to just the good stuff, and put them into one solid show. I think when you grow up with Manias being 3 hours, and that's what you're used to, it's kind of not hard to change, because I don't mind the 2 days. I definitely prefer this to 1 6-hour day. And actually, Nick Khan said the same. Nick Khan did an interview where he said that this is why they do it, because WrestleMania 35 went too long. Everything we've said, WrestleMania 35 was way too long. And so, yeah, as a result, they changed to 2 days. And so I think that if you are going to do the current show and the current product the way it is, definitely this is better than 1 6-hour show. Definitely. If I was to choose my ultimate, I think I would probably go for... You see, I'm quality over quantity. I would much rather have an amazing 3-hour show, maybe even 3 1/4, maybe 3.5. I would much rather have a solid show than like 2 shows that are just a bit, yeah, that was all right. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, had some good moments. Yeah, it was all right. I mean, what I will say is this WrestleMania is probably a bad example, because everyone loved yesterday and people are super excited for today. So what we're actually seeing is we're seeing the best version of the 2-day Mania this year. So we're seeing what can be achieved with it. But, again, WrestleMania 36, I think we saw that because of the pandemic and everything, that didn't set the world on fire. WrestleMania 37, again, I think the scores were all right for that, but I don't think it set the world on fire. WrestleMania 38, I think I gave the one day a 7 and the other day 7.25. It was fine, but again, one of my takeaways was if you took the best bits of both shows, put it in one show, you would have arguably the greatest WrestleMania ever. And I feel like you can make that argument most years. And you could probably make that argument this year as well. It's just this year, they're putting out such a good product. It's such a good 2-day event. My answer would be, if you can keep it this quality, do this. If you can keep it this good, then yeah, brilliant. I mean, it's great to be here last night doing the stream and then come back and do another day. It's great for me. I mean, otherwise I'd just be sat here twiddling my thumbs on a Sunday. So yeah, my ultimate would probably be I always want the best show possible. That's what I want. I want to be I want the best show. I want to be the most entertained. If you can do that across 6 hours, 7 hours, I think it's like 3.5 hours each day. If you can genuinely do 2 3.5 hour shows that really blow my mind and really impress me, kind of like what we've seen so far this year, then wow. I mean, hats off to you, honestly. Amazing. Absolutely fantastic. But again, if we go back in history and look at 36, 37, 38, they weren't this good, or not as good as yesterday. And so the argument always was you could take the best, put it into one show, and then you've got like, oh man, just one of the all-time great shows that you could just watch again and again and again and again and again. I mean, the great thing with the network, of course, is you can always just go back and pick out your best moments anyway, your favorite moments anyway. The way that we consume and watch the shows is very different now. Back in the day when you was getting videotapes, it wasn't really very easy to go to your best moments, your favorite moments. You would really watch the thing as a whole. You could always just quickly fast forward and go through, but it was a bit of a bind. It was a bit of a problem to do that. In my mind, I'm still very videotape, 3 hours kind of mentality, because I'm old and I'm a boomer. So I'm very much of that old school mentality. Whereas now, if I don't want to watch the Miz segment, I don't have to. I could just go back and rewatch Charlotte Rhea. If I want to then skip back and watch something else, I can just click on the chapter and go straight to that. So it's all different, isn't it? It's a different world. It's all moving. But As I said, I'm always quality over quantity. I'd much rather have a fantastic 3 hours than a rubbish so 6-7 hours. So yeah, if we can have more of these, I am definitely down for this type of Mania. Shia says, evening days, I live in Ireland. Shout out to you. So same time zone. Can't watch tonight because of work. That sucks. I am going to set an alarm for the main event. Could you do an estimate as to when you think Roman's match will be? Yeah. Yeah, I can. Because if we look at, if I click on watch now, it'll tell me that, actually, no, I don't want that. I want the schedule, don't I? Where's the schedule gone? Premium. Watch now. Where's the schedule? Featured. There it is. Trending now. Incredible matches recently added. So so the show will start at 1. It will be done by about 4:45. You're probably looking about 4 in the morning. I reckon you're probably going to get about 3 hours in. About 3 hours in, and then they'll start the main event. You might want to give yourself 15 minutes before that, though. So around that sort of ballpark. What return prediction have you got? I think we could see Randy. I think we could see Randy Orton. I think we could see Bray, if that's a return. I think we could see Alexa, if that's a return. I think we could see... I don't think we see Riddle, to be honest. But we might do. I mean, Randy could come down with Riddle and we might get RK Bro. So there's always that chance. So, yeah, I am expecting some returns tonight. I am expecting to see some surprises. Right, let's try and go. I want to try and blast through these. We've got just over an hour until WrestleMania 39 begins. Just over an hour to go. We've got around about 1,000 people joining us. So a massive, massive shout out to everyone joining us. Really appreciate the support, of course. I want to try and blast through as many comments as possible, which I have been failing at, in all fairness. Let me click over. Here we go. Right, let's go down. I think Jay White is going to help Finn Balor or help Edge, says Mark. Steve said, the lyrics are, my dad is Dusty Rhodes. Dusty Rhodes is my dad. Did I tell you that Dusty is my dad? Knight Rider says, add Edge and we get rated RK Bro. Killer Shock said KSI versus Bobby Lashley. Let me scroll back up. Days, I would also like to say thank you, says Theo. That's okay. I found your channel through the White Rabbit puzzles. Eventually started to watch the streams for WWE and AEW, and I have felt welcome because you read my comments. Yeah, well, you are welcome, but everyone's welcome. So yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah, the White Rabbit was fantastic. The only thing I'd say about White Rabbit was that it was a bit of a distraction. I think that it was great and I would love to see it return. I think that there might be a slightly better way of doing it because certainly when you do watch-alongs, I did feel very, very guilty during that time because they would drop the QR codes. And then you can imagine, I mean, it's literally like scanning it, watching the thing, trying to decode it, talking about the thing. And like, whilst you're doing that, the show is going on at the same time. So it was, it was a bit problematic, to be honest. So it would be great if they could find a way of dropping it maybe late in the show or dropping a clue that takes you like just a few minutes to work out, and it might just say the QR code is going to be on the bump at 11:52, and so that's it, done. That way you can watch the show. You've had the tease, you've had the information. You just need, now I need to watch the bump at 11:52, and actually that's cool because then that's going to drive people to watch the bump. So that actually picks up the views on the bump as well. So not only are people watching SmackDown for the code and the clue to know where the QR code's going to be, but then it takes people over to the bump or takes people over to the WWE website or to their Twitter or whatever it might be. And so that kind of ticks a few boxes. So, I mean, I do think we do see something like White Rabbit return. It was such a successful campaign that I think they definitely do go back to it again. Definitely go. And they should. It was brilliant. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. But as I said, the only downer was it was maybe just a bit distracting. Funnily said, do you think WWE has been underwhelming with returns, especially under Triple H? Every time they go on media and say expect huge surprises, it's always a letdown like the Rumble. Do I think they've been disappointing with returns? Do you know what I do think? I actually think that since Vince came back as being chairman, we've seen the returns magically settle down. I mean, if you think before he came back, it was like the conversation was, he can't do this forever. Here's Emma. Here's Karrion Kross. Here's Hit Row. Here's Dexter Lumis. Here's Bronson Reed. Here's Braun Strowman. Here's Bray Wyatt. Here's Bo Dallas dressed as Uncle Howdy. Blah, 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 right? I mean, it was just, honestly, it was pretty full on with the amount of people, not to mention Dakota Kai, who came back, and Io Shirai being called up, of course, and LA Knight coming up. And, you know, there was a lot going on when Triple H came in and for that kind of few months after. And then it just seemed to settle down. Now, it might have settled down because he brought back everyone he wanted to, but it also sort of coincided with the time where we found out Vince was now back in charge and Steph was going. I do wonder if Vince came back in and went on the purse strings and tightened them and was like, no more money for you. And that was it. So I think that in regards to recent activity, I would say, yes, it has settled down. I think that the sale might mean that's why it settled down, because we're focused now on trying to sell the company. And obviously there's been a big development on that story this evening. Without going into it, there's a whole video that we've put out on the channel. Obviously there's plenty of news buzzing around on that. So I think that's why things, or maybe a reason as to why things settled down. I also think as well, I just don't know that there's really loads of other big returns and names out there, because a lot of the big talent that WWE let go got picked up by AEW and they're under contracts. I mean, it would be lovely to see Aleister Black come back. I thought he had a bright future. I liked Aleister Black. He's now Malachi Black and he's under a contract in AEW. You could look at Andrade, who we never really did much with, but could you imagine Rey Mysterio and Santos Escobar and Andrade as like some sort of faction? Like, that's mouth-watering. That's very tasty. So I feel like there's stuff you can do. Plus also, his relationship with Charlotte could also play into storyline if we wanted to. Andrade and Charlotte versus Seth and Becky. I mean, there's things we can do there. Miro, you could maybe look at Miro. That could be an interesting one as well. Like, there's names out there, but as I said, I think a lot of them got picked up. And then, honestly, beyond that, I just don't know that there's really too many people that exciting left to bring in. So I don't know. It's a tricky one, isn't it? It is a bit of a tricky one as to who you can go and get, who you can bring in, what returns people want to see. I mean, I think people want to see CM Punk, but I don't think that's happening. I don't think CM Punk wants to do that. I think CM Punk just hasn't been in WWE since 2014. And so, you know, we're talking nearly 10 years next year. And I think that this is, you know, AEW might not have gone great for him, but I think that he really didn't like WWE. He doesn't like Vince. He doesn't like Triple H. He doesn't like that style of wrestling. He wants to be a wrestler. He wants to get in and put on great matches. So he wants to do that. So yeah, he is. Has it been a bit underwhelming? Yeah, I could understand that. I could understand people thinking that, but I think it's, without knowing who people would want to see, I think it's a bit tricky. This is hilarious. The pre-show is better, said Johnny. Yeah, I'm a bit distracted because they are just trying on like Asuka faces. They've got Snapchat filters and everything that they're using at the moment. So they've partnered up with Snapchat, and they had like Cody, and they had Asuka, and they had Miz, And so you can actually go on Snapchat and you like put them kind of masks or whatever they are over yourself. There's Brandy and Cody. Brandy Rhodes, obviously used to be a ring announcer for WWE. So there is Brandy and Cody and the baby. I don't know what the baby's called. But they are just being shown. And obviously the crowds are starting to come in and it's starting to fill up. Kappa said, favorite entrance and match from night one. I would say Rhea and Charlotte. I do think the main event was very close as well. And we spoke earlier, I think Dominic and Ray and Seth and Logan were very close to get. I think I would put Rhea, Charlotte, Uso, Sammy like at the top, and then next level down would be Logan, Seth, Dominic, Ray, and then like you just go down from there. So I think maybe the next one down from there might be the men's showcase, which was really fun. And then like you kind of work your way down. I really enjoyed Rhea Charlotte. I really enjoyed it, and I think that just gets the nod from me. I think that just gets the nod. In regards to, what was it, favorite entrance, it's got to be Dominic by a mile. I think Dominic's entrance was the best. I think they did a little video package of him being in prison. Then he gets loaded into a van. The van then pulls out into the arena. Not only that, but I genuinely thought he looked so cool. I thought he looked like $1 million. Because when he was like in the back of the van and he came out, he was wearing a Rey Mysterio mask. And he's got these police guards around him. He's in chains. He's coming through the crowds. He's making his way. He's got this mask on. He just looks like he hasn't got a care in the world. He's got a real swagger to how he's like walking and everything. And I made the comments in the live watch along. I was like, could you imagine if that guy that you're seeing right now had the ability to get into the ring and perform like Vikingo, like who, I don't know if you saw on AEW, he's in I think it's AAA at the moment. He is such an amazing high flyer. Like the stuff he can do is amazing. I would say that, I mean, I've only seen one of his matches, so I don't know what he's like in regards to selling and what he's like in regards to telling a story, because certainly the match that I saw with him and Kenny was very go, 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 move, move, move. And so, but either way, if Dominic could tell a story with his dad using the move set and the ability of someone like Vikingo, I mean, you'd be talking about one of the biggest names in wrestling. I mean, incredible. The thing is that Dominic is not green, but still very inexperienced, and he's still, do you know what I mean, finding his feet. And certainly is not a ring general. Like, he has to go in there and, he'll go through spots that he's worked on with his dad, which is totally fine. But like, what I'm saying is, could you imagine if in 5-10 years time, that guy was like a Seth or had an amazing moveset like a Vikingo, and he was coming down in like handcuffs with police? That should be his entrance all the time for like big matches. I mean, it was so amazing. Honestly, I looked at it, I was like, that is money. That is money. It just looks so impressive. He looks so cool, genuinely cool, that he looked like the kind of person that you just, if you didn't watch wrestling and you was watching that, you would be like, what's this guy all about? Like, what's this guy? What's this guy's story? What's this guy's backstory? And you'd want to know about him. You'd want to know, what's he done? Why is he in prison? Is he in prison now? Like, do they just bring him out of prison to wrestle? Like, what's the situation? Like, why is he wearing the mask? What's the mask? And like, there's a lot of mystery there. Like, for casuals, there's a lot of questions. There's a bit of a mystique. He's cool, prison, chains. I thought it was amazing. I mean, the Ray one, paying respect to Eddie, lovely. But I feel like we pay respect to Eddie quite often. I mean, quite often you'll see this. Do you know what I mean? You'll see the Three Amigos. I feel like we do it quite a bit. in various matches and whatever. So, you know, seeing it was nice. But I can't say it was a nice moment. I can't say that it had the impact on me that the Dominic one did, because the Dominic one I looked at as just a whole presentation thing. Looked at it and go, you could lean into that. You could totally do something with that, like in the future. Whereas the Eddie one was just a one-off. The Logan one I actually thought was a bit like, he kind of went up in the air and then he was shouting about how this is amazing, and then he like just sort of like slowly got brought down to the ramp. I didn't think it was that good. I think if he was gonna like impress me, he needed to go right the way up. You know, he kind of went up to like, I don't know, the height of the stage or whatever. And then like they moved him across. Obviously, you've got people saying about the connections with Owen, for example, and I do understand that. So maybe just the whole thing was not a good idea, because it is going to conjure up those kind of thoughts for wrestling fans. But the point I was making was that even what we got, I just didn't think was all that, oh my God, you know? If anything, it was the Prime bottle dancing around that got my attention more. So, and I didn't think the conductor worked very well for Seth, where the conductor came out and he was conducting the crowds. That didn't seem to work. And they seemed to be blasting out the music for the fans to sing along with, or the sound for the, and like that seemed to distort a little bit as well. So like, not only have you got this guy doing the conducting, but when they blast out the thing for them to join in with, like that distorted, it didn't really, I could see what they were trying to do, but didn't really do it. I think Bianca's today could be really good, because Bianca's last year, she had a full like military band, like big band that was playing with instruments doing her entrance music. Bum, 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 bum. It was really good. And she said she's got some at Tasty this year as well. So yeah, definitely the Dominic one for me. Cameron said Bayley teased departing WWE on social media. She teased departing WWE. Why would she depart WWE? Why would she? She's a happy bunny, isn't she? Is she not a happy bunny? I don't know why she would be departing WWE. I haven't heard any drama or anything along those lines. So that would be interesting. Let me just quickly search. We'll get to more comments. Again, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. She deserves so much more. Hall of Famer praises Bayley after loss at WrestleMania 39. 5 hours ago, Bayley said, sometimes the most romantic love story comes to an end by... Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, that is tease in the end, isn't it? Sometimes the most romantic love story comes to an end. I mean, I don't think it's anything more than a tease. I'll retweet it for those that want to see it. It is interesting. Right, Days, I hope Amos comes down like Logan Paul did. God, they'll have to... Good luck picking him up. They're going to have to go quite a way, aren't they? Why would she leave, says Daniel. I don't know. I mean, if it's up... Can't be because of the loss, can it? Can't be because of the loss. That'd be a bit of a lame reason to go, wouldn't it? I mean, I must admit, I was surprised that Damage Control didn't win. But I have to think it's all part of some sort of story. I can't imagine that it wasn't. I don't know. Perhaps she's not been happy with like how things have been going or something. I mean, well, I don't even know why I'm speculating, because I don't believe it. I don't believe it for 1 second. But don't know. Maybe again, just trying to get. Listen, there's so much buzz around at the moment. I mean, the eyes of the world are on the wrestling world, so now is a great time to just put something out and get attention. So, like Bayley doing that, we're talking about her. Don't forget, we had Bobby being all somber earlier, reflective and everything. So, he's doing that as well. We had KSI like teasing he might go after Bobby. So that tease is out there as well. So, I mean, look, this is the game, isn't it? This is what happens. So, well, I'm sure it's nothing. Dad Stuff said, do you think the Rick Steiner incident might affect the audience reception of Braun when he is called up? No, I don't know. I'm going to say no. It will affect some people, but I think, to be honest, let's say the crowd is 100%, okay? When Braun walks out, what percentage of that crowd is going to know who Bron Breakker is? Like, what percentage of that crowd watches NXT? Let's say it's 90%. Let's say there's 10% that don't know who he is, right? So we're down to 90%. Out of that 90%, how many of those people are going to well, first of all, how many of them people are even going to know what Rick Steiner said, right? Maybe we say it's 90% of the 90%, right? So, I don't know, in total people in the crowd, we go down to 80% now. Then out of that number of people, how many of those are going to blame Braun for what Rick Steiner said? Let's say it's half, right? Let's say it's 50-50. I mean, all of these percentages, I'm just guessing. But my point is, of the people that know him, and then the people that know that Rick Steiner said comments, then of the people that are going to hold that against Braun, you're talking about a percentage of the audience. You're not talking about the audience. You're talking about a percentage of the audience. So I think by the time you've gone down in those filters, you're probably dealing with a percentage of the audience, but the rest of the audience aren't going to be affected by it. So I would say no. I mean, for me personally, I mean, there's no reason. He's given me no reason to hate him for the comments that his dad has made. If he was to come out and go, I completely agree with my dad, well, that's a completely different situation, isn't it? But he hasn't. So you can't be guilty by association, You can't be guilty by association. Yeah, I've got to think that there would be some, definitely, but not enough for it to be a problem, I don't think. Wrestler with Andy said the stadium is starting getting dark at that time as well, which helped the entrance. The Dominic one, yeah, you're right. It's starting to go a bit more dusk and not being in the bright daylight. Yeah, that did help. You're right. I agree. Right, King Uncle Chop 94 said, what do you think about Drew's contract ending? I don't think there's anything to it, but because apparently Drew's contract isn't up until the end of 2024. I'm sure I read that on Fightful yesterday. So apparently WWE locked a lot of people's contracts down for 5 years in 2019 because, of course, that's when AEW was starting. So WWE went, oh my God, let's make sure everyone's locked down to contracts. Gave everyone big contracts for 5 years in 2019, which means a lot of them expire in 2024. And so Drew was making the point that his contract's coming to an end and they've not even started negotiating. They're not even close. And so that caused a bit of panic. But again, it's WrestleMania. They're going to be focused on WrestleMania. I'm sure that they can start negotiations at some point post WrestleMania, but it's not like after WrestleMania he's going to do one because we've got, still a long way to go and a long way to run on his contract. So, yeah, I think that, again, it's a bit of a storm in a teacup type situation, but, it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll get sorted. I think WWE like him. I mean, they might be a little bit different in regards to what Drew thinks where he should be on the card compared to what WWE think, I think they see him as someone that's in the mix, not the guy. And obviously Drew would like to be the guy, as would Seth, as would Sammy, as would Kevin, as would everyone. So that might be a little bit of a sticking point, but I mean, I can't see it being a problem. He's going to get a good offer. I'm sure they'll want to keep him. Where else would he go, to be honest? I mean, unless he's made his money and he's going to retire, where's he going to go? I mean, he could go to AEW, but I don't think he'll get paid as well as what he is in WWE. I don't think he would. So, I don't know. It'll be interesting. Those negotiations are all going to be very interesting because are WWE going to bend over backwards as much as they did in 2019. Because to be honest, in 2019, when AEW first started, it was so important for WWE to ensure that they had a bad start. Because if they start at like 1 million viewers, then and you can keep them around that level, you know, it's going to be hard for them to build up. Like, it's going to be difficult to, like, you know, grow and build. And we've seen that. You know, you fast forward and now they're actually down at 800 and some thousand quite consistently, because they've told a load of stories, they've tried a load of stuff that hasn't worked, and, you know, a few things have caught fire, and a few things have got them up to 1 million and 1 million plus. But it's hard. It's really hard. Like, you are constantly competing for everyone's attention, and it's very difficult. And so, like, for WWE, they needed to make sure that was not a big 2 million or whatever, right? They needed to make sure that that was not a stacked roster that was going to bring in, like, loads of eyes. Because, of course, if it dips from 2 million, it dips to 1.8. It dips to Raw numbers. It dips to, I don't know, 1.5, which is just below Raw numbers, or actually has been Raw numbers in the past. Like, if you go from 2 down, you probably go to 1.815. If you go from 1 down, you go to 800,000, 750, something along those lines. So WWE locked everyone down to big contracts because they did not want AEW starting with, you know, all this main event talent that was going to mean that everyone was going to tune into AEW. And to be honest, they succeeded, didn't they? They succeeded because AEW opens with, I think it was 1.4 million, I think they opened with. And then they they dipped down to, I think it was like 1.2. And then they were pretty consistent around 1 million. So they sort of settled around 1 million. And that's why 1 million has always been a bit of a talking point. And then honestly, you know, the past 12 months, whatever, it's been more like 850. So will WWE be as aggressive with making sure people don't go there now? Because I feel like AEW have sort of settled. You know, if they pick up some stars, they might raise a little bit, but it's going to be so hard for them to get to 1.8 or whatever, you know? Even if they get Drew and Sasha and all of this, like, what would that mean? 1.3? 1.2? Like, I don't think, what would it take for them to get to 1.8? Would that even be possible on that network? I honestly don't know. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see what the next round of negotiations going to look like, and if WWE are going to be as aggressive, and also add in the fact that it's going to be potentially Endeavor that's doing those negotiations and is going to be a part of those negotiations rather than the McMahons if the sale is going to go through. So you've got all that as well. Yeah, that's another aspect we've not spoke about. How does a WWE owned by Endeavor, how does that look competing against an AEW? How aggressive does that look against an AEW? Like, again, when it comes to contracts and everything, it's tasty, isn't it? Tasty. So a lot to unpack there, King Uncle Chop 94. A lot to unpack, but my initial reaction is that I don't think Drew's contract is actually ending anytime soon. Swans1 said, I hope Lesnar suplexes Amos. I think we could see that, but the fact it's the first match of the evening makes me think, like, are they really going to be able to repair the ring in the first match? Because what we saw yesterday was very much match. And then when we got to the attendance announcement, that's when we got a little fun segment. I don't know that we're going to have like a different setup here. So actually, you know, it could be the same situation where it's going to be match. And so we're not going to have time to fix a ring. Because a lot of people thought if we see the suplex, the ring could break. Obviously, you could do something else somewhere in the stadium. Doesn't have to be in the like in the ring. It could be on the entrance ramp. Could be that he gets thrown through one of the panels or something along those lines, or gets chucked down those steps or something like that. I have no idea. But I feel like that match deserves something big. It deserves a big talking point. It deserves something for us to go, oh my God, right? it definitely deserves that. I don't know if we get that, but it does deserve that. But I think its placement on the card is making me think it's probably not likely that it's going to be a ring break. That's my takeaway from it. Melly said, I've got a question. When WWE was about to be sold, what does it mean with hang on. I've got a question. When WWE was about to be sold, what does it mean when the company is private? So when the company is private, that means that it's not open for being on the stock market. It's not open to shareholders. So it doesn't actually change what you see. It's not like all of the content is private and we can't watch it. It's a business term. So if a company is public, that means that if you've got money and you want to buy a bit of WWE, you could actually own a bit of WWE. You could own shares in it. You could be a shareholder. So what that means is that if WWE is doing well, your shares go up in value. So if you buy a share in WWE for $2 and then it does really well, WWE, and your share is now worth $5, well, you've just made some money if you sell it, right? And that is the stock market, basically, how it works. And WWE, if it's public, would be on the stock market and it would allow you to buy shares. If it goes private, then all of that goes away. Basically, it is just owned by whoever owns it. So if Endeavor buy it and take it private, then that means Endeavor own it. You can't have shares in it. And what that would mean is that they don't need to announce their numbers, because you've got to remember, anything that a company does that if they're public could affect the shareholders, and they in a way answer to shareholders as well. So a lot of big decisions, there's like shareholder meetings and all this kind of stuff. Also that means that all of your financial results have to be announced. You have to tell everyone your financial numbers, your profit, your loss, your revenue, all that stuff. They have shareholder conference calls where they actually reveal this information, because you need to know how the company's doing, because you need to know if do I need to buy more? Do I need to sell? You need to make these decisions as to what you want to do with your shares. So that's why all this information has to be put out there. It's not just a guessing game of like, do I think WWE is doing well? I'm not sure. Shall I buy more? Like, you've got all the data right there as to how they're doing and what their future plans are and projections and everything. So yeah, all of that goes away. All of it goes away. If they go private, then it's just owned by a company, and all that, they don't publish any information. All of that goes away. All of the conference calls go away. All of the shareholder meetings go away. So all of that goes away. What you watch on TV is exactly the same. Everything's the same. It's a business thing. So I know many of you will already have known all of that, but it's just interesting, isn't it? What kind of questions are going to come up now that like the sales coming through? People will be hearing these kind of terms, won't they? For the first time, maybe kids and whatnot. Delwyn said, last night I paid £5 on Sky Bets. So far, so good. I need Theory to win. I need Rhea to win. Okay. Sammy and Kevin to win. So the only one left is I need Brock and Cody. And then I'll get £21 return. Happy WrestleMania for me. Delwyn, shout out to you. I love the fact that you're hoping to win £21. And in order to tell us that you are super excited because there could be £21 coming your way, you've decided to do that through a £20 super chat, which I just think is incredible. That is amazing work. I really hope I win 20. I could do with this £21. It's going to be a big win for me. And you've announced that in a £20 super chat. So shout out to you, Delwyn. Appreciate the support as always. But as I keep saying repeatedly, you absolutely don't have to keep doing that, my friends. But I appreciate the support, and I hope your bet comes through. Days, are we still getting Randy tonight? I think so. I mean, I feel really good about it. All the rumors have been that it's going that way and that we're going to get him. So I feel good about it, but as I said, could there be a change of plan? Absolutely. Could it be that they decide to go a different direction, or could it be that there's a travel issue, or could it be? I mean, I don't think there is. I think he's already there, actually. I feel good about it. I'll be very surprised. I mean, if we don't see him tonight, then is there a chance we see him tomorrow? As I said, I think it's a big day tomorrow. I think it's a real big day. So it could be that they decide to push it to tomorrow instead, but I feel good about it. I feel good that we'll see him. Do you think Hollywood Hogan will show up? It's in California. I saw a movie with him in it with another woman. It was great. Can you chug a Red Bull for Mania? Do it for Vince and Triple H. Well, I won't chug the Red Bull just because I might end up choking and spluttering, and I don't think that will make for a great stream. And also I might choke, and that really won't make for a great stream. But in regards to, like, could we see Hollywood Hogan? I mean, it's just a bit, I mean, yes, we could. It's a little tricky, isn't it? Because it just feels like, I just don't know that he's going to get great reactions. I mean, it's just his stock is so low. I know they had him as the host of WrestleMania 37, but they had to put him out there with Titus O'Neil, didn't they? They couldn't have him like go out there on his own anymore. I mean, it's such a horrible situation. I mean, it's his own fault. And certainly what he said was horrific, disgraceful, but it's just that you don't want it to be true of someone like that when you've grown up with them talking about say your prayers, eat your vitamins. You know, you want that to be the person, don't you? Like, you don't want it to be that they're just a horrible douche, racist. But, you know, listen, he's made his bed. He's got to sleep in it. I think if he's going to be on the show, they might have him come out with someone else so that he doesn't get booed. I mean, they're not going to want Hogan being booed at WrestleMania. To be honest, I mean, I just don't know. I don't know if the crowd would boo him or if they would just be indifferent and just be a bit quiet. I just don't know. I don't know how the crowd would react, actually. As I said, like at WrestleMania 37, that was in Tampa. So, I mean, you know, he lives in Tampa. And, you know, they probably respect him a little more there than anywhere else. He was the host. And as we said, they had him go out with Titus, didn't they? Titus O'Neil. So they everything was in his favor there to not get booed out the building. I just don't know. I just don't know. I think we could see him, but I think almost certainly he goes out there with someone else. Is Bobby having an open challenge match tonight? I haven't heard WWE announce it. WWE haven't announced it. I think it's going to be one of those moments, you know, like, for example, The Miz ended up having a match last night and that wasn't announced. WWE obviously knew it was going to happen, but you know, it was a case that they didn't announce it, and I think we could see something similar. I think the attendance just before the main event. So last night, The Miz announced the attendance. That's when we end up getting a match we didn't know we were getting. I think tonight we could have something similar with the attendance thing. I don't know if Miz announces it and Bobby comes down, or if Bobby, maybe they have Bobby announce the attendance and say that he's going to issue an open challenge as well or something. It tends to be around the attendance thing historically that we get moments and whatever. But we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I certainly wouldn't lose heart that we're not going to get LA Knight or Bobby or whatever. I mean, surprises are exactly that, aren't they? Surprises. If WWE told you that we were getting Bobby, then that wouldn't be a surprise. So, and he's been on social media sort of teasing that he's not going to do it and not going to be on the show, which just makes me think even more that he is. So I think we'll be all right. I think we'll be fine. I think he'll be there. If you are watching as well, I can see we are over 1,000 people joining us right now. Big shout out. Big thank you to everyone that's joining us. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We are 156 away. We're a little bit away, but if you think that we've got over 1,000 people watching, 156 likes, we should be able to get to 1,000, hopefully. Well, I don't know. I was going to say within the next 26 minutes before the show starts. We did it yesterday. Can we do it again today? So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we are getting closer and closer to WrestleMania Night 2. Days, hope you are satisfied with the outcome tonight. Smooch, said Isan. I like the smooch. Is it possible Roman walks out with one belt after a loss? Well, anything's possible, but I don't think that's going to happen. Just because I think if you was going to do that, you would announce that in advance. I mean, all the posters, all the graphics have said this is for the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship. We've gone through the build. At no point has it even come up about splitting the titles. It's never been mentioned. It's not Paul Heyman there, didn't mention it. We've got the kickoff show here. They're not mentioning it. I've got a graphic in front of my face right now that says Undisputed WWE Universal Championship. I mean, if they were going to just have Cody walk out with one belt, I'd have to think we would have had that as part of the builds. I mean, to get to WrestleMania and go, actually, this is only for one title. I just don't know how you would do that now, to be honest. I mean, I'm sure you could find a way, but I just don't see it. I don't see them going in that direction. So I think it's for all the gold tonight. It's all or nothing for the tribal chief. Justin said, my wife has made ravioli and meatballs for dinner. Massive meatballs. Listen, I mean, honestly, and I'm not just saying this, Justin, I have heard about your wife's massive meatballs. That is something that has come up in conversation during member streams. So shout out to you, shout out to your wife, shout out to her massive meatballs. Theo said major American news outlets are now reporting that WWE sailed to Endeavor per sources. Yeah, I mean, thanks to the community, we were on that pretty fast, weren't we? I mean, we were on that before Sean, I think, got his tweet out about it, or around the same time at least. So a massive shout. I mean, I've said before, this community is like a supercomputer. There is no way that I could keep on top of everything that you lot are able to keep on top of. And so we have people jumping in going, have you seen this? Have you seen that? And it's brilliant because we're able to go here, go there, you know, I mean, as we just saw with the Bailey tweets and like various examples. So, yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, the news itself might not be brilliant. We don't know yet, but even so, great that we've got news coming in thick and fast all the time. Eat our dust, sap, said Alexis. Yeah. I heard rumors that Sean Ross Sapp comes here to get his news. That's what I... Also, not true. Moon Knight X53 said Roman is being advertised as champion for SummerSlam, says Moon Knight X53. I really don't think that's going to be a spoiler unless it depends how it's being promoted. I mean, if they need to get a poster out now and they need to put Roman on it, he's going to have the belts, isn't he? It would be probably a bigger talking point if they had Roman on the poster without the belts. So this is where it gets a bit tricky because I don't know. You'll have to tell me what graphic that is. Where have you seen that, Moon Knight? What's the graphic? Because if it's like a poster or maybe a little article in the newspaper, as I said, it's tricky, isn't it? Because you've got to have Roman in the picture because he's the biggest star. But like, if you put him with the belts, people are going to say, oh my God, he's going to win at WrestleMania because he's got the belts. But then if you put him without the belts, people will say, oh my God, he's going to lose at WrestleMania because he hasn't got the belts. So it makes it hard to know, like... Does he have the belts? Does he not have the belts? Like, what do you do? So, I'd be interested to see it and see where the graphic was and what it looked like. I don't believe any of the Rick Steiner transphobia comments towards Giselle at WrestleCon. There's no proof. There's zero proof. Okay. Jim, shout out to you. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I can't say because I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if anyone overheard it. I don't know. I mean, it'd be a weird thing to make up, wouldn't it? For them to accuse him of doing that, and to then, like, if he didn't, and then to go on social media and, like, write it all out in, like, a really long message form and just completely make it up. Like, that would be really strange. That would be really strange. I don't know the truth, and I really hope the truth comes out. I mean, clearly it was at a wrestle convention. There's going to be people there. So I'm sure that if we did some digging around, we could find out. Hopefully he comes out with his side of it. I said yesterday, I would love his side of it because it's at a wrestle convention. Apparently there was people around. She says other people were being abused by him, so it'd be great to hear their accounts. But, like, why would he do that? I said this yesterday. Even if he did have those beliefs, right? Why would he be shouting them out in a public place, seemingly unprovoked? Right? Seemingly just shouting them out. I have no idea. I have no idea. I find the whole thing very, very strange. I find it very, very strange. So I feel like there's questions, many, many questions, very few answers. And in a way, is that not life? LFC Luke said, do you still collect figures these days? I love the streams. I love the figures, and I love looking at new figures. And that's just reminded me I was going to do that, wasn't I, Miss Clown? Miss Clown told me there was new figures on ringside, and then I think the sale news came through, and then I got myself in a right tiz. So I do love looking at the new figures. Actually going out and buying them, I just don't get a chance to go to the shops, is my honest answer. I mean, honestly, I wake up, I do like my research, I do streams, I do like little videos, I do like Twitter, I answer my emails. Actually, like planning to go to the shops to do a toy hunt and everything, it's just doesn't seem to happen so much these days. They're definitely still happening. I'm definitely still going to be doing them, but I have to make a real effort to like go and do it and then bring the footage back and edit it all out and get the videos out, you know? So, but actually looking at new figures and being interested in the product, very much so. Yeah, I've enjoyed looking at the ones they've shown off for WrestleMania. And actually, do you know what? What I might just quickly do is I do want to look at the new figures on ringside. So we'll just spend just a moment just doing that. We might as well do it together because it's not really much fun me sitting here looking at it on my phone, is it? And just telling you. So we'll have a little look together. Have you heard Bailey might leave? It's been teased. Yes, I did. I want to let me shout out whoever that was. Hang on. Cameron, shout out to you. Have you heard Bailey might leave? She's just teased it. Yeah, I have. I don't know how true that is. Obviously, I don't know what the situation is there. She's a heel. She likes to troll people. I think there's a chance that there could be some of that going on. So we'll have to wait and see kind of what comes of it. But definitely something to keep an eye on. Right, let's just have a quick look, shall we, at some of these figures. I wonder if I can I make that a little bit bigger? No is the answer. Is that the answer? Why is that the answer? That definitely should not be the answer. If I want to make this bigger, I should be able to make it bigger. Yes, there we go. We're not going to spend long on this because I know there's a lot of people that just aren't bothered. But I think it's fun just momentarily just to take a little look. So this is a new Vader by the looks of it, which looks really cool. These aren't painted, of course. These are not the final products. But again, not the final product. New suited Cody. That's a really good face. That looks pretty good. Once that's painted with the eyes and everything, that's going to look really good. Tommaso Ciampa, by the looks of it. Unpainted Tommaso Ciampa. We've also got Rey Mysterio and Randy Orton as well. So Rey and Randy couple of these are all like prototypes, aren't they? There's a new Ronda. And is that a British Bulldog? A new British Bulldog? I don't know what that's going to look like. New Survivor Series 2023 Build a British Bulldog. I wonder if that's going to be like Heart Foundation British Bulldog. Don't know. Interesting looking Ronda. I like the little smirk on her face there. So new Ronda. Got a new Becky as well. And a new Shawn Michaels. That's interesting. So Becky with some pretty wild attire and a new Shawn Michaels as well. Then Jerry. Oh, I love that. That's cool. That's like proper old school Jerry Lawler. That's really nice with like the jacket over the top. I wonder what era that will be. Could be Attitude, or it could even go a bit before, couldn't it? Again, it's not painted, but yeah, that looks cool. Build a Virgil? Oh my God, wow. We have had Virgil before. They did actually do Virgil, so it's not first time to line, but he'll be pleased. Hopefully he gets some money from that so he doesn't have to sit around at conventions. We've got Beth Phoenix. Not sure about the face on that, to be honest. Might just be the angle, but Beth Phoenix. The shape doesn't look quite right for her face, but whatever. We got, is that Ridge Holland? It's a nice looking jacket. And we've got Io Sky as well. Io Sky, Ridge Holland. We've also got Carmelo Hayes coming to the line. That's good. That's a lovely jacket. These soft goods look absolutely, oh my God, look at that. Look at that big green belt. That, of course, is the WWE Championship from the early to mid-80s. I think it was replaced in 84. But that's the belt that Bob Backlund had as champion, and the belt that the Iron Sheik had, and the belt that Hogan won and kickstarted Hulkamania. So big green in the line. I think we have had it once before, but it was, I can't remember. I think it was in like a Coliseum thing. Like it was a real hard to find one. But that's nice. That's cool. That looks like it's coming into the normal line, so you won't have to like specially order it. You'll just be able to get it. Solo Sikoa is coming as well. That's cool. It looks a bit strange, doesn't it, without like any paint and like attire, and his legs look weird. But that'll be the shorts going into the legs again. If it's not painted, it looks strange. But it's just more to let you know Solo Sikoa's coming. Eric Bischoff coming into the line as well. Mattel Creatives, Eric Bischoff coming in. We've got some Usos. Wow, look at that. Those are Ultimate Editions. 2 belts, swappable heads, wreaths. There's lots there. And we've got Brock Lesnar. Oh, there's the Beth Phoenix that we've just looked at. There's the Brock Lesnar. There's a Batista. God, there's loads. There's the Batista actually in proto form. That is a... Who is this? This is Ridge Holland. Oh, that's the Ridge Holland. There's the Virgil. There's a Bron Breakker. Have these all come out this past hour? There's loads. Oh, God, I thought this would be... Oh, there's the Jerry Lawler. That's good. I like that. There's the Jerry Lawler that we were looking at. There's the Bulldog. That's cool. There's the Shawn. Got a Kevin Owens as well. And we've got a retro Wendy Richter. Is that looks like Wendy Richter. Is it Wendy Richter? Upcoming design studio. It doesn't actually say, does it? That looks like Wendy Richter to me. That's got to be Wendy. Hogan. There's, is that what's that? Is that a retro captain? That doesn't look retro. Mattel figures revealed. I don't even know what some of these are. That looks like Superstars. I think that's Superstars. And there's a Rocky Maivia Rock. And now, oh my God, I can't believe how much. And that as well, that's awesome, isn't it? Do you know what? We could just keep going. I mean, there's so much, but, oh my God, there is. Look, there's Dominic. What I will say is these are all on Ringside. We're running out of time a little bit here. If you want to see these, Ringside Collectibles is where you want to go for these figures. There's loads and loads and loads of awesome stuff here. So look at that video. Awesome. Yeah, go and check out Ringside. And again, huge news. WWE potentially on the verge of being sold. So that breaking news coming out. We dropped that a couple of hours ago thanks to this community. I want a WrestleMania t-shirts. Well, there's plenty available. There's plenty that say champions if you want to represent Kevin and Sammy following last night. They certainly were pumping that merch out. So, yeah, there's plenty out there. Per CNBC, the expectation is that WWE would be merged with Endeavor's UFC to create a new standalone public company with the Ari Emanuel-led firm holding a majority stake. The expectation is that WWE would be merged with Endeavor's UFC to form a new standalone company. What does that even mean? What does that mean? I mean, it's clearly going to be... It wouldn't be under the UFC banner, would it? I mean, it would still... I mean, the value in WWE as a brand, you know, you wouldn't want to have to rebrand it anything. So, I don't know. To me, that means that it's just going to... They'll form a new... I wonder what that means. They'll form a new company. Perhaps it means that there will be a company that's one, but coming off of it is UFC and WWE. So maybe Endeavor Media, blah, 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 is the company. And underneath that sits UFC and WWE. I don't think, unless I'm reading it or hearing that wrong, I don't think there's going to be WWFC and we're going to do everything under that one brand. I don't, that wouldn't make any sense whatsoever to me. Because WWE is known all over the world. Why would you want to change that? I mean, they didn't want to have to change from WWF to WWE. It's only because they had to, and they were being sued. So, I think that probably means that they will start a parent company. You know, like how Alphabet is actually the parent company of Google. I think it would probably mean something along those lines. Is the Fiend really dead? Said Knight Rider. You can't kill what... I didn't see where that went. Derek said, I think that WWE spoiled the Logan Paul Seth Rollins match with the 2K gameplay. That's my opinion, said Derek. Do you think that WWE will ever have night 1 in one city and night 2 in another city? Yes. I mean, I do, because I think that... I mean, I expect there to be many more WrestleManias. So I think the idea that we could, you know, if it gets to the point where selling out WrestleMania in one venue becomes difficult to do over 2 days, then the thought might cross their minds of, well, why don't we just do the one day in Florida? And then why don't we do the second day in New York and, you know, try and do it that way, whereby we can try and tap both markets. I mean, New York is obviously a very strong market for WWE. Florida is a very strong market for WWE. If they struggle to sell out 2 nights in New York, you might get away with doing one night in Florida, one night in New York. I don't think we're anywhere close to doing that. And I do not think that is a preference. And I certainly don't think that's going to be next year or the year after or the year after or the year after. I'm talking 50, 60, 70 years down the line, right? Do I think that could ever happen? Yes. Yes, I do. Do I think that could ever happen? Do I think it's going to happen in my lifetime? I've no idea. Maybe not. But I think there's probably a chance that WWE do it at some point, yes. It does open itself to that, doesn't it? It does open the opportunity for that. For example, you could do night 1 in America and you could do night 2 in Britain. And like that would be a way of giving the UK a WrestleMania. You could do night 1 in Britain, which, you know, time-wise might be a little bit disruptive. But don't worry, America, because night 2's in Florida, and that's better for you. That's nicer time, isn't it? And so UK get night 1, and then night 2 is in Florida. So, you know, there's different ways that you could apply it. But as I said, just because Just because I think it could happen doesn't mean I'm expecting it. Fan asked Bray about I want at Mania. Bray replied, "My WrestleMania is tomorrow," said Meave. We did see that, yes. Retweeted that back out. Very, very interesting. Did I retweet it? Oh, yeah, I did retweet it out. Very interesting. Bray heavily teasing a WrestleMania appearance. Roman Reigns sucks. Oh yeah, I agree. I hate Roman Reigns. Ah, God, he's so arrogant. Roman Reigns sucks. If you're watching Roman Reigns, you suck. Daisy's busy. Maybe hit him up on a DM. What's the question? I'll try and get to them. I'm trying my best, guys. How long have we got? 5 minutes. Where are we? Oh, we need 67 likes. 67 likes. If you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, drop a like, because we got 5 minutes. 5 minutes, and we need 67 likes. 67? There's 1,129 people watching. Have you all liked? Have you? Because you can't have, because we're on 933. So we need 67 likes. 5 minutes to go. We did it yesterday before the show started. So let's have a look and see what we can do. Come on. Let's see what you can do. 5 minutes to go, said CJH Gamer. Days, will Vince open the show? Don't think so. Although he was there last night and apparently he had a headset on. Wrestle with Andy said, Days, the Bloodline are thinking about making the Cinnamon Toast Crunch guy a full-blown oos. Yay! Can't wait for that segment where he opens up the shirt, turns it round, honorary oos. Can I get a meow in the chat if you are hyped, said Furious Buckets. I can do that. Hang on. Give me a sec. Done. I haven't liked it. Oh, that is so typical of you. The sounds of S-Town 1. This is why I prefer the sounds of S-Town 3. So much more supportive. Oh, it did it! You did it! It did get the 6. Oh!
And his name is...
Yeah! Amazing. Thank you so much. It makes a big difference. I don't know why, but when you get to like 1,000, it just helps with the algorithm. That's at least what it seems to be. So we did it. Yes, that's amazing. You did that in 2 minutes. I really appreciate it. There'll be a lot of you there that just press that button, then they'll be like, yeah, I'll press the button. But yeah, I really appreciate it. Amazing. 1K before the show. I know, man. That's mental. If you join us for the UFC streams, like, honestly, it's like pushing water up a hill. It's so hard sometimes during the UFC streams. We normally get there just before the main event, right? So to compare this to the UFC streams we do, it'd be like getting there just before Roman Cody. Right now, we're 3 minutes away from starting the show, so you killed it. So really appreciate it. I'm going to celebrate by cracking open a cold one. Going to celebrate, yeah? Here we go. Woo! Not sponsored. If I was sponsored, I'd be dressed as a flipping can, wouldn't I, after yesterday? But, no. I bet next year, WrestleMania 40 will return to Madison Square Garden. I think it's in Philadelphia, but I think they've announced it. So it would make sense to be in Madison Square Garden, but I don't think it is, actually. I don't think it is. I think they're doing Philadelphia, which took me by surprise as well. Because I agree. Paul said Kayla Braxton is looking so good. Well, listen, she's a lovely young lady, isn't she? I think we all know that. Can we show some love to the others as well, though? Shout out to Pete Rosenberg and Wade Barrett and Booker T, and I don't know who the other one is. Kevin Patrick. Shout out to him as well. The sale is confirmed, according to the Sport Bible. Jeez Louise, man. Is that true? Sale confirmed according to the Sport Bible. That is mental. That is absolutely mental. Do you know what's more mental as well? Is I put a tweet out about the sale, right? And a little link to the video. That got 65 likes. I put a tweet out about Bray Wyatt saying that he might be at Mania. That's at nearly 300 likes. People are way more excited about Bray Wyatt than the sale news, according to my Twitter anyway. Which, priorities. But that story is not going to go away, is it? That is the story. Such a weird time for it to drop, as I said, but honestly, here we go. Who do you think's going to win out of Gunther, Drew, or Sheamus? I don't need to think. That's the advantage here with having you lot around, is I don't need to think. So we have got a quiz, a little poll, and in the top, Gunther, 49%, Sheamus, 25%, and Drew, 26%. My little preview thing as well is like totally behind schedule. Is that going to update better? Right now in my little preview, which shows me what you're seeing, it's still showing figures. So I think something's got a little bit stuck there. But yeah, so in our poll, nearly 50% of people are saying Gunther is going to win the Intercontinental Championship match. Ghost Rob 38, shout out to you, bud. Says happy WrestleMania night 2. Let's go. Yes, man. Paul said, I bought 2K23 yesterday after WrestleMania so that I can replay Mania. That's good. I mean, good luck finding the cinnamon toasty man or whatever he is. But yeah, I reckon they'll sell quite a few games, in all fairness, off the back of WrestleMania yesterday. It was very, very, very well received. Very well received. Is tonight going to be well received? Is what we're about to see going to be as satisfying as what yesterday was? It's a high bar. It's a high bar. Right. Can I get a shout out, says Hazard Sports. No. Then now forever together. I was only joking. Hazard Sports. Shout out to you. Right, here we go. Let's go. In the words of Mario, welcome to WrestleMania. Right. Oh, hello. We've got American flags. Time for Jimmy Allen. Jimmy Allen, Grammy-nominated artist. Time for America the Beautiful. Mold Jam, shout out to you. Johnny said, I played 2K22 Ray after the Hall of Fame. I just couldn't sleep. No Killer said, I like how Ray's mask was a nod to the Great Muta. The tag titles will be separated, and Usos will win the blue ones back, and the red ones will go to Raw with Sammy and Kevin, says Bob. Hi, Bob Lashley. Bob Lashley. I mean, that might be your actual name, and if it is, brilliant. But I like it, Bob Lashley. USA, 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 USA. Beautiful. I'd rather have Jimmy Nail. I'm so out of touch, I don't know who this is. I don't either, to be honest. I mean, he seems good. He seems right. I ain't got no issue with him. Seems a nice guy. Lovely shots of SoFi Stadium. I mean, just amazing. Amazing. Look at that. Wow. Here we go. Now he's getting stuck into it. I feel so awake and so good. I mean, do you know, we've been streaming for 5 hours. I feel like we've been streaming for half an hour. I feel like we've been on such a thrill ride. Ray's mask last night looked goofa. Okay. Can't wait to be the woe in Cody's entrance, says Finley. Do you think there's a good chance, realistically, that Bray is here, says Mason? Yes. Bray Wyatt poster in the graphics today. Yesterday it was not there, said Meave. He's better in the second part of the song. Yeah, it's all right. I didn't find him offensive. Not many people in the stadium, is there? I mean, they are dripping from the ceiling, man. It's amazing. Right, we know what the first match is going to be tonight. Okay, it is Kevin Hart that's doing the cold open again. Apparently, wasn't Bianca Belair doing cold as balls? I haven't seen if she did, but I think she was going to go on and do that show. Undertaker did that show. It was really fun. Really fun. Nothing really surprisingly big last night. Gotta have something, says Johnny. Hard to believe this is night 2. Believe it. Kevin Hart started the show. Yep. Ex Mulder said any QR codes. Well, I mean, there are, but not for White Rabbit or anything. Or Bray. QR codes that I've seen have been like things for the Snapchat filters and whatever. But no, nothing. I'm not expecting anything like that. I do think we see Bray. Yeah, I tell you what, if we don't see Bray tonight, I think there'll be a lot of concern. But my answer will be wait for tomorrow. Let's see if we get him tomorrow, because I do think Raw is big. I think Raw after WrestleMania is a big show, and it just hasn't felt that way in a few years. But it's a big show. It really is. So I still think we see him tonight. I really do. If we do not get Bray tonight, I will be shocked. I will be really shocked. We want Randy. I think we'll get Randy. I do. I think we'll get Randy. Laura said poll. Poll. Yeah, okay. For Brock and Amos. We can do that. We can do that. Poll. Who wins? You watch now. Now it'll turn out this isn't the first match and that Fightful were wrong. It'll be the Intercontinental match that I've just ended the poll on. Right, here we go. Snickers presents Kevin Owens. He was loving them last night. If you watch the press conference, I think he had 3 or 4. Oh, he loves the Snickers, Kevin Owens. That's what we learn. Right, we're in SoFi. Lovely sweeping shots. See a few empty seats there. Look, a few empty seats there. Definitely some seats that you can get. Looks great, though. Looks great. Such a lovely looking stadium. Although, did you hear people complaining? Apparently they couldn't get out. Right, the Miz. Is it? It's Miz and Snoop, man. This is. If I was Maurice, I would start getting worried here about this partnership. Niall said, I can't wait for the wow in Cody's entrance later. Niall, shout out to you, buds. If I was Maurice, I would be worried with the amount of time Snoop is spending with the Miz. Okay, Miz in quite the suit here, so it's that's amazing suit. So they're just recapping what happened yesterday. He said we got a new women's champion, we got new tag team champions. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Doug Father, of course, drove Ray to the ring, didn't he? Travis said this Mania blows. Can we fire it up? Here's a Moss. Here's a Moss. We're going to fire it up with a Moss. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Here's a Moss. Here we go, guys. Time for the people's main event. Amos making his way out, of course, with MVP. Let's go. Here we go. Come on. No way. Brock the first match. Brock the first match. Miss Clown says Giant Ninja. I don't know if we need this. I don't know about this background. I don't know. I might keep it. Snoop knocks out the Miz. Snoop will probably get Miz baked, and he'll wake up somewhere with no pants, not knowing how he got there. Yep. Look at Corey Graves in a white suit with like gold collar, gold edgings. Oh, is that Rick Rubin? I think that's Rick Rubin in the front row, who is a big WWE fan and one of the world's great producers, music producers. Oh, I don't know why I'm surprised. The celebrities are out. Here's the tail of the tape. Brock Lesnar is 6'3". Amos is 7'3". Brock is 286. Amos is 4'10". Amos has got 6-inch reach advantage. He's got 7 inches on his chest bigger. His shoe size is 18. I don't know what that means. His shoe size is 18. Probably extra large. Wouldn't that be X? XXXXX. 18. Even his shoe size is funny. Even his shoe size, everything about Amos is made up. I actually think it's two people standing on each other's shoulders. And like his shoe size, 18 E. It's like something's glitched in the Matrix. Right, well, he's in the ring. Brock is gonna win. That movie about Ruben just came out. I didn't even know there was one. Daydreamer Pictures. I didn't know there was one. That's interesting. I mean, what a career he's had. Is the beast. Is the beast. Something really exciting about Brock still. His entrance and... let's get to work, Brock. Let's get to work. Let's get to a smile on his face. Puts his arms in the air. Let's get to work. Mess him up, Brock. Mess him up. Mess him up. The beast incarnate. You know the press conference is going to bang with that UFC. Oh, you're joking, aren't you? What, the press conference where they ask questions like, Ray, is it, Rhea, is it, does it feel better winning than 3 years ago when you lost? That press conference. That press conference with those hard-hitting questions. What was the question at the end? The question at the end was, this WrestleMania has been so amazing, so many surprises. Do you think we'll see more surprises in the future? Nah, that's it. All the surprises have been used up now. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know that they'll be allowed to ask those kinds of questions. I don't know. They'll be too busy asking, you know, when you went out, walked down the ramp, was that exciting? In front of the 80,000 people that were cheering your name, was you excited when you walked down the ramp? The helicopter is in the sky now, said Trey. Here we go. Face to flipping face. All right, let's go. Let's go. So, Amos standing in the ring. Brock backing up a little bit. He's got a smile on his face. He charges forward, tries to take down Amos. Amos, oh my God. Did you see that? He just chucked Brock. Did you see how he just chucked Brock? Did you see how he just chucked him? Shoulder tackle there by the Beast. Duck underneath. Brock goes round the back out. Oh my God, that seems sharp. That back elbow seems sharp by Amos. Did you see how he just threw him? He just got Brock and was like, go away. He scoops him up, slams him down. I mean, do you know what? We have never seen Brock handled like this. We have never seen Brock handled like this. He's just like, it's like a dad with a child. Get up, go. I mean, not that you would throw your child around, but like, look, picks him up. He's got him on his shoulder, slams him down. Oh man, it is mental. It is mental watching Brock getting slammed, just being chucked, gonna pick you up, slam you down. It's just, it's effortless. It is effortless. Shot coming into the back. I bet Brock's all like, whoa. Brock's never ever took bumps like this before. Brock's like, whoa, what's this? Could you imagine Brock flying through the air going, what the hell is this? Well, this is a new one for the diary. Right now, Brock's face is red. Bear hug being applied. Brock is being treated like a cruiserweight. Threw him like an action figure. It did, man. Just chuck him around. Forearm strike to the back here by Amos. Amos backing up, putting his arms out. And the crowd booing away. Brock hobbling around. Look at that. We're just seeing another shot of the foot. Do you know what? When he hits him with that forearm strike, you actually see Brock's boobs like ripple around. Like his whole body, any little body fat he's got is rippling around with the impact of that shot. Right now, Brock is getting ragdolled. This match should not be this much fun, but seeing Brock being treated this way is mental. Picks him up, looks for a bear hug here, Amos. I tell you what, if he was to just beat Brock, imagine if he just beat Brock. Imagine if, like, we watch him, like, bear hugging Brock, chucking Brock around, and then he pins him 1, 2, 3. That would make Amos such a big star. Because this, honestly, is a real eye-opening performance from Amos. Watching him chuck Brock around. Brock gets picked up, choke slam! Brock goes down, Amos looking for the cover, 2. Shoulder up by the Beast. Shoulder up by the Beast. Brock is testing his strength and seeing what all Amos has, says Cynthia. Godfather said Brock is defenseless. Choke slam to Brock, said Meave. Into the corner goes Brock. Amos has been in... listen, Brock's been in cell mode, full-on cell mode. I don't think I've seen Brock allow anyone to do to him what Amos has been allowed to do to him. We just got a German there. Brock struggled to get the... Oh, that was better. That was better. The first one was a bit low. That second one was a good German. So 2 German suplexes by Brock. Amos gets back up to his feet. Brock struggles. Third coming. Third German. Third German. 3 German suplexes. Brock charging over to Amos. Grabs Amos. He picks him up. He's going for the F5. He's got Amos. Oh, his legs give out. His back gives out. His back gives out. This is more fun than Cena Theory. This is more fun than yesterday's opener. Brock grabbing Amos. He's got him up on the shoulders. Crowd on their feet. Crowd on their feet. F5. He gets it. Brock wins. Brock wins. Brock wins. He had him. He couldn't quite like get him over. He sort of like chucks him to the side. I mean, he gets an F5. It's short. It's sweet. I mean, listen, there's only 6 matches tonight. One of them has just ended within the first 20 minutes, and we had America the Beautiful as well. So, I mean, we've got plenty of time for moments and surprises tonight. This match was not a match that people were excited for. That just went as good as you could have hoped. I mean, it was fun. We saw stuff we've never seen. I understand there might have been some people that wanted the ring breaking and whatever, but honestly, after seeing what they've just given us, that was great. That was really fun. That was really fun. Watching Brock get treated like that is just really, really not something we've seen. Good, fun. 7, yeah. I love Brock, 5 stars. It wasn't bad at all for that match, said Johnny. No. I mean, listen, considering what we were expecting compared to what we got, yeah. This is the match that I think a lot of people would have pointed at this weekend and went, don't need that. And it has not offended us in the slightest. So, lovely. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, WWE. I'm disappointed. Undertaker is impressed by Amos, but not the creative team. Undertaker is impressed by Amos, but not the creative team. Oh, what? You wanted Amos to win? Does Undertaker like Amos, does he? I didn't know that. Fun match between 2 massive guys. 7, 8, 7. People putting in their scores as to what they thought about that. Yeah, again, let's not go crazy here. Let's not make out this is the greatest match we've ever seen or even the best match we're going to see today by any means. But did it stink out the place? No, it didn't. No, not in my opinion. I thought that was all right. Right. A quick, exciting spectacle. Already beat 2 matches from last night, said I Like Turtles. Brock Shaw looked a little peed off at the end, said Ryan. Some of them shots might have been quite snug, in all fairness. That forearm, they showed a slow-mo. When it hit, his body like rippled with the impact. And like the way he was being chucked around. I don't know. See, the thing with Brock is that if you actually get him, like catch him and whatever, he can see a bit of red. Like, do you remember Braun in the Royal Rumble caught Brock accidentally, I think with a knee, and Brock immediately went bang in the side of the head, and Brock like properly cracked Braun for real. It was like, here's the receipt, bang, and like Braun was like all at sea, man, proper wobbly for like a moment, and then he had to like try and compose himself. He was proper gone. He was proper out on his feet because of Brock cracking him one. So like, there could have been some shots in there that Brock had to like bite his lip at, maybe, because some of it looked really snug. Right, here we go, guys. No time to talk about Brock Lesnar, right? And the spectacle that was. We need to move on. Okay, who wins? It is the women's showcase match next. So is it going to be Liv and Raquel? Is it going to be Ronda and Shayna? Is it going to be Natty and... Who's Natty's partner? Is Natty with Shotzi? Now, there's rumours that Shotzi's got her tank, but she hasn't come out with her tank. She hasn't come out with a tank. Why has she not come out with a tank? Maybe a tank will still make an appearance. Maybe her tank will still make an appearance. Apparently her tank is there. So we was expecting Shotzi to come out in the tank. Okay. Well, she hasn't. Liv and Raquel, Ronda and Shayna, Natty and Shotzi. Sonya and Chelsea, isn't it? That's the other one. Sonya and I've been really impressed with Chelsea Green. There's Chelsea Green. I like her entrance gear. Right. Brock looked hurt after the suplex, but I hope it's just a work, says Bob. Jay said, Natalia is with a new partner every month. Chelsea looks great. She really does. She does look great. She does. That kind of gear that she's walking down to the ring with, it's so simple, but it's so distinctive, like the hat. Yeah, it looks really good. I've loved her character work as well. I think she's been one of the better people that they've brought in. Here's Rhonda. So Rhonda's music hits. Reputation. Oh, look at that. They're coming out in geese. Ronda Rousey in a white gi, and we've got Shayna Baszler in a red gi. About reputation. Oh, no, not me. I'm afraid it'll take time to be dark, otherwise we will not be able to witness one of the finest entrances for Finn, says Psychot. Why Shayna got to walk like she's pooped herself? Listen, nerves affect us all in very different ways. Logan said Zack Ryder is a lucky man. Bloodline can still exist without championships, says Anonymous47. Mash Sock said Chelsea looks great. Anonymous said I still want Cody to win. Miss Clown said they look like Ken and Ryu. I wonder if that's what they were going for. That's a really good shout. They are, one in white, one in red. I can't say that their ring gear looks very Ken and Ryu, but the geese do. Liv Morgan's got nice ring gear. She normally does. It's quite patches. She's got like a bit of denim in there. There's a bit of PVC in there. There's lots of colors in there. There's some chains in there. There's quite a bit going on. Apparently, as well, I heard that Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn's ring gear had tributes to PWG on it, because PWG is a promotion, I believe, in LA. And I mean, I've heard of PWG, but I haven't watched any PWG. And they started there, and that's kind of where they cut their teeth. So they owe a lot to that company. And so they were paying homage to it in their ring gear. Brock. Natalia gets flipped over there by Liv. Number one trend in the world right now is Brock. The number one trend in the world. Oh, wow, it's saying the world. In the United States is Brock. Not WrestleMania. Brock. It's probably because of how he was ragdolled around. It's kind of funny how they hit the ropes. Just saying, says Knight Rider. What, is it when they're like really gently hit them? Like, oh. I do find that a bit annoying, actually. I like it when people really lean into the ropes. I always think it's a really good visual. If someone's going into the ropes, I want them to like really come out of it. Sometimes when you see people go against the ropes, especially the girls, and they're like, they don't really want them to move. Missile drop kick there by Chelsea Green on Raquel. Raquel did not flinch. Fall away slam to Sonya Deville. Chelsea Green is in the ring. She goes over, gets kicked by Shotzi. Shotzi coming in. Shotzi coming off that bottom rope. Wow, that's amazing. I don't think that move's going to get the credit it deserves, to be honest. That should be a finisher. That should be her finisher. How did she just do that? She just springboarded off the bottom rope. Do that. She springboarded off the bottom rope, kind of shot back, flipped over, and flatlined Chelsea Green. That is a sick move. That move from Shotzi is amazing. I really want to see it again. I want them to show a replay of that, because that was great how she just springboarded off. Shotzi throwing, going to the outside. Natalia, at the moment, Chelsea, Sonya emptying the ring. We've got Shotzi up top. Shotzi is up top. going for a crossbody, and crossbodies Sonya and Chelsea. It was like a Canadian destroyer. It was. You're right. She flips round, but the person ends up going face first like a flatliner. A Canadian flatliner. I don't know. I don't know that that's a move I've seen before. As a if you can do it and make it look smooth, if you can just like, if it's one of those that you can like not hit out of nowhere because you've got to be by the ropes, but if it's one of those where you can hit it and it looks smooth and it looks good, that would be such a great finishing move. And instead, it's just sort of been buried in this match. It's just sort of, you know what I mean? And there was no reaction from the crowd. Right, Liv on her feet, charging over at Raquel. She's on the shoulders of Raquel. Raquel hurls Liv to the outside. Down goes the 4 women on the outsides. But they didn't look that good. Seriously, this couldn't be on a SmackDown or a Raw, says Eric. Your poll should be for this match. Who gets pinned? I think it'll be Sonya or Chelsea. Oh, no, I agree. I think Chelsea. I agree. I mean, Chelsea tends to like be the one that takes the fall. So I agree. I think it will be her. Paul Carpenter said, where is my girl Aaliyah at? That's a good question. I like Aaliyah. She's not like amazing in ring. She's very inexperienced, and you know, you've got to do a lot of work with her. But I loved her little tag team she had with Raquel. I just thought like you kind of root for Aaliyah. I find myself rooting for Aaliyah. But I could understand a lot of people watching her going, oh, she's not that special. The thing with Aaliyah, though, is that she was on Breaking Ground, which goes back to about 2015 on the network. So if you watch that show and see her on that show, she is, I mean, honestly, you could get someone from the street, put them in that class, and they would look more comfortable. They would do a better job than what she did on that show. She looked awful. I mean, embarrassing. So to see her go from that all of those years ago to kind of what she's become now, it's quite the journey. And she's put the work in, man. She really has. So I'm always like that. If someone's put the work in, I really do find myself rooting for them. Heart Attack and Natalia going for the cover, but Chelsea Green makes the save. Shotzi grabs Chelsea. Chelsea hurls Shotzi out the ring. Yeah, I've got to say, this match not setting my world on fire. Change the graphic at the bottom. Yes, I will. Thank you. Right, women's showcase is what we are enjoying. Wow, we've got Sonya and Chelsea both stacked, and Natalia is trying to do a sharpshooter on both. I don't know how successful that's going to be, but she's got it. She's got it. Sonya and Chelsea. Sharpshooter applied. Are they going to tap? Are they going to tap? There's Liv. Oh! Liv breaks that hold. That's a cool moment, though, innit? That's a cool moment. With sharpshooter applied to 2 women. Liv Morgan from the heavens breaks up that moment. Crowds applauding away. We're rumbling along with the show. Tag as Liv brings herself into the match. Ducks underneath. Kick to the midsection. And as we said, I mean, this match is getting a bit of time, isn't it? I can't remember how long the men's one went last night. I don't know if it was longer than this or not, but so I mean, it's all right. It's all right. Gets ropes. Flatliner. There's a flatliner by Liv. And we've got Sonya in there as well. Ronda has come back onto the edge of the ring also. So these two coming into the ring. They've dealt with Liv Morgan. That means that we've got Ronda and Shayna. Crowd booing away. Crowd booing away. Ronda grabbing the arm. I don't like her face paint. Ronda laughing at the fans as she grabs the arm of Shotzi, and Shotzi taps. Shotzi taps. It's Ronda, and it is it was actually Shotzi that tapped there. I really thought that was going to be Chelsea Green. Put in your scores for that one. 55% said it would be Ronda and Shayna that would pick up the victory, and it is Ronda and Shayna that pick up the victory. 2.5, terrible. 2, predictable. 1, 2, worst match in history. 0.7, 4, 2, 0, 3, -5. Yeah, I mean, I think that match is definitely guaranteed. This can't be a 10 out of 10 day. The perfect 10 out of 10 result has gone out the window now. Ronda and Shayna versus Becky and Lita will be interesting. That was the worst match. It's the worst match of both nights. Paul says, you're right. It's a terrible finish. Wasn't great. Bad match. I wanted to like it a lot. -100. Jamie said it was a terrible match and a terrible ending. Oh my God, guys, don't let this ruin your nights. Yeah. It's all right. I mean, I didn't have high expectations for it anyway, to be honest. That match will win the Botchomania Award. It was boring. -10. Ronda is overrated. Infinitely negative performance, said 229 Suicide Squad. Guys, I mean, honestly, it's all right. It's all right. We've got lots of lovely things to look forward to. Don't let it get you down. Did Ronda even do anything? Well, she got the armbar. So, I mean, she cashed a nice check. Bad match. Should have been a triple threat. The next 4 matches should be good, said Swab Maverick. Yes. Yes. LA Knight deserved that. What? To be armbarred by Ronda Rousey? Come on. Yeah. Surely you wanted better than that for LA Knight. Guys, can I just point out that we are 36 minutes into night 2. There's only 6 matches on this card, and we've already had 2 of them, right? I mean, I don't know what they've got planned tonight, but clearly it wasn't much involved in these first 2 matches. So, I mean, in all fairness, it might take a while to lower the cage, the cell, and raise it back up again. But, I mean, we have got a lot of time for these final 4 matches. I think all fans of surprises should be feeling quite excited right now because we've got time is something we're not struggling with. We're doing good for time. Right. We are just seeing SoFi Stadium. This match can't let me down. I was down anyway by Cena, said Daniel. Wow, people are still putting in scores. Godfather's Home -5. WrestleMania highlight of the night. Right, come on, WrestleMania. Right, we are just seeing the Andre Battle Royal now. I wonder, could this lead to a Bobby segment, do you think? They're showing us the Andre Battle Royal segments. And obviously there's been big talk that the Andre trophy has been taken to WrestleMania. So we are just seeing Bobby being victorious. Will said Bray is going to show up. I think so, bud. I think so. He said that he said to someone that pulled up next to him at traffic lights that his WrestleMania is today. So yeah, get excited, but not too excited because it could be a swerve. Right, what have we got now, ladies and gentlemen? Please welcome the winner. Okay, here we go. Please welcome the winner. The almighty Right, Mitchell said, not going to lie, the two matches really felt like pre-show. Now with all the packaging, it's like the real show is kicking off now. Well, here's Bibbs. Here's Bibbs. Here's Bibbs. Bibbidi Bob. He's coming out with that big trophy. He brings the trophy out. I mean, is he just going to stand and wave? Or is he going to come down and say a few words? So he brings the trophy out. He puts it out at the top of the entrance ramp. Dun, 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 dun. See, it feels way too early for Bray, doesn't it? I mean, it feels too early for Bray for me. Dun, 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 dun. He picks up the trophy. He's got a smile on his face. I don't like any of this. Don't like any of this. But he is going down to the ring, I think, though. Is he heading to the ring? No. Oh, my God. It looked like he was walking to the ring then. Looked like he was walking to the ring, and now we've got a graphic for Gunther, Drew, and Sheamus. Is that it for Bobby Lashley? And now they've gone to an up, up, down, down thing. Man, we've done him dirty. Oh no, we've done him dirty. Are they saving it? I don't know. I mean, why would they bring him out later? Maybe. Let's not lose heart. It'll be all right. Night 2 is dropping the ball. That was underwhelming. They've just simulated the match, and Drew has won. So we've got Nikki Cross, we've got Tegan Knox, we've got Hit Row. Is that Dawkins in the background? Look at Dawkins. Dawkins in the background. So this is some up, up, down, down thing from yesterday. Yeah, I do agree. Night 2 is wobbling. We are wobbling. We've had a drink. We've had a drink. We're wobbling around. We need Summer to save Night 2. Thankfully, we've got Summer. His name is Gunther. And everything is going to be amazing right now. This match is going to deliver. Let's ask the question, who wins? Who wins? Is it going to be, we'll do a poll, is it going to be Sheamus? Is it going to be Drew? Or is it going to be the Ring General? Gunther. What is this? 2 lame matches. Bobby Lashley posing with a trophy and video game, says Ryan. Welcome to WrestleMania. Baszler was injured during the match. Might have altered the finish, says Theo. Mr. Thurkur said it's the worst WrestleMania of all time. At what point can we start blaming Endeavor? At what point can we say this isn't Vince's fault or Triple H's fault, but this is Dana White's fault? I blame the UFC. Just throwing it out there. EJ said the rest of the night should go very, very well. CJS32HD said it's all going to be okay. I promise. Dylan said the announcers never mentioned Bobby was supposed to face Bray. It's like it never happened. Are they not allowed to mention it? Well, I don't think they would mention it because they haven't acknowledged what's happened with Bray. So obviously the report has been that he's ill. And so we haven't, they haven't acknowledged, I mean, he hasn't been acknowledged at all. I mean, it's so strange. It's so weird. They were promoting the match and then they just stopped. It just stopped. And the report we heard is that he's ill, and he's been ill. But obviously we can see he's up and around. But as we said, him being up and around, I mean, I don't want to speculate, but I am now about to speculate. It could be like a mental health thing as well. It might not be a physical thing. It might not be something that stops him getting out and about. It could have been a physical thing that he's now recovered from, but it was just too late to pick up the story for the match, WWE had to move in a different direction, and trying to pick up that story like with a week to go till WrestleMania just wasn't the right way forwards. So I don't know. It's tricky. It's really, really tricky. Really tricky. I can understand WWE not wanting to remind people that we were meant to get that match and just sort of move on from it, distance themselves from it. Sam said the triple threat was produced by Abyss. Get ready. Right, here we go then. We have got Titus O'Neil down at ringside, which is nice to see. He is the global brand ambassador, so it's nice that he is involved. They've got drinks of Harder, Mike's Harder. What the hell what's this? What's this? What's Harder? Is this like Blue Chew? Harder Lemonade. Mike's Harder Lemonade. Guys, breaking news. Mike's Harder. Is this PG? Lol to the ads. These ads are ridiculous. They are ridiculous, but they've made a lot of money. 20 million, apparently. There were some reports that Bray Wyatt did have a mental breakdown and walked out after Brock had refused to work with him. Yeah, I mean, I don't buy that, to be honest, because I think we'd already started the ball rolling with the Bobby stuff. So I don't that wouldn't really make much time-wise. I would struggle to see how that would make sense, because it feels like the Brock thing fell through and then we went to the Bobby thing and we'd already started the Bobby build. So, don't know. This is why I say, don't want to be speculating, really, because just don't know what the truth is. The whole situation is very strange. And undoubtedly, one day it will come out. The truth will come out. The truth always comes out. Here's Drew in a white kilt, making his way down. A very different look for Drew. It's a cool look, though. Looks good. Drew McIntyre with his white kilt. It's like a summer kilt, that is. It's like a casual kilt. There's Drew enjoying some Mike's Harder lemonade. In the future, I just feel like everything's going to be an advert. Look, we've got CGI Mike's Harders in the sky. His graphic was all Mike's Harder. We've got Mike's Harder all around the ring. I mean, it's working, because I've never said Mike's Harder so many times before in my life. I don't even think I've ever said it before. Now we've got a lemonade match. Bianca should do a commercial and make the Mike hardest. Please, yes. I've got the commercial in my head of her saying that. Wow. Gunther, Sheamus, Bobby, WrestleMania moment, was carrying a trophy. He should immediately ask for his release. It's fight night! Now I want a lemonade, says Butterscotch. It's harder because it's got 8% alcohol in it. Oh. Did they say that? I didn't even know it was an alcoholic drink. I had no idea that was an alcoholic drink. Okay. Well, it just became a little cooler. Now we're talking. Right, Sheamus is making his way down, and he's also promoted by Mike's Harder. And there is Drew in his little white pants. So Drew's got white trunks, and Sheamus making his way down, and we've got more CGI lemons in the sky. You can get tea and lemonade 50-50. Amazing. Shout out to Mike. Always bringing innovation to the alcohol lemonade world. Mike's Hard Lemonade. I've never heard of it. Where's the giant Mike's Harder mascot? Oh, good question. Maybe Gunther's going to come out dressed as... the Ring General is going to come out dressed as a big can of Mike's Harder. Here is Giovanni Vinci. Ladies. Here we go. Here we go. Imperium doing the intros. This is his first WrestleMania. This is going to be big. He deserves a big entrance. Your ring. Your reigning Intercontinental Champion. Taking his time. The Ring General. And then they turn, snap their heads to the side, and there he is. The Ring General. And there we go. Gunther making his way down. He looks awesome. He looks awesome. Mitchell said, Hawkins Jr. just said, hell in a Duracell. Hell in a Duracell. This needs to be highlighted because we all know that's going to be the next sponsorship coming. Hell in a Duracell, Hawkins Jr. and Mitchell. Amazing. Amazing. That is very good. Hell in a Duracell. Right, we have got Gunther, the Ring General, making his way down to the ring. Triple threat, and this should go, man. This should bang. This should bang. Days, where is Adam Rose? He was all about the lemons, said Smurfy Tunes. I don't know what. Do you know what? I actually don't know where he is now. I think he's still in wrestling. Taking off his entrance jacket. Oh, man, I hope they've got some good plans. I really want this to be good. I must admit, I would prefer this to be Gunther versus Drew. I really wouldn't mind Gunther versus Sheamus rematch either. All three of these, though, I mean, it's brilliant ingredients for a great match. Mike's Hard Lemonade is what they told the weirdos on To Catch a Predator, says Theo. Will there be a mascot battle royal, said Lady B. I hope so. I put that out in a tweet earlier. I was like, if we don't get a mascot battle royal, then WWE are doing this sponsorship thing wrong. We absolutely need a mascot battle royal. I need hell in a Duracell now after what was just commented. Right, we've got Gunther versus Sheamus versus Drew. Rest with Andy said this should be for the European title. Oh, God, it should. You're right. You're right. There's a really strong European contingent in WWE now, and thanks largely to NXT UK. But obviously, there was a good existing core there anyway. Gunther from NXT UK. Sheamus has been around. Drew obviously returning through NXT. Oh, big boot. Gunther goes down. So Gunther goes down and out. That just leaves Drew and Sheamus. Yeah, could you imagine if this was for the European title? Shots coming in. I mean, we don't want to be like AEW with like loads of belts. So there has to be a bit of a balancing act, but uppercut. I suppose in a way, It's just great. It's for the Intercontinental. This is a big match with 3 big stars. 2 of them former world champions. 1 of them an undoubtedly future world champion. And this is one that many, many people have really been looking forward to, licking their lips on. Into the corner goes Drew. Makes a satisfying sound as he clatters into the turnbuckles. Chop coming in there by Drew. Against the ropes. Breaks it. I like Drew in the white attire. Oof. Down goes Drew. Backbreaker. And it was the Irish Curse backbreaker. Over the top rope goes Drew. Sheamus grabbing Drew. Going to look to throw in the strikes. But I can see Gunther from behind. Collides into Sheamus. Chop coming into Sheamus. Sheamus goes down. Chop coming into Drew. Drew goes down. Hard-hitting stuff in the early stages of this one. Shot coming in there by Sheamus. So Sheamus and Gunther exchanging shots. Sleeper hold in the middle of the ring at the moment there by Gunther. On the shoulders of Sheamus right now. And Gunther, what's he going for? Oh, shot. Down goes Sheamus. Drew on the outside. He's going to look to get back into the ring. Fast-paced action at the moment. Shot coming in there by Drew into the ring post. Goes Drew. He collapses down on the outside. That leaves Gunther and Sheamus in the ring. Ironically, Days, I'm drinking an ice cold lemonade with ice and popcorn, said Retribution. Days, Street Profits with Mike's lemonade outfits and red cups. See, that would have been seamless. That would have been great, Slipknot. That would have worked a treat. That would have been good. I mean, I must admit, I don't know how offensive what we just got there was. I mean, it didn't really get in the way too much. But I'm pleased that this match isn't sponsored by the Cinnamon Toast Crunch cereal. I don't need to be looking at Sheamus and Gunther whilst we've got a cinnamon thing dancing around at ringside. So, you know, I think at least we've got the sponsorship at least, like, credible. Going over. Yeah, we got a Boston Crab. Gunther has got a Boston Crab on Sheamus. Drew gets back into the ring. Throws in some shots there, and Gunther breaks the holds. Gunther getting back up to his feet. There's a big shot that comes back there. These two exchanging blows back and forth. Forearm strike there by Gunther. Shots being exchanged. That rocks Gunther. Big chop coming in there by Gunther. Another chop. Heavy chop coming in there by Drew. Gunther with a big chop of his own. These two exchanging blows back and forth in the middle of the ring. And the crowd, every time chops come in, the crowd are wooing away. Michael Cole says this is absolutely incredible. Michael Cole is loving the action so far. Another big chop coming in there by Drew. Drew driving Gunther back. Gunther goes down onto one knee. Sheamus goes into Drew. Drew goes down. So Sheamus jumps in. It's action, action, action. This is the match of the night. This is a banger. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is breakdancing. I think WWE pull the trigger on Gunther one day as a future superstar. I completely agree. Completely agree. He is an easy future world champion. Easy. Chop coming in there by... could you imagine if we took a slow bloodline, storyline burn with Gunther? Like, took our time and kept him as a special attraction, and he only worked the occasional match. Because his matches are awesome. His matches are really impressive. SoFi Stadium really, really appreciating the action here. Hard-hitting, heavy chops. Again, there's Mike's Harder being advertised on screen. Lovely shot, though, of the stadium. And Sheamus hanging Gunther over that top rope. Now he's going to go for the blows. Crowd loving what they're seeing so far. Raining down these strikes. Oof. Another one comes in. Chop coming in there by Drew. Another one there by Sheamus. These are just absolutely unloading here on Gunther. Gunther's being clubbed and chopped. Oh, God, his chest is going to be absolutely battered. Heavy shot there by McIntyre. Gunther goes to the outside. Sheamus to the outside. Drew grabs Sheamus. Corey Graves said that was uncomfortable to watch. Knee there by Sheamus. Grabs Drew over the top rope. And now Sheamus is going to unload on Drew. He's got Drew over the rope. He's going to throw in those big clubbing blows. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. And Drew slumps down. Drew couldn't take that punishment anymore. He slumps down. And Sheamus has got him. Wow. He's picking him up. He's got him up on his shoulder. And a big boot there by Gunther, who gets back into the ring. This match delivering. Absolutely delivering. The bad taste of the women's showcase is out of our mouths for now as the shoulder gets up. Do UFC and WWE, will there be a combined company? I mean, we just don't know at the moment. The belief is that they are going to somehow try and combine it, but how that looks, I genuinely don't know. I mean, this news broke just a few hours before WrestleMania Night 2. So the details on it are going to be, I mean, we're talking about one of the biggest stories of the year, just so happening to drop at the exact same time as the biggest event of the year. It's timing-wise so bizarre. Big clothesline, down goes Sheamus. 1, 2, shoulder up. Shoulder up by Sheamus. This match is helping clean my palate, says Jonathan, after such a foul, rancid Rousey match. WWE Women's, good job. Off the top rope goes Drew. Drew charging over. Big boot there by Gunther. Duck underneath. Net breaker there by Drew. So Drew with a net breaker on Gunther. Gunther back in the corner. Drew has got Sheamus. Sheamus getting hurled into the corner. So Sheamus spills to the outside. Drew going after Gunther. He's got Gunther. Future shock DDT. Kip up there by Drew. Gunther down in the middle of the ring. Crowd are with every single moment of this match. Crowd are right there with every single moment. Drew charging over. Looked like he was going for a Claymore. Gunther with a drop kick. Drew goes back to the corner. Gunther with Drew. Picks him up. Power bomb. Slams him down. Jumps over. Looks for the pin. Shoulder up there by Drew. Shoulder up by Drew. Gunther stepping to the outsides. Gunther looking to climb up top. So Sheamus on the outside. Drew down in the ring. Gunther climbing up. Sheamus back in. Sheamus back in. Throws in a heavy shot and a chop. So Gunther is on the top there. Another big chop coming in. Sheamus has got Gunther. Got him on that second rope. And Sheamus plants Gunther down. Sheamus has got Gunther up. Michael Cole said, can he win that one championship that he's not been able to win a Razor's Edge? 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Sheamus has never won the Intercontinental Championship, and he was so close. Real drama. Wow. Real drama. That was real close. Love Michael Cole on commentary there. In that moment, reminding everyone that he's never won the Intercontinental Championship. Gunther trying to get over to the rope, but as Michael Cole said, the rope isn't going to help him. It won't break the cloverleaf because it is a triple threat. Look, Gunther desperately grabbing a hold of the rope. And now he gets dragged back into the middle. We got another cloverleaf being applied here by Sheamus. Has Gunther ever had a bad match? Honestly, I just don't know. I really don't know. Right, Drew is back in the ring. Best match of the three. Gunther is a badass, says Big Smokey. Sheamus in the ring throws his arms out and the crowd burst into big applause, big cheers. Sheamus going over to the corner, pointing out at the fans. Fans on their feet applauding Sheamus. And he's calling for the brogue. He's calling for the brogue. Coming up is Gunther. It connects! Connects! Bro connects! And he gets dragged out the ring by Drew. He gets dragged out the ring by Drew. Brogue connected. Wow. Brogue connected. Damn, man. Damn. Now they're brawling on the outside. Sheamus and Drew on the outside, exchanging heavy blows. This is awesome, said Johnny. The crowd agree. The crowd are chanting the same. Drew going against the ropes. Over the top, comes crashing down onto Sheamus. Sheamus goes down after Drew just landed on top of him. Gunther had just been hit with a brogue. Don't know where he's gone. I think he's flopped out the ring. It just leaves Drew and Sheamus in the ring right now. Drew going over to the one corner. He's going to look to deliver the Claymore. We got a countdown. 1, running over. Oh, it's a brogue. It's a... Shoulder up by Drew. Shoulder up by Drew. The masses are on their feet. The crowd in SoFi really enjoying the action. Someone's going to turn heel, says Mantra. I hope Sheamus wins so that he can hold the Intercontinental title for the first time, said T-Dog. Michael Cole is the GOAT, says Big Dude. He's doing such a good job. He is doing a really good job. He gets a lot of hate, but some of the big... I mean, I've always loved his voice when he gets enthused in those big dramatic moments. I think you can listen to like Kevin Patrick and see that he just can't do that. When it's like really emotional and when it's really dramatic, he does such a good job. Yeah, I agree. At the moment, we got Drew and Sheamus in the ring, as we said, and Gunther on the outside. Drew flops down. There's another 2 count that just comes in. Still no sign of Gunther. Sheamus and Drew both down. This is a 10-star banger match, said Nadula. Kicked out, said Johnny. I am loving this. Just got another big sweeping shot of SoFi as the action continues. SoFi on their feet. It's a great shot. It's a great shot. Michael Cole said it is thunderous in here. Shot coming in there by Drew. Shot coming back there by Sheamus. Drew firing back a strike. These two on their knees in the middle of the ring, exchanging shots back and forth. Another big blow coming in there by Sheamus. Corey Graves said neither of these guys are going to quit. They're throwing in big, heavy clubbing blows. Another big shot coming in. Another strike there by Drew. Drew and Sheamus just battering each other in the middle of the ring. Days, did you know the only championship Brock Lesnar has fought someone for was always a big title? He's never had a match for any other title, even in his first stint. That is a great fact. That's a great fact. Down goes Drew. Sheamus going over, looking for the cover. Trying to cover Drew, and he does go on to Drew. Here we go. 1, 2. Oh, Gunther from the heavens. Gunther from the heavens. He's got Sheamus. Drops him onto Drew. Sheamus is down. Gunther, powerbomb. Looking for the cover. 1, 2, 3. The Ring General has retained. The Ring General has retained. Brilliant match. Gunther! Michael Cole said, that is the most incredible fight that I have ever witnessed. Right, let's get people's thoughts and their scores on that match. Out of 5, we'll put a poll up, see what people think. The parameters, do you think it was 4.5 to 5? Do you think that it was just a bit below that, maybe 4 or 4.25? Or maybe you think it was a bit more below that and it was in the 3s. Or maybe you think it was even worse than that, but I'd be surprised. Yeah, so which one do you think that falls in? Out of 5 stars, how many stars would you give that match? Out of 5 stars, how many stars would you give that match? Gunther is absolutely boring. He looks like my boss at work. What if he is your boss at work and he's actually just doing this as a side thing? Mitchell said 5 out of 5. It's one of the best matches I have ever seen, says Mitchell. 3 out of 5, says Jaden. 8 out of 10, says David. 9 out of 10, said Davis. 5, says Gregory. 4.5, 475. Got lots of 5s coming into the chat. Big Dude said, if you scored it under 4.5, you, sir, are a hater. The Ring General. I can't score it, unfortunately. My network kept all throughout that match, kept kicking me out. So I kept having to refresh, go back in, refresh, go back in. And I was able to kind of keep up with it, but I mean, actually sitting back and enjoying that one, that's my network was doing me dirty. So I'm going to have to watch that. I mean, judging by everyone's reactions, it feels like it's in the 4s, if not a 5. But I can't really give it a score, unfortunately. But it seemed to be a banger. I think it's certified banger. I will rewatch it after. I'm on 5 out of 5, mate. It was a bad match, but best match of the night so far. Bobby now. We've had Bobby, actually. We've had Bobby. I don't know if we get Bobby back again. Days, what is your score? I can't. I said I can't. I can't score it because I was getting kicked out all the time. All the time I was sat here watching it. It was like giving me about 40 seconds, and then it would be like, sorry, your connection is failed, and I was having to refresh and go back in. So I was just constantly battling with my network whilst that match was on. So, I mean, I feel like it was in the 4s, maybe a 5. I honestly, I don't know. But that's where you come in, because you can tell me how good it was. Looks like it's going to be Bianca Asuka next. So, looks like, I don't know if Fightful said that the Bianca Asuka match was actually the co-main. So, I don't know, actually. Did they say that? I mean, obviously, card subject to change. So, I'm not saying that they have botched it. But let's have a little look. No, they didn't, in all fairness. They did say that Bianca Asuka would be next. Apparently, after this, there is going to be The Miz and Snoop. So that's not a big surprise because they announced the attendance last night. So that's where I think they'll announce the attendance. So actually, we get this match, and then we could get somewhat juicy after it. Afterwards could be very, very interesting. Right, apparently this match is going to get... a fair bit of time, which won't be a big surprise considering we're an hour and 15 minutes in and we've only got a few matches left to go. So this match is going to get a fair bit of time. There is an Uncle Howdy and Fiend next to each other in the crowd, but they're probably fans, says Evan. Day's best ever triple threat match in Mania in years, said Stephen. B-Mess says, I want to see LA Knights. They want darkness to mesmerize the entrances of Edge and Balor. We're halfway through the cards. Audience will need a moment to calm down after that. Bianca versus Asuka coming up next. If you are watching and you've not left a like, I mean, we've already smashed the 1,000, but I don't actually know what we ended up with yesterday, but if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated, but thanks to everyone. The pressure is very much off because we always try to get to 1,000 and you lot killed it. So we got there earlier today. So a massive shout out. Big thank you for everyone that did that. Right. Let's go back over here. I want to get some comments. People saying Asuka is here. Something has to happen if there's only 3 matches left, says WWE Edge and Roman. Here is Asuka. Here is Asuka. Time for Asuka's entrance. Oh my God, there's Asukas. There's other Asukas. What's this? There's other Asukas? All these, what? Fake Asukas? Fakaskas? Is that the Asuka? That feels like the Asuka. I think that's the Asuka, the one with like a coloured mask. Look at all the other Asukas. They're like... you know what we're going to say? All of those other fake Asukas will eventually turn out to be future champions. If you remember during Triple H's entrance, was it WrestleMania 30? And he had Sasha and Alexa and Charlotte be like, you know, just girls part of his entrance. And we like, if you watched NXT, you knew who they were, but a lot of people didn't at the time. And obviously they've gone on to have great success. I wonder if it'll turn out that like some champion in 10 years' time was actually one of them fake Asukas. I'd also love it if one of them was also Vince McMahon. Could you imagine if Vince was on the stage there dancing around in an Asuka mask? This WrestleMania feels very quick. I would love to see Asuka win, but I just don't know if that's the right call. Christy said there was 1.7 yesterday, likes-wise. Okay, well, what does that mean? We need 394 to beat that then. We're not going to pressure that. I mean, it is what it is. But I appreciate knowing it, so thank you. Darker Void said, 100% with my predictions. This is one of the easiest, literally 0 build here, so Belair wins. Well, there we go. There we go. Darker Voids. I'll say that again. Darker Voids says this is the easiest one to predict. Bianca wins. Whoa! Yeah, man. Little kids dancing away. Look at the sass. I'm not going to do the leg in the air thing. Yeah! I never needed you at all. Bum. Go on! Awesome. She always has good entrances, Bianca. Some of the facials here with the kids. Some of the sass. The sass is real. Ah, look at that little girl waving as she like literally flips her body over. Ah, I wish I could have been in that entrance. Dana, I never needed you at all. Great. It's another waste of a match and TV time, said JJ. She's making her way down. All the girls are coming down the ramp with her as well. She's brought a mini army. I never needed you at all. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Look at Asuka's attire as well. She's got all like feathers. Seems like some sort of around this collar bit. Looks cool. You would have been a great dancing with them, said Leaping Lucha. Thank you. Thank you, my friends. Who knows? Probably could have taught them a thing or two. I was the queen of sass when they were just a little flicker in their mother's eyes. After this match is the Edge match and the Roman Cody match. And then we all go to bed. Days, you haven't got the hair? That is true, actually. I think you can buy Bianca wigs, though, from WWE Shop. So, you know, don't let little things like that hold you down. Hey, have you seen Bianca's attire? Bianca's attire looks like a Hollywood star from the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Damn, Bianca looks good. She's got a star here, big star on her thing, and it says Bianca Belair. And she makes all her own gear as well. Looks great. She looks great. How on earth is Knight not on the cards? Oh, I still think he'll make an appearance. David said, dance, we would kill it, Days. We would, David. We would. I can't believe they didn't ask us first, to be honest, bud. Right, here we go. Asuka. Oh, I was meant to put the poll up, wasn't I? Too busy dancing. I was too busy. Oh, drop kick, single leg drop kick by Bianca. And again, and Asuka goes down. Who wins? Is it going to be Bianca? Or is it going to be Asuka? I never needed you at all. Right, amazing. Mitchell, you said don't miss my super chat. I think it's been missed. I think I was dancing. I think it's gone, Mitchell. What did it say? Mitchell, just what did it? Don't super chat it. Just write what it said and I'll read it. Suplex by Bianca. Let's go Asuka, says Alan. Asuka's got is up in the air. She's going back into the corner. Night 2, they've got to do something big besides the last two matches. I expect Austin or Bray segment still. BB Yipsy said, fun fact, Brooklyn Brawler had at least 35 wins in 1990. It was his most successful year ever. Oh, I didn't know this. Back elbow there by Bianca, but misses. Kick to the midsection. Another big boot. Goes for another back elbow. Kicks Bianca in the face. Yeah, take that. Against the ropes goes Asuka. Bulldog, down goes Bianca. It is go, 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 isn't it? Bianca goes down. What if a Japanese firm purchased WWE and paired it with New Japan? Well, it'd be very similar to what they've just done with Stardom. Stardom got purchased and that got paired with New Japan. I also don't know if that company, I can't remember what they're called, have got a spare $9 billion, because I think that's how much Vince is looking for. what happened to the Bobby match? He was walking out, wasn't he? He walked out and just waved to the crowd, held up the trophy, and that was that. Mitchell said, CM Punk was clearly one of the stunt doubles. He's trying to get back into WWE by being another stunt double. Very good. Very good. That'd be nice, actually. That'd be a good way to use legends. If it turned out that those people in the Asuka masks were Randy Orton, Big E, Stone Cold, maybe The Rock. Maybe that's how we use The Rock. CM Punk's come back. He's in an Asuka mask. Asuka goes down. She gets planted by Bianca. Wrestler Danny said, Days, what's the chance of a big surprise like The Rock or Stone Cold tonight? It's got to be high. It's got to be high. I can't imagine we're just going to do the rest of the show and that's it. I mean, it's got to be high. Against the ropes. Moonsault. Ooh. Asuka has got Bianca. Shot coming in there by Bianca. She's unloading on Asuka. Scott said, do you think we see Jay White today or tomorrow? I think if we see him tomorrow. And I honestly don't know if he isn't going to AEW, to be honest. So we could even see him Wednesday. I think Tony Khan sort of made a bit of noise that he wasn't signing with AEW. I'm sure I saw something like that. So yeah, I'm gonna say tomorrow. If he has signed with WWE, that would be absolutely awesome. Bianca with a back elbow there. Asuka goes back against the ring. Bianca charging over. Flips up, comes back down. We're on the outside now. This match has been all right, you know. Asuka up. She grabs Bianca. Mark, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Mark, Michael, who honestly has been so kind there. I don't even mind that he's got 2 first names. Mark, shout out to you, my friends. You should have put a message, but I would have read it. Maybe not immediately, because I am pretty rubbish with super chats. But I would have read it. I hope you are enjoying the action, buds. It's it back into the ring goes Asuka. Yeah, Mark, you should have let us know. Oh, put a chat in anyway. Not a super chat, just a normal chat. I'll see if I can keep an eye out for it and read it. Nasty powerbomb there by Bianca on Asuka. Asuka was knocked silly. Big Dude said Asuka is dead. Theodore said no chemistry at all. But then the next bit further down, we've got people saying OMG. Shout out from Knoxville, says Bobby. Mark said Rock is rumoured to be appearing tonight. Mark with the scoops. Bianca's boobs. Almost saying hello to the WrestleMania crowd there. She just went down and she had to do a little bit of adjusting. Right, okay, we've got Bianca down and Asuka going over, grabbing Bianca. Bianca gets pushed back. Bianca round the back, picking up Asuka. Asuka in the air. Asuka rolls through, grabs the leg. Looking for, is she going for a knee bar heel hook? Bianca getting back up to a standing base. Picks up Asuka. Asuka in the air. Back elbow there by Asuka. Backdrop. Lovely. Down goes Asuka. Asuka in the middle of the ring. Bianca going over to the ropes. We're in the ring at the moment. If you are joining us, we're about an hour and 30 minutes into WrestleMania Night 2. That was a really bad time to cut away from the ring. Just as Belair went against the ropes, we did a wide shot. As we go back, Bianca's been caught. Looks like the ankle lock's in. Ankle lock is in. Lovely work there. Bianca tries to get out of it. Asuka steps through. Bianca again trying to get out of it. She rolls through. Asuka goes up. In the corner, missile drop kick. Bianca goes down. Asuka going over. Trying to go for the pin. Looking for the cover. 2. And shoulder out. Kick out. Days, is it too soon for Braun to beat Theory for the US title at Raw? Cena just gave him the rub. I think so, to be honest. I don't think he needs it. I don't think Braun needs to win the US title at the first night of coming up. I mean, it'd be a big moment, but you make a really good point after Cena has just put Theory over, even though it wasn't the most impressive of matches. To have him then immediately just lose to Braun, I think would be... Oh, kick coming in would be a bit of a shame. Asuka has got a cut down the side of her ring gear, but I can't tell if it's ripped or if it was there all along. I think it's ripped. Kick coming in to the chest of Bianca. Yeah, I think there's a cut down the side of Asuka's ring gear. Another kick coming in there by Asuka. And again, just kicking her right in the chest. Bianca catching the leg of Asuka. We're on the outside of the ring, on the edge of the ring. I'm trying to get into the match, but it's a bit blah, says Johnny. Well, I mean, if you go back 24 hours, the same conversations were being said with Rhea and Charlotte, and that was a banger. Do you think we'll see Cena wrestle again? Yeah, I didn't sense that was it. Unless Cena feels like he just couldn't go. Because that's one of the worst Cena performances I've seen. Maybe ever. I mean, I really was not impressed. But, I mean, we were asking a lot. Do you know what I mean? Even when he competed last time, it was in a tag match on December 30th. So he didn't have to do a great deal. So for him to be like, oh, can you open up WrestleMania night 1? In a singles match. I mean, it's a bit of an ask, isn't it? So, certainly no shade, but it'll be interesting to see how Cena felt that it, went, you know? I think he'd probably have one more. I think he'd want to maybe have one big farewell or something. Wow! Deadlift suplex by Bianca. Bianca inside the ring, grabs Asuka, picks her up, delivers a massive suplex. Asuka down, Bianca going for the cover. Shoulder up, shoulder up, shoulder up. Rhea Charlotte was good from start to finish. This is slow, bland, and no chemistry, says Lucky PWA. Well, I mean, just judging from what the chat was saying yesterday, people were not feeling the start of Rhea and Charlotte. And that one, really started to build and started to, grow as it, got going a bit more. But, this one, I'm not bothered, to be honest. I think this is going to be great. I've got no concerns here. Forearm strikes being exchanged by Asuka and Bianca. Women's title matches have delivered this weekend. Bianca down on one knee. Asuka going against the ropes. Bianca charging over into Asuka. Bianca going back against the ropes again. Asuka bouncing off into the center. Bianca rolling through. She grabs a hold of Asuka, looking for the cover. Asuka reverses. Kick out there again. Pace of this one quickening up as Asuka's looking for a backslide. Gets the backslide. 2 count. Bianca kicks out. Kick coming into the chest there by Asuka. Asuka coming over. Kick to the side of the head as Bianca goes down again, looking for the cover. 2 count. But this match is awesome. I don't understand, says Adam. TJB said they're doing great. User said the match is decent. Well, the pace quickening up. Asuka has got Bianca. She's trying to go for the Asuka lock, but I don't know that she's going to find it. She can't. Asuka gets flipped over. Bianca looking for the cover. Asuka kicks out again. Asuka duck underneath, round the back. Against the ropes goes Bianca. Well, I can't hear what the crowd are chanting, but they are chanting something. Over the top goes... wow. Beautiful work there by Bianca. Asuka is down. Bianca in control. She's going to go against the ropes. Handstand. Beautiful. Lands it. Shoulder up, man. And I tell you what, Asuka just got her shoulder up then. Her shoulder was like... it was only slight. Absolutely lovely. Nice running blockbuster. Into the handstand moonsault. Let's go. Asuka is the chant. Oh, okay. Thank you. John has too much Hollywood stuff to do, and they had to keep the storyline with Theory. So Cena won. To be fair, Theory lost. Either way, he can't have a fair match. Hasn't grown into the big boy pants, says Red Mess. Right, both women are down. Reports are that this match is getting time. So there was the knee strike as Bianca went back against the rope. She collided into Asuka. Asuka is down. Bianca is down. The crowd are cheering these two on. This is for the Raw Women's Championship. Bianca won that title at WrestleMania 38. She's held it for 12 months. Bianca going to the outside. She's taken off like some of her wristbands as Asuka jumps up, strikes Bianca. Asuka climbing up. So we're over in the corner. Asuka on that top rope. Don't know what we're going to go for here. Right now, we've got Bianca has grabbed Asuka. She's got her on her shoulders. But Asuka does manage to fight out of it. She's going to go for a... She's not really in the right position for a suplex. I don't know what Asuka's looking to go for. Asuka had the hair. Double knees there by Asuka. Bianca goes down. Double knees. She won't get it that way. 2. Kick out by Bianca. Green miss, please, said Knight Rider. Arsenal Celtic, Chris said it's a good match. Bianca or Asuka, said CPR Cole. Well, I predicted Bianca, but I do think that they might have swerved us with the build being so flat. And it could just be that you're not expecting Asuka to win, and then boom, she does. Into the corner. Asuka is being picked up and hurled into the corner, face first into the corner. Asuka goes down. Bianca starting to get back into this. Get up. She's telling Asuka to get up. So Asuka is down in the corner. He's going over, grabbing Asuka. She's going to go for the KOD. She's got Asuka on her shoulders, looking for the KOD. Asuka holding on to that top rope. Holding on to that top rope. Oh, referee a bit wobbly. Oh, the green misses. Hair whip misses as well. Asuka went for the mist. Didn't connect. Belair has got Asuka on her shoulders. Feels like the KOD is coming. Didn't come. Rolls over. Armbar. Bianca in trouble. Bianca in trouble. The mist misses. The hair whip misses. The KOD doesn't fail. It fails. It doesn't connect. Wow. Right now. What is she doing now? She might be getting her back onto her shoulders. Asuka might be about to go into another KOD. Bianca is powering Asuka up. Powering Asuka up. She's got her on her shoulders. Connects. 1, 2, 3. Bianca wins. Oh, I really like the final sequence. I like the final sequences of that. That was fun. Right, let's put in the scores. See what people thought. Actually, look at that. People were quite close on who was going to win. Who was it? Darker Voids. I never doubted you. Never needed you at all. Let's put in the scores, see what people thought. Hard for them to follow the match that we just had. It's definitely not better than the Intercontinental match, but then I didn't have much expectation that it would be. Love the end, though. I love the missing, and then the hair whip and Asuka ducks underneath. Like, it's like, oh my God, which way is this going to go? Watch me shine now. Bum. Fans turning on Bianca, are they? I don't hate Bianca win, but Asuka needs to stop losing. That is true, actually. I mean, we did the whole refresh thing, didn't we, at WrestleMania, at Royal Rumble, and it hasn't really done much for her, has it? That is true. We do need to stop the whole Asuka losing thing. Bianca is boring with the hair whip. Whippity whip. I can tell you that Bray is trending right now. Dana White is trending right now. Let's have a look, see why Dana White's trending. It's probably WWE related, I would guess. Vince and Dana at the Endeavor Group company meeting after they buy WWE. So people just having fun about Vince and Dana having to work together. George Kittle of San Francisco. Okay, this could be a moment now. This could be a moment. We are expecting The Miz at this point. We're at 1 hour, 40 minutes in. What do you do to get Bianca? So you got to give it to the girl. She did get the fight, says Carlos. How many matches are left? I think it's 2. Isn't there just 2 matches? I think there's 2 matches left, and there's about 3 hours. 2 hours, actually. We've had 1 hour and 40. So, plenty of time for both matches. They can both have 1 hour. I'm really thinking that we're going to do... I'm really thinking we're going to do something else. Who's going to beat Bianca eventually? That's a good question. Who is going to beat Bianca? It probably needs to be a heel. Needs to be a heel. Don't know that it would be a face. I mean, I feel like someone like Raquel Rodriguez is right there. And we're continuing to build her up. She's credible, but she's a face. So I don't think it'd be her. Lacey Evans maybe stands a shout if you really get behind her. I don't know. I don't know that there's a name that comes to mind, to be honest. Unless we bring someone up from NXT. Who won the Intercontinental Championship? Gunther. Here we go. Miz and Snoop Dogg. Here we go. What an incredible 2 nights it's been. Is it too soon for Braun? Oh, we did answer that earlier. I think so. 81,000. Did he say it's 81,000 more? I'm sure it was 80,500 yesterday. 81.3 tonight. So the attendance this weekend is 161,892. Okay, Miz wants to get some off his chest. We're supposed to be friends. But last night you put me into an impromptu match. So he's upset at being put in a match. Snoop's like, do you want me to do it again? LA Knight. Could it be LA Knight? That would be cool. People would like that. Do you want me to do it again? Says Snoop. Crowd do. Crowd are yesing. Miz is like, I wasn't ready. You ruined my suit and you tried to embarrass me. Snoop says, my bad. My bad. My bad. Goldust is going to help Cody. I don't come to your studio and show you how to rap. Who's it going to be? Who do you think's going to come down? This is our city. This is our WrestleMania. I meant my bad. He points up. Shane! Shane McMahon! Shane McMahon! What? That's not LA Knight. You're not LA Knight. What? Shane! I don't know how to react to this news. I mean, it's a surprise. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen in the world. I think of all the list of options in my head, though, I mean, this was not one of them. You gotta say it's a surprise. It's a surprise. That setup was perfect for LA Knight. What the flip? That's a funny looking Bray Wyatt. Right, Shane in the ring. It is true. Uncle Howdy looks terrible. You've got no idea how warm that reception meant to me. Well, I'll tell you what, they're get big pop. Well, Snoop Dogg says, from one OG to another, can you please take care of this, brother? Jessica Carr's in the ring. The bell has sounded. Miz is like, no. Shot coming in there by Shane. Shane jabbing away. Shots coming in. Miz back in the corner. Body shots coming in there by Shane. Against the ropes goes the Miz. Miz over the top. Leapfrog there by Shane. Shane's, oh my God, what's Shane doing? Shane's leg has gone. Shane's knee has gone. Miz right now is thinking, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Shane just went over on his leg. I hope they're laughing backstage. Look at Miz. Miz right now is like, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? They've cut away. Miz! Are you all right? I love that by Snoop. Snoop just like, oh, I better do something. Bang! Oh, what if this is a setup? And actually, he did look like he went over nasty. Oh, he smacks him again. What is going on? Miz is out. Snoop knocks out Miz. What a car crash. What just happened? Is he going to do a people's elbow? People's elbow? He throws the shades at Snoop saving the day, man. I can't tell if this was planned or not. Gets the ropes, goes Snoop. Bang! Big pop by the crowd. 1, 2, 3. Well, it's not like Shane to botch things, is it? Snoop Dogg dancing around in the ring after Shane. I mean, the way that was done makes me think it's a legit injury because, as we've said before, if there's an injury, they won't want to show it. And the camera was right on Miz, and it stayed on Miz, and Miz was like, I don't know what to do. So I think it's all legit. I think it's all an actual injury. But, oh my God. I mean, listen, it's WrestleMania. As long as Shane's all right, it's one of those that you just laugh about. It's one of those that you just go, wow, that's mental. Is he all right? Is all right. Oh my God, what was that? So, Snoop saved it. Is it legit? I really think it is. Yeah, I really think it is. AGR said that was legit for sure. I mean, it was so... Yeah, I think it was legit. And he seemed to really go over very nasty on his leg. Right, that's segment done. Snoop coming over to the commentary table. They're laughing about it. Hell in a Cell coming up next. Oh my God. I tell you what, there'll be so many people watching this show going, this is what you've got for us. This is the show. Like, where's Bray? Bray, I think LSW made a great point earlier. Bray, there's Snoop, look. There's Snoop. Yeah, I mean, you probably don't want to do Bray until it gets dark. So, but there's no reason why we couldn't have just had LA Knight there. It's mental, innit? Let's do a super quick video. So, WrestleMania continues to surprise, and what a surprise, because we had Miz in the ring with Snoop Dogg. Miz upset that he'd been put in a match that he wasn't prepared for. Well, he wouldn't have been prepared for this, because out came Shane McMahon. Miz was being put in another match on night 2 against Shane McMahon, but the surprises would not end there, because the bell would ring and Shane would seem to go awkwardly over on his ankle, over on his leg as he was coming off the ropes. So the match started. You can see that Miz is in like a very expensive suit. He wasn't happy at being made to have this match. And during the match, Shane actually goes down, grabs a hold of his leg, and the match, it doesn't necessarily stop, but you can see the concern here. And like Miz really didn't know what to do. Thankfully, Snoop Dogg knew what to do. Here you can see Snoop getting into the ring. He would wallop Miz. It would actually strike him a couple of times. Then he would drop one of the worst looking people's elbows that's ever been seen in the history of wrestling. But it was good all the same. The crowd were popping with it, and Snoop properly saves this segment. But I mean, look, they did cut away from Shane. They didn't want to focus on Shane. You can see there that a medic, a ringside official jumping into the ring to tend to Shane. This was carnage, man. This was such a crazy moment. There we are with Snoop delivering the people's elbow. He would then cover Miz, pick up the victory, and this very strange segment would come to an end. Clearly, it didn't go to plan. Obviously, thoughts with Shane and hope that he is okay. But yeah, I don't think this is the surprise that people were hoping for, but it's certainly one that we won't forget. So there are the images, and the next match that's coming up is Hell in a Cell. Hell in a Cell coming up next. Finn Balor, the Demon Balor, versus Edge. Now, this entrance could be fire. Really looking forward to this one. Really looking forward to seeing what the Demon looks like. So, I don't know if it's going to be Edge first. It could be Edge first. I think it is. If Edge first, that looks like it might be. So we've just got candles everywhere at the moment. Yeah, it's going to be Brood in it. Now, there were rumors that we could be seeing Gangrel here. It's very quiet. What's going on? Oh, Pope's Exorcist. Oh, God, it's another advert. Pope's Exorcist. Another commercial. Another commercial. I know, I thought we were building some kind of eerie entrance, but wasn't to be. That Shane McMahon injury is very reminiscent of Vince when he was in the Rumble in 2000 and was it 2005 when he did his quads. Do you know what? They just did that entrance. And now we've actually gone back to seeing the cage being lowered. Okay, so the cell is being lowered. We know that it's not the red cell anymore. So the cell is the old school Hell in a Cell. Really hope Finn uses his old music for the Demon entrance. Also, Demon shouldn't be a heel or a face. He should just be the Demon. That's interesting. Night one is better, said Douglas. Is this another sponsored match? Yeah. There's going to be quite a few of them, unfortunately, because they made 20 million in sponsorship, the most they've ever made. So they've really been pushing the sponsorships. Okay, we've got lights going dark. This is pretty exciting stuff. So it's Brood Edge, and it says Brood Edge all on the screens. That's cool. That's cool. Brood Edge. Blame Vince for night 2, not Papa H, says Noodle. Don't know. Apparently Vince was at night 1 as well. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is incredible. Wow. Wow. Oh, right now, Mattel are losing their minds. Right now, Mattel have exploded. Mattel have just absolutely lost their flipping minds. That is absolutely incredible. I am going to desperately try and get an image to show you so that you can see what I can see for those that aren't, for those that can't see what I can see. It is absolutely incredible. That is one of the great initial entrances, you know? From like not knowing what we were going to get to what we've just got. That is one of the best ever WrestleMania reveals. Oh, wow. 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 That deserves all the flowers. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, if I can get these images, I will. Unfortunately, I just took my memory card out. Where was Gangrel? That's a really good question. There was reports of Gangrel. That's a really good. That's a good point. Okay, so oh man, do you know what? I want to show you this, but the demon's coming in here. So I mean, like, we've got to watch the demon. The rated R superstar. Absolutely amazing. There'll be plenty of pictures doing the rounds. Whoa. Let me just give you a. I'm aware there's people that are like at work, whatever, that might not be watching this. I've just quickly got an image from Twitter. Look at that. Wings and like this like skull made of like, it's like a disco ball. You know, that kind of reflective paneling. Look at that. Wow. So impressive. So impressive. Here we go. There's the demon. There is the demon. The demon is here. The demon is here. We knew he would be. Look at the spikes on his head. Nice. Love the Balor written across his back. So it's got his face on the back and it says Balor at the top. The demon arrives at WrestleMania. I must admit, I think Edge has just stole his thunder, though. It's great to see the demon, but I mean, I feel sorry for him having to have to follow what Edge just flipping did. And it is the old music as well. I'll tell you what, this just made Mattel's Christmas. That is 2 figures there. 2 figures that are going to sell really well for them. Edge with all that gear and the wings. I bet Bill McKean right now has already started making it. I bet he's sketching it out. He's got flares. He's got 2 flares. One of them's called Rick, the other Charlotte. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. That entrance. That, I tell you, I feel so sorry for the demon. Edge entrance was kind of what? With him coming up? And the wings and the mask? Nah. It is, and the way it all glistens in the light with all the rocks and the people and the fire and the flames. Nah, you're tripping. You're tripping. You're tripping. That entrance was goated. Balor making his way down. The purple is a good touch. I can hopefully get a few images now onto to show you. Edge's entrance should have had a Brood theme. I would have thought the demon would be in Judgment Day colors. Well, he is in purple. That's Judgment Day, isn't it? Right. Finn Balor, Edge. Inside Hell in a Cell. Shot coming in there by Edge. We are up and running. Let's see if... Okay, they're circling around each other, going to the outsides. Outside the ring, going underneath, grabbing weapons. Edge with a steel chair to Balor. Balor unloading with a broomstick. This is I think this is a better one of the Edge entrance. So that's for those that maybe didn't see the Edge entrance. I know a lot of people are going to want to see the Demon. There's Finn. Looks cool. The Demon is at WrestleMania. Kicks coming in there by Balor. Adam, shout out to you. They got weapons for their figures now as well. ZX Music, yes. I think Shane has torn his ACL trying to jump over the Miz after he came off the ropes. Into the side of the cell goes Edge. This is going so fast. I mean, we've already been live for over 7 hours, which is amazing in itself. This is classic Hell in a Cell. It's old school, says Meave. This is going to be like a $200 two-pack. Jen and Lorelei, shout out to you. Said Edge's entrance felt like a true WrestleMania entrance. Reminded me a lot of Triple H, yeah, with the Terminator at WrestleMania 31. When I think he came down from the bottom, he had a mask on. He was holding like the heads. I mean, that was a tie-in as well with Terminator. That was a sponsorship thing. But he came up with the heads of like Terminators. Reminded me a lot of that. Only Edge came up with the mask, but he didn't have the heads. He had the wings. So it was very reminiscent of that. They made a figure of that Triple H. So, I mean, of course they're making a figure of this. Of course they are. Balor goes into the side of the cell. And we've got Edge walking around, grabbing some kendo sticks. Team Bork said, "This is the channel for live streams. Great work. Very kind, my friends. Appreciate the support. Appreciate it." Look at Balor right now. He's being trapped in the corner. There's 2 kendo sticks that have got the demon trapped. Look at the camera as well. I don't think we've seen that before. Oh, wow. Drop kick into Balor, who is trapped in the corner of the cell. There's like a CCTV camera inside the cell. CCTV camera in there, like, that's doing a bit of recording. Look at that. I don't know that I've ever seen that before. Look at Balor. I mean, he got drop kicked and he can't go anywhere. The demon, look. He looks like one of the zombies trapped in The Walking Dead, says Michael Cole. Did The Walking Dead pay for that mention? Here's a table. Table being introduced. The real one. Shout out to you, my friend, with some popcorn. Enjoying the show. There we go. We've got the table put in front of Finn Balor, the demon. Edge backing up a little bit. Big boot coming in. Oh, the table was actually put... I thought he'd put it in front of Finn. He's actually put it over the other side. I thought he'd put it in front of Finn. There's a table set up anyway against the side of the cell. Here's Balor unloading on Edge. Edge goes down. Balor with Edge. Edge going into the ring steps. So Edge into the ring steps. There's really not much room on the outside of this cell. 10 out of 10. Whoever did Finn's makeup, he looks like he comes straight from hell for this match. Mitchell said, I don't care about the colours. I just want this to be a banger. Samuel said, we need a poll. We can do a poll. Shane was playing possum. He's doing a run-in for the main event, says Wrestle with Andy. Right, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Who will win? Will it be the Demon? Or will it be Edge? Who's going to win? Mark says, Bray just sent a text out on Twitter. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. This is our co-main event, by the way. Don't forget, after this, we have got Roman and Cody. Bray put a message out on Bray Wyatt. Balor back in the ring at 6. Has he? I haven't got anything new. I haven't got anything new from Bray on Twitter. Balor is back in control. Just a reminder, under Endeavour, pay-per-view prices for UFC have skyrocketed, says Sean. Edge goes into that table, drop-kicked into the table, and the table shatters. He's slumped down in the corner. I just look back, and it seems like Jessica Carr told Snoop Dogg to hit the people's elbow. What an incredible save to that segment. So Sean says that Jessica told Snoop to do the people's elbow. If that was complete improv by Snoop and Miz, it was brilliant and quick on their feet. It ended up being very fun, said Sean. Kill switch by Edge on the Demon. Tell you what, there's just loads of information coming through. I have never heard of Endeavour until tonight, says Retribution. The artwork of Finn is just incredible. Whoever does his paint is a true talent, says Cynthia. The Demon used the most devastating move in sports entertainment, kick coming into the midsection. He's got Edge, little cradle. Kick out there by Edge. Went for a clothesline. 1. Just a 1 count there. Edge on the Demon. Purple is Judgment Day. Red is Brood, says Mitchell. Demon is going to win, said WWE AEW fan. John said, who is Jessica Carr? She is the female referee. Ladder has been pulled out by Edge. Edge has produced a ladder and is setting up that ladder. Ladder being introduced to the ring. Balor over in the corner, trying to get up to his feet. Edge hurling the ladder at Balor. Balor goes down. Damn. Edge hurling that ladder at Balor. Oof. Look at Bobby's liked tweets. Look at Bobby's liked tweets. Bobby. Look at Bobby's liked tweets. Bobby liked, come on, you've got to do better. He isn't going to do anything. Shame on Triple H. Went to Mania to celebrate a trophy. Summer ain't right. So Bobby doesn't get a match. LA doesn't get a match. Gets a match. This is bogus AF. Poor Bobby. The man deserves a match. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, he's gone crazy, isn't he? He's liked. All of them I've read have been liked by Bobby. All of them have been liked by Bobby. Let's wait and see what happens by the end of the show. Dana White said ESPN raised the UFC prices, not the UFC or Endeavor, says Theo. Tommy said it's a joke. Well, I'll tell you what, there's lots of talking points in the coming out of this night 2 WrestleMania. Doctors are working on the demon. Oh, the demon's had a boo-boo. Balor opened the hard way. Well, the camera is on Edge at the moment, and they're just telling Edge to stay on the outside. Edge is getting weapons. He's trashing the ringside area. So we are focused on Edge at the moment. Again, the referee telling Edge to get back, but Edge gets over into the ring. He's got a ladder that's set up. He's opening up that ladder. Balor is still being checked on at the moment. They're trying to deal with the cut. I mean, Balor's all right, and he's getting back up to his feet. Demon is back up onto his feet. Balor up in the air. Gets a stomp on Edge. So, double stomp there by Balor. It's hard to... I can't quite see where the blood is because of all the paint and everything. But, I mean, there's marks all over the ring. He definitely needed some medical attention there. Balor with his tongue out is going up top. Finn Balor going for the coup de grace, but doesn't get it. Jumps over. Edge. Oh, my God. Edge spears the ladder. Edge rolled up too. Kick out there by Edge. Demon, clothesline. Down goes Edge. Down goes Balor. So the Demon down. Edge down. This match brought to you by The Pope's Exorcist in theaters April 14th, featuring Russell Crowe, rated R, superstar. Wrestling with Andy said Shane McMahon stole the show. He did. How are we meant to follow that? This is turning into a medical pay-per-view. I tell you what, we said WrestleMania caters for everyone, and right now it's trainee doctor and nurses that are getting the most out of this one. Right, both sling blades there by Balor. Finn back in the corner, looking for a drop kick. Edge goes back, goes down. Balor to the outside, looking to climb up. Balor looking for coup de grace. Coup de grace connects. Coup de grace connects. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Edge. Jeez Louise. First blood match. Edge won already. Did you read Bray's text on Twitter? There wasn't one. I went to his Twitter account, and his last message was from like February 22nd. So, unless my Twitter was slow or something. Balor climbing up the ladder, Edge going up the other side. Demon up top with Edge. Goes crashing down. 1, 2. Shoulder up by the Demon. Shoulder up by the Demon. I'll go back to that Wyatt thing and see, but... Impaler DDT off the ladder. They stapled him shut in the ring. Did they? Busted open that bad. Right, we've got a table being brought out from underneath the ring. I mean, they have had so many weapons introduced. Yeah, just looking at Bray's tweets, the last one I can see is from February 22nd. This match will go another 20 minutes, said DB. Balor is legit bleeding. Okay, well, this table's being set up. Table being set up. Balor is down. It has been sadistic. It's been a fun match. People are not happy with Bray, saying Bobby's stuff is his fault. Why is it his fault? Why is it Bobby's fault? What did Bobby do? Have I missed something? Chair shot there by Balor. Do you mean not happy with Brock? Because Brock was the one that refused to work with him. Demon going up. Demon looking like he's going to climb up. He jumps onto... What? Oh, he's climbed onto that platform right by that camera. Wow. Balor, goes for the coup de grace, but Edge moves out the way. And Balor coup de grace the table. Damn. Damn. There goes his legs. Cole has been awesome tonight. Nah, that was so good. That was so good. When he climbed up and then all of a sudden he went even higher. Balor, coup de grace, the table. This is awesome. This is awesome. Edge going for the pin on Finn. Finn kicks out. Demon survives. I was just having a look to see if there was any images. I know it's a bit gruesome, but I didn't know if there was any images of him being stapled. Because, of course, there's 80,000 people there, so I'm sure someone was recording it. But I can't see anything yet. I'm sure that something will emerge. We know he's all right now, so... Well, I say that just as he's down and the ref's checking on him as now he's being kendoed, sticked within an inch of his life. But other than that, it's fine. Red chair. It's a bit quirky, isn't it? Red chair by Edge. This is awesome, said Billy. This is awesome, said Anisto. This is boring, said Dave. When they stopped, Edge face was legit confused. Like, you don't just stop a Hell in a Cell match, said Samantha. Chair is underneath Balor right now. Another red chair coming in. Finn will win, said Trey. Balor is gushing. Concerto! Concerto! Wow. I mean, it's... Balor's been to hell and back too. Oh my God, the demon just lost. Oh my God, the demon just lost. Wow, I don't know how you're going to feel about that. Wow. The demon lost. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, Edge has been through hell. He's been attacked repeatedly. In a way, he needed to get his revenge. But, oh God, against the demon losing. Oh, the demon's a jobber. Demon is a modern day Brooklyn brawler. Now I believe it's all Vince. I don't think it's Vince. I do think that he's backstage with probably a headset on. Demon Balor lost. But there's an hour and a half left. Could we get an Alexa segment? Maybe. I mean, I feel like we've got to get something because I can't imagine we're just going to go to that. I can't think we're going to be going to that the main event now. Alexa Bliss could come out next. What is happening? Commercial break. I think that's it for the Demon. I'm waiting to see Vince back in the comments. We need another Miz match. Do you think backstage they're like, we need to kill a bit of time. Shane, can you go back out? He's like, what? My leg is trashed. Shane, you've got to do it for the team. You need to get back out there. I'd send him back out. Have him like hobbling down to the... Go on, Shane. And I shouldn't laugh because he's probably trashed his leg. It's funny though, isn't it? What's after this? What's after WrestleMania? The press conferences. Hall of Fame next. Yeah, that's true. Actually, there is a Hall of Fame segment. Yeah. Vince Night 2 booking. You can't say that. You can't say if something's good, it's Triple H, and if it's bad, it's Vince. I think it's Triple H. I think it's all Triple H. I think Vince is back there, and I think he's got a headset on, but the reports are he did yesterday as well. So if you're going to blame Vince for this, you got to give him the credit for yesterday. I know people don't like it. But it can't be that anything that's rubbish is Vince. Soon we'll start going, The Undertaker. That was Triple H. That was Triple H. WrestleMania, the idea of WrestleMania. That was Triple H. Katie Vick, that was Vince. Demon should have won. Finn needed that. Who's next for the hospital? It's Vince. His back says Logan. Vince is back. Vince. Why are all the old heads winning? Because listen, give boomers a chance. What's this? Raw Women's Champion. Bianca. Bum. We did this yesterday. Do you remember? We had a chat with Austin Theory at this point. Days, what are we going to do for another hour and a half? I don't know. Perhaps we'll have a sing-song, get Tyson Fury out. We could do American Pie again. Now, we got a Hall of Fame segment, so we're going to have that. And then, I don't know. Bianca says, missed aside, Asuka is an incredible fighter. That is true. She's won at 37, 38, and 39 now. Oh, those the entrance girls. EST. 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 Bum. That's nice, isn't it? My network keeps kicking me out. I had that. It's been a bit bad at times. The worst was during the Intercontinental match, of all things, which I wanted to really sit. I mean, as long as it doesn't do it during the main event, I suppose I've just got to be grateful. But I was getting kicked out a lot as well. Show some love for the EST. I'm mad that Asuka lost, but Bianca deserves her flowers. What was that? Mitchell said Finn was clearly hurt, but Finn maybe asked for the Demon to be retired. He seems to love his Judgment Day character. If I got my wish, we would get AJ Goodbrothers, Finn, and Jay White. What, in a Bullet Club style thing? Okay. Well, listen, who knows? Who knows where we go next? I think Judgment Day go to SmackDown. I am very surprised. I did not think the Demon was losing that. I really didn't. I understand that Edge needs his revenge. I do understand that. But I don't know, man. It's a bit strange. Right. The Hall of Fame. And it happened this Friday night. I know, we watched it. Long day. I think Cody will win, but if Roman does, I'll be satisfied. And if The Fiend emerges and pulls Roman down through the hole, and that's how we finish WrestleMania, says Theo. Well, that will be wild, won't it? Are you going to leave out Cody from the Bullet Club? You're just going to give Good Brothers AJ, Jay White. You've left Cody Rhodes. Well, I don't know that any of that's happening, to be honest. Here's Stacey Keebler. Sheamus Drew have banger after banger after banger after banger after banger after banger, says Akeem. I won't read them all. I think Bianca did an outstanding job, but Asuka should have won, said Mole Jam. Acknowledge me, said who wins, Roman or Cody? Cody, for the Undisputed WWE Championship. Well, that's my next question to you lot. That is my next question to you. Who wins? Roman Reigns or Cody Rhodes? Roman was the one who pinned the Fiend for that title, so I don't think Finn, Amos, and Asuka would lose tonight, said Lady Noir. Saket said day 1 title change, day 2 title unchange. Zombie Killer said who won the match, Edge or Finn? Edge. Kashun said I pick Cody. United We Love said, do you know the invention of wrestling that was Triple H? Yeah. Yeah. Wrestling being invented, that was Triple H. But you know the commercial breaks that interrupt wrestling? That was Vince McMahon. People think Bray wasn't happy about something and walked out on Bobby, but I don't think they have everything right. They just want to find something to complain about. But that just doesn't add up. It doesn't add up to me because Bobby was starting a feud with Bray. He was starting a feud. And then, Bobby's there. He wants to have a match. He's there. He wants to compete. He's complaining online. It just doesn't add up. I don't know why people would point at Bobby and go, it's your fault. Cody wins with help from Kevin and Sammy and The Rock. Vince WrestleMania was clear. Kappa Owens said, days, mate, what truly makes a match great? Well, there's lots of different things, isn't there? Lots of different aspects, but obviously the build plays a part, but it is possible to still have a great match between two people that haven't had a build, but a good build and a good story obviously can do a lot of the heavy lifting. So, but if you just took wrestler A and wrestler B, you've then got to try and tell a story during the match. So for me, there's lots of things that could make a good match. Because you can have like spot fest, can't you? That people enjoy. That's very impressive. Spot after spot after spot after spot after spot, and there's people that enjoy that. So if you can do amazing spots, there's people that are into that. What makes an amazing match for me would be the emotion, the drama, the pacing of the match. Like it ebbs and flows, it goes fast, it goes slow, not just a million miles an hour, but slow it down at times. Let the crowd catch their breath and get back into it and build up to a pinfall. Then it's a 2 count. There's that intergender championship. That's amazing. Intergender championship being shown at WrestleMania. There's the Great Muta as well. Great Muta on the WrestleMania stage. So, yeah, for me, it would be the drama. It would be the selling. It would be the storytelling. But as I said, you know, it's... for some people out there, it is just, like, the impressive visuals of it all, you know? So, Tim White being honoured. Stacy Keibler being honoured, Andy Kaufman being honoured, and the Great Muta being honoured. And here is our headliner, Rey Mysterio. A lot of people now are going to be thinking, will he be jumped? Rey Mysterio. He's got a black mask, very similar to his Muta mask. It's interesting, actually, because I was sent a DM, right, by someone who said, watch the Rey... I don't know if you saw the video, but Rey received his gold sparkly mask, right? And there was a backstage video. And someone said, look in the background, is that the Fiend's new mask, the one that was shown at the Royal Rumble? And on a plinth in the background was that mask that he's wearing now. And the kind of shape of it and everything, you could kind of look at it, and apart from the colours not being the same, you could kind of see a very strong similarity. So I responded by saying, no, I think it's probably something to do with Rey, because it's in Rey's dressing room. And even though I can see the similarities, it feels like it's probably something for Rey. And it just turns out he's wearing it here. I didn't even think that he could be wearing it here, but he is. He's got it. It's a black... it's a different mask to what Rey would normally wear. That's why it looks so unusual. It's another one that's kind of inspired by the Muta. There we go. Show us. I didn't take a picture of it. I could go onto Twitter and see if I can find it. There is no attack, by the way. It is, I mean, I can understand why someone would look at it and think, like, is that something to do with the Fiend? Because these masks that he's been wearing over these 2 days have been very, very different to the masks that he's been wearing normally. Haven't they? I mean, it's really weird. It's really weird that he goes into the Hall of Fame. It's really weird that he goes into the Hall of Fame and he decides now's the time to change his iconic mask. Do you know what I mean? Now, what I will say about this is this mask in the video was really in the background and it was black. So as you see it here now, you can see it's got a bit more of like a beak. And as I said, I saw it and I was like, I think that's for Rey. But I'll show you it. There, that one. Right, they're just showing us some highlights from last night. So it's black. And it's got a bit of... I mean, it just doesn't look like a Rey mask, does it? It doesn't look like a Rey mask. But that's what he's wearing. But what is this? They've only got to make the main event as 15 minutes. This is how you need to kill time when you have a few matches, but 2 nights. How long have they been playing flashback videos? Yeah, I know. It's not as if we didn't watch last night, is it? That does suck about this 2-night thing, doesn't it? It does suck about the 2-night thing. I think it was Wrestle with Andy that asked me earlier. He was like, do you prefer the 2 nights or the 1 night? And my answer was, well, I prefer 1 night, and I prefer it like 3.5 hours, 3 hours, whatever, 1 night. Just quality, just take your very, very, very best matches and have 1 quality 3-hour show. And I said, but actually this show is not a very good example of that, because last night was really good and this night looked like it was going to be really good, but it hasn't quite got there. But I think like having watched both nights now and now having to like watch loads of video packages, having to watch those, I mean, that mental segment with Shane coming down and doing his leg in. I mean, was it fun? Did we have a laugh with it? Sure. Do I need it? No. Did I need the Pat match last night? No. Do I need all these recaps from a show that I've already watched? No. Could I have done without a few of the matches today? Sure. So, maybe trying to get this down to, say, a 4-hour show, just taking the best of what we have seen across the 2 days. That would be my preference. But it doesn't really matter. I'm not down on it. I mean, it's lovely to have to be here 2 nights in a row. The goal would be, can you do yesterday twice? I haven't seen them do that yet. I haven't seen them do that with these 2-day WrestleManias. Can you do what you did yesterday twice? That would be the thing. And to be honest, I mean, everything might be about to be washed away with what we're about to see with Roman and Cody. Tonight just might not matter at all, because the big talking point might be what is about to come, and I think it will be, because I think we're going to get a new champion, and I think his name is Cody Rhodes. You lot think the same as well, because we've got nearly 1,000 votes, and you're at nearly 70% of you think it's Cody. So I'm 90-10 Cody. The community is 70-30 Cody. So I'm 90-10, and you lot are 70-30. That's where we are right now. Seemed like tonight is riding on the main event, said Coaster Outlaws. Are you expecting any surprises in the main event? Because there hasn't really been any surprises apart from Shane. I can't say that I am. I mean, unless Roman's retaining. I mean, I don't expect any surprises if Cody wins, because surely they're going to want this show to end with Cody celebrating. Why would they want to distract you? Why would they want to have Cody win, celebrate, and then have something else happen? Because then you'll be talking about that rather than Cody. If Cody wins, they want all your attention on Cody. More ads. This went fast. Do you know what? I cannot believe, first of all, that I'm as wake as what I am, but also the fact that we have been streaming 7 hours 40 odds. That is crazy. The Beach Kevin said, what is the size of the ramp? Roman's going to take half an hour to make it to the ring. He is, yeah. Randy Orton return. Great main event. Could turn this into a 9Z Zone 7 Rizzo. Right. This is the match build, not an ad. Feel like Raw is going to be crazy. Oh my God. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's so many people that we've been waiting for that just haven't shown. I've said it the other day. I mean, I will admit I got tonight wrong. I thought tonight would be better than yesterday. I had high hopes about tonight in this card. But I've said all along, I think Raw's going to be banging. But I was wrong about tonight, so I could be wrong about tomorrow. But there's still over an hour. That's what I don't get, says Mr. Clock. Apparently this match is getting time, right? I don't know what that means, but apparently this is getting time. And we know as well that this is going to have Usos, it's going to have Sammy, it's going to have Kevin, it's going to have all sorts of shenanigans. So it's still a lot of time, though, isn't it? I do agree. Mitchell said, what did you think of my prediction video? I told you, dude, I thought it was brave with your heel work that you did earlier. Shout out to you, though. It was very well presented. I thought it was very creative. So excellent work. The Beach Kevin making an excellent point about Roman taking half an hour to get down to the ring. Ryan said, slower walk to the ring, Undertaker or Roman Reigns? It's a great question. I think they're probably quite close. I mean, yeah, it is true. It is going to be, I mean, this is it. This is our main event of WrestleMania. This is the one that everyone has been looking forward to. This is the one that everyone has been talking about. Go. I wonder if Jimmy and Jay will be there tonight, says Cynthia. Starting to think they're going to have Roman win for the record. Right? People putting in their votes, putting in their thoughts. It's saving an hour and 17 minutes left on Peacock, said WWE AEW fan. I think there's maybe a chance this is going to end earlier than that, to be honest. I could watch Roman's entrance all night long, said Maggie. Bray Wyatt was spotted in the greater LA area driving a rental car. He's got to be at WrestleMania tonight. Yeah, I agree. I was expecting him. Alfie said, this is it. Everyone is super, super excited. The excitement is real. The excitement is very, very real as we got the video package. I mean, both entrances are going to be absolutely huge. Here we go. Cody coming up. Cody Rhodes. Royal family doesn't start with Dusty. We got the stars and the stripes everywhere. Here we go. Main event. Adrenaline in my soul. Meets. Rises up. Nice jacket. Looks cool. Oh, he's got wings. That's nice. He's ready to fly. I mean, that did just help Edge. The American Nightmare fireworks shooting up into the sky. Oh, he's being presented as a big star, man. He's being presented as a big star. He looks great. Cody making his way down to the ring. He looks great. He looks like $1 million. This feels, I tell you, this has got a real Wrestle Kingdom vibe to it. Such an amazing ring gear. Nothing that, I don't want to say not that special, just what you would kind of expect, but just turned up to 11 for Cody. Same color scheme as always. Red, white, and blue, but it's got like wings dangling down. It's really nice. Again, I can try and find images. Meet for CFC 1992 said tonight has been a bit disappointing, except for the Gunther match and Edge Balor. Do you think there's a chance of The Rock tonight? Not if Cody wins. Not if Cody wins. If Cody wins, we can't end this with The Rock coming out. Because surely they're going to want everyone talking about Cody finally beating Roman. They're not going to want to talk about The Rock. If you was going to have The Rock, I think you would have used it. I think you would have used him. There we go. He's gone over to Brandy. There's no Dustin. Dustin is not there. His mother is there. Ah. Say hi to everyone. Oh, look, he's getting upset. He's getting emotional. Ah, look at the IDXK Dom said Raw live tomorrow. Raw live tomorrow with family. How should I catch them up? Raw live tomorrow with family. How should I catch them up? Well, to be honest, the great thing about WWE is you don't have to catch them up because there's so many video packages. WWE caters to casual fans, doesn't it? You don't even need to know anything about anything, and WWE will make sure you know about it. That's they're very good at that. So if you go into Raw with the family, honestly, if you're actually there, I mean, I don't quite know if the video packages will play in the arena. Maybe they won't, actually. Do the best you can. That's what I'll say. Coach Co said Cody wins. Bloodline attacks. Bray saves Cody. Cody in the ring. Oh, I said I was going to find that image, didn't I? He's here to finish the story. All the way, I put it all away. There are images on Twitter. Of course, there are. I'm trying to find... Right, Cody in the ring. Roman about to make his way down. Oh. What's this? People with pianos. Ding, 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 ding. I tell you what, he's getting a big entrance here. Thank you. Someone finally put up a good image. Okay, we've got people sitting at pianos. Tell you what, bit of culture. Bit of culture, that's what we need. There's Cody. Cody making his way down. You can see his entrance jacket, just a bit bigger than usual. It does have some wings just hanging down at the back. Fireworks going off in the sky. Big fight feel. Right. So we've got 6 people at pianos on the entranceway. Live concert, yeah. I hope they do some Rachmaninoff. This is great. This is culture, right? Many of you won't know what this is. This is culture, right? I channeled my inner Andy Kaufman. This is soap. Here we go. Roman's music hits. Jeffrey, shout out to you. Man United fan said this is the end of an era. Roman Reigns is the worst wrestler ever. We got boos. We the ones. Roman Reigns, the worst wrestler ever, says Mr. Thakur. People putting up the ones. Justin said sophistication at its finest. One's in the air. Roman comes out with Solo and Paul Heyman. Ding, ding. Roman. At the top of the ramp, just looking out at the fans. Whatever we're about to witness is going to be absolutely, I've no doubt, incredible. Whoever wins. And I think it's Cody. But the drama in this, the table is set. He might be the head of the table, but the table is set. And this is going to be dramatic. 2 greats going at it. Main event. Cody's song said it's wrestling has more than one royal family. And he's in the main event of WrestleMania. Roman is the best. People putting up them ones. Shia says, I'm nervous. Zone 7 Rizzo said, Days, acknowledge him. To be honest, I'm down the middle. I really am down the middle. I'm down the middle. I said before, it's interesting. I think Cody wins, but who do you want to win is a very interesting question, because we are seeing, I know, and you know, how special this title reign is. I think it's the 7th longest in WWE history. Roman is one of the greatest superstars in WWE history. A lot of people might find him boring, or they might find his title reign boring. His matches tend to be bangers, and this title reign has been a fantastic success. Roman has also elevated the likes of Sammy and Solo and, dare I say, the Usos. He has shared the spotlight. Kayfabe-wise, you know, he wants them to acknowledge him, but them being in the segments with him has been massive for them. He's brought people along into the main event. And actually, that's something that Ariel Hawani made a point of saying. He was like, you haven't done this on your own. You've brought other people along with you. And he said that's what makes you, in my opinion, stand out compared to the likes of, say, Hulk Hogan or Stone Cold. Like, you are not only the guy, but you've brought others along for the ride. And I thought it was a really good comment. So, as we said, does that end now? Is this the end of that now? Or do we get a bit more to this legendary title reign? AWC Legend said, this has got me in the feels. I will miss Roman. It won't be the same without him. No, could you imagine what the last year would have been like without the bloodline? Imagine the last 12 months. Imagine the last 2 years without the bloodline story. You can hate him all you want, but that story has carried this company at times. It really has. At times, it's been the only really compelling thing going on. And he is the head of that story. He is the head of the table. He deserves all the respect in the world. He is absolutely up there. Whether he's good enough to quite make the Mount Rushmore or not, that's subjective. But when we talk about the biggest stars in the history of WWE, it's not subjective to say that he is in that list. Kappa Owens said, Days, this is it, brother. This is it. Let's go. People are pumped, man. People are pumped. Yeah, put in your predictions. Put in your thoughts. What are you expecting? Magic. That's what I'm expecting. Outside interference. I'd love it if Dustin got involved. I mean, we haven't seen him. If Goldust was there. All roads lead to 1,000 days, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Cool story. Roman still sucks, says Graham. No, actually, Graham, you make a good point. I want my cousin Joe, the head of the table, the tribal chief, the big dog, the king of the ring. Roman made the title mean something again, and I am not mad at him for that, says Kevin. Yeah, but honestly, I mean, people. There are people out there that are done with Roman. I saw the story, brilliant. Thank you. Time for something new, please. I totally understand that. You see, the problem with a long title reign is that people are going to get tired of it and bored of it. You know, certainly in this day and age as well, where such a fast-paced world, and then in this fast-paced world of TikToks, YouTube Shorts, you know, you've got like this slow. I mean, he just takes his time coming to the ring. Takes forever. Everything's so slow with Roman. It's just so against the world and what the world is like. I sort of like that, though. I've only just noticed Samantha Irvin. Look at what she's wearing. She looks stunning. Samantha Irvin looks amazing. Look at that. We're up in the heavens. We're up in the heavens with all the people up there, look, watching the action. Solo Sikoa. The wise man, Paul Heyman. From Pensacola, Florida. I really like her. She's not Howard Finkel, but I love the feeling she puts into everything. Champion. Man, she gave her all on that. She gave her all. She delivered a goated announcement. Oh, I want to tweet about Samantha Irvin. She deserves flowers. Samantha Irvin is a treasure. Amazing. Big fight feel. I mean, that's just understatement of the year. Right now, we got Cody back in one corner. We got Roman in the middle of the ring. What's Roman doing, Roman? What's Roman doing? Is he... Got a smile on his face. He wants the microphone. WrestleMania. SoFi Stadium. Acknowledge me. Here we go. Here we go. In the ring, Solo staring at Cody. The wands go up. We've got a few wands going up. Roman throws the microphone away. Solo continuing to stare at Cody. Heyman with that smile. WTF does he know, says Rick. Can we get a recap of today's matches? Yeah, none of them mattered apart from this one. Acknowledge him. We go. Bell sounds. Bell sounds. Big roar from the crowds. Michael Cole. God, they've got all the pieces, haven't they? Michael Cole doing amazing work on commentary. Samantha Irvin, amazing work. Roman and Cody face to face in the ring. Roman and Cody. You've just got to beat him, Cody. And then your family, the Rhodes family, will have tasted success, will have had a WWE championship. Okay, so Roman circling round, Cody circling round. They lock up. I can't believe this match isn't sponsored by anything, like baby wipes or something. Against the ropes goes Roman. Big change from being Stardust, says Samantha. They've had nearly 2,000 votes. Nearly 2,000 votes. That is amazing. Roman circling around on the outside. We got Cody standing in the middle. There's someone in the crowd that's got a picture of Dusty. They lock up again. I'm just having a look. I can't see any polka dots or anything. Side headlock there by Cody. Cody being picked up in the middle. Takes Roman over. Lovely. Headlock takeover there by Cody Rhodes. Headlock takeover. Come on, Roman. It's sponsored by Snickers, says John. Well, I'm amazed we ain't got a dancing Snickers at ringside there. Cody, up on his feet, goes against the ropes, over the other side, underneath the legs of Roman, kick to the midsection, goes down, big strike, Roman goes back. Oh, Roman goes out the ring. Roman goes out the ring. Paul Heyman's like, all right, calm down. Calm down, we need to do a bit of regrouping here. We need to do a little bit of regrouping. Roman going over to that front row, and I don't think they're giving him words of encouragement. He's here. He's here because of you. Who's the relevant one? Smash him. My tribal chief. I love that by Paul. Paul giving instruction. Now smash him! My tribal chief. My tribal chief, I mean. Sorry. Back in the ring goes Roman. Paul is awesome. I'm calling it now. Solo's going to turn, says Sammy Mania. Tampax sponsorship. That would have been nice. Looking up at the moment. Round the back goes Cody. Back elbow there by Roman. Cody goes down to one knee. Against the ropes goes Cody. Against the other rope. Back elbow. Cody goes down. Think of this title reign started with The Fiend. Maybe The Fiend attacks Roman, says Paranormal Presence. I don't think so, because I mean, listen, if Roman wins, could The Fiend attack? Sure. I don't think it'll go that way. Just because, I mean, we were meant to get Bray and Bobby, and something happened and it all went south, and there's rumors of an illness, and I don't know. I mean, maybe all of that was a lie and it was a red herring and it's all just to swerve us. Going for the cover. Kick out. Cody coming over, grabbing the arm of Roman. So Cody working on the arm of Roman after delivering a drop kick. We'll witness the fall of the Roman Empire. Well, we've had over 2,000 votes. Over 2,000 votes. We'll end the poll. Might as well end the poll so we can have a bit bigger in the chat. 64%. That's what we've ended on. 64 point summit percent say Cody. 35 point summit percent say Roman. So it's a bit closer, isn't it, than what I was expecting. Powerbomb. Big powerbomb by Roman. Roman with a big powerbomb going for the cover. Kick out there by Cody. Cody kicks out. I'm calling it now. Jay White is going to save Cody, said Boomers. This match is brought to you by Viagra. Wow, Cody did just pop up there, in all fairness. Kick to the side of the head by Roman. Cody's outfit reminds me of a marching band. Perhaps they could help him win. Knee to the head. Cody goes down. Could you imagine if a marching band did come down playing their instruments? Boom, boom, boom. Chase Solo away from ringside. Paul Heyman and Solo are just being ushered away as the marching band with trombones and everything. Symbol. I just had that visual in my head. Crack me up. Suplex by Roman. He looks at the camera, nods his head, but Cody doesn't even, kicks out immediately. Doesn't even allow the one to be counted, and Roman smirks. Roman's got a smile on his face. It all makes sense. Why is Solo on the outside, said Malik. Right, we're going to see a suplex. Cody getting chucked over the ring. Mitchell said, this is a match we need to let our inner wrestling fan out. Have fun. Enjoy it. Let's choose our sides. I'm Team Cody. Here we go, says Mitchell as Cody goes over the top rope, but holds on to that top rope. Skins the cat, comes back into the ring. Roman gets grabbed. He gets hurled through the middle rope to the outside. Cody on the edge of the ring, charging over, goes for a kick. Roman grabs him, plants him face first as Cody goes to the outside. And as Michael Cole says, he got a little bit overzealous. So Cody is down on his knees. Roman has got Cody and he chucks him on the entrance ramp. Cody goes down. He just got thrown. His hand seems to have injured his hand maybe a little bit there. I think he fell a little bit awkwardly. He's being scooped up now and he's going to get slammed down, and he does get slammed down. Oof. Roman making his way back to the ring, referee counting away. 5, we're up to 5. We're up to 5, Roman breaking the count. We're up to 5 at the moment. Team Cody, let's go, says Mitchell. Cody says Latasha. Here comes Solo. Solo has been beckoned round. Imagine if Roman wins by count out. And WrestleMania ends now. Roman picking up Cody. Cody on his feet. Scoops up Roman. Plants Roman down. Roman gets on the entrance ramp. Roman on his hands and knees, crawling back to the ring. Solo takes a few steps back. Cody chants by the crowds. Roman on the outside. Cody has got him. Forearm strike there by Cody. Cody, another big clubbing blow there to Roman. Shot to the midsection by Roman. Roman with Cody. Looked like he was going to throw him into the ring face first. Cody Rhodes looking to go into the ring. He rolls right back out again. Kick coming in there by Cody. Cody with a right hand. Shot to Roman. Down goes Roman. Cody in control as Roman is being thrown into the ring. Cody on the outside. But Tribal Queef sucks. Go Cody, said Dawson. Knight Rider said maybe Roman isn't meant to pass 1,000 days. Whoa, Solo with the chair. Solo with the chair. Solo. Solo uses a chair on Cody and the referee did not see. Cody on the outside. Chris said, awesome streams the past few days, Chris. Appreciate the support, dudes. I'm glad you enjoyed them. It all led to this. All roads led to this. Did you see the Spanish commentator jump over the barricade? As soon as they went to the Spanish announce table, that commentator just hurled himself over the barricade. He was gone. He really thought they were going through that table. I just saw him like... Gotta be quick, man. If you're sat behind that Spanish announce table, you've got to be quick. Roman, Cody, back in the ring. Of course, Solo getting involved. It means that Roman is back in control. Both guys getting up to their feet in the middle of the ring. Shot to the midsection there by Cody. And again. Another shot coming in there. Against the ropes goes Cody. Solo again. This is getting ridiculous, says Michael Cole. Someone is going to have to deal with Solo Sikoa. Randy Orton. Randy Orton. Let's get Randy down. Or Gold Dust. Could you imagine if they had got Gold Dust? Someone needs to deal with Solo Sikoa. Please be either Randy Orton or Dustin Rhodes. If they've managed to get Dustin Rhodes, that would be amazing. What a moment that would be. I don't think they will. I really don't think they will, because I'm pretty sure Tony Khan would have said, if you're going to use Dustin Rhodes, you've got to put AEW logo on screen. So, I mean, that ain't happening. So I really don't think Dustin, but listen, in this moment right now, I can dare to dream. I'm allowing myself to dream. Roman with Cody, hurls Cody to the outside. Roman stepping through the ropes. Roman going over to the commentary table. Commentary table being stripped. The Spanish announcer's right in the crowd again. Announcer jumping ship again, yeah. Roman stripping the table. Days, Cody gave his belt to Luke Harper's son. Oh, I missed that. -1 is there, is he? That's cool. Face first. Face first into the commentary table. Roman getting back into the ring. Roman rolling back out of the ring, breaking the count. Cody on the Spanish announce table. So both announce tables have been stripped. Roman putting up the ones. Roman putting up the ones. He's got a smile on his face. He's going to go for a powerbomb. He's going to go for a powerbomb. Looks like he's going to get reversed. Getting reversed. Oh, and he gets it. Back drop. Big back body drop. It's Roman that goes through the commentary table. You got a chance, Cody. You got a chance. Oh, I love Michael Cole. He does such a good job. You've got a chance, Cody. You've got a chance. Cody getting back in the ring, breaking the counts. Does it end at 9-4-4? Come on, Cody. Get him in the ring. Get him in the ring. Jay is going to come out. Roman gets the ropes. Cody goes over by the ropes as well. Collides into Roman. Roman goes back against the ropes. Kick to the midsection. Down he goes. Shot by Cody. Cody back in the corner. Roman charges over. Cody gets out the way. Cody scoop slam. Power slam. Down goes Roman. Cody firing up. Crowd are cheering him on. Cody looking for the Cody. Oh, connects. 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 1, 2. Oh, connects with the Cody cutter. Woo. Does look at that. It's nice as well. It's nice. Grabs it. Ooh. Sort of gets it quite low. There's a real snap to that. 2.999999. Do you really think Triple H is putting the title on the guy that went to AEW? Yes. Great near fall. Godfather says, my heart is racing. Days, are you even into it? Am I into the match? Yes. Yes. Cody going against the ropes. Roman on the outside. Suicide dive there by Cody. Roman slumps down. They're feeding us right now, says Adam. We're like little baby birds. And WWE has come back with worms. That was weird. Roman back into the ring. Go on, Cody. People saying they're having a heart attack. Oh, Solo with the belt. Where did he get that belt from? Did he, has -1 turned heel? Is the ref going to chuck him out of there? Yeah. Out of there! Hey, you! Me! You! Na 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 na. Hey, goodbye. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hey, goodbye. It's always so dramatic, isn't it? Solo is gone. I wanted Dustin or Randy. Where did -1 turn heel? What's gone on? How have they managed to get this belt? Referee trying to take the belt away from Roman, but if Roman uses it, he gets DQ'd and the titles won't change hands. Looking for the Crossroads. Crossroads! 1, 2. Crossroads! Wow! Kick out. I love Roman with the belt, and the ref's like, you can't use that. And he's like, I'm not bothered. DQ me. I'll still keep the belts. But he didn't because he got crossroads into next Thursday. Paul Heyman on the outside, looking very, very nervous. Looking very, very nervous. What a match, says the Mank. Hear that, crowds. We love this, said TJB. This is so good, said Ernesto. One more crossroads, says Captain Chris, but there's a chin breaker there by Roman. Headbutt there by Roman. Big clubbing blow. Come on, Cody. Finish the story, says Cynthia. Cody is down. Cody needs to do 3 crossroads to keep Roman Reigns down. Cody goes over the top rope, holding on to that top rope. He's trying to skin the cat, but he's feeling it. He gets caught by Roman. Caught by Roman. Cody down on his feet. A Uranagi by Roman. It can't end there. Shoulder up. Oh my God, man. The crowd are on their feet. Of course they're on their feet. This match, as we said before, it doesn't have to work that hard. I mean, they are working hard, but the drama, the stakes are so high that as long as you're operating at a nice pace and you're doing, like, you know, a Uranagi and going for a cover, like, the crowd are going to be right there. But this is a heart thumper, says Alan. Yeah, man. I mean, think about all those people that aren't able to watch because they've got school or work. You know, I feel sorry for them because this is a great match. And it feels like a moment, doesn't it? You know, there are times in wrestling where you really feel like you are watching history. And this does feel like that. It's WrestleMania. It's the main event. And it is a historic title reign as Roman is going to go for the Superman punch. Doesn't get it. Oh, pedigree! 1, 2. Oh! Could you imagine if Cody won the belts with Triple H's finishing move? The pedigree. Oh my God. Oh. Hey, is he going to win it with a bionic elbow? In tribute to his dad. Pedigree, man. That was sick. I have spring break, so I'm going to stay up for this, said WWE AEW fan. Well, do you know what, mate? I reckon you should. I wouldn't suggest going to bed right now. Roman is being picked up by Cody. Cody against the rope, stuck underneath by Cody. Oh! Straight into a Superman! 2! Oh! Cody was going for another Cody cutter. Or some sort of move. He comes off the springboard, goes off the ropes. Bang! Oh my God, what's he going for? It's not a Cody cutter because he turns his body. He's in the air. Oh my God. Wow. Look at Heyman on the outside. 1, 2. He's all yours, my tribal chief. He's all yours, my tribal chief. Roman is in the corner. He can't believe it. He's all yours, my tribal chief. This is awesome chant coming from the crowds. Roman in the corner. Oh, he's about to charge over. Oh, over the top goes Cody. Wow. Down goes Cody. Down goes Roman. Cody going over, and he's looking for the figure four. Figure four by Cody. Figure four by Cody. You've got to know that Dusty is looking down. Figure four, and Roman in the middle of the ring. His shoulders, when they're down, they're being counted. Roman screaming in pain. How much has Roman got left, says Michael Cole. How much does Roman have left? Right now, Cody trying to turn Roman over. Or if it gets reversed, actually, that'll put the pressure on Cody, won't it? Cody's not far from the ropes, though. He should get over to the ropes. Cody dragging it over, and he gets to the ropes. And the move is broken. A rock bottom finish from Cody. Oh, a rock bottom would be interesting. Ahead News said Dusty is smiling in heaven. This is awesome, said TJB. Roman down, holding onto his leg. Cody down, over by the edge of the ring. Wow, it's been hellacious. Hellacious. Cody trying to get up on the edge of the ring. Roman in the ring. Brilliant match. Really, really brilliant match. Cody on his feet. Strike coming in there by Roman. Shot coming back there by Cody. Roman with a shot. Yeah, the crowd just cheering every strike back and forth between these two. Brilliant. Brilliant. Shot to the midsection there by Cody. Cody on the outside of the ring. Roman stumbles back. Oh, goes down over the top rope. Roman goes down. Cody climbing up. Top rope. Cody jumps over Roman. Goes against the ropes. Spear! Spear by Roman! What? Oh, big spear! Big spear! That spear was so big you could call it Britney. This is an incredible match, says Krista. Cody winning with a bionic elbow. TJB loves this match. Ernesto says 11 out of 10. How on earth did Cody kick out, says Angel. Oh, Red Mess, shout out to you, my friends. It was clear to the chat he would kick out. Okay. We've got both down at the moment. Cody is down. Just looking at the time, we've got 26 minutes past 4. We've probably got, 20 minutes left of the show? About 20 minutes left? Maybe a bit longer, I'm not sure. Amazing, 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 amazing. Roman is going over to Cody, throws in some shots, forearm strikes, raining down on Cody. Forearm strikes repeatedly raining down. Look at Roman unloading on Cody. Roman walking around and boos. Boos for Roman. Now the tribal chief is angry, says Corey Graves. Cody stands between Roman and 1,000 days. This match is going crazy, said Speedy too. The ref's going to get knocked out next. They could. The Dusty finish. The Dusty finish. Imagine that. Okay, we got a guillotine. Guillotine being applied by Roman. Roman grabs Cody, slaps on the guillotine in the middle of the ring. Cody struggling. Cody is struggling there as Roman putting on this guillotine. Look at that. Look at Roman. That is such a goated image. Roman in the ring, muscles just ripping out of his body, squeezing the life out of Cody. He's like screaming up in the heavens. He's squeezing that hard. Cody Rhodes fading. Oh, and Roman goes down. Look at how tight that is. Look at how tight that is. Oh my God. I mean, I've seen UFC fights that have ended with guillotines this tight. I've seen UFC fights end. That is so tight. Referee is checking. Referee is checking. Cody going out. Michael Cole says Cody is fading. He's trying to get his neck out. Looks like he is getting his neck out. Looks like he is getting his head out. His head is out. His head is out. Cody is free. Big shots raining down by Cody. Cody unloaded on Roman. Wow, look at Heyman. Look at Heyman. Heyman's like, can't believe what he's seeing. Oh, ref goes down. Superman punch. Clothesline. Oh, referee down. Cody down. Roman down. Amazing action. Amazing action. Amazing action. Wow, the ref's dead. Shenanigans. We've got shenanigans. Someone's coming out. Aubrey Edwards is going to come running down. What can Cody do? What can Cody do here? Cody is down. Roman is down. Referee is down. This is their breather. I mean, could the Usos come running down now? Is this the cue for the Usos to get involved? Because we haven't seen the Usos. Cody telling Roman to get up. Cody going over to Roman. Grabbing Roman. He's going to go for a crossroads. Here's the Usos. Here's the Usos. Sammy and Kevin. Usos come down. No, Usos getting involved is not the most surprising thing to ever happen. Against ropes goes Cody. 1D. 1D to Cody. Someone get them the hell out of the ring. Big cheer. Big cheer. There's Kevin and Sammy. There's Kevin and Sammy. Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn dealing with the Usos. Paul Heyman shattered on the outside. Clothesline. Usos to the outside. Kevin Owens with a dusty shirt. Oh, stunner. Stunner. Sammy backs up. He's going to hit a louver. Sammy's going to hit a haluva. Connects. Roman goes down. Now they're still brawling. These two, I think they're done. I think the Usos, Kevin and Sammy are done. They're brawling away. They're brawling away. That's just going to leave Cody and Roman. It's just going to leave Cody and Roman. Oh, my God. Roman down. Referee is back in. Referee is in. Roman will kick out. Roman will kick out. Here we go. 1, 2. Kick out. It was too long. It was too long. There was too much time. Cody needed to get to that pin quicker. Obviously, he couldn't. Kick out. Damn it. Paul Heyman is just watching. Mitchell said this is the greatest match of all time. Kick out. Kick out. I'm literally on the edge of my seat, says Curse One. Roman getting his shoulder up. Time ticking away. Time continuing to ebb away. What other twists and turns are we going to have? We know that Solo has been kicked away from ringside. We know that the Usos are being dealt with. It's going to come to Paul Heyman. Heyman's going to have to do something. Cody on his knees. Roman on his knees. The referee's holding onto his heart in the corner. The referee's going to have a heart attack. The crowd cheering away as these shots being exchanged back and forth. Incredible. Corey Graves, this is for the richest prize in sports entertainment. Against the ropes goes Roman. These two continuing to exchange shots back and forth. Forearm strike there by Cody. Roman unloading on Cody. These shots just back and forth at the moment. Absolutely hard-hitting stuff. Time is ticking away, though. Time is ticking away. Both on their feet at the moment. And the crowd are just applauding what they're witnessing. Elbow! Bionic elbow! Shot there by Cody! Roman is all rocked! Crossroads! Crossroads connects! Crossroads connects! Cody going for a second crossroads! Is this it? Is this it? He's holding on. Paul Heyman trying to distract. Heyman trying to distract. 2 crossroads. Solo! Solo! Oh, God! Roman! Spear! Spear! What? Wow. Wow. Cody Rhodes suffered an American nightmare tonight, says Michael Cole. That match is insane. That is insane. Okay. I'll tell you what I'm thinking. We've got 10 minutes left to go. I don't know that they're going to want to end on a downer like this. I don't know that they're going to want to end on a downer. My God. Oh, wow. Roman retains. That is going to send shockwaves all around the wrestling world. But is that the end of this story? Is that the end of this WrestleMania? Cody is down in the ring. Roman in the ring. Ernesto is crying. Ernesto, shout out to you, my friend. Roman gets out of the ring. Wow. I mean, what a match that was. Once again, Roman cheats. Seriously. Great match. Trash ending. All of us must acknowledge. Roman's being helped to the back. I mean, it's really hard. It's really hard to see anyone interrupting Roman here, to be honest. Because he's being helped to the back by Solo. Oh, my God. This is the worst WrestleMania. Did someone say I have nothing new for WWE shop? Well, they'll probably have a Roman thing that goes up, to be honest. Well, that's a surprise. Oh. What the flip? He's on the stage. I mean, honestly, he's on the entrance ramp with Solo. Puts up the championships. Paul Heyman is by his sides. Cody gutted in the ring. I don't know what to tell you. Cody in tears in the ring. Heyman says to Roman, "You are WrestleMania." Ernesto said it's okay for the heel to win. Let's use this moment. It's okay for the heel to win. Let's use this moment. What do you mean? What do you mean? How do you want to use it? That's it. That's it. That's WrestleMania. It just ended. We've gone to a video package. We've gone to a video package. What happens next for Cody? Well, he'll get no Bray, no Randy. So no Bray, no Randy, no I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. No Bray, no Randy, no Alexa. Acknowledge him, says Brandon. Acknowledge him. No Rock, no Rock. Night one was better. I mean, I just don't know what to say. I'm done watching WWE. I mean, look, Cody got to the he got to the main event of WrestleMania, but he could not pick up the victory. It was a fantastic match. Fantastic match. Vince just screwed Cody. I'll give Shane O'Mac injury 10 out of 10. Sparta Brander said, I should have gambled tonight, could have killed it. Okay, let's just do a quick video and incredible scenes coming out of WrestleMania. WrestleMania has just ended, and it has ended with quite the surprise. Roman Reigns has beaten, thanks to a lot of outside interference, mainly from Solo Sikoa. We did see the Usos as well, but Solo Sikoa certainly playing his part in the conclusion, and it resulted in Roman beating Cody Rhodes. The story has not been finished yet. I do think that it will be finished, and maybe we're going to look at SummerSlam now, but I don't know, was the 1,000 days just too tempting for WWE? Is Roman beating Pedro Morales' title reign just too tempting for WWE? Honestly, my first thought as soon as this happened was, could we see The Rock? Could we see a moment? Like, I couldn't believe that we were just going to end with this being such a downer, because it really did disappoint the live crowd. They were so desperate for Cody to get the win. Of course, there was certainly a lot of people that wanted Roman to retain as well, but the majority was with Cody to pick up the victory here. And unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable scenes that Roman Reigns has retained and WrestleMania has ended. There was no Bray. There was no Alexa. There was no Rock. There was no LA Knight. There's seemingly quite a bit of anger actually coming out of Bobby Lashley. He's liked a lot of tweets from people saying that he deserved better, because Bobby did get to come out and acknowledge the fans with the trophy earlier, but seemingly he is very unhappy. There's Bailey as well putting tweets out saying that goodbye. She seemingly is teasing that she's not happy as well. Like, there seems to be a bit of drama going around. And not only that, we've got news this evening that WWE is on the verge of being sold. Like, there is so much to digest right now. But at the front of many people's minds in this moment is this moment. And it is that Roman Reigns has retained in the main event of WrestleMania. Honestly, when you stop to think about it and you actually run through everything in your mind, it is mental what is going on in this moment. This exact moment in wrestling history, there is so much that's happening. I mean, we've got Roman retaining, we've got Cody not finishing the story, we've got the sale of WWE, we've got superstars seemingly upset, we've got Vince McMahon backstage with, a headset on. Which is definitely going to fuel speculation. Again, we said earlier, anything good in wrestling is credited to Triple H. Anything bad in wrestling is credited to Vince McMahon. I mean, that's not the truth. I just don't believe that's the truth at all. There's every chance this is a Triple H call. And there's every chance, as we said earlier, that, they're putting obstacles in his way, just like they did with Daniel Bryan. And then they get to SummerSlam. I was 90% certain, and I said it all along, that Cody was winning here. I thought that we didn't put the belt on Sammy because we were going to put the belt on Cody. The fact that we haven't put the belt on Cody is I'm speechless. I'm actually not totally against it. It's not like I'm angry. I know there will be people that are. But I'm not angry because I do think, as I just said in that video, that Cody will get there. It's just that he hasn't got there tonight. And, if you had tickets to WrestleMania, I don't know what it is with Triple H. This is something, actually, that we didn't see. We talk about things that have changed under Triple H. And one of the things that's changed under Triple H, one of the most notable things that's changed under Triple H, is he is quite happy for pay-per-views to end on downers. Like, a lot of people are going to blame Vince for this. You shouldn't. I think you should be blaming Triple H, because if you look at Clash at the Castle, that ended with a downer. If you look at Montreal, that ended with a downer. Triple H seems to be all right with having shows end this way. And even though fans are going to be saying, I'm not watching, I'm walking out, this is a disgrace, blah, 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 they won't. They'll come back. And I think Triple H knows that. And I think that doing what he did at Clash at the Castle, doing what he did in Montreal now, and, this is the biggest one. Doing what he's done here in front of the fans at a WrestleMania. I mean, that's a big, bold move, man. That's a big, bold statement. And but as I said, there is a history of him doing this. This is not the kind of thing that we would have seen from Vince McMahon. This is the kind of thing that we are seeing from Triple H. But Ryan said this is a 1,000,000% Vince. I don't know. I don't think it is. I really don't think it is, because again, he seems to be doing this. He did it at Clash at the Castle. And it's not even as if, I understand, say, Drew loses at Clash at the Castle, there was no effort made to let them fans go home with a positive vibe, right? And then at Montreal, when Sammy lost, there was no effort made to pick the fans up after. It's literally just, you lost, sorry, end of the show. And that's it. And it's happened again here. So, I honestly, I can't point at this and say this is a Vince thing. I can't point at this and say this Vince thing, because Triple H has been doing this. Vince has earned $7 billion. Triple H with a nod to Vince. You can't have every story end on a good note, and you can make a sequel. Drew is done. Let's get people's thoughts. Ryan, shout out to you. 803 Damien 1. The chat is moving that fast. I just can't get to the super chats. I have no way of getting to them, I don't think. It won't let me go back to them unless I read them at the time as they're flying off screen. It won't let me get back to them. Days, all three championships were retained. Imagine thinking Triple H would put Cody over, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Oh, I did. I really don't think that he is holding a grudge against Cody. I really don't. I think Triple H is here for money, and I think Roman is money, in all fairness. But I think Triple H is going to try and put some... I can only put this down to him putting obstacles in Cody's way. I think eventually Cody does get the title. Let's go scores. The chat is on hyperspeed. Well, and understandably so. I mean, of course, after that, I mean, there's going to be plenty of commentary and plenty that people are going to have to say about what they've just seen. Can we just say, though, because I know people will start leaving and going to bed and whatever, because I appreciate it's late, but do not miss Raw. Do not miss Raw, right? Because there has been a lack of surprises here. I'm actually surprised at how few surprises we have had. I thought there would be a lot more surprises here, and I'm really surprised at the lack of surprises. And so it really does make me wonder as to, have they just saved everything back? I mean, if they do have Switchblade, do we see him Monday? There was plenty of talk that Randy was around. Where was Randy Orton? Plenty of rumors that Randy was around. I mean, Bray Wyatt was spotted at the airport, and we speculated, was he going to LA? Then someone actually sees him in LA. Then he gets spoken to in traffic, and he says, my WrestleMania is tomorrow. This was yesterday. So teased that he would be there today. Alexa said that she was there. I mean, I keep saying this. Don't fall for the teases. Don't fall for, like, the little things that get said on social media. And that's fine. Like, that's fine. Like, don't fall for them. But you would expect something. No Rock. Fine. All right, it's The Rock. He couldn't make it. Okay. But no Randy. No Randy. No Alexa, even though she was meant to be there. No Bray. Like, it is amazing that we didn't get any of these things. But we did get Shane McMahon, who did his knee out in all of 5 seconds. We did get Pat yesterday. I don't know. It's mental. It just seems mental to me that we didn't put some more surprises into this WrestleMania. But this is what I keep saying. Tomorrow, this is when hopefully Triple H is going to use that. He's going to use that as the Raw after WrestleMania, like we used to see back in the day. And, that's where we're going to see all these surprises, and that's where we're going to see all this drama and returns. And, I don't know where AJ Styles is in regards to his return. I don't know where Riddle is in regards to his return. There's people speculating, and understandably so. There was people speculating, saying, oh, could we see Bray attack Roman? Could we see The Rock attack, like, Roman? Could The Rock come out? All this kind of stuff. This is where people's mindsets were. This is what people were thinking. I can't say I was thinking some of those, but I'm surprised that we didn't get more. But as I said, maybe they just save it for tomorrow. Niall said, the winner is fine, but it was a lousy finish. Night 1 was clear. Dagmawi said, Roman is the GOAT. Acknowledge him. I told you, he is the tribal chief, says Dagmawi. Rick said, I think it's a really good percentage. It was Vince's finish to have Cody lose for the simple reason he booked the bloodline and he brought Cody back into WWE, says Rick. Aris Marduk says, I'm angry as we didn't get Alexa, Randy, Bray, or Rock. Night 2 disappointed with the results and not the matches. If you get what you expect, it's predictable, and if not, it's disappointing, said Rig. Acknowledge maximum male models. Oh, with pleasure. Portington said, I think Bray will be on Raw. Plus, we have had Bray Wyatt teases before on a Bloodline segment. They may want Bray to beat Roman, says Portington. Portington, shout out to you. Shout out to you. I don't know. I mean, I don't know where we are with Bray, to be honest. I don't know where we are with Bray, so it's hard for me to comment. It's hard for me to comment. Retains. Days Roman is now third on my all-time list of GOATs, trying behind Austin and Hogan. Wrestle with Andy. Shout out to you, buds. Universal Championship. I can see someone saying they're gutted. Alfie said that finish must have been the surprise. Must have been the surprise we were promised. Yeah, I mean, in this moment, to be honest, I am shocked. I'm not, as I said, I'm not down on it, which might surprise a lot of people. I'm not down on it. I am surprised we didn't get more surprises. I'm not down on it because we did have a big discussion beforehand saying, does Cody need a few more obstacles put in his way? Because to many people, he has not done enough, which might sound crazy, but again, a lot of people only know him from coming back last year. So, you know, he beat Seth 3 times, went away, came back, won the Rumble, and now here he is. So I wonder if that is, I wonder if that's been a factor in the end. Ashton said, great streams, wrestling days, weekend days, and acknowledge him. Ashton, 67, shout out to you, buds. I do acknowledge Roman. I do acknowledge Roman. I think we all acknowledge Roman. I think you have to acknowledge Roman after what we've just witnessed. Mitchell said, not a good look for WWE. If you look at the chat for the press conference right now, everyone is saying AEW and L booking. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was the same after Montreal. And I don't know if it was the same after Clash, to be honest. I think Clash, maybe the emotions weren't quite the same for Clash, but it was definitely the same. It was that after Montreal. Yeah, that's wrestling, isn't it? I mean, I suppose the drama is you never quite know which way it's going to go. I felt so confident Cody was getting that, though. I really, really did. I felt so confident Cody was getting that. I know that Nick Khan has said that they've got months of stories planned out, though. Months and months and months. They know where they're going after WrestleMania. They know exactly what they're doing. So there is a plan. There is. I don't believe this is on the fly. This is also another reason why I just don't think this is Vince, because Nick Khan said they've got months of booking sorted. It's done. They know where they're going. They know the story. They know what's happening. This is the story. It's just not the story I think people were expecting. But as has been pointed out in the chat, sometimes it doesn't go the way that you're expecting. And, well, isn't that a lesson we've learnt tonight? Isn't that true? Definitely something that I think we can all agree on is that has not gone the way that many of us thought it was going to go. Right, we have got Roman in the press conference right now. This isn't McDonald's. This isn't Burger King. We are out here making filet mignon, says Roman. So there's a champion thing that's come out for Roman. What does this mean to you in regards to historical significance? Days, what happens now then? Does Cody become champ? Oh, I think he will become champ, definitely. I cannot see Cody ending his career and not being the champ at some point. I really can't. I mean, for me, it's going to be all eyes on SummerSlam. Roman just said we're scratching the surface of Cody's story with Roman, says Alfie. So, I'm challenging anybody. I challenge you to outdo us. Take the spotlight from us. Roman said, if you don't, we're just going to keep a chokehold on this game. Take the island of relevancy from us. This isn't a promo, says Roman. We are the best. I'm the greatest of all time. What we did tonight, his dad told me we would do that 10 years ago. I'm not the only megastar here anymore. The whole bloodline is. Roman is the GOAT. Jay hates Roman. Cody would never turn heel. Anyone that says that is an idiot, says Dylan. Daisy, are you doing Backlash? Of course. Roman's press conference a lot different to the MJF ones. You missed Bianca talking at the press conference. Did we? We didn't get to it that late, did we? God, she couldn't have been there very long, was she? How far can you take this? Can anyone stop you? No one can stop me. Can anyone stop you at the moment? Yeah, I think Bronson Reed could stop me. Thank God you're here. I can't even remember them all, says Roman, as they're talking about who it was. Here he is. Here he is. Haven't seen him all weekend. Here he is. Here he is. Austin 316. Jumping in the chat. 1,000 days, Roman. Austin, hello. You called it. You absolutely called it. I was very, 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 very confident. Even throughout the match. Felt great. Felt great. Even when he pinned him, I was like, if he kicks, I mean, I must admit, after everything that happened, I was like, if he kicks out of this is going to be epic. But no, I felt pretty good all throughout the match. Could be a big change. Maybe as early as tomorrow. What are your reactions to the sale? What do you think about the sale? Roman said, I was busy smashing your favorite. Whatever has happened, so he doesn't get answered. Paul laughs. Roman laughs. Paul Heyman says he's got a bad habit of asking bad questions. What, the question that we all want to know? So that's it. You've wasted your question. Roman gets up and he leaves. Heyman looks at him, shakes his head, walks out. Go. Byron comes over. Is Triple H going to walk out if he gets asked? Surely he's going to be asked. Right, let's see what Triple H has got to say. Mitchell said, the scripted questions honestly bother me, at least in a kayfabe mindset. Someone would ask how Solo was ejected and came back. How the biggest night of all, Adam Pearce wasn't watching, says Mitchell. Mitchell, shout out to you, buds. Someone put their hand up. Triple H just tells them to put their hand down. This could be interesting. Let's see what it's got to say. WrestleMania is so much more than an event. It's a cultural moment. I think storyline was okay in part 2. We want to see more superstars. Days, hope Raw, WrestleMania. But yeah, I think Raw will be big. $12 or $15 of the top 20 trends belong to WWE. He says it's amazing to see. Okay, what about the sale? He's praising the fans, the same fans that have gone home crying. The same fans that are in tears right now. He was meant to finish the story. Lesson learnt, guys. The story never ends. Triple legend, said Austin. Bobby is clearly leaving, says Tommy. Triple L, said Triple L. Triple L. Lunterlust Lelmsley. He said the number of media that's in attendance is a record, apparently. 2 matches let me down. Edge Demon and Roman Cody. Good win for Edge. WWE did what UFC does to put sponsorship. Extra money in the game. They sold sponsorship. They get to use these as part of the company now instead of just on the mat, says Mike. He's thanking Pope's exorcist. He said it smashed the records for viewership. He's saying this is the most viewed. All-time highs. Viewership, merch, social media. Over 21 million the gates for the weekend. That is amazing, actually. SoFi's record attendance was the shortest record attendance in history because it lasted 1 day. They smashed it today with 81,000. It's going to be Jay. The way the bloodline started should finish. It's going to be Jay, said Lewis. Who only goes to the second night of Mania? That's a good point, actually. I really thought someone was going to restart the match, said Soul Vision History. Who can take down Roman Reigns? It's a good question. WWE lost my viewership today. Garbage not having Cody win. Yeah, Brock Omos was fun. Triple H said when that match was first brought up, there were some audible groans on it. Triple H said it did what it needed to do. Triple H said he watched the Intercontinental match and he said that's why he retired. Those guys hit hard. We need about 5 surprises tomorrow to make up for this, says Bama. Days, I remember people saying this time last year they are not going to watch anymore, said Excellence of Execution. Yeah. There was no Randy. He even wanted 1,000 days, said Austin. Rock versus Roman now. I mean, I would love that match. I was hoping for that match this year. Bianca Asuka said they tore it up. Shane. Tore his quad? My hat's off to Snoop. Triple H says, my hat's off to Snoop because he picked it up with Shane being hurt. Triple H said, a respect factor from me. Snoop went to a different level. Didn't miss a beat. GK92 said, Days, what's your prediction for how Raw opens tomorrow? Got to think it's either Roman or Cody. I've got to think we've got to open with one of those. We're going to hear from Cody tomorrow. I think, didn't we open with Cody last year? So maybe we just mirror last year and we open with Cody again. A shocking outcome, says Triple H, for a lot of people. What I'll say is, it's always interesting when people say, how could they do that? Triple H said the story never finishes in WWE. Cody needing to finish the story. got to the end of a chapter, but the story continues. He's kicked it down the road, basically. I think Cody challenges Roman again, but for only one title because they're going to split them up, said Justin. Daisy, you doing UFC next weekend? Yeah. Hate to say this, but I think WrestleMania was bad, said Dort Knight. What match did you enjoy from both nights? Yesterday, Sami KO. Tonight, Roman retained. I would take Rhea Charlotte as my favourite match from yesterday. I would take Roman Cody as my favourite match from today. Okay, so he's just talking about Cody at the moment. Charlotte and Rhea was one of the best matches. Oh, I loved it. I thought it was brilliant. Asuka has tweeted. Oh, God. What's Asuka tweeted now? I remember saying that we just haven't been seeing drama in WWE like we have in AEW. I might as well go back to Japan, but I bet a lot of you guys, my friends, will miss me when I leave WWE. Now I need the power of your anger. Let's bring chaos to the boring women's division with me. Let's bring chaos to the women's division. Let's bring chaos to the WWE. Why is she saying chaos all the time? Isn't that a faction in New Japan? I need your anger, says Asuka. God, everything's falling apart. The problem is not Cody losing or Roman retaining. The problem is Cody losing his elusive World Championship triumph at the grandest stage of them all. Do you know what? That's interesting because, like, I think I'm not angry about this one. I was very, very disappointed with the Sammy one in Montreal. Days Roman goes mad at Usos for losing. Usos turn on Roman. Cody gets it at SummerSlam. Cody has to win at SummerSlam. We've had nearly 1,500 votes. Want to see what people think of today. Triple H said it's an amazing night today. Whose entrance? Oh, he's talking about Bianca's entrance. The little girl who was a contortionist, her mom passed away today. Triple H is upset. Triple H said, "This is why we do what we do." That's shocking. Terrible. I got so much respect. He goes back to that guy. He's like, do you want to ask you a question? The one that asked about the sale. Go on. Big news broke. Tomorrow. Can you confirm or comment? He says no. Well, tomorrow's going to be a big day, innit? You can't talk about it, so we don't get any comment. He's refusing to talk about Endeavour. Triple H says, when you're in the main event of WrestleMania, that is a different level of pressure. Cody's story is over now. If you make a build-up like that and still can't make it, I don't know what else will. One prediction, he will be in the mid-card by WrestleMania, says next year, says Mahesh. Someone asked about Shane. Oh, he mentioned Shane. He spoke about him. He said that his quad blew out. Days, the joke with the reporter is he started the brawl at All Out with Punk. Oh, is that the guy? Is it? Oh, wow. Days, is Cody the one who beats Roman? Yes or no? And if not Cody, then who? I don't know if he's the one that beats Roman, but I am very confident that he gets a world title run before he calls it quits. I'm very confident about that. The downfall of WWE, the product will go downhill, unfortunately. Maybe then people will realize how important Vince was. Well, I think Vince is meant to still be involved if the Endeavor stories are true. Obviously, I don't know if they're true, but it certainly seems like they're true. Booking is subjective in wrestling. There was an opportunity for Cody tonight to finish that story. This is good. How much do you... I like this question. Good question. How much do you wrestle with the idea you might be passing up an opportunity? Where do you want to go with the story and how do you want to get there? He says he weighs it out. You know, sometimes when he's trying to sleep and he can't sleep. If you're going to be good at this, it consumes everything. So Triple H suggesting here that he did wrestle with it. Triple H says he hears people saying if you'd have done this, it would have been better. But he says you don't know that. Quit the poop, Triple H. Days, I'm so fed up after watching Roman win. Even this time that I went to watch your WWE cake review video, said so. I tell you. Biggest challenge going in and thing most proud of. It's all right, isn't it? It's better than are you happy you won? Days, Cody has to win at SummerSlam. Solo gets his push whilst Roman is taking time off. C-Ran says Triple L. Sucks that Balor lost. Oh, yeah, Balor as well. But it was Edge's last Mania. It's like the comic book Wolverine versus Sabretooth. That's been going on for years. Oh, that's interesting. You didn't see my super chats. Did I not? Did I not? Let me go down. S. Martinez says, bro, I told all my friends Cody was going to lose. My biggest reason for that thinking was that it was expected for him to win. So to me, he had to lose, says S. Martinez 281. Okay. Interesting. Well, you got it right. You definitely got it right. Oh. So what was the biggest challenge going in? All of it. What were you most proud of coming out? All of it. Can't even answer questions, right? Triple L. Stupid Triple L. Mitchell, I can't go back to it, buds. I can't go back to it. Honestly, on a normal stream, I can get back to them, but on these streams where there's so many chats, there's just no going back to them. Put it in. I'll read it. Days, surely fans should have also thought about Vince being in the back, allowing a former AEW EVP to pin their golden child. Same thing happened to Sting at Mania. No, I disagree. I've been saying that I disagree all throughout because the Triple H told us why the Sting thing happened. The reason why he beat Sting was because they were going to do Triple H versus The Rock at WrestleMania 32. And so they wanted to build Triple H up as a heel. And one of the ways they thought that they could get the ball rolling, really get him over as a heel, was by him beating Sting and taking that moment away from people. And then later in the show, they also did the moment of him and The Rock, the one that I've spoke about with him and The Rock and Ronda. They did that moment as well to try and, heal it up, him and Steph. And so the plan was, and actually, I don't know if you remember, but it might have been the Raw after, that there's actually a confrontation between him and The Rock as well. So they did the thing with him and The Rock in the ring at the same WrestleMania as the one where Sting lost, because the plan was they were going to do him against The Rock, and they were going to build up to that match at WrestleMania 32. And then The Rock's schedule got in the way, and so the match got cancelled. So, honestly, the Sting loss was sacrificed for that, apparently. Which I agree, sucks. Sting should have won. I really don't think that it is a case that this is an AEW golden child and all of that kind of stuff, because, he won the Rumble. he just main evented WrestleMania. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's won the Rumble, main event of WrestleMania. They've invested loads in him. He's shifting tons of merch. I really don't think they've just built him up to go, Ah! Did you think you was going to win? Ah! April Fools. I just don't buy it. I really, really don't buy it. I think it's that he gets it further down the road. I think that's what it is. And as Triple H just said here, you know, people are saying, I can't believe they've done that. But he's like, this isn't the end of the story. It's just the story hasn't ended tonight. So I really don't think that I think there's a lot of people. I really do think there's a lot of people that are. I think it's cool to be down on Vince. I think it's really because Vince makes it easy to not like him, right? If you look at the fact that he releases people, and like drops them, and is a vicious businessman, I think he makes it really easy to not like him. But if you was to look at a lot of the people or not a lot, but, you know, a few people in the chat, whatever, tonight, literally anything bad that happens is Vince's fault. Like, night 1 was brilliant. Triple H is God. Night 2 is not as good. Oh, well, it's Vince, in it. It's Vince. And it's just not true. It's just not true. Vince was there yesterday and he was there today as well. And they're just asking Triple H here about, like, you know, weighing up like the finishing the story and everything, and Triple H is taking ownership of the result in the main event. Go back, look at the chat when that match happened. Loads of people blaming Vince for that. Vince will take the fall for anything that's bad in WWE, and I just don't think it's true. I just really don't think that's the case. Sean said, do you feel that the drama with Asuka Bayley is legit? Or is it possibly a work? Bayley does sound like she might be disbanding Damage Control. I think it's a work. I think that Asuka, she's probably not happy that she's not won the title. I mean, anyone losing a big high-profile match is not going to be happy. But you know, I think Triple H, if he is a good booker, should let them know what the next plan is. You know, it shouldn't just be a case of that's it, you know, Asuka, you've lost, this is a downer. I mean, listen, if I was booking, right, and I can only speak what I would do, but if I was booking and I had to go up to Asuka today and say, you're going to lose, right, I would sit her down in a room and I would say, you're not winning today, right? But you're not going to go, thanks for coming, see you later, right? You're not going to just leave it at that. Surely you're going to sit down and go, you're not winning today. But this is the plan, right? On Raw, we're going to do this. We're going to build to this at Backlash. We're going to build to this at blah, 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 blah. I expect you to get to the women's title by this date. Or we're going to put you in a tag team. We're going to do this. We're going to go after the tag belts. Whatever it might be, right? However it gets worded, however it plays out, you've got to give her it's not happening here, but this is the plan. This is the plan. And I think that Asuka will have had that. I think she will have had that. And so I think her saying and going on social media saying, you know, I need your anger. Let's bring chaos to WWE. You know, she is basically taking this disappointing moment. She has taken this and she is saying, let's unleash hell now. Let's go. Let's unleash chaos. And actually, that just makes me quite excited for what Asuka might do in the very, very near future. So I don't necessarily see that as like a downer and she's on the verge of leaving. I'm sure she's disappointed. But I don't see that as a problem, right? In regards to Bayley, her losing, could this be a Damage Control being split up? Maybe they're looking at it thinking this isn't working. I mean, maybe Triple H is looking at this thinking this is not what I want for Bayley. This Damage Control thing is not playing out the way we want, and maybe they are thinking of splitting it. And I mean, listen, I mean, Io and Asuka being together, that could be a lot of fun. You put Io with Asuka and they're going to unleash carnage. Let's do that. I don't know what we do with Dakota. And Bayley, I thought she was better on her own anyway. I think that Bayley is not being elevated by Damage Control. I think she's being dragged down by Damage Control. So if Bayley is unhappy and teasing the end of Damage Control, I would welcome it, because I don't think it's been good. I think my review of it has been that it's struggled to get going, to be honest. So we can do better. It's just, do you know what? It comes down to that. We can do better. We've seen better for Bayley. And I think if Asuka needs something right now, give her EO. EO and Asuka together, amazing. So I wouldn't be worried about those ones. The one that I would be worried about is Bobby. And the reason why I say that is because he hasn't just come out and made some comments. He's liked all the people that have made the comments for him, basically. He's liked them, and, you know, I think that, you see, the thing with Bobby is he was meant to have a match with Bray. Now, WrestleMania has ended, and Bray has not been on this show. Now, what has happened to Bray, we don't know. Is the illness thing even true? I don't know. I don't know if the illness thing is correct. I don't know if the illness thing is true. But I don't want to speculate about it. But, I mean, he's out and about. He's been spotted in Florida. He's been driving his car. He was in LA. I mean, I'm guessing he was in LA for meetings. I'm guessing he wasn't there on holiday. I'm guessing he was there to see Vince or see Triple H or whatever it is that's happened. But the bottom line is this. I think that Bobby has missed out on WrestleMania because of Bray. I find it so confusing that it's the other way round. I find it so confusing that apparently there's people online blaming Bobby. Bobby was at WrestleMania. I mean, Bobby was there. Bray wasn't. So I sort of look at it and think, well, I think Bobby is frustrated because the plan they had for him was Bray, and it fell through, and it never happened. And they didn't have a backup. What was the backup? The backup was he wins the Andre Battle Royal. That was the backup. Well, I tell you what, you can win the Andre Battle Royal, and then we'll just bring you out, announce you, and you can come out and with the trophy. I mean, that's such a downer, isn't it? That's such a downer. I can understand him being upset. I think that one could be real. I think Bobby there could be upset with that, because I think he would have hoped that's not in his control. You know, with Asuka losing and Bayley losing, they've had that moment of walking out. They've had the excitement of actually being at WrestleMania. And I know Bobby still got to walk out, but it's different, isn't it? It's different, you know, you walking out and just waving at the fans compared to going down and being able to show what you can do, wrestle and compete. Like, they've had that opportunity. Bobby didn't get that opportunity because of what happened with Bray. And I'm not blaming Bray. I don't want people to think, what, you're having a pop at Bray? No, I'm not having a pop at Bray. But I'm just saying that, like, Bray, whatever's happened with Bray, that's cost Bobby. And Bobby's not been able to have his match. So I do think of the three, Bobby would be the one that I think they need to urgently sit down with and have a conversation with and give him a good idea of what's next. Asuka, I think, will be all right. And I think that Bayley should be all right, but we could be seeing some change there. We could be seeing some change. I want to try and get to Mitchell's thing as well. Mitchell said, my super chat, I really hope that Triple H isn't being fronted as a puppet or the Dana White character. I hope he's in charge and he's got a plan and it isn't just a puppet front. I sent this before the conference. Mitchell, shout out to you. I don't think he's been a puppet or being a front or being anything like that. I mean, if this sale is going to go through tomorrow, then Vince McMahon has been a busy boy. If this sale is going through tomorrow, Vince has been a busy boy. So unless Vince has walked into WrestleMania and gone, changing this, changing that, we're doing this, we're doing that, right? Unless he's gone in and done that, which, considering that Triple H has got months of programming planned and the numbers have been brilliant. So unless Vince is just being an absolute douche, which I know many people are going to say that he is, and many people are going to say that that's exactly what's happened, My answer to that is going to be, I don't think it is. I don't think that's what's happened. I think that this is all part of a plan. It's all part of a story. If it turns out that it was all changed last minute, which is a very much a Vince thing. But again, that's a Vince thing when Vince is part of the process. Now that he's out of the process, for him to just come in and go, change this, change that, is winning. They're not winning. You know, Triple H could turn around and go, we've got all this mapped out. We've got months and months of programming planned. Like, we can't just make those changes. I just don't think he would. I really don't think he would. I don't think Vince is that bothered about who wins the way that I think fans thinks that he is. I think what motivates Vince. It's so hard to word this, right? Because obviously I'm an outsider looking in. But to me, every decision that Vince makes, he makes for what's best for business. He makes it because he wants to make the most money. He wants the company to be successful. He doesn't want WWE to be a $5 billion company. He wants them to be a $6 billion company. And if they're a $6 billion company, he wants them to be an $8 billion. And if they're an $8 billion, he wants them to be a $12 billion. So every decision that Vince makes, I really don't think he makes these decisions because he's like, oh, that used to be an AEW guy. I think that's a real flawed way of looking at it. I think it's a wrong way of looking at it. I don't think you understand Vince if you think that, because I really think Vince's motivation is money, and is the brand, and it is the size of WWE. I really don't think it's, I don't like Asuka. I don't want her to win. I just think that's like a child's way of looking at it, to be honest. I think that's the kind of thing that kids thinks happening, right? I think in the real world, where it's business and it's money and it's billions of dollars, his motivation is going to be looking at numbers, looking at finding, like, you know, the right way forwards. And this is why, like, I just think that if he looks at the numbers at the moment, and Triple H has been killing it. I mean, ratings are up, money is up. I mean, you just heard Triple H there. This is the most viewed WrestleMania. It's the most merch sold at WrestleMania. Yesterday was the record attendance for SoFi, which lasted 24 hours because they just beat it again tonight. Like, you know, you just go through all the records, all the numbers. Like, everything is up, everything is bubbling. This is exactly what Vince works hard to try and do, and Triple H is doing it. And if Triple H is not only delivering really good numbers, but if he is also then saying, I've got months planned out and this is where we're going, and we're selling tickets, I just don't think Vince comes in and rips it all apart. I just really don't. I think he's backstage helping oversee it. I think he's backstage kind of like, right, we need to go on this cue, right, we need to do that, we need a bit more of this, right, let's see if we can get this match wrapped up. I think he's there with cues and times, and I think he's there with advice and all this. I don't think he's there changing finishes. I just don't. I just really don't. And unless I see a report that, like, really tells me otherwise, I just think that it's an easy way for fans that are disappointed to just blame it all on Vince. I mean, Vince is just, as I said, is an easy person to hate, isn't he? He's an easy person to hate because you got the hush money and all of that stuff. And so I think he's become this kind of really easy, hateable person. And anything good is Triple H, anything bad is Vince. That seems to be the narrative that has kind of developed since Vince kind of walked away. So, but I'm just, you know, I think if you've been watching wrestling for a while, I would be surprised if anyone that's watched wrestling for, I don't know, 10 years plus, if you've watched wrestling a while and you've seen a lot of what Vince has had to offer, I would be very surprised if those people are sat there saying that kind of a thing. It feels more like it's like the cool thing to do is to like hate on Vince. And listen, hating on Vince is easy to do because of the hush money and everything. But I think to say that he's coming in and his reason for like these losses, you know, he didn't want Balor to win. He didn't want Asuka to win. He didn't want Cody to win because Cody's from AEW. I don't know if you can see what I'm trying to say. Like just how petty that would be. How small that would be in relation to the billions of dollars that the company's worth and what he is looking after. I mean, he potentially has just negotiated this massive deal with Endeavor, which could be dropping tomorrow. And obviously we're going to be covering it on the channel. And, you know, that's where his focus is going to have been. So, yeah, I it's interesting. That's my thoughts on it. I'm not having a pop at anyone. I'm just saying, giving my thoughts as to how I see the situation. And I think what Triple H just said there is that this isn't the end of the story. And he was very much kind of hammering that home as well, really getting that point across that, you know, the story doesn't end. This isn't the end of the story. The story continues. And he said, like, you know, hearing people talk there or hearing people say, like, I can't believe they've done this. I can't believe they would end it this way. It's like the story doesn't end. So, you know, Triple H even went into a bit of detail as to how he views booking. He just spoke to us about how he views things. So if he's making that up on the fly, you did a great job. But equally, he could be telling the truth when he's saying that for him, you know, this story continues. I think part of the thing as well, and it is something that I didn't take into consideration, but part of this is the fact that WWE is making money hand over fist. I mean, they are raking it in. They are fantastic on the metrics. Everything is great. We've just sat here and said everything is great. Views are great. Money is great. Merch is great. Attendance is great. So why would you take the belt off Roman if you don't have to? Why would you rock the boat if you don't have to? If none of the metrics are saying that you need to take the belt off Roman, and Roman is happy to stick around for a little bit, like you would do it if Roman's going away and you have to do it. But if all the metrics are up and everything is bubbling and business is booming, and Roman is the guy, why would you do it? And I will sit here and I will admit that is not something that I took into consideration, because it just felt like business was bubbling and everything was great because everyone's waiting to find out who's going to beat Roman. And now we get to WrestleMania and it felt like it was going to be Cody. It's going to be very interesting to see if that business is going to continue to bubble, because I think the Bloodline story has been very good because of Sammy, and Bloodline story has been great anyway. But I think the Sammy was a bit of extra special sauce. He was like a little sprinkle of something tasty added to the meal, and he's not there now. I understand he can continue to try and bring them down, but it's a bit different, really, because, for example, Sammy, when he got given the honorary Uso shirt, that was amazing. That was amazing. And then they tried to recreate it with when Kevin gave him the shirt that said WrestleZania, and it felt like it was a pale imitation to me. It didn't have the same pop. I didn't see the same excitement for it. And I think it's going to be difficult for Sammy on the outside to have those kind of Uso moments. I mean, that was so special. The chemistry was so special. The trial of Sammy was so special. The Uso moment was special. The honorary Uso moment was special. And all of that are reasons as to why the ratings have been so good, because people have been desperate to see what is next. And we've managed to continue that going into WrestleMania, because it's WrestleMania. And obviously Cody has come along. I don't know quite where they take the story. They can still make it work. I'm not saying they won't make it work. They can still make it work. Of course they can. But I'm just saying that I never took it into consideration that the numbers were so good. And so that's why we were doing what we were doing. I never took that into consideration. But like Clearly, they want to try and continue keeping those numbers going. But my question would be, can you do that? Can you keep those numbers going with Sammy on the outside, with Cody now being beaten, with people seemingly getting a bit more tired of Roman? You know, at what point are we going to start seeing people getting lethargic? At what point are we going to start seeing people like, really, I don't want this anymore? You know, when are people going to start getting tired of it? I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying that you run the risk at some point those good numbers are going to go away. And maybe that's the moment. Maybe that's what he's waiting for. Maybe Triple H is waiting for either the numbers to start dipping or for Roman to go, I need a break. I'm done. And unless one of those things happens, he's just going to keep going. Maybe that's the truth. Maybe it's not that Vince changed the finish. Maybe it's not that he's got a problem with Cody and AEW. Maybe it's more to do with the fact that the numbers are great. We're going to keep them great unless they dip, or unless Roman turns around and says, I'm tired. I need a break. And unless one of those things happens, we keep going. Don't know. I don't know that, you know, that's just, again, it's just thoughts. It's just opinions. It's just thoughts. Carmen Live said, I started watching wrestling in late 2008, early 2009, and I've been watching since then. When did you start watching? I started watching in 93 and, 92 actually, and very late in 92. I was not watching during SummerSlam 92. I did not go to that show. I cannot remember any build, any hype. I can't remember anything, not a single thing about SummerSlam 92. I wasn't there. The first show I remember watching was Survivor Series 92. In fact, I was go as far as say that was the very first show I watched was Survivor Series 92. And so my first full year was 93. And, you know, there's been peaks, there's been troughs, there's been highs, there's been lows. You know, the journey that everyone goes on with wrestling, and you know, it's been brilliant, and it continues to be brilliant. And tonight, even though people might not agree, has in its own way been brilliant because we shared in those moments. We were there together as we were watching the match unfold, and we didn't know what the result was. And everyone's going to have their opinion now, and the result might color people's memories, but you know, this is what we love about wrestling in that moment. And the great thing is you can go back and rewatch that moment. You can watch people lose their mind and freak out with watch-alongs, with the chats, OMGs, 2.9s, come on Cody, blah 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 blah. You know, we experienced that together in that moment during that main event and several points throughout. You know, oh my god, Brock just got chucked around. Oh my God, they're about to staple Finn Balor's head back together. He's busted open. Oh my God, what's just happened with Shane? It's easy to look at that and go, tonight's been flat. It's nowhere near as good as yesterday. 6.5, whatever it might be, whatever your score might be. But you still can't take away that the highs, the lows, absolutely everything that went down tonight was one hell of a ride, wasn't it? It was one hell of a ride. I mean, the one thing I'd really appreciate is the fact that we didn't just tune in and it wasn't just, oh, God, this is boring. This is boring. What are they going to do anything? You know, that's boring. Oh, okay, he's won. What's next? And it was not that, was it? It wasn't that. It wasn't flat. It wasn't like, it was like either really good, really bad, really dramatic, lots of injuries. I mean, it's just, there's always with wrestling just talking points and extremes. And it's been great. I've really enjoyed this weekend. Even if I can't even say the results didn't go my way, I don't mind. I don't mind that Roman won. I really don't. I wasn't like rooting for Cody per se. I do understand people were, and I do understand there's going to be people disappointed because I saw someone earlier mention it's not that he lost, it's just that he didn't get it at this stage. You know, he won't get this opportunity. Well, he might get it next year. He might have to wait 12 months. But, I do understand that because I definitely felt it after Sammy. I definitely felt it after Montreal because I was very much of that opinion. I mean, not only do I not know if Sammy ever gets a title opportunity again, might never compete for a title again, but he'll never do it in front of a crowd like that. That crowd was bananas. And so I do understand those people. But as I said, the Roman title reign has been historic, and as Austin has banged on about, and got to give him his flowers. He was a lone voice at times in our chat saying Cody won't win. It'll be Roman. They'll get to the 1,000 days. He called it, and it looks like that's where we're going. 1,000 days, the Pedro Morales record, and Roman being cemented as an absolute GOAT. Sean says, with WWE being sold to Endeavor, how likely, if at all, will WWE work with larger promotions such as Impact, AEW, New Japan? Keep up the good work. Sean, shout out to you, buds. I can't answer it because I don't know. I mean, when people ask questions, and it's lovely to dig into my experience and dig into what we've seen, and because there's a lot of people. I mean, I'm nothing special. There's people that have watched wrestling longer than me that will have a better knowledge than me, but I've seen a lot. And as I said, I've been watching since '93. So whenever I answer a question like that, I'm not doing it so much from guesswork, although there has to be a degree of that. Whenever I answer a question, I'm trying to give you examples as to why I think these things. So I'd try to go back in history and go, well, listen, this is a bit like this moment. This is connected to this moment. This feels like this moment, so on, so on, so on. And so I can't give you an answer with Endeavor and how they're going to work with others because I don't have a reference. The only reference I have is UFC, who are under the same umbrella, and we watch them all the time. And they don't work with anyone else in UFC, but that's not really an Endeavor thing. That's more Dana. Now, what I would say is that I think if Endeavor do take over WWE, and it looks like they are going to, then Vince will be put in a very strong position, right? Apparently, we read this earlier. We did a video on it hours ago. Vince will be put in a very strong position. And Vince is very much of the mindset that you don't promote other brands. Like, why would you want to use your TV time? Why would you want to use your promotional power, your social media? Why would you want to use what you've built to put over these other promotions? Like, the bottom line is, what is in it for you? And the answer is, I mean, honestly, probably not much when it comes to a lot of those promotions. Because if you did a dream card, WWE versus Impact, I mean, you're going to please a couple of 100,000 people. I mean, I don't know what Impact's views are like, and I'm not throwing shade on Impact, but that is small. I mean, it's small. It is small. I mean, Impact doesn't even do NXT numbers. I mean, if you was going to try, and again, this is where we come back to with money, billions. Vince is focused on bottom lines and, headlines. If you was going to do like a dream WWE versus, I mean, it would have to be against the second biggest promotion, wouldn't it? I mean, WWE are the biggest, but they are the biggest by a mile. I think the second biggest is AEW, and they do just above NXT numbers. I mean, NXT does what, 600,000, 650, and AEW does 850,000. So again, like, who are you serving there? You're serving like either people that already watch you, that will watch you anyway, or AEW fans that apparently can't stand you. So who are you trying to serve? Like, I think there are people that watch both that would find it cool, but they watch both anyway. Like, I watch WWE and AEW, And if they did a WWE versus AEW show, it would be cool and I would watch it. But what do WWE gain out of it? Because they're not gaining me as a viewer because I already watch it. And to be honest, they're not going to gain many AEW fans because AEW sees WWE as being like the enemy and like they're always taking shots at WWE. So I just don't, what do they gain? I don't know what they gain. AEW gain, I mean, AEW surely then get WWE social media push. They get to maybe appear on Raw or SmackDown. I mean, do you know what I mean? Their show's getting 850,000. If they go onto SmackDown, that's 2.something million. I mean, they get loads out of it. But what does the WWE, what do they do? Go to Dynamite. What we put a load of stars on Dynamite. What do they get from that? And if they go to Impact, what do they get from that? They get what Roman Reigns walks out in front of how many people are in Impact and how many couple of 100,000 are watching. This is why the whenever this comes up, it's I don't know. I've never understood it. I understand why some fans want it, why wrestling fans want it. I do understand that. If you're a fan of wrestling, I understand why you want to see that. But don't look at it as a fan of wrestling. When it comes to WWE, always look at it as business. Always look at it from a financial point of view. And normally, it'll help you find the answer a lot easier. So when it comes to WWE, look at it that way. And again, if we look at Roman beating Cody and look at it from a business point of view, might help give us the answer as to why we've done that. Look at all the sponsorships. Look at the fact that we're now doing 2 nights rather than the 1 night. Look at the Saudi deal. It's business in it. It's all business. At the end of the day, you know, money talks. That's what it comes down to. And I just don't think there's any money in WWE versus Impact or WWE versus AEW or WWE versus New Japan because they're just so far clear of all of those promotions. All of those promotions. Maybe if you did WWE versus Impact, AEW, and New Japan, and they all gang up together, and then maybe WWE could use all of their social medias, all of their TV shows, all of their maybe, but even then, I mean, honestly, if you take Impact's viewership and you take AEW's viewership and you take New Japan's viewership and you add them all together in North America, you still don't get to Raw. You still don't get to Raw because I'm sure Impact is, I don't even know what their number is, but I think it's a couple of 100,000. I'm pretty sure New Japan's about 60,000, something along those 80,000 in North America. And AEW is 850. So honestly, I reckon you just break 1 million. New Japan, AEW, and Impact all together, viewership in North America, I think you probably just break, I don't know, let's say 1.1 million, right? Raw's 1.8. And that's Raw, and that's their second biggest show. So that, again, it just gives you just some sort of indication as to why this thing is just pie in the sky and why I just don't see it, man. I just don't see it. I just don't see it happening. I mean, Joey's saying WWE versus UFC. I mean, now we're talking. Now we're talking. If you could find a way of making that work, what with them both being under the same umbrella as well, you know, maybe there would be scope to see a bit more crossover between UFC and WWE. Maybe there would, maybe there wouldn't. I mean, I don't think, the UFC crowd do not want wrestlers coming over. I can tell you that. I know that. To be honest, after how Ronda has been received, I don't think WWE fans want UFC people coming over either, to be honest. Brock was a bit different, wasn't he? Because he is such a crossover. Riddle is a bit different because he is such a personality. I do think there's some in UFC that would do well, in all fairness. I think if you brought Colby Covington over, that would be amazing. If you brought Masvidal over, that could be a lot of fun. There is definitely some personalities in UFC that would translate very, very well. Very well. Colby Covington in particular could be a hell of a heel. Be a brilliant heel. So I think there's some that could really work which, maybe they would explore something like that, maybe bringing a few people over if they're getting towards the end of their careers and they think they could offer something to WWE. Maybe that path will be a lot smoother, or maybe that path will be easier to move people over. I could see that happening. But no, in regards to WWE facing these other companies, I don't see that. I really don't see that. And certainly not with Vince still being in charge, But, Sean, just to wrap it up, I can understand why people want it. Because I think wrestling fans that enjoy a lot of different content and a lot of different promotions, will want to watch and want their dream matches. They will want Kenny Omega versus Seth Rollins, and to a lot of wrestling fans, they don't want to think about the business side. They don't want to think about how big the promotions are. They don't want to think about what's in it for WWE. They don't want to think about the politics, or anything like. They just want Kenny Omega versus Roman Reigns. They just want Jon Moxley versus Seth Rollins. They just, whatever it might be. And I understand it. But as I said, view it from a business point of view, and I think you most of the time you'll get your answer. Bushin Ryu Cat said, Days on night one, Seth Logan. Did you notice the Shawn Michaels tribute by both? Logan with a zip line and Seth with HBK's top and leg chaps. Bushin Ryu Cat, shout out to you. I did notice Seth's gear. I think we commented about it at the time. Obviously, we commented on the zip line, but I didn't actually make the connection of that with Shawn, because I think in WWE, if ever there's like a zip line or something like that, your first thought always goes to Owen. So Owen was the one I was thinking of more. But it does make a lot of sense for Logan to want to just give a nod to Shawn, because Shawn has been such a big trainer and a big person that's helped Logan. I don't know if you saw the episode where Shawn went on to the Impulsive podcast, but they were actually training in NXT. They were in the NXT space, and they were doing, they'd just done some training there. So I know Shawn has spent a lot of time with Logan. And so it would make sense for him to, give a nod that way. It's a little bit of a strange nod, but I suppose it's WrestleMania. It's a very famous Shawn moment from WrestleMania. And so I suppose it does make sense. So it's a good point, Bushin Ryu Cats. I must admit, I didn't make that connection, but I did see the Seth. Stuff. Alfie said, check out the tweet by Balor. He has got a nasty gash on his head. Honestly, I don't know what we're going to... I don't know how long we're sticking around for. There's just so much to talk about, and it's a pleasure to talk with you guys about it. And just kind of, honestly, I mean, at this point, we've been streaming. According to this, we've been live for 10 hours. So at this point, we're just spitting in the breeze, really. I can feel my voice is slightly going. I don't care. I know it's like 1 a.m. Eastern time, but we're going a bit off-road at the moment. But that's all right sometimes. That's all right. There's a lot to talk about. There's a lot of emotion. There's a lot of serious subjects. I'd like to get to some fun stuff. But this is the kind of thing we do for anyone that's just joining us and doesn't normally join us. We always start at least an hour before Raw. And I'll tell you now, we're going to start 2 hours earlier before Raw tonight. I mean, we could be talking about a sale. So we'll start early. I'll be up and I'll be keeping my eyes peeled on any news and everything before that as well. So, there's going to be plenty to talk about, obviously, over the next 24 hours. What was you saying about Balor? I need to check out Balor. That's funny. Sammy and KO for tag titles has got night 1, and it's got a big buff dog. And then night 2, obviously, a little thing sat down. J Beans. Oh, that is... That is rough. That is rough. Oh. I'm going to warn you now. I'm going to put this on screen, right? And I'm warning you, this is rough. Not rough. I mean, it depends how squeamish you are. I mean, I can look at it and I'm all right. Yeah. My first reaction is, oh. I'm warning you. I'm going to put it up in 3, 2, 1. Right. Here it is, and I'm going to do a quick little video on this because that is insane. That is insane. I haven't seen actually what he said. Let's make it a bit bigger. That's a massive wound. I want to see what Jim's got to say. I like his. Owen was being lowered into the ring, not go into the ring. They're two different things. I don't know, man. I mean, he's on a line, isn't he? He's on a line. I mean, whether he's like zip lining down or whether he's up in the air. I mean, either way, you're up in the air on some sort of line. I don't know, man. For me, any wrestler that's going to be up in the air on some sort of line, whether it's a zip line or being lowered down from the heavens, anything like that is going to make people think Owen, because I mean, it's just a massive tragedy, wasn't it? It was a massive tragedy. So I can understand, though, why you would be saying, like, they're different. So, you know, you shouldn't be thinking about Owen, because we can't just think about Owen every time a wrestler's going to be up in the air like that. But I just think it's a difficult thing to kind of separate, you know? It's a difficult thing to... It feels like a technicality. Let's put it that way. It feels like it's just a little technicality. It's like, you know, if you've got some chips and you put some table salt on and someone's like, oh, that's not table salt, it's sea salt. And you go, there's still salt in it. I'm quite pleased with that explanation. Right. Brutal. Here we go. Horrific image coming from Finn Balor's social media. I definitely should have said warning before I showed it, but look at that. Shout out to Jay Beans for sharing it. This only coming out 11 minutes ago. Finn Balor saying just a flesh wound. And pretty brutal how that person with gloves is like spreading it apart as well. It's like they're trying to show us his brain. If you didn't see the match as well, obviously this was during Hell in a Cell. And during the match, it was obviously reported that this had happened and there was blood pouring out. But we stayed on edge. The camera stayed on edge. And what I had heard was that Balor was having staples put in his head during the match. Now, that wasn't shown on TV. My guess is that that was something that was being shown on social media. Now, I haven't actually gone looking for that. I don't really need to see that. But that would be fan footage if that is out there. And honestly, I did mean to go looking and seeing, you know, what had happened. I did mention during our watch along, I wanted to see if I could find some information out about that and see, like, you know, how bad it was. Because I think if ever during a match, like, it sort of stops and we focus on one wrestler, that's always obviously a big talking point. Just like, unfortunately, what had happened with Shane during his segment with The Miz. Well, I mean, look, we don't need to go looking anymore because clearly that is the situation there, and that's going to require stitches. And as we said, during the match itself, the rumors are, or the reports are, that he did have to have some staples put in. So awful, awful stuff. And his night went from bad to worse because, of course, he lost the match as well. So it's been a horrific night for Finn Balor. But hopefully he can get fixed up and get back to action very soon. Oh, it's moody, isn't it? I did warn you. I did warn you. I mean, I didn't do a great job of warning the people with the video I'm about to put up. Oh, Days, now that Cody lost, should Sammy be the one to dethrone Roman? I just don't know, mate. I mean, I feel like Sammy's time has been and gone. I also want to say apologies to anyone's super chats that I missed, because we know that I'm awful at that. Finn Balor shows off horrific injury. Yeah, I don't know. Speculating as to who should beat Roman. It just feels a little bit futile. That's the word, futile, because I feel like I feel like, to be honest, I think the first one that I really thought it was going to be was Drew, just because of how big it was. We were going back to the UK for the first time for a stadium show in 30 years. That felt massive to me. Maybe because I'm sat here in the UK, so maybe it was a bit hit home or something like that, you know? And I just sort of thought, like, are they really going to go all the way to the UK? First show conjures up images of British Bulldog and Owen Hart, and all of that. And then are they really going to do that and just have him lose? And the other thing is, at that time as well, the report was he faces Riddle, he faces Randy, he faces Drew. And that was the rumor. He faces Riddle, he faces Randy, he faces Drew. We didn't know what happened when he faced Drew. There was no information past Drew, but it was, he faced Riddle, he won. He didn't face Randy because Randy got injured, so it was Brock at SummerSlam. So, and then it was Drew. And it just sort of felt like, okay, I think this is going to be the one. And I think I did my prediction video, and I was like, I think this is the one. And then it wasn't. And then honestly, the next time, I didn't think it was the one, but I just wanted it to be the one, and that was Sammy. And as I said, I didn't think, I went into it in fact, my prediction for that was that Roman would win, but I just so wanted it to be Sammy. Coming into this one, I really thought it was Cody. Hands up, I'll admit, I thought it was Cody. Everything seemed to point towards this being Cody. Finish the story, WrestleMania, looking up at the heavens, I've done it, Dad, blah, 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 blah. Really thought that this was going to be that moment, and it isn't. So I think for me to sit here now and say, who's going to beat Roman, who do you think it's going to be? I just said earlier, I ain't nothing special. There's people with more knowledge than what I've got. I can only look back at where we've been in the past and use that as a guide as to where we might be going. And I ain't got a read on it. I haven't got a read on it. I mean, I know there'll be people. I've seen people saying it's Jay. Could be Jay. We could build up Jay. Jay could turn on Roman. The only thing is, I don't know. My gut is it's not Jay. The reason why I say that is I'm going to use history. And I'm going to say that, is Jey Uso ready to be the face of this company? If you put the belt on someone, they've got to be the face. They're carrying the load. They're closing the show. They're closing house shows. They are the guy. They're going to be in the main event of pay-per-views. They're going to be in the main event of WrestleMania. They're going to be the one everyone's chasing. Is Jey Uso that person? I don't know that he is, to be honest. You could put the belt on him for a story, and you could certainly make it a story, but I think you would take the belt off him relatively quick. I like Jey, and I think if you want Jey to be the one, and you want to pull the trigger on Jey, you can do it. Absolutely, you can do it. But I don't think he's the face of the company. I think even Jey would probably admit he's not the face of the company. He's someone that could be the one that beats Roman, benefits from that, and then ends up dropping the title a few months down the road or something along those lines. Maybe that's Jey. But I just think, if you've got Cody there, it's hard to see it not being Cody. I mean, I think Cody's going to win the title at some point, and I really thought it was tonight. So I suppose my pick would have to be Cody at SummerSlam. That would have to be my pick. Who's going to do it? I'm going to go Cody at SummerSlam. But would Roman want to put over Jey? Of course he would. It's family, it's bloods, and I think he would want to do that for Jey. So I'm going to say Cody, but I can see an argument as to why it would be Jey, but it's got to be the right circumstance. Right, I keep seeing Wrestle with Andy firing in a chat, and I'm sorry, I haven't been getting to it. I'm a disgrace, and my voice is going. Backlash could see Cody team with Kevin and Sammy against the Usos on May 6th. What's your thoughts? We could see that. CM Punk returning before SummerSlam. He could take the belt off Roman. Oof. Bushin Ryu Cat. Oof. That is quite the prediction. I don't see it, but I would love to see it. I would be totally down for seeing that. Totally. Kim said, I'm genuinely curious. Do you think Roman should beat Bruno's reign? I think it's so legendary. It shouldn't be beaten. I don't think it can be beaten. Well, I think it can be beaten, but I don't think it will be beaten by Roman. I mean, we are talking about a 7-year title reign with Bruno. That is something that is going to be very, very difficult. I mean, I would say even maybe borderline impossible to get to, because there's every chance that your business suffers before you get to that. I mean, if everyone does get tired of Roman, if everyone's done and just, I mean, we're seeing a lot of people, well, not a lot, but we are seeing people all the time saying, nah, come on, it's done. I'm bored. I want something different. We live in a different time now, don't we? We live in a different time. And don't forget, Bruno was a face. Bruno was a face. He was always a face. I don't think he was ever a heel in his career. And people loved him. They loved him. And as a result, they wanted him to keep the belt. They didn't want to see, and don't forget, back then, I think people genuinely believed that it was real. So I think it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to believe that it's real and this guy is the guy and he is the champion and no one can beat him and he is our hero and we look up to him, and we're not talking about booking. We're just, he's just our hero. He is our guy. I think that was the time in the 60s. That was the story. That's what was happening. I'm sure there were some that knew, but I've said the story before. It's been said before. The reason why Bruno was champion was because there had been reports in New York that wrestling was fake, and that was printed in the newspapers. So a lot of English-speaking people, the majority of people, were fully aware that wrestling was fake. They knew that wrestling was fake. So it was hard to draw people to come and watch your show because it was fake. I don't want to watch that. I'd rather watch boxing. I'd rather watch whatever, right? Bruno was of Italian descent, and thankfully, New York has got a very big Italian community. And so they decided to go with Bruno because not only was he doing great work in Toronto, and he was in Canada at the time, and but he was drawing the local Italians in Toronto to come out and see him. And as soon as WWF, I think it was then, saw what he was able to do and how many people he was able to draw, and not only that, the Italians that he was bringing to the shows, WWE was like, that's exactly what we need. That is exactly what we need. And so the decision was made to make him the champion. And as we said, the reason why they did that is because the English-speaking people were aware it was fake, but the Italians, they didn't know. And obviously you've got people that, might have not known, weren't aware, and they went anyway, that were English, or English-speaking. Or people that did know but didn't care because they're just fans of it, they would have gone. And then you would have had this large Italian contingent. But not only that, I think Bruno was so relatable and he was such a good person that I think if you wanted to root for someone, he was so easy to root for. He was such a good guy that even if you weren't Italian, even if you was of, I don't know, Irish descent or whatever, and you hadn't read the papers about it being fake, or you hadn't heard the news or whatever, I think he would have spoke to you as well. And so they kind of got, this is why, and we spoke about it before, but this is why if you look at WWE's early champions, Bruno Sammartino, Pedro Morales, Ivan Koloff, back to Bruno Sammartino. Like, you've got to go a long time in WWE's history, other than Buddy Rogers, who was the very first champion, but only for about 30 days. You've got to go all the way through their history. We're talking a long time until you get to an American champion. And there's a reason for it. There's a reason for that. So I think if you look at that and everything that I just said and take that time and compare it to where we are now with Roman, it's completely different. It's completely different. It's completely different kettle of fish. It's completely different. And that's why I just don't think you can get there, because everyone knows that it's scripted. Everyone knows that it's booked. We live in a faster world. People don't believe that he is the guy, but like it's tricky. I was going to say he's only the guy because he's being allowed to be the guy, but he's also earning it as well. It's a very difficult dynamic, isn't it? It's a very difficult dynamic. He is the guy, and he deserves to be the guy, and he's bringing in the numbers, so he is the guy. But we also know at any point Triple H could write down on a bit of paper that he's no longer the champion if he wanted to. And people just didn't know that back in the 60s. And so they weren't calling for, Vince Senior to change the champion and all this. Like, that just wasn't happening. So it was a very different time. So this is why no, I don't think we can do it in this day and age. And I suppose in a way it's why Roman getting to where he's got to now is so absolutely amazing, that he's been able to get to where he's got to. I mean, the fact that he's got to where he is now and the numbers that he's generating now are some of the biggest at the moment is just phenomenal. It's phenomenal. Murphy family, WWE, shout out to you, said, what about Bobby? He's a legitimate threat, and he is someone new for Roman. And with a good mouthpiece, he could be the guy, or Orton. I don't see anyone else right now. Bobby being upset by what's happened this weekend could be a great launching pad for him, to be honest. I think right now there's support for Bobby. I feel sorry for Bobby. Bobby was meant to be at WrestleMania, and I mean, there's anger that he didn't get that. If Bobby is working us with what he's doing on social media, and that is going to, by design, they're actually using this as a way to elevate him, because sympathy is very powerful. I mean, very powerful. And we're going to see Bobby reform the Hurt Business to go after the Bloodline, and he's going to be face, and there's going to be sympathy, and there's going to be a mouthpiece, and it's going to, I mean, maybe, honestly, maybe. I can't say that he's the guy to end it, but he could absolutely be a challenger to Roman. He could absolutely be that could be the build for SummerSlam. I mean, I think that SummerSlam, Cody, Roman, but it could be, we could have a Hurt Business Bloodline summer where they just get into a massive feud, and could be a lot of fun, in all fairness. Again, that's an excellent point, because we're sat here going, oh, it's not, Cody hasn't won. But again, if the plan is that we're about to go into Bloodline versus Hurt Business, I mean, that's going to be a bit more juicy with the belts involved, because it would make sense as to why Bobby was going after the Bloodline. And if the belts weren't involved, you'd have to find a different reason to make that feud, which you could do. But I think the belts is a pretty good reason. And Bobby certainly feeling like he's not being respected and feeling cheated, and liking all of those posts. I think you make an excellent point. Yeah, I like the idea. The Orton one, I don't see, because, the rumors are, and again, they're just reports and rumors, but word on the street is that he's not close to returning. He is close to coming back. He was expected to be at WrestleMania, but not compete. and not have matches because, I mean, his injury was very serious. We've said before, if you look back last year and look at the announcement that Riddle made, I mean, he's in tears. When he's on Raw talking about what's happened, he's in tears. And I remember watching it with you lot, and we were like, why is he so upset? Why is he so... Is everything all right? Like, it had come out of nowhere that Randy was gone. And he like, no, I think even as Riddle came down, we were like, where's Randy? And Riddle gets in and he starts telling us that Randy's got an injury. And it's like, oh, okay, that's bad. And then he starts getting really upset. It's like, whoa, what's this? And like, it really hits home. This is not just a little twinge. This is not just a little sprained ankle. This is serious. So, and that was May. Right? We're in April now. That was 11 months ago. So it's been a big injury. It's been a big injury. He is gonna take I'm guessing it's been a long road getting back. I think once he's back, he's probably going to be in tag matches and everything. So I just can't see it. I mean, unless he comes back on Raw and, you know, just kind of hangs around at ringside and then slowly does some tag matches. Could we get him somewhere by SummerSlam? I mean, to be honest, I don't think so. I really don't think so. I don't think, because you'd have to start the build and the feuds and all that kind of stuff. I don't think so. I think that's a problem. I think Orton's going to be a challenge. I don't know. I mean, I don't, who even knows what he's going to return like? He might have to change and adapt his style, his moveset, because I don't know what the lasting effects are of the surgery that he's had and everything. But it was bad. It was bad. So not Orton for me, but Bobby I really like. It's a good shout, that is. You'd have to hold people's attention for 7 freaking years, says Optic. Yeah, and that would be hard to do. 3 Diglets. I'm sorry that I missed your thing, bud, but feel free to just put it. I'll try and keep an eye out for it. I am also desperately trying to make a thumbnail because I did put up that Finn Balor video, and I really do need a thumbnail because that video is, I mean, you saw it, didn't you? It's pretty brutal. So I don't want like kids watching it and whatever. I need to be a responsible YouTuber, which, I haven't been. I might as well start. Finn suffers horrific, injury. I can't wait for Raw. It's going to be must-see. I'm expecting some surprises. I hope so, but I hope so. I know there's a lot of disappointment. We've been talking about it. People did want surprises, and I must admit, I really expected them. People were asking, "Do you think we'll see such and such? Do you think we'll see such and such?" And honestly, I was like, "Yeah, I do. I really do. I really do think we'll see Bray. He's there. We know he's in LA. It's not like he's been teasing or anything. Like, people have actually seen him in traffic. I mean, I do find it strange though, I mean, he did say to that guy, the guy said, when are we going to see you? Why are you not at WrestleMania? And he's like, my WrestleMania's tomorrow. I mean, I know that we've spoken about it and he's trended and, whatever. So I suppose he got that out of it. But it does sort of suck for the fans. I do feel sorry for the fans. When these wrestlers because he easily could have turned around and went, oh, I'm not there. They haven't booked me, or I'm not going to make it. But instead, he said, oh, I'm there tomorrow. So people have tuned in to see him and now they're disappointed. So I don't know. I mean, I just don't quite get that mentality. I suppose it's money, isn't it? I said, if you want to get an answer, look at it from a business point of view. Well, the business point of view is that we've spoken about Bray and, he's got some buzz out of it. And WWE have maybe got some extra views out of it. Because if people knew that Bray wasn't going to be there, maybe some of them wouldn't have tuned in. So again, it's money. Money talks. But it's sort of strange. I do find it weird that, tease all the time that they're going to do something or going to be somewhere, and then they're not, and then people get disappointed. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's just part of it, isn't it? You know, it's just part of it. That's why we say, you know, just don't believe what you hear online when people tease things. Although that one's so weird because that is him in a car actually saying, "Oh, my mania is tomorrow." What did he mean by that? Now I don't even know what he meant by it. Mark said Shane O'Mac's quad is better than Cody fans. Greater than Cody fans. Felix said, Days, honestly, I'm not mad. They're making this another Bryan story. But it sucks. I have to wait until SummerSlam. And I just hate how he's still going to be part-time and we won't have a champion at every pay-per-view. Yeah, you're not alone, bud. Good comment. You're not alone. I don't mind actually him not being at every pay-per-view. That doesn't bother me so much. The reason why I say that is because I sort of like the special attraction thing. I sort of like the, you know, when we do see him, it always feels so big. And the reason for that is because we don't see him all the time. I do think there is overexposure. And I think, you know, I agree. The balance might not be right. We might be a bit too far into the he's not around enough like aspect. But I do think that the opposite can be true, where they can be around too much and there's overexposure. So I think finding that line can be a bit tricky, and that line is obviously going to be very different for different people. For me, I kind of like where I probably would just use him a bit more than what we do, but I don't know if he's not at Backlash. I'm all right with it, but I would like him to be at the next show after. I suppose in a way the belt should be defended every 30 days. I suppose that's the expectation. The belt should be defended every 30 days. I don't think that's too much to ask. That's 12 times a year. Is that too much? The belt being defended 12 times a year? I don't think it is. It's interesting though, isn't it? Because I mean, in boxing, they would only do maybe 1 or 2 a year, sometimes 3. But you know, that's boxing, and clearly pro wrestling is different. I understand. The expectation is every 30 days, and I think that's probably the expectation from most fans as well. So, in that regard, he should be at defending on every pay-per-view. If he appears at a pay-per-view and they decide that it's not a title match, so for example, if at Backlash it's Roman and Usos versus Cody, Sammy, and Kevin, title isn't on the line. Maybe that's all right for that month. Maybe we don't need the title defense in that month because WWE have decided to use him that way instead. I don't know. It's tricky. I don't know where that line is. It's a very interesting conversation, actually, as to where the line is. It's one that does pop up from time to time. And it's one that I don't really have a clean answer on, to be honest. For me, I think 12 times a year defending the belt is fine. Every 30 days. I think if you are putting a match at a pay-per-view that's not for the title, like say War Games Survivor Series, that wasn't for the belt. I think that probably counts as your defense, because I don't think you need to then defend the title on SmackDown because you haven't defended it at the pay-per-view. Although there will be people out there saying that's exactly what should happen. That's exactly what should happen. You defend it every 30 days. If you're at War Games and the belt's not at the line, well, boo-hoo. Defend it on SmackDown instead. So there will be people with that mentality. I don't think I share that, though. I think I would try and keep it special, you know? Ha 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 ha. Oh, hello. Lots of ha's and a few Q's. I want to see what that says. Days, what would you do if you were in WWE? What would I do if I was in WWE? I answered that yesterday. I'd work for their QVC channel. If they needed, or I'd work at their Hall of Fame. So if they need someone to show people around the Hall of Fame, if they build a physical Hall of Fame and they need someone to show people around, I could do that job. Or if they need someone to like sell products on a QVC style wrestling channel, I'd kill that. I'd love that. Or even if they just need like someone to do a watch along. I mean, I think I've got experience in that field. So I think we could have some fun if we did that. I'd probably have to dial down the honest conversations that we've had since the press conference finished. This is kind of like days after dark. We have a laugh during the stream, and then I sort of feel like now that we are digesting what has happened and we're throwing theories around and everything, we're getting a bit more really stuck into stuff. It's good. It's nice. I like it. But I probably wouldn't be allowed to do this on their social media channels. So if I was in WWE, I'd do that. I do. Days, read my comments. I do want to. I wanted to read 3 Diglett's comments as well. I am going to try. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to stick around for 20 minutes. Okay? Because I feel like I have ignored you guys a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. And we are going to stick around for 20 minutes. And I'm going to read as many comments as I can. And then we're going to call it a good night then. And that will clock us in at 11 hours for this stream. And you know what? I think that'll be enough. Right, let's go. Certainly it'll be enough for my voice. I know that much. Right, let's go and read some stuff. Gangster Swag, shout out to you. Summit says, Roman Reigns should be crowned the multiversal champion. Why keeping it solo, bracket solo, his way ahead of the universe now, says Summit. Supreme Rose said, let's have Cody sing with Tyson Fury to make him feel better. Justin said, was probably easier for Bobby to carry that trophy than it would have been for carrying Bray in a match. Ben said, Nicholas to beat Roman. Mark my words. Jamie said, if it is Triple H booking, I am more than happy to see how this goes. If it comes out that it's Vince, then I'm done. Triple H has been brilliant recently. I think it is, but I really do. I think that Triple H has got a story. I think he's got a plan. I think he knows where he wants to go with it. And we'll just follow it and you know, see how it plays out. I'm annoyed. I wanted Roman to lose, and we get this, says Rex. Carmen Live 2 said, I played WWE 2K23 and WWE 2K16 in Highland, Indiana this past Wednesday. Both games are awesome. It's April 3rd in Hammond, Indiana. It's April 3rd in England. So, Carmen Live, shout out to you. The Fiend 94 said, what if Roman just vacates the title and says he's beat everyone and that he is the best? That would be awful. The thing with wrestling, and this is why I was okay with the streak ending, the thing with wrestling is that you give back. So Undertaker beat a lot of legends. I mean, I think the first person he beats at WrestleMania is Jimmy Superfly Snuka. He also beats Jake the Snake Roberts. He kind of goes through a load of people, obviously. 21-0, was it? His streak. Beats Shawn Michaels twice. Beats Randy Orton. Beats Ric Flair. Beats Triple H. You know, he deserved to. And he deserved that streak, and no one begrudges it him. But the whole purpose of that is so that he can then give it to someone and someone can benefit from it. Now, we are not going to get into the conversation of whether Brock was the right person to benefit, right? But someone did benefit. Someone did get that moment where they pinned The Undertaker, and Undertaker handed everything that had been built up over to someone, and it got handed to Brock, right? When you leave WWE, when it's your final match, I am a big believer that you should lose it. I'm a big believer that you lose your final match. Because again, it's just sort of your way of paying back to the business that gave you so much, gave you your whole career, all of them people that made you, that lay down so that you could win, you are giving back. And so it's just a real nice, it's a nice gesture, let's put it that way. It's a nice thing to do. On your way out, you lose and you put someone over, right? Again, you know, you can debate the person that wins if they deserve it, blah 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 blah. But it's just, it's tradition. It's what you do. So in regards to Roman, I mean, he's got the better of Edge, Daniel Bryan, Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, Cody Rhodes, Drew McIntyre, Riddle. The list goes on. Yeah. For him to then just go, bye, thanks a lot, bye, I'm the best, and walk away. I mean, that would be a very heelish thing to do, which would fit the character, but it's just not the wrestling business. Or it's not, I mean, you could do it. Of course you could do it. There's nothing stopping you doing it because, it's just, you could just go, but it's not the thing, man. That's not what we're doing here. That's not really how it works. Like, eventually he drops it, loses it to someone, and they are the person. They are the Roman killer. They are the tribal chief killer. They are the person that beat the man. And then everything that, hopefully, how it should work is everything that went into building up Roman gets transferred over to the person that beat Roman. That is, all these people tried and failed. That's the person that did it. You need to take that person seriously because they just beat the man. And for me, that's how it works. That's how it should go. So I wouldn't go that way. I wouldn't have him just vacate and walk away. Someone's got to benefit. That's my opinion. Duff UK said, the problem is WWE put both belts on one person. It makes both belts have less exposure. I agree. I think we've said for a long time it's a problem. I think I grew up actually with one champion, and it was Hogan, and then it became Brett and blah blah blah. And so I am from the generation where it was just one champion, and you would think that that's what I would want. And in a way, I do like just there being one champion because, again, that's the guy. There's no debate. That's the guy, and I do like that. But this is a very different company. It's a bigger company. We've got two very strong brands, and we've got like different rosters. We had a brand split. We've got enough for two champions. Or you restructure it and you really make the US title and the Intercontinental title bigger deals. I think we've done that with the Intercontinental. I don't know that we've quite done it with the United States. I sort of feel like maybe what we're seeing with the Intercontinental is probably a good example of what we should be doing. And with the United States. And then you have one champion that kind of rules over everything. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm of the opinion that, him having both is a problem because, I mean, he's held those titles for, how many years now. And then you've got people like Seth that, what are they meant to do? I mean, if you win the United States Championship, it is just seen as a mid-card championship. I mean, to be honest, I think you would have to introduce new belts. I think probably there's too much damage done to the United States title. I think Gunther has done so well with the Intercontinental because I think that is really being seen as somewhat quite prestigious now because of the quality of matches that he's having and because of his credible title reign. I mean, if we got Gunther versus Seth and Seth was to win, I think that would be seen as quite a big deal. And so I think Gunther's doing a fantastic job. But as I said, I just don't think that's the case with the United States title. I just don't think that if Seth beat Theory and won the US title, I think a lot of people would be like, do you know what I mean? Great. Seth's champ, lovely. I don't think that would be seen as some kind of historic, massive, fantastic achievement. And so really, what can Seth do? What can Seth do? What is Seth meant to be doing? Because if he beats Theory, brilliant. I mean, he's having to face Logan Paul, which, I mean, great match. But, I can understand Seth being frustrated. He's spinning his wheels, isn't he? He wants to be a world champion, but there's no opportunity to be a world champion because he ain't going to beat Roman. And so what's he meant to do? And so this is the problem where you've only got one champion, because actually this is the exact same problem we had when Hogan was champion, because what's Mr. Perfect meant to do? What's Jake the Snake Roberts meant to do? What's Rowdy Roddy Piper meant to do? You know, what are all these people meant to do that are big names and legends, and, you know, they can't get the belt? And it was a problem then, and it's a problem now. But it's a problem we don't need to have, because you can separate the belts, and Roman could carry the one, and then you've got a whole other belt for your AJ Styles, your Seth Rollins, all these other people. You've got this whole other championship for them to go after. So, I do like one champion. They are the man, and you can point to them and say, you are the man. But we don't have to do it that way. You know, we could separate them, and there's this whole other championship for Bobby, for Seth, for AJ, for Finn. They would have that. I mean, all right, maybe it would be seen that, you know, it would be a little bit less than Roman's, but at least it would be something. Because at the moment, there's just not really anything there for these people to go for. So I do agree. There will be people that disagree. There will be people that disagree. There will be people saying, no, there should only be one champion. But, you know, there's only one champion in UFC, for example. And if you want to be the man, you got to beat the man. Which, it's a good argument. In all fairness, it is a good argument. But I just think we do have the option, the opportunity, the potential to have two separate championships. And, you know, then fans can debate who's better. And then maybe even we do a match to find out, like we do at Survivor Series. Do you remember that at Survivor Series when we had champ versus champ and the belts didn't change? It was like bragging rights. Whoever wins, you know, they are the guy. Didn't we do Big E versus Roman Reigns at like Survivor Series? And I'm sure that was champion versus champion. And, you know, and that's great, isn't it? That's fun. That's, you know, that's really good. It was interesting. It was an interesting concept. I do understand, though, that the fact that the belts couldn't change hands did take some away from that. But I don't know. I don't mind that at all. I don't mind that. If you have two separate champions, and then, you know, you could do a match like that at some point. It doesn't have to be every year, once a year. You could just do it, you know, on its own. Because the two champs get into an argument as to who's better. Well, let's find out. You don't need a whole pay-per-view of champ versus champ. You could just do it as a one-off thing. I would find that quite interesting. Could be a fun story, actually. So, I mean, look, the great thing with wrestling and this kind of thing is you can go in so many different directions, and there's so many things that you can do. And as I said, you know, some of this stuff, or most of this stuff, a lot of people might be like, nah, rubbish. Why would you want to do that? And that's fine. But, you know, I'm sure you've got ideas as to what you would do, which is maybe not what WWE are doing at the moment. And that's what makes it so interesting, is that, you know, I said we'll finish in like 9 minutes, and we will, because I can feel my voice going. But this is what makes it so interesting. We could continue having this conversation forever, for another 5 hours, exploring all different opportunities. And that's what makes wrestling so much fun, is that it's just like never-ending conversations. I don't think we would ever get to the end of this conversation. Grant, hello, buds. How you doing, mates? Grant said, I think there should be one belt, but two champions, and they have to share it. That would be cute. Oh, that would be cute. Maybe one could have it weekdays, and the other could have it weekends. I like that, mate. I like that. Hope you enjoyed the show. Justin said, Vince's plan all along was for Stardust to beat Roman, not American Nightmare. I like that. Chester said, who next to beat Roman? How about Carrion? Make him a babyface. Do it. I don't know that he would beat Roman, but I think that you could have him go against Roman. Yeah. Roman's got lots of potential opponents. You can do Bray, you can do Bobby, you can do Carrion. So, you know, there's a few that you can turn to. And then, of course, we can build others up as well. There's other people that we can continue to build up. So, yeah, he's not short of options. And a lot of people will say Jay Uso. A lot of people want Roman Jay at SummerSlam. And of course, the Cody rematch. And obviously, Randy. People saying Randy. We never got that. So, and The Rock. People want the Rock match. So, we're not struggling for opponents for Roman. There will always be challenges and challengers. That's not the problem. It's just who is the guy that's going to beat him in the end. And as we've said, that's difficult to say, to be honest. Days, a lot of people are saying Eddie's passing out in the ring looks so scripted that they made theories around it. What is your take on it? Eddie's passing out in the ring. Eddie's passing out in the ring. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Do you agree that Ricky the Dragon Steamboat versus Macho Man was the best match of all time at WrestleMania 3? Well, I agree it's the best match at WrestleMania 3. I am watching WrestleMania Showstoppers, and it's the first match. I think, I don't know, I wouldn't say it's the best match at WrestleMania. I think it's very difficult to look at that match, actually, because the story of that match is that back then, matches weren't scripted out, and so you wouldn't grab your opponent backstage and say, right, we do this, then we do this, then we do this, then we do this. I mean, if you used to say that to someone like Andre the Giant or Hogan or someone like this, they would just look at you weird and go, we'll sort it out there, yeah? Like that, the old school mentality was, we'll sort it, we'll feel it out. I mean, match quality was not a thing, to be honest, back then. So the thing was, you go out there, you wrestle for X amount of time. You have some spots that you know is going to excite the crowd because you've worked enough matches. So, you know, if you want to get the crowd going, you know how to do that. If you want to, you know, whatever, you know how to do that. If you want to get them happy, if you want to get them sad, if you want to get them angry, you know how to do these things. And so you would go out there and you would do what you need to do. The idea that someone would come up to you and go, we're going to do this move, followed by this move, followed by this move, followed by this move, then we're going to do this, then we're going to go that, then we're going to go to the outside. I mean, honestly, 99.9% of wrestlers would go, I'll see you out there, and walk off. But Ricky was open to delivering a fantastic match. And so Macho Man scripted it out, tested Ricky. He's like, when I do this, what do you do? When I do this, what do you do? And he would test him as to what came next. And so the way the match was put together was, I don't want to say revolutionary, because I'm sure that it had happened before. I'm sure Randy had done it with other opponents before, but it was not the norm by any means. And as I said, a lot of people would have looked at you funny if you'd have gone that way. And so they go out there, put it together. And of course, it's incredible because that's what we do now. Like, all the matches are put together with producers backstage. Logan Paul in an interview says, my entrance is amazing. And the match, I can't wait for you to see it. That's what Logan said in an interview the other day before WrestleMania. I can't wait for you to see the match. It's so good. Because it's all put together in advance. You do this, we go against the ropes, we do this, we do that. It's funny, isn't it, how back then at WrestleMania 3, it was like weird. And now it's absolutely the standard. It's the norm. This is what we do. And it's because, obviously you can plan the drama, you can build the match, and you can manipulate moments, which is what makes wrestling so great, I mean, they knew that the Usos were going to come out at that time. They knew the referee was going to throw Solo out of there. They knew that Cody was going to hit X amount of crossroads. They knew that the crossroads was going to lead to this. So really, that match is so historic because it really foreshadowed what was to come. I can't say that the match and the end result is one of the great. Well, it is one of the greatest ever, but I can't say it's the greatest ever because I think that the way they put it together was revolutionary, and as we've just said. But I think I feel like we've probably seen better matches throughout the years now. But it's so historically important, and it was so impactful at the time. The reason why that match is on that list is because there's no other match that looks like it at that time, because it is so different. And For the long time, everyone was like, that's the best match. That's the best match, because it was so different and it's so iconic. But I just think, like Shawn Undertaker for me has probably surpassed it. And who knows, there might be a match from this year that people think is better, more dramatic. I mean, I think we've got to say that. I mean, if you watch that match, Steamboat Macho Man, and compare it to what we've just seen from Rome and Cody, I mean, it's not comparable. The drama in Rome and Cody is well above the drama in Steamboat and Macho Man. But just from a technical point of view, and then take into consideration the year that match happens, you have to say it. The impact that Roman Cody has on this generation, I don't think will be the impact that Steamboat Macho Man had on that generation. And I suppose that's why it will always be one of the greatest matches ever. But Days, stop talking. TikTok, says Akeem Hope. I've got a minute. Days, a lot of people say, read that one. I didn't get that one. How do you feel about Mustafa Ali being set for a push? I love it, says Kim. I'm down for it. Absolutely. I would love to see him get an opportunity. You need the right creative, though, because we've tried a few things and it's worked. I was talking about Eddie passing out in the ring, which some people say is scripted. Oh, God, mate. We probably won't go down that road now. We can touch on that maybe on Raw and go into all of that. I don't really want to be going into big historical. I didn't even mean to go into the Macho Man stuff, to be honest. What do you rate Mania? I hope you had a great time. I did have a great time. As I said, I loved it. And I think sharing those moments with you guys, I mean, listen, I love this. This is why I'm 11 hours into this stream. I could easily have gone hours ago. But I love this. I love talking with you guys. It is a pleasure. It is a delight for me. Like, I don't want to go. It's honest. I love it. And to share those moments with you guys during WrestleMania is a privilege, and it makes it hard to score, to be honest, because like I think you can look at the in-ring stuff and it's different when you do an old watch along because it doesn't quite hit the same because you know the results. I think for me, night one is like an 8 or an 8.25. I think night two is not quite as good. I think the main event does a lot of heavy lifting. I think the main event is really good. I know people are down on the result. I understand. I hear you. We've spoken about it a lot. I think it's a really good match, though. Maybe the ending with Solo popping back up and all of that might upset a few people, but I didn't expect it. I mean, the unpredictable nature of Roman winning has definitely caught me off guard, and I do love being swerved. Because, you know, a lot of stuff can be very predictable. And honestly, I felt 90% certain Cody was winning. So for them to swerve me on that, I'm like, didn't see it coming, man. I didn't see it coming. I've watched so much wrestling and I didn't see it coming. So I do appreciate that, actually. So I'm going to say that this is going to finish up at a 7.25 today. I think a 7.25, maybe a 7.5. But I'm trying to think of what the right gap should be between night one and night two. I think night one is definitely clear. It's definitely clear, and it's clear by a bit. So I feel like half a mark is maybe not enough. Maybe even 0.75 isn't quite enough. Maybe if I say night one was 8.25 and night two was 7.25 and there's a whole mark difference, that feels quite fair. Because to be honest, the Intercontinental title match, I thought Brock Amos was really good for what it was. It was short, it was sweet, it was to the point, and it did its job. Lovely. I was pumped during it and after it. The women's match is a downer. What was next? The Intercontinental match is great. I mean, it's amazing. I need to watch it again because honestly, there was people saying it was 5 stars. I think actually people are sleeping on it. It was great. Then we got, Bianca Asuka was strange. But I like the end. I really like the end of that match. The first part, people was like, oh, it's slow and not feeling it. But as I said, I know people were saying that exact same thing about Rhea and Charlotte. I think that we could see that be looked down on, to be honest. I think the Bianca Asuka one, I don't know that it did get going, but I don't think it got going for long enough for people to really like it. I'm going to say that it doesn't really affect my score. It doesn't bring my score down. I think it might just give it... it doesn't bring it down. I was going to say it might just push it a little bit up because I really enjoyed the end. I really like the end. And I love the entrances. I love certainly Bianca's. And then when you heard about that kid... I mean, that ain't going to affect my score, but I'm just saying. Brutal. Horrific. I'm heartbroken for her. And then we had the Hell in a Cell, which, to be honest, I don't know what it was that was happening at the time, but I just feel like there was a lot happening. The entrances, oh my God, Edge's entrance and the demon coming back and the wound in his head with how, like, you know, the horrific injury he suffers and everything. Like, I feel like, I don't know what I feel like there's a lot about this WrestleMania, and tonight in particular, I need to rewatch. I feel like I need to rewatch a lot of it to really take it in. I don't know. I don't know if it's because, like, I was looking at the chat and I'm having to look at Twitter and I'm just all over the place. But I just feel like there's a lot about tonight that I just haven't been able to absorb. So I think for me, there could be and then the main event I think is really good as well. So I don't think today was a disaster. I don't know if people are saying it was. I don't think it was. I think yesterday is 825. I think today is, I think it's 725. 725. Yeah. I think there's enough here, and then that main event is so good. It is so good. You can be down on the result, and you can maybe be down on Solo coming back, but oh my God, the action in that. I mean, I was watching it thinking this is 5 stars. I was watching it. I really was watching that main event just like, wow, this is 5 stars. I really think. I don't know that it's ended 5 stars. But I was like, wow, this is... Actually, do you know what we've not done? We haven't looked at the poll. Let's end the poll. So what did people score it today? Get some rest, said Summit. Yeah, we are. We will go in a sec, buds. I'm already 6 minutes past what I said I was going to do. 8 to 10, 47%. 7 to 7, 7 to 775, 22%. 575 or below, 18%. 6 to 675, 11%. So, wow. I mean, actually, I'm trying to make a case for it being better than what I thought people thought it was. But actually, 47% think today was 8 to 10. And that's 2,000 votes. So I think I've not read the room right, to be honest. I'm sitting here going, guys, come on. We got this. We got this. We got this. I'm trying to tell you that it's better than you think. Or at least better than what I think most people are thinking. And then I look and like 47% have gone, no, we know. Yeah, no, actually, if anything, you're a bit low. Okay, sorry. I would say it was 7 to 7.25 for me. Irish Rebel said, I got emotional over Roman and Cody. I really did. Kent said 7 overall. Aubrey Edwards said, I might be getting worked, but I think Asuka is genuinely upset. She just tweeted again in Japanese. Listen, I think she could be upset, but I don't know that she is someone that is... I think this is a work. I think it's a work. Do you not think it's strange that Bobby, Asuka, Bailey have all spoken out? Like, unless there's a rebellion going on, could this be an example of people losing and people not being on the card, using social media to get a buzz, get a bit of a buzz going, And because they know, I mean, look at White Rabbit, such a success, brilliant on social media, you know, played really well in everywhere. Could it be that Triple H has even said, if you lose, use it. If you're not happy, you know, because you're not on the card or something, don't just smile and play along or stay quiet. Use it. And maybe this could be like a thing we do going forwards. I can't decide if it's that or if they're genuinely upset. I'm sure they are upset. No one wants to lose. But, oh man, think about how many people have lost over the years while social media has been around. Well, you don't see what we're seeing at the moment. This is weird reactions. These are out of the norm reactions. And it's weird that there's so many of them happening at the same time. So I'm not a conspiracy theorist, to be honest. But I do look at that and go, it is a bit strange that Bayley, Bobby, Asuka all speaking out on the same night. I can't really remember that happening before. So I don't know if it's maybe something they're doing to create buzz or if there is just, you know, a bit of a feeling of, I don't know. But to be honest, I haven't heard any rumors or any talk of anyone being like upset with Triple H and being upset backstage. I can't, it's not like morale. I mean, if anything, you've heard morale is really good. Morale is great. So, you know, this is very weird for them to be speaking out. And I think it's a work. I think it's a work. We'll find out, won't we? We'll find out. I'm sure it'll all come out. Oh, where are we? 10 minutes past. Oh, my God. We do need to go. We do need to go. There's more questions coming in. What I'll say is, I'll read these on screen. Hang on. Ray said, Hurt Business reforms against Bloodline. Thoughts? Bobby, Roman, Usos, Cedric Shelton, Amos Solo, Heyman MVP. It makes sense. I can see why it would make sense. I can't sit here and say, yes, that's what's happening. But what I can say is, yes, you could do it. So, could be a big Raw. I know we keep saying it, but it could be a big Raw. So, why would Asuka be angry when the results are scripted, said Justin. That's true. I mean, she might be angry because she was told we're going to refresh you. You're going to come back at the Rumble, and then you're going to win the title at WrestleMania. And then, of course, if she's been refreshed, gone to WrestleMania, and, oh, sorry, you're losing, you know, then she could be upset. But, or it could be that, you know, things have been promised her in the past and they haven't come through. You know, people do get upset. I mean, you know, Seth is upset, apparently, that he's not in the spot that he wants to be in. There is a lot of professional jealousy in wrestling because you can, it's true, isn't it? You can work, you can give your all, you can do your best, you can give everything, you can get good results, sell a load of merch, do everything that's being asked of you, and still not be put in the spot that you think you deserve. And then have to watch someone that maybe you think hasn't done as much, doesn't deserve it as much, get pushed to the moon. So there is a lot of professional jealousy in wrestling. And so, you know, if Asuka feels, and I don't know that she does, but if she feels that the refresh should have resulted in her winning the title here, because, I mean, you can't refresh her again and again and again, can you? You know, for Asuka to lean into that Kana character, you would think that would result in her winning. You would think, okay, we're pulling the trigger on Asuka now again, like we did in NXT, and then she loses. I mean, she could look at that and be disappointed. I think the Asuka one, I feel pretty good about that being a work. I agree. I think she's big picture. She doesn't strike me as being all about her. It's not me with Asuka. I think actually she'd be quite happy for Bianca, in truth. So I think that one's a work. If anything, I think her talking about bringing chaos to WWE, I think that's going to kick on her next story, to be honest. So I think that one's a work. What's the other one? Bobby. That's tricky, but could be that we now get Hurt Business. And Bailey could be the end of Damage Control. Yeah, you could see Asuka and Io joining up. So who knows? United We Love said, I was initially gutted when Roman won, but as time has passed, I'm like, if the bloodline turn on Roman and he loses it that way, that would be better. Time is a healer. J-Dub said, Bianca is too good to lose right now. Jojo said, should we do a 19-hour stream until Raw? Even another 8 hours wouldn't get us there, but let's stay till Raw. Yay! I think Cody will build an alliance with Sami and Kevin and be the team that takes out Solo, Usos. Cody finally ends Roman. What time at SummerSlam? Cody finally does it at SummerSlam. What's your favorite WrestleMania match? Mine is Undertaker AJ Boneyard, says Carmen. Mine's Shawn Undertaker, WrestleMania 25. Have a good night. Lone Wolf, shout out to you. I think Sanity, AOP, or Switchblade will show up, says Kim. Oh my God. Could you imagine if Switchblade shows up? How long do you reckon it'll be until people start saying Switchblade versus Roman? I mean, honestly, he is one of the faces of New Japan Pro Wrestling, which, as we've said, doesn't get massive views in America, but it was the second biggest promotion in the world. It's probably the third now behind AEW, but I'm not really sure. I don't actually know what the domestic views are of New Japan. I don't know how many people tune in Japan. That'd be interesting to find out, actually. But it's probably the third biggest, and he is their former world champion, one of the biggest names coming out of that. If they've got him, he's a star. He is a serious star. That would be interesting. I mean, honestly, I think if any bad taste you've got about Cody, if Switchblade walks through the door literally later on today, yeah, that would be fun. That would be a lot of fun. Doesn't mean that he's going to get in the way or stop Cody winning the title. Just means that I think the bad taste would go away pretty quickly. And actually, do you know what? I'm going to end on this. We are wrapping up because I'm going to grab something to eat. I think what you'll get from Raw, right, is I think you will get a refresh, a reset. You will get something to lift your spirits. I think they know that WrestleMania just ended on a downer for a lot of people. And so Raw's job is to pick you back up. And I think we could start with Cody. And could you imagine if Cody and Sami just have a moment where Cody, Sami, Kevin just talk together about how they're going to bring down the bloodline, how there's a crack in the bloodline because of what Sami and Kevin did. And how are they going to do it? And we just start continuing with the story, basically. And maybe it does build to Backlash, and it does build to Solo and Usos against Cody and Kevin and Sami. And, maybe we do, or, explore that. But I think the job of Raw is going to need to be to pick up people's morale. And, Bray, we know Bray's in LA. I mean, if Bray walks out on Raw, I can't say it won't be the biggest shock in the world, but it won't be the biggest shock in the world. Alexa, Switchblade would be stunning. I mean, people have asked me, do you think Switchblade will be at WrestleMania? I have said no all along, and I have explained why. But I have also said if I was going to debut him, I would do it on Raw. Well, it's Raw coming up soon, very soon. So do not miss Raw. Don't think that is it for WrestleMania. Do not miss Raw. Do you think Asuka will be Kana now? She won't change her name, no, because WWE own the name Asuka, and it wouldn't make any wouldn't make any sense to change her name to Kana because everyone knows her as Asuka, and WWE own the Asuka name, and so you wouldn't change it. But we've seen her change her face paint and we've seen a change of ring gear, and we've seen a change of mask. We've not really seen much in a change of attitude. I suppose she doesn't like dance around as much, but I think judging by her social media, maybe the final piece of the Asuka character that I don't care about anyone. I'm going to mess everyone up. I'm bringing hell with me. Because don't forget, she was running down to the ring to save Bianca in the build to WrestleMania. She did attack her close to the show, but as we got closer to as we were going to WrestleMania, she was coming down and like saving her, really. It's green misting like Chelsea green and whatever. So the attitude of, I'm going to mess everyone up now. I'm angry now. Like that could be the missing piece to Asuka, to Kana, that now does allow her to kick to that next level. So definitely something to keep an eye out for. Kim said, when's the draft supposed to happen? It's supposed to be very, very soon. Could even be announced on Raw. Right. We're done. Days, just went back to see your reaction to Roman winning, and all I can think of is the 90-10 odds. I couldn't believe it. I genuinely couldn't believe it. I think I actually spent like about a minute or so not saying a single word. And I had so many thoughts in that moment going through my head. So many thoughts. In that moment, I'm thinking, oh my God. I'm thinking, what does this mean? I'm thinking, how does WrestleMania end? I'm thinking, was it legit? I'm thinking, is there a shoulder up? I'm thinking, is someone coming down? Is someone attacking Roman? Is someone attacking Cody? Where's Brandy? All of this is going through my, like, literally any question you can have is going, and I think the end result in that moment is like, and in my head it's like, it was quite the moment, wasn't it? It was quite the moment. And that's what I'm saying. That's what makes these great. We get to experience that together, because not only, like, do you get my reaction and everything, but you get everyone else's reaction in the chat. Like, I mean, that's what I love, man. I do go back and watch like key moments sometimes, just so I can read your comments and see what people said in that moment. And see, like, say when Bray came back at Extreme Rules, when the chat's going mental, and I will go back and watch that moment at the end of Roman just to see what comments were made and what people's thoughts were, and you just get that honest, instant reaction, and it's there and it's documented, and you can always go back to it, and it's like, yeah, it's great, it's amazing. I thank you so much for joining us. I so appreciate it. As I said, I could have gone hours ago, but I mean, I was meant to go 20 minutes ago. I did say we'll stick around to the hour, but yeah, brilliant, just amazing weekend. And I don't know, stream wise, I don't even know how many hours we did. I know we did a 9-hour WrestleMania day one. We did a 5-hour stand and deliver. So that is what? That is 14 hours. And this has been 11 hours. That means over the 2 days, we've done 25 hours of streaming over the 2 days. 25 hours of streaming. And I'll do it all again. In fact, we will be back later for even more for Raw. So awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. So appreciate the support. And I will see you. Hopefully I'll see you. If you care to join us, I will see you later on for Raw. And make sure you have a good night's sleep. You get rested. You get ready for what should hopefully be a fantastic show. Have a great day. I'll see you later. Bye for now.